a French bulldog.
If it wasn't a healthy breed, I wouldn't have stuck with them. If it wasn't a joyful breed, a breed that, loves kids, I wouldn't have been in it.
Critics have called for more oversight on their breeding, and in some countries bans based on their flat faces that can lead to a host of health issues. But as the owner of Dog Bar in Miami Beach points out, they're the perfect dog for modern-day America.
And a French bulldog just wants to sit on the couch and watch TV with you.
Whether sleeping or show-stopping, there's clearly a new sheriff in town. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami Beach.
Financial fears, the concerns over the banking sector spreading as Credit Suisse announces it'll borrow billions of dollars to stave off worries about its financial health.
Mounting tensions, U.S. officials say Russian leadership approved the aggressive actions of those fighter jets that damaged a U.S. drone, as the Secretary of Defense reveals a rare phone call with his Russian counterpart.
Set to strike, tens of thousands of workers in the Los Angeles school district are planning to strike next week. What it means for the nation's second largest school district.
Zoo scare. A tree branch falls at the San Antonio Zoo, landing on a family, injuring several children.
And to the rescue, how a little girl's quick thinking called a 911 saved her mom's life.
Is she still passed out?
Yes. She's still breathing, but she's passed out.
It's Thursday, March 16th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, everyone, I'm Jessica Layton. The fallout continues after the downing of an American drone in the Black Sea. Russia is now racing to recover the wreckage of the MQ-9 Reaper. The U.S. says Russian jets stopped the drone in international waters on Tuesday, ultimately clipping the drone's propeller, forcing it down. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, has the latest.
For the first time since that stunning confrontation in the sky between two Russian fighter jets and an unmanned American drone, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin revealing a rare phone call with his Russian counterpart.
And the United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows.
Russia says it's trying to retrieve remnants of the Reaper drone in the Black Sea, but the Pentagon says it erased sensitive information.
It probably broke up. There's probably not a lot to recover.
The U.S. says those Russian jets made at least 19 passes by the drone in international airspace Tuesday, even dumping jet fuel on it before clipping and damaging the drone's rear propeller. The U.S. then downed the $32 million drone into the sea. Officials here say it's unclear whether Russia's actions were intentional.
It is possible that this was just a reckless, incompetent piece of aviating by the pilot, but we don't know for sure.
Russia insists the incident was an American provocation and that its jet never touched the drone. But top Republicans are demanding the White House warn Russia about specific consequences if it happens again.
President Biden, you're the Rodney Dangerfield of world leaders. Nobody respects you. And if you don't change your game and up your game, we're going to have World War III.
What consequence will Russia face for its actions?
We have communicated our deep concerns over this and our condemnation of this to the Russians. And I would also say that we are going to continue to fly in international airspace. And number two, we're going to continue to support Ukraine.
3 U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence tell NBC News Russia's aggressive actions Tuesday, including dropping jet fuel on the drone, were approved by the highest levels of Russian leadership. But the actual collision with the drone, they say, was likely not intentional. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you.
The fallout from the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank might be spreading beyond the United States. This morning, regulators are stepping in to stabilize a Swiss banking giant as it endures its own troubles. This as the Secretary of the Treasury is expected to be grilled by Congress on the state of the economy. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. What should we be looking out for ahead of the markets opening today?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will be appearing before the Senate Finance Committee at 10 a.m. today. While this hearing is expected to focus on President Biden's budget for 2024, it is widely assumed that Yellen will face questions on the stability of the U.S. economy following the weekend collapses of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Finance Committee Chairman Ron Wyden told reporters on Wednesday that he expects committee members to ask her about the topic, even though that issue is in the jurisdiction of the Banking Committee. Yellen was quick to take action in the aftermath of the closure of Silicon Valley Bank. On Sunday, she, along with the leaders of the Federal Reserve and FDIC, assured SVB depositors that they would have access to their funds come the next day. She also promised that the U.S. government would not provide a bailout for the doomed financial institution. Meanwhile, there are concerns that the lingering effects of these colossal bank failures might be starting to affect the global economy. On Wednesday, regulators in Switzerland stepped in order to stabilize European banking giant Credit Suisse, who will borrow nearly $54 billion from the Swiss National Bank. Shares of the lender hit an all-time low on Wednesday after the institution's largest investor, the Saudi National Bank, said it could not provide Credit Suisse with any further financial assistance. Despite these concerns, Swiss banking regulators assured in a statement that the issues facing certain banks in the U.S. do not pose a direct risk of contagion for the Swiss financial markets, and that Credit Suisse meets the Swiss capital and liquidity requirements. Francis?
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
On Wednesday in Texas, a federal judge heard from both the government and an anti-abortion group on the ultimate fate of a widely used abortion medication. The anti-abortion group made its case for why the FDA's approval of the drug mifepristone should be revoked, citing safety concerns and saying that the judge should grant their request for an injunction that would take the drug totally off market. Lawyers for the U.S. government questioned why the group is bringing this case now, while mifepristone has been on the market for over 2 decades. They said its removal after this amount of time would be unprecedented. After the arguments concluded, the judge told both sides he would make a decision as soon as possible.
The second largest school district in the country is on the verge of shutting down Tuesday. Union leaders announced a 3-day strike in Los Angeles as they demand higher pay and improved working conditions. The walkout is led by a union representing 30,000 bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria employees, and other workers. And the district's 35,000 teachers say they will walk out in solidarity. The superintendent is urging the unions to negotiate around the clock to avert the strike.
And now to a change coming to the 8th largest school district in the country. Texas officials announcing a state takeover of Houston's public school system. The threat of a takeover began back in 2019 when one school had 5 consecutive years of unacceptable ratings. The district was able to block the action until now. The Texas Education Authority will choose a new superintendent and board of managers. Texas Democrats are condemning the move, saying this takeover is a political sham to gain control of a democratically led majority Black and brown community.
Winter cleanups are underway as wicked weather continues to batter the country. A nor'easter hit New England and the mid-Atlantic states as intense rain slammed California, causing damages, power outages, and travel delays nationwide. Our Emily Ikeda has more on the cross-country winter wallop.
The Northeast digging out from a dangerous deluge of rain and snow.
This is the worst snowstorm I've ever plowed. It's crazy.
Parts of the region unrecognizable, now buried beneath 3 feet of snow from a last gasp winter wallop, marking a preliminary record for Massachusetts. The treacherous conditions didn't stop state police from rescuing a pair of hikers stranded overnight. And while the snow has now tapered off, high-powered winds gusting above 60 miles an hour continue to wreak havoc on travel plans.
It's delayed until 9:20, and it was supposed to depart at 3:15. So
thousands of more flights delayed.
This is the result of that heavy snow and whipping winds across the region, a tangled mess of downed trees and power lines, leaving many families without heat in frigid temperatures.
People with families, kids, there's elderly, and we have no heat. It's pretty crazy.
The race to restore power for tens of thousands underway on both coasts. Back-to-back storms blasted an already waterlogged California.
I was devastated. I just started crying. I want to cry now.
Relentless rain collapsing this hillside, carrying apartments along with it. And in Northern California, hurricane-force winds. Uprooted towering trees, ravaging apartments, and crushing cars.
It seemed like lightning, but then there was a big thud.
California's governor in Monterey County, where neighborhoods have remained flooded for days. A coast-to-coast cleanup as winter leaves a lasting mark. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
And now for the latest forecast, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle. What a mess, and possibly more to come.
That's right. Hi there, guys. And we're looking at that extreme weather continuing potentially today in portions of the southern plains. We have a winter storm that's on the move, and we're going to see the risk for severe storms. 22 million people at risk in portions of the southern plains. We could see a few tornadoes, and we could see the chance for really large hail, some flash flooding. But on the cold side, we're looking at the chance for snow and wind. That will impact portions of the central plains into the upper Midwest, also the Great Lakes. That is today. Then it's on the move tomorrow. So the Gulf Coast states, you're in the mix here for some storms across the southeast. Tomorrow, the Gulf Coast states, a bit of rain and snow for the northeast on St. Patty's Day. And then by Saturday, we're going to see that moving off further to the east. The severe threat today, again, 22 million people at risk. We're looking at the chance for damaging hail. It will be large at times. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Also the chance of a few tornadoes. Then that Gulf Coast states in on the mix on Friday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures above average finally in portions of the mid-Atlantic, parts of the Northeast as well. 62 degrees today in D.C. It's going to be warm. It's going to be windy, and we're also looking at the chance for some storms in the southern plains. Dallas today, 77 degrees. All right, it's Thursday. Tomorrow, St. Patty's Day. We're going to look at that forecast in just a bit.
Okay, can't wait to hear it. Thank you.
We're back in 60 seconds with a terrifying accident that sent 7 people to the hospital after a day at the zoo.
And later, a helicopter heist gone wrong. Police investigating as one thief's plans are grounded.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A terrifying accident at the San Antonio Zoo. 7 people were critically injured after a tree limb fell on visitors. Blaine Alexander is following the latest for us.
It took just seconds for this terrifying scene to unfold at the San Antonio Zoo. Officials say a massive tree branch unexpectedly broke and fell, injuring 2 adults and 5 children, one of them critically. It happened just after noon, right in the middle of a busy spring break holiday.
And we hear what sounded like fireworks, a crackling noise.
Chris Ryan was there with his 2 daughters. His wife captured these frantic moments.
Turned around and realized that the branch was falling down, and that crackling noise was the breaking of wood.
He and others immediately rushed in to help.
We joined a group of people that were assisting this lady get up and get from underneath the branch and get on her feet. As we were doing that, she was yelling about her baby.
How chaotic was this moment?
It was, it was very chaotic. There were a lot of screaming. There were people crying. There were a lot of people in pain.
The zoo says its emergency teams quickly responded and began treating guests, adding the police and fire department were there within minutes. The zoo says it will be open. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
A helicopter was found crashed at the Sacramento Executive Airport, and California police are investigating this as a failed theft. Officers responded to reports of multiple attempted aircraft break-ins. When they arrived, they found this helicopter badly damaged. Several other choppers were vandalized. There are no reported injuries right now, no suspect yet in custody. Police are investigating along with the FBI.
And still to come, NASA is unveiling new spacesuits on the runway before Artemis 3 leaves the launch pad.
And then, can using a GPS steer your cognitive levels wrong? The new research is next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Astronauts will be launching off to space in style. NASA and Axiom Space unveiled the first prototype Moonwalker spacesuit for the historic Artemis 3 lunar mission. It blasts off in 2025. This will be the first time in 50 years that humans return to the moon, and it will include the first woman and person of color.
Looking good. All right, you may want to put the phone down and bring out the crossword puzzles after you hear this. But it looks like GPS devices could possibly be damaging our brains. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres explains how.
Kathy Bannister is finding her way.
We're going down the trail in our northerly direction.
racing across the Arizona desert.
My plan is to go up here north a little bit, catch
Like her competition, she has only a map and compass, no GPS allowed.
Okay, I can see the flag.
This is orienteering, and for 73-year-old Kathy, the stakes are much higher than who wins the race. Are you doing this for fun? Are you doing this for exercise? Are you doing this to keep your brain healthy? All the above?
All of the above. I do it for exercise. I do it because I love the puzzle, solving the puzzle.
New research from McMaster University in Canada shows solving that puzzle is part of keeping her brain healthy. Scientists have found that using GPS does too much brain work for us.
They're extremely convenient, but they take the thinking out of it. They take the brain effort out of it, and it may be doing us a disservice in the long run.
Losing navigational skills can lead to cognitive decline, even dementia. But reading a map stimulates the hippocampus, the part of the brain responsible for memory, navigation, and mental mapping.
By turning off the GPS and using a map instead to navigate through unfamiliar routes, we're training that part of the brain, and it's less likely to decline.
People who participate in orienteering report better spatial navigation and memory, suggesting that by turning off your GPS and instead relying on a map could be beneficial to your aging brain.
One of the first symptoms associated with Alzheimer's disease is a loss of our ability to get from point A to point B. This is why orienteering may be a really beneficial way to stave off cognitive decline, because it taps right into that thing that they're losing first.
You don't have to get lost in the desert to get the brain benefits. Experts suggest changing your usual route, turning off the GPS on routine trips, and getting lost on purpose for the challenge of finding your way. For Kathy, who has a family history of dementia, her good old map and compass could be the key to keeping her brain sharp. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Cave Creek, Arizona.
That is really interesting, though. I know so many people, though, who have absolutely no sense of direction.
Right.
Who would get lost? They would die out there.
Well, he said get lost on purpose. Even driving, though, I do notice that it kind of takes the common sense out of it now. You're so dependent on that device, but...
It doesn't solve the argument, though, of when you're going to pull over and ask for directions. That is going to be a never-ending argument.
Remember when we used to go to the gas station and ask how to get somewhere? Well, Michelle's tracking your weekend forecast. That's next.
And still to come, the breed of pooch that poached the spot as America's top dog.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday, looking ahead towards the weekend, Friday, St. Paddy's Day. We do have a lot of green on the map. We're seeing some rain from portions of the Ohio Valley, parts of the Northeast, into the southern plains. Also looking at the chance for severe storms into the Gulf Coast states. Below average temperatures in the Rockies. Welcome sunshine throughout the west, the Intermountain West. That is good news. By Saturday, mild highs in the southwest. Mostly cloudy skies throughout the Intermountain West. We do have pockets of some snow in the higher elevations. That includes the Rockies as well. A March chill. Temperatures in the teens in the northern plains, just 20s in the upper Midwest. We're looking at some rain along the Carolina coast into the southeast and some lake effect snow along the Great Lakes. By Sunday, much cooler in the northeast. We're going to feel that chill once again. Rain and snow throughout parts of the Rockies into parts of the southern plains, and a Pacific storm takes hold on Sunday in the west. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. When we come back, meet the superhero Girl Scout who came to her mom's rescue.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are in the middle of National Girl Scout Week, and one scout in Illinois just received an award of excellence from her town's mayor. The 9-year-old is being hailed a hero for her quick thinking that may have saved her mom's life. Here's NBC's Maggie Vespa.
A Chicago area Girl Scout is trading her brownie sash for a superhero cape.
We've heard of the Superman, but have y'all heard of Super Ariana? Supergirl. Hey, Supergirl.
The city of Aurora celebrating Aria Lehman's historic feat, coming to the rescue last month when her mom needed her the most after collapsing on the floor.
My mom was talking to me and she passed out.
The 9-year-old quickly calling 911 and keeping calm.
How old are you?
I am 9 years old.
You are doing great.
Even telling dispatcher Tracy Whalen about her mom's allergies and medications.
She did better than 90% of the adults I talked to.
Is she still passed out?
Yes. She's still breathing, but she's passed out.
Aria's incredible composure, critical during a medical emergency.
For her to do what she did and stay so calm, it's amazing to me. I am super proud of her.
I was super worried.
Her mom, who spent 16 days in the hospital, is now home recovering. Aria receiving the Mayor's Award of Excellence.
Your courage and calmness made all the difference. Congratulations, young lady, and thank you very much for all that you did.
While not all heroes wear capes, some deserve to, at least for the day.
And I'm happy that you're okay.
Because of you.
Our thanks to Maggie for sharing that story. Those kisses are going to be extra sweet every time after that, knowing what they've been through.
And you know what? It's so important to talk to your kids about that, too. It's a good reminder. What would you do if mommy or daddy was sick or in trouble?
And she did it. That is the example right there. Textbook.
Well, there's a new top dog in town. According to the American Kennel Club, the French Bulldog is now the country's most popular pooch. A kennel spokesperson credits the breed as being comical, friendly, and loving for its rise to stardom. Frenchie's barked Labrador Retrievers from the top spot, which they have held for the past 31 years. The list is followed in third place by Goldens, with German Shepherds and Poodles rounding out the top 5.
So we all know whatever dog you got is going to be the cutest one, the top dog. So
always
this year, it's a French Bulldog. Thanks so much for watching early today.
And I'm Jessica Layton. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.
Okay, have a great one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, fallout on Wall Street and around the world over the historic failures of 2 big U.S. banks. This morning, investors bracing for another bad day of trading after the Dow plunged up to 725 points yesterday. Now, new concerns as the worry on Wall Street spreads overseas. We have team coverage this morning. Also this morning, she says she's fighting for truth and justice. Adult film star Stormy Daniels at the center of a hush money investigation involving former President Donald Trump, meeting with prosecutors on the case. We'll bring you the latest developments and what it could mean as a grand jury hears more evidence. A salary snafu gone viral. We'll talk to a woman who says she applied for a role at the same company with the same title after seeing it listed for thousands of dollars more than she was being paid. How her experience is shining a light on a new law. And 'tis the sneeze on. That's right. Spring has sprung early, at least for allergy sufferers, and it's expected to be longer and more unbearable this year, thanks to climate change. We'll break down the reason for the early allergy season and what you can do for some relief.
Hearing that from a lot of folks who are big allergy sufferers, that they're like, oh, it's here.
We can feel it. We can feel it
Exactly.
deep in our bones. All right, we'll get to that later. A lot of news to start with this morning. There are growing concerns over a banking crisis after the fall of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank.
And it's not just here in the U.S. Depositors overseas are also worried about the security of their money after more banking troubles in Europe. The Swiss bank Credit Suisse announced yesterday it will borrow nearly $54 billion from the Swiss central bank to shore up liquidity, and it will seek to repurchase debt. The troubled bank is hoping those moves boost investor confidence. Still, the bank shares plummeted by as much as 30% yesterday after the news. U.S. markets followed suit. The Dow dropped 280 points, and the S&P 500 also closed lower.
All of this as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen appears before the Senate Finance Committee this morning to discuss the president's fiscal year 2024 budget. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now with analysis on the latest banking news. And we also have Washington's reaction with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Good morning to both of you on what is a very chaotic, confusing day. Caleb, let's start with you. Tell us what is going on with Credit Suisse, and is there ties to what we saw happen with Silicon Valley Bank? What's your read on things?
All banks are under scrutiny right now, but Credit Suisse has its own issues. It delayed releasing its annual report because it found material issues, inaccuracies probably in 2021 and 2022. That set off some fire alarms. Shares started plunging earlier this week. Its biggest investor, the Saudi National Bank, could not invest more in the bank. It needed some capital. It couldn't because of regulatory restrictions, and there was concerns. Shares plunged 30% yesterday. They've rebounded rebounded. Why? Because Credit Suisse is taking that $54 billion loan from the Saudi National Bank, the Swiss National Bank, I should say, and that's going to stabilize it. So shares are back, and that contributed to a market recovery yesterday because, as you said, Dow was down 725 points. At the close, it was only down about 280 points. So there's a recovery there because of this, but this is one headline after the other that says there is trouble in the banking sector, and now it's spread overseas.
All right, Allie, so this is sparking concerns about the banking system. How's Congress reacting to all this?
Look, it depends on which party you're talking to, because for Democrats, the answer is clear here, especially after what we saw with SVB last week. Democrats, for the most part, are saying this is a sign that we need to do more regulating of the banking system, especially these mid-sized banks that saw some of the regulations that govern them rolled back during the Trump administration. On the Republican side, though, there's a little bit more of a wait-and-see vibe. Listen to the difference between Senator Warren and Senator John Thune, for example. Watch.
We need to learn from what has just happened with these banks and go forward by tightening the regulations. It's just that simple.
If there are ideas out there that people have, at some point we'd be willing to entertain those, but I think it'd be premature to start talking about solutions before we fully define the problem.
Now, look, Democrats still have the majority in the Senate. They are clearly going to push forward on some legislative front, but there's even some dissension among Democrats on what the best way forward is on this. I think the thing that we can definitely bank on, if I may pun for a moment at this early hour of the morning, is that we're going to be seeing some hearings on Capitol Hill. I know from talking to the head of the Senate Banking Committee, for example, Sherrod Brown, he's very interested in starting to do hearings, whether that's with regulators first or with banking CEOs. That's the thing they're trying to figure out in the short term.
So, Caleb, you said that stocks rebounded yesterday by the time the Dow was closing. Do you expect that to hold today?
Well, stocks are sort of mixed in the open here because we're still waiting for more headlines. We like our banks to be boring. It's been anything but boring in the banking sector lately because of these rising rates. There is a big interest rate decision coming from the European Central Bank later today. That could set the markets one way or the other, because if the ECB continues to raise rates, and then we have our own Fed meeting next week, and the Fed continues to raise rates, rising rates has been part of the problem here with these banks' balance sheets. So that's one pivotal thing to watch today.
So, Allie, today we're going to see the Treasury Secretary Yellen expected to testify before the Senate Finance Committee. What can we expect from that?
Yeah, Yellen is not going up there to testify about all the things that we've been talking about. She's going to testify about President Biden's budget. Nevertheless, nothing happens in a vacuum on Capitol Hill. And in our conversations with senators yesterday, many of them plan to ask her about this current financial situation, the things that we're currently seeing in the stock market, the volatility seemingly of this banking system right now, and potentially what regulations or not, as we just showed the partisan divide there, the administration might think could help as they seek to shore up this system and just make sure that the banking system stays consistent at this point. But Yellen sure to face a whole range of questions from budget to banking today as she appears before these senators.
All right, Caleb Silver, Ali Vitale, thanks for kicking us off this hour.
The U.S. Department of Defense has released new footage, which it says shows the aerial encounter between a U.S. spy drone and a Russian warplane over the Black Sea. The Pentagon says the fighter jet dumped fuel over the drone and clipped it, forcing it to crash. Moscow denies there was a collision. It comes as NBC News is learning new details about the incident. According to 3 U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence, the highest levels of the Kremlin approved the alleged aggressive action. But speaking on MSNBC yesterday, a spokesperson for the State Department said the incident was most likely an unintentional act.
I think the best assessment right now is that it probably was unintentional. It probably was the result of profound incompetence on the part of one of these Russian pilots. But at the end of the day, Andrea, it's really immaterial. It doesn't really matter, because what matters is what actually happened. A Russian aircraft caused us to down this U.S. unmanned aerial vehicle. That could have created a much larger incident.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with more on this. So, Carol, tell us a little bit more about what we are learning and what these U.S. officials have told NBC News.
Well, Ellison, they're saying that this aggressive action over the Black Sea was authorized by the highest levels of the Russian government, including that fuel drop. And what the U.S. officials are telling my colleague Courtney Cubey and I is that that fuel drop seems to be intended to either disable the drone or block it from being able to conduct its surveillance, which is what it was doing. Now, one official tells us that, look, that they are not seeing indications that this went all the way up to Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, other officials that we talked to said wouldn't go that far and just said, look, this is something that was authorized at the highest levels. Now, you can see that video there that the U.S. government has now released shows that fuel drop and this clipping. Now, when it comes to the Russian aircraft clipping the drone, that is something that U.S. officials don't think was intentional, that it's likely that was something that was pilot error. But nonetheless, this is overall harassment of that drone in that space is something that U.S. officials believe was authorized by the highest levels of the Russian government.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and General Mark Milley held rare phone conversations with their Russian counterparts. Do we know exactly what was discussed in that call, anything that came out of it, and what the message is from the Kremlin?
Well, we know that this is rare, as you said, because they haven't spoken in months, either of them. We are hearing from the Russian Foreign Ministry about that call with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and it doesn't sound like they've really reached any sort of conclusion in terms of or agreement on where to go forward from here. The Russian Foreign Ministry is saying that these drones flying in this area near Crimea is provocative, and going on to say that the Russian Federation is not interested in such a development of events, meaning escalation in that region, but that it will continue to respond proportionally to all provocations. And so they see this drone flying in this area as a provocation. The U.S. does not, says these are international airspace, international waters, and they're going to continue to conduct themselves accordingly. But the U.S.'s view on this, and we've heard Secretary Austin say this explicitly, is it's better to be talking than not be talking.
This drone crashed in the Black Sea, which, of course, is closer to Russian territory than it is to U.S. territory. Do we have any sense at this point of who has recovered what is left of that drone?
We have a little bit of a sense of who's there, and that is the Russians. According to U.S. officials we talked to, the Russians were very quickly there with ships and aircraft. It's not clear, though, exactly what they're going to find. This is a drone that crashed into the sea, and it's in very deep waters. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, he addressed this yesterday in his press conference. Take a listen.
Probably about maybe 4,000 or 5,000 feet of water, something like that. So any recovery operation is very difficult at that depth by anyone. It probably broke up. There's probably not a lot to recover, frankly. As far as the loss of anything of sensitive intelligence, et cetera, as normal, we would take, and we did, take mitigating measures.
Now, one U.S. official tells us, Ellison, that while the Russians may be there, that it's not clear to them that they've actually recovered anything. And as you heard General Milley say there, that there's not a lot of expectation from the U.S. that they would actually find something sensitive.
Okay, all right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the investigation into former President Trump involving hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Her lawyer says that Daniels spoke with prosecutors yesterday about the $130,000 payment she says she received on Trump's behalf in the final days of the 2016 presidential campaign. This comes as the former president's ex-lawyer, Michael Cohen, gave a second day of testimony before a Manhattan grand jury that's looking into the case. Cohen set up that payment to Daniels. For the latest, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who joins us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what do we know about Stormy Daniels meeting with prosecutors? And then what more can you tell us about Michael Cohen's second day of testimony before that New York grand jury?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is significant here, development, the fact that Stormy Daniels met with prosecutors, because in the case of a grand jury and the decision from a district attorney whether to bring charges against, in this case, Donald Trump or not, First, you have to present evidence and also witnesses who can testify to the grand jury, because ultimately it's up to that grand jury to decide whether to vote up or down on whether those charges can or cannot be filed. So for Stormy Daniels to meet here with prosecutors yesterday in New York suggests that the district attorney is looking to present her to the grand jury. As for Michael Cohen, he wrapped up his 5 hours of testimony after 2 days just yesterday. He is really the key witness in this. Of course, he's the former fixer and lawyer for Donald Trump, who transferred that $130,000 from Donald Trump to himself to Stormy Daniels. Of course, Michael Cohen has since flipped on the former president and says that he is looking to speak the truth and hold, if it means holding Donald Trump accountable, holding him accountable.
And Vaughn, we know former President Trump, has been active on Truth Social. How's he reacting to these court proceedings? How are his lawyers looking to defend him?
Right. I think the difference between Donald Trump's defense versus his counsel's defense are two very different things. Donald Trump late last night posting on his social media account, quote, "I did nothing wrong in the, quote, horseface case." Of course, the derogatory term he's used to describe Stormy Daniels. "I see she showed up in New York today trying to drum up some publicity for herself." Donald Trump denies ever having a sexual relationship with Stormy Daniels. And he makes the case, as his counsel does, that the $130,000 was what amounted to a private contract, that he was simply trying to silence what was a defamatory story against him ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Of course, that is where this ultimately is going to come down to, if he were to be indicted, the court of law to determine whether this potentially extended to an election campaign finance violation, what amounted to an in-kind campaign contribution to improperly try to influence the outcome of that presidential election against Hillary Clinton.
And Vaughn, quickly, I want to ask you about the Georgia case also hanging over Trump. Investigators looking into whether Trump illegally meddled in the 2020 election in that state. Where do things stand there?
Yeah, there could be an indictment out of Fulton County, Georgia at any hour as well. We know that there are at least 18 targets. Potentially Donald Trump is one of those as well, as part of a widespread investigation into efforts into Fulton County to overturn the 2020 election. And we actually just got confirmation last night from our own Blaine Alexander in Atlanta that the grand jury that was impaneled there to hear testimony and evidence heard a phone call from Donald Trump in December of 2020 to the then House Speaker, pressuring him to call a special session to have them overturn Donald Trump's loss there. And so this is the type of testimony that has been presented in Georgia, but now it's ultimately going to come down to the district attorney whether she chooses to try to press charges against Donald Trump and potentially others as well.
Decision we expect possibly any time now. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
A judge has heard arguments in a lawsuit that aims to ban an abortion medication. Mifepristone, the pill at the heart of the case, has been legally used in the United States for decades now, but some fear the outcome of this case could send a ripple effect across the country. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns reports from Texas.
In the first public hearings in this high-stakes case, the judge in that courtroom behind me there heard arguments from both the plaintiffs and the defendants in a case that could have nationwide impact on abortion access.
Anticipation in Amarillo building for weeks as a case in this Texas courthouse could restrict access nationwide to the abortion pill, the most commonly used method for terminating pregnancies in the country. A conservative judge appointed by President Trump could soon decide whether to issue a preliminary injunction blocking access to Mifeprex, generically known as Mifepristone. The FDA approved it as part of a 2-drug abortion regimen in 2000.
Both sides had 2 hours to present their arguments, the judge peppering attorneys with detailed questions, the judge delaying adding it to the public docket to avoid a, quote, circus-like atmosphere.
The note inspiring one group of demonstrators.
I remember before Roe v. Wade, and now I'm looking at it all over again.
I value life
think is extremely precious.
The plaintiffs are challenging the FDA's approval of the drug, arguing the agency didn't adequately evaluate its safety and endangered women further when they made the drug available via telemedicine during the pandemic. The FDA says the claims in the lawsuit are unsupported by any evidence and said in court today that a ruling in the plaintiff's favor would amount to unprecedented action and would cause significant public harm. Since its approval in 2000, the FDA says more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug.
What happens here today will be felt by all Americans, no matter what your feelings are on abortion.
A ruling that could radiate nationwide.
Now, we don't know when the judge will issue a decision. It could be in the next couple of days. It could be in the next few weeks. One thing we do know, though, from both sides on this issue, this could have a significant impact in every state.
Dasha, thanks so much.
Another winter storm is on the move today. Joining us now, meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest.
Good morning, Michelle. What are you seeing?
Good morning, guys. We're seeing a large storm in the middle of the country. We're seeing a cold side, and then we're also seeing a warm side. So snow on the backside of this storm system, some severe weather later on this afternoon into this evening hours as we really get the daytime heating going. And this was what it looks like on radar. You can see the blue. That's where the snow is falling. The green is the rain, and then sort of in between the pinks and purples, that is the freezing precipitation. So some sleet falling and also some freezing rain. That will be the theme throughout this Thursday. Here are the players on the field. We have two areas of low pressure. They're bringing that cold front through. It's bringing some cold air on the backside of this system. So snow and wind impacting the upper Midwest. Right now, the Central Plains, also portions of the Great Lakes. And then out ahead of this system, it's warmer. So we're seeing that severe risk later on this afternoon from the Southern Plains to the Mississippi Valley. And we're looking at the chance for some long track supercell tornadoes, also some very large hail, some gusty winds, and some flash flooding. By tomorrow, a bit of rain, snow for the Northeast. This is St. Patty's Day, and then a line of storms continues across the Southeast. So that severe weather threat shifts into the Gulf Coast, into the Southeast tomorrow, and then it moves off the coast as we head towards the weekend. This is what it looks like in terms of your severe threat today. 22 million people at risk for hail. It's going to be large at times. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A strong tornado or two is possible, especially where you see that darker orange. So Dallas, Texarkana, portions of southern Oklahoma, you could see some strong storms. And this is where we're concerned about the hail. McAllister down to Sherman, Commerce, Denton, Dallas, Ennis, and also Granbury. We're looking at the chance for some large hail there. Then by Friday, this moves off to the east. So now we're talking the Gulf Coast states, New Orleans, Mobile, Panama City, Dothan. You could see some severe storms, and that would include winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail also not quite as large as today, and a tornado or two is possible. Rainfall forecast, the heaviest rain falling throughout portions of Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, into Mississippi, where you see those darker colors, the yellows. And then we're looking at 7 million people looking at some winter weather today. Back to you guys.
Can't get enough of that winter weather up there.
It's like they know you're from Minnesota.
Exactly.
They just want to make sure you feel comfortable everywhere.
All right.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, one country facing two different disasters.
After the break, we'll take you to Syria, where millions of people are struggling to recover from a devastating earthquake and in ongoing war. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's been more than a month since an earthquake devastated Syria, but the natural disaster is only part of the problem. A civil war now hitting its 12th year is compounding a hunger and homelessness crisis. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest on a nation in dire straits.
Dawn in Aleppo. After more than a decade of destruction, it's hard to distinguish between devastation from 12 years of war and last month's earthquake.
These people who've been buffeted by so much for so long, and now they've been hit again, and really you feel that breaking point within them.
36,000 buildings, mostly homes, are uninhabitable, according to the World Food Programme, which provided NBC News with these images. My husband and brother were killed in the war, Saba says, but even those days were easier than now. The World Food Programme tells us people are foraging for food. The hunger here now worse than at any time during Syria's long conflict. Prices so high, onions are a luxury. It says it is distributing food rations to around 650,000 people monthly. We spoke to Ken Crossley from the World Food Programme. He's in Damascus, having just returned from Aleppo.
I can't only imagine the devastation and the pain that you just witnessed.
No, it truly is. It's heartbreaking and it's tragic. What we're seeing even now is we're seeing so many people whose lives have been really thrown into upheaval. They've left their homes. They're living now in shelters, in mosques, in schools, in gymnasiums, some sleeping out in parks. They're clearly unable to go back home.
The massive earthquake that struck this region had its epicenter at the Syrian-Turkish border. But after a devastating civil war, Syria is harder to reach. Still, last month, this video from Aleppo province was seen around the world. A newborn baby taken from the rubble, born more than 10 hours after the quake hit.
There was that moment of hope for that baby, Afra, but you need much more hope than that for many more people.
You need not just a moment, you need a sustained commitment. You need to sort of the whole community and all of the apparatus coming together for the sake of that child. But that's also what the people of Syria right now, they need not just a moment of hope. They not just need a sort of a glimmer, but we need sustained efforts, sustained support, and thoughtful ways of supporting the people of Syria.
With 2.5 million Syrians still severely food insecure, the hunger for recovery continues.
Our thanks to Keir Simmons for that report. According to the World Food Programme, there are approximately 12 million people in Syria who do not know where their next meal is going to come from. That's about half of the country's population.
Let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world this morning. Tensions rising as North Korea fires another missile into the sea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now with more from Rome. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, North Korea test launched yet another intercontinental ballistic missile literally hours before the leaders of South Korea and Japan met in Tokyo. Now, this is the third weapons testing by North Korea this week and the first of an intercontinental ballistic missile in a month. Once again, this latest test is seen as a warning and a display of military might as the United States and South Korea continue their joint military exercises in the area. Now let's come back here in Italy, where on Wednesday the country's highest court ordered a new trial for two Americans found guilty of the killing of a policeman here in Rome in 2019 after a drug deal gone wrong. Finnegan Elder, who was 19 at the time, was convicted to 24 years in prison for stabbing the policeman to death, while his friend, Gabriel Natali, then an 18-year-old, was handed a 22-year term. And finally, let's take a look at these rocks found on Trinidad Island in Brazil, a remote turtle refuge. Now, they are made from melted plastic debris, which has become intertwined with rocks on the island. Scientists say that when temperature rise, the plastic waste pours into the ocean, melts, and becomes embedded with the beach's natural material. The discovery has sparked alarm, as researchers say that this is evidence that humans' growing influence over the Earth's geological cycles, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for bringing that. Appreciate it.
Coming up, several deputies facing murder charges in the death of a man at a Virginia hospital. More on the allegations, plus the surveillance video that could become key evidence in the case.
Also, NBA star Ja Morant now officially suspended and speaking out after video showed him flashing a gun at a strip club. Hear what he had to say next on Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Authorities in Virginia have charged 7 deputies with second-degree murder of a man who was being admitted to hospital. According to prosecutors, that man, 28-year-old Ivo Otinino, was allegedly smothered while in the care of those officers as they tried to restrain him during a hospital transport 10 days ago. Otinino allegedly in custody after police say he became combative and assaulted 3 officers following a possible burglary call. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with more. Marissa, what else do we know about this case and the people involved?
Hey, Allison, just to kind of set the timeline here, police say he was in custody after a call to police on March 3rd about a possible burglary. They allege that he had assaulted Henrico police officers at a different hospital. And then, as we know, days later on March 6th, ended up dead at Central State Hospital. Now, each of those 7 deputies has been charged with 1 felony count of second-degree murder. Take a listen to words from the Dinwiddie County Commonwealth Attorney herself in court yesterday.
We died of asphyxia due to being smothered to death, thanks to having at least 7 people, including the defendant, on top of him and holding him down.
I want to read words from the family attorney saying, quote, "The family is truly grief-stricken after learning of the brutal nature of his death and his inhumane treatment in the hours preceding his death. The public and experienced mental health professionals alike will be appalled when the facts of this case are fully made known." And then we also heard a statement from the local police union saying, in part, quote, that the death was tragic. They expressed their condolences to his family, but also saying they stand behind the 7 accused deputies, saying, quote, "With these things in mind and cognizant of every accused presumption of innocence, we support our brothers and sisters." Ellison.
Marissa, listening to the family say they believe more people will be appalled once the facts of this case are fully made known. What information does the public not have so far? Has every bit of video related to this incident been released to the family and the public?
Yeah, so that video that you just mentioned is a huge part of this. The Commonwealth's attorney spent a lot of time describing the video, which we have not ourselves seen. We have made efforts to do so. I know our affiliate on the ground has also done so. But the Commonwealth's attorney described the video, saying it shows Otienvo face down, handcuffed on the ground with a knee from one of the deputies on his body, saying they smothered him for 12 minutes. Causing him to suffocate to death. She called the video both clear and alarming. Ellison.
What is next in terms of legal proceedings related to this case? There are 2 deputies in custody, I believe, but we heard one of the lawyers there describing 7 people involved. What happens next?
Correct. Well, one of the things that happens next is actually in a few hours, Ellison. We know at 1 o'clock today there will be a press conference held by Otienvo's family, and we understand Ben Crump's legal team will also be present. Ellison.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you so much for that.
The NBA has announced it's suspending Memphis Grizzlies guard Ja Morant for 8 games without pay after he went on Instagram Live earlier this month holding a gun in a Denver area strip club. The NBA commissioner met with Morant yesterday before announcing the decision. He called Morant's conduct, quote, irresponsible, reckless, and potentially very dangerous. Morant sat down for an interview with ESPN's Jalen Rose yesterday after the decision was announced and apologized for his actions.
The gun wasn't mine. It's not who I am. I don't condone any type of violence, but I take full responsibility for my actions. Made a bad mistake, and I can see the image that I painted over myself with my recent mistakes. But in the future, I'm gonna show everybody who Ja really is.
The games Morant already missed will count toward the suspension, so he'll be eligible to return on Monday when Memphis plays Dallas. Morant will also forfeit about $669,000 in salary.
Coming up, imagine seeing an opening for your own job, but with a much bigger salary. Well, one woman says that's what happened to her, and now her experience has gone viral. She joins us with her story, plus how it's shedding light on a controversial new law.
Also, bad news for allergy sufferers. Spring has sprung early. We'll explain why allergy season is getting longer and worse. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle?
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The first day of spring is just around the corner, but for many allergy sufferers, it feels like spring's already here.
Yeah, unfortunately. And according to the CDC, climate change is not only leading to higher pollen concentrations, it's also leading to longer pollen seasons. For more, we are joined by Dr. Teresa Kremen. She's the director of the USA National Phenology Network and research professor at the University of Arizona. Dr. Kremen, it sounds like you are the person we should be talking to right now. We appreciate you being here. Help us understand all of this. How is climate change making allergy season so much worse?
Well, thanks so much for having me. Basically, what we are seeing is that as temperatures are increasing globally, we are seeing a lot of response in plants and animals. And one of the ways that we see that and we experience that is that as with warmer temperatures, we have an earlier start to spring and earlier start to biological activity. Plants putting on their leaves earlier than they used to, flowering earlier than they used to. And there's a lot of ecological and economic consequences for those kinds of changes. And some of those we feel very acutely, one of them being that when plants flower earlier, they're releasing their pollen earlier in the year. And the other interesting piece of the puzzle is that with the increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the plants are able to grow bigger and more robust and generate more pollen. And so in recent decades, we've had a pretty significant increase in the length of the pollen season, as well as the concentration, the amount of pollen in the air. And we're all feeling that pretty acutely this year, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of folks are feeling it. So, I mean, the USA National Phenology Network, which monitors the impact of climate change, says some parts of the country are seeing the earliest signs of spring in 40 years. Do you fear this could be the new normal now?
So interestingly, climatologists actually do update what they consider normal every decade. And as our climate has gotten warmer, the new normal kind of shifts to warmer. But yes, we are progressively seeing warmer springs, and what that equates to is an earlier start to activity in plants and animals in the spring. It's variable from year to year, of course, and from place to place. In the Western U.S., we're definitely not experiencing that this year. But in the Eastern U.S., you are correct. There are particular locations where it's the earliest that we've documented in 40 years. And in much of the Eastern U.S., it's just an earlier start to spring activity.
That chart is pretty mind-boggling for people who are looking at that and thinking, oh no, I am an allergy sufferer. What should they do to deal with these changes?
So what I have heard is that your best bet is to try as best you can to avoid the pollen in the peak parts of the day when it's most abundant. Try to stay indoors. To rinse yourself off once you've been outside to try to get that pollen back off of you. I've heard that, of course, our pets, if we take them outside with us, they can get pollen on them too. So maybe rinse them off, especially be aware of the fact that they might have pollen on them if you bring them into your bed and sleep with them. And for taking a kind of a bigger picture vision of this, being able to better anticipate when pollen's going to be abundant in the air, and to be able to anticipate this is something that my organization is actively working on right now too. So another thing that folks can do is help us understand when different species of plants are in flower and report that to our observation program called Nature's Notebook, because we are actively using that information to help predict and understand how things are changing and specifically when pollen will be in the air across the country in future years.
Yeah, so without getting too sciencey here, I mean, basically, kind of like we have weather spotters all around the country, you sort of have pollen spotters. Is that how that works? And what do you hope to do with that information?
It's a little broader than that. You can track all the different, what we call phenophases, but types of activity that are occurring in plants and animals over the course of the year. So we ask observers to report, do you see leaves on the plant that you're observing? Do you see flowers? Do you see open flowers, which would be indicative of pollen being in the air? And then also as summer and fall progresses, we ask about presence of fruits and ripe fruits and even leaf drop. And for animals, we ask similar things.
Fascinating stuff. Dr. Teresa Crimmins, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so imagine seeing your company hiring someone to do the same job that you are doing. Now imagine if the salary listed under that job posting was at least $30,000 higher than your salary.
Well, that's what one New York City woman says happened to her. And when she shared her experience on social media, her tweet went viral and prompted many other people to share similar experiences.
That woman is joining us now, UX writer and poet Kimberly Wynn. We also have Glassdoor's lead economist Daniel Chow with us to help explain how this was possible to even happen, really. Kimberly, let's start with you on this. Walk us through what you saw and just what was going through your mind to see something like that.
Yeah, so I was just casually scrolling on LinkedIn, and sometimes LinkedIn recommends you jobs, and it just happened to recommend this job that I was already doing. And I remember seeing the job listing and the salary listed and being really frustrated and upset because I've been trying to advocate for a raise, excuse me, since the salary transparency laws went into effect in November and December. And as I was seeing other listings at other companies for UX writers, I realized that no other company was hiring UX writers for as little as I was making.
So, Daniel, Kimberly just mentioned it there. We have these newly enacted transparency laws, which are a growing trend in states and cities all around the country, including here in New York City. Why were these transparency laws put into place at all? What's the goal here for companies that have to post these salaries?
Well, the goal for these laws is really to help increase transparency in the job market and to help level the playing field in an arena where traditionally employers have held all the cards. So I think Kimberly's story is exactly how these laws are intended to work, where employees and job seekers now have more access to information. They can go look online to see what other companies are paying or even what their own companies are paying, and using that information to hopefully find a job that is actually a better fit, whether it's on pay or other aspects of the job.
So, Daniel, how does transparency vary in each state, and does this impact how companies are approaching their hiring process?
So we have seen about 1 in 6 Americans are actually in one of these jurisdictions where employer-provided salary ranges are required. So that's states like California, Washington, and jurisdictions like New York City. But what we actually see on Glassdoor is that about 1 in 2 job listings across the United States actually has this employer-provided salary range right now. That's actually a lot higher than I expected before we did this research. But it just goes to show you that even if your company is not one of those that is sharing information, or you don't live in a state where this information is public, you can go and look online and see what other competitors in your industry might be offering for the same job.
So, Kimberly, you've said you tried to negotiate a higher salary before you went and posted your experience on social media. Talk about the importance of that, of standing your ground, seeking the higher pay with your company. Why was that so important to you?
I mean, I think it's important to at least have the conversation and to ask, because the worst that, they could say is no. But I also think there comes a point where you have to recognize that, I mean, that's a lot of money, especially when other companies are, willing to bridge that pay gap. And this is money that could have been going towards, my retirement savings or a down payment on a house. So, I mean, I'm trying to stand my ground, but at the same time, I'm keeping my options open.
Kimberly, what was the company's explanation in this situation? And for you, where do you go from here?
They said that it was technically an internal conversion. So it's meant exactly, I think, for someone like me who is currently doing the work as a contractor to be converted to a full-time employee. We have a situation where, people are converted in the order that they were brought on as a contractor, and I'm last in line. So that means that it would be maybe about, 1.5 to 2 years before I would be converted and be seeing a salary or be making that salary. And that's just a 2-year wait period that I don't have time for. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the company pointed out you were employed via a contractor rather than in a staff position. That's what they said. What do you think, Kimberly, of these transparency laws? Obviously, it was eye-opening and game-changing for you. Do you think these are a good idea? Do you think more places around the country should have them?
I really think that these salary transparency laws should be enacted on the federal level. I think that everybody deserves to know coming in what exactly they can look to be making. And I think before people were just kind of dealing with like fake numbers and abstract guesses, but to have like a real concrete range to negotiate with is really, really helpful for employees.
Okay, Kimberly Wynn and Daniel Zhao, thank you both so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Financial headlines now. TikTok is responding to suggestions by U.S. regulators to split from their parent company, ByteDance.
CNBC reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now with more on that and other money news this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, TikTok is dismissing calls for its Chinese owners to sell their stakes in the video sharing app, saying such a move would not protect national security. The company is responding to a Wall Street Journal report that U.S. regulators are threatening a ban on TikTok unless its parent company, which is ByteDance, sold out. A spokesperson says the best way to address security concerns is with transparent U.S.-based protection of users' data and systems with third-party monitoring. Meantime, Google has stopped selling its smart glasses to business customers and will end support for the device this fall. The company stopped selling Google Glass to consumers in 2015 and had been focusing on how the headset could be useful for businesses and developers in medical or factory settings. The latest version of Google Glass was launched in 2019 and sold for $999. And this story is brought to you by the letters NFT and the number 60. Sesame Workshop is launching the first NFTs based on the iconic kid show, Sesame Street. The first digital collectible will feature Cookie Monster, with the initial drop set for this Sunday on the VV app. There will be 5,555 editions for sale, costing $60 each. Additional NFTs will be released later this year. You know, I don't really have that big of an interest in NFTs, but if I were ever going to buy one, it would be a Cookie Monster.
I agree. I think if you're going to pick someone to lead the Sesame Street NFT revolution, Cookie Monster.
It should be Cookie. I was going to say, I'm surprised the Sesame Street audience is in the NFT game so early, but apparently it's you two.
You know, Cookie Monster has a really good Twitter account as well, so if the humor carries over.
There you go.
And I'd be good with Oscar, too, if Oscar wants to do one.
All
I'm
good
all into
choices.
that. All right. Pippa, thank you so much.
Coming up, you could say she's earned her badge and a whole lot more.
After the break, we're going to introduce you to a 9-year-old Girl Scout being hailed a hero for saving her mom's life. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The French Bulldog just won the ultimate popularity contest. The American Kennel Club has announced that the bat-eared, crinkly-faced canine was the #1 breed in America last year, overtaking the Labrador Retriever, which had held the top spot for an incredible 31 years. Frenchies are popular with celebrities like Reese Witherspoon, Lady Gaga, and Dwayne Johnson. The club says registrations have increased by 1,000% over the last decade. Ellison, and the unofficial survey in my neighborhood shows that it's the #1 dog as well.
I mean, those ears, they're just so cute.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Joe. The FAA called for an emergency air safety summit meeting yesterday, a move the agency hasn't seen in 14 years. The move was prompted by a new wave of near collisions at some of the nation's biggest airports. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that meeting.
From the runway to the tower to the cockpit, the mantra is safety first. But after a string of alarming air travel incidents, the FAA held a rare emergency summit.
We can't wait for the next catastrophic event to seek the warning signs of today.
So-called runway incursions have been on the rise since 2017, up from 1,300 back then to more than 1,600 last year. As the acting head of the FAA told Lester, that's raised eyebrows.
We can never be complacent.
And over the past few months, there have been several more serious near collisions, including one in January at New York's JFK Airport and one last week at Washington's Reagan National, where a regional jet pilot rolled in front of a departing United Airbus jet right before takeoff.
Oh, United 2003, Kansas takeoff clearance. Reporting takeoff, United 2003.
Is the airline industry overstressed right now?
That's something we have to look at.
Jennifer Homendy chairs the National Transportation Safety Board.
What's going to happen in the future when we have even more of a congested airspace?
The NTSB renewing its call for longer cockpit voice recordings. Right now, the devices in the U.S. only keep 2 hours of audio before they're overwritten. The NTSB wants 25 hours.
We don't have cockpit voice recorders in any of the 6 runway incidents.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, our thanks for that report.
We end this hour with a little girl who did a very big thing.
This week marks National Girl Scout Week, and in Aurora, Illinois, one 9-year-old scout is being called a hero for her quick thinking during a medical emergency, quick thinking that likely saved her mom's life. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa brings us the story.
A Chicago area Girl Scout is trading her brownie sash for a superhero cape.
We've heard of the Superman, but have y'all heard of Ariana? Supergirl. Hey, Supergirl.
The city of Aurora celebrating Aria Lehman's historic feat, coming to the rescue last month when her mom needed her the most after collapsing on the floor.
My mom was talking to me and she passed out.
The 9-year-old quickly calling 911 and keeping calm.
How old are you? I am 9 years old. You are doing great.
Even telling dispatcher Tracy Whalen about her mom's allergies and medications.
She did better than 90% of the adults I talked to.
Is she still passed out? Yes. She's still breathing, but she's passed out.
Aria's incredible composure, critical during a medical emergency.
For her to do what she did and stay so calm, it's amazing to me. I am super proud of her.
I was super worried.
Her mom, who spent 16 days in the hospital, is now home recovering. Aria receiving the Mayor's Award of Excellence.
Your courage and calmness made all the difference. Congratulations, young lady, and thank you very much for all that you did.
While not all heroes wear capes, some deserve to, at least for the day.
And I'm happy that you're okay.
Because of you.
I've never seen a cape look more appropriate on someone. That was a delightful story.
What a sweet moment.
Precious. Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for bringing us that story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, don't bank on it. We're expecting another wild day on Wall Street today as fallout spreads from the collapse of those two tech-heavy banks here in the States. Breaking overnight, one of the world's largest banks, Credit Suisse, says it would borrow billions from Switzerland's central bank. The firm trying to reassure investors it won't run out of cash as customers pulled their funds, fearing a looming crisis. And this morning, a similar scenario here in the U.S. is putting one California-based bank in the hot seat. Your money questions answered in just a moment and what it all means for financial firms across the globe. Flaring tensions between the U.S. and Russia following that downing of a U.S. military drone over the Black Sea on Tuesday. Dramatic new footage released by the Pentagon this morning that it says shows that interaction. Comes as U.S. intelligence officials now confirmed to NBC News top Kremlin officials authorized the aggressive actions of those Russian fighter jets that led to the crash. It's all playing out as Russia races to recover debris. We've got the latest. Also this morning, a silent battle. Our own Savannah Sellers gives us a first look at her new NBC News Now special, Teens Under Pressure. A deep dive into the world of social media and the impact it's having on younger Americans' mental health. The Dirty Dozen, looking to add a few more vegetables to your diet? Well, listen up, because we've got a new list of 12 of the most pesticide-laden pieces of produce in America right now. The foods that need a little extra scrub at home and those that are most likely to be pesticide-free. And it's time to dance. Yes, of course, we're talking about March Madness officially tipping off this afternoon. Kingmaker Kansas is looking to become the first team in more than 15 years to win back-to-back titles. But don't count out those bracket busters. We've got the top picks and the could-be Cinderella stories later in the hour. I did not do a bracket this year, so I'm just going to have to live vicariously through everyone else. Did
no
you?
pressure. No, I didn't. My husband did one, though, and it looked stressful.
Okay, so you get to witness him go through the ups and downs.
Does. If he wins, I win, and it counts.
All right, more on that in just a little bit. We're going to start, though, this morning with Wall Street still dealing with the ripple effects from those recent bank failures.
Yeah, the markets went on a wild ride yesterday over fears that Credit Suisse Bank could be the next big bank to topple. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is closely following all of it.
Hey, the dramatic failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank over the weekend triggered a swift government response in an effort to stop the bleeding and prevent widespread panic. But now two additional banks, one at home and one abroad, appear to be under pressure.
All eyes are on Wall Street this morning after a roller coaster day of trading sent stocks sliding, with nervous investors worrying about the health of the banking system.
We have yet another day of banking concerns dragging down the market.
The focus now, Zurich-based Credit Suisse, one of the largest banks in the world. Customers pulling their money out of the firm led the Swiss National Bank to pledge help if necessary. Overnight, Credit Suisse accepted that help, saying it would borrow up to $54 billion in an effort to reassure investors. Here in the U.S., the focus is on California-based First Republic. 2 credit ratings agencies downgraded the bank, with S&P ratings citing elevated risks of customers pulling their funds. The company declined to comment on the downgrades.
If more banks domestically were to fail, what would that do to the economy?
Well, if we saw widespread failure, that would significantly weaken the lending growth, the growth to businesses and households. That would undermine the economy, and we would go into recession.
Those concerns causing some First Republic customers to visit their branches shortly after Silicon Valley and Signature Banks went under.
I got scared and came down to talk to them and was going to take out the little bit of money that I had.
I feel confident enough that I'm not taking money out, I'm putting money in.
Experts say those worried about their savings accounts should remember that insured banks and credit unions protect up to $250,000 per depositor.
For the people that are looking at the news and going, do I need to pull money out of my bank? What do you say?
Generally, I say no. So when we're thinking about having money in a bank, when it comes to banks, there's FDIC insurance. So really that comes into play with loss of deposits, checking, savings account.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected to face some grilling over the banking system on Capitol Hill. Yellen reassuring that taxpayer money is not being used or put at risk in the fallout, and that Americans can feel confident their deposits will be there when they need them.
Brian Chung, thanks for that.
The Pentagon has released dramatic new footage, which it says shows the aerial encounter between a U.S. spy drone and a Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea. The U.S. alleges the warplane clipped the drone, forcing it to crash, but Moscow denies that account. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you. This is dramatic video and diplomatically a big deal. Why? Because it appears to be the first known physical contact between the Russian and U.S. military since the war in Ukraine began. You don't see the actual collision, but you do see the Russian fighter jet flying toward the drone, a camera malfunction and a bent propeller. This morning, stunning new video showing Russia's mid-air clash with that American Reaper drone. In the declassified video released by the U.S. military, you can see what the U.S. says is fuel being poured onto the unmanned drone by an Su-27 Russian fighter jet. Then it comes back to drop even more fuel and ends up colliding with the drone, temporarily cutting off the camera feed. When it returns, you can see the propeller clearly damaged, forcing the military to bring down the drone into the Black Sea, with the U.S. saying there were efforts to wipe all of its sensitive data. 3 U.S. officials telling NBC News the highest levels of the Russian government approved those actions over the Black Sea. But the collision itself was not likely intentional, according to those officials who believe it was pilot error. The Russians have previously denied the U.S. version of events. Washington and Moscow putting aside the escalating tension and angry exchanges and finally resuming diplomatic communication.
I just got off the phone with my Russian counterpart, Minister Shoigu. And as I've said repeatedly, it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This morning, Russia racing to find what's left of the downed drone. Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev, who's close to President Putin, saying, I don't know if we will be able to get it or not, but saying they will try. General Milley also expressing doubt over whether it will be recovered.
Probably sank to some significant depths. So any recovery operation from a technical standpoint would be very difficult.
President Putin meeting with Syrian dictator President Assad, saying nothing about his country's latest tense exchange with America. How much he knew, or whether he authorized the mid-air confrontation, unclear this morning. Now, we want to be clear, the U.S. military is being clear that this declassified video has been edited for length. However, it says the events are depicted in sequential order. Why is establishing the facts so important? Well, imagine if an incident like this happened again between the U.S. and Russian military and someone was killed.
All right, Keir, thank you so much. Turning now to the battle over abortion, a judge heard arguments in a Texas lawsuit that aims to ban an abortion medication. Mifepristone, the pill at the heart of the case, has been legal to use in the U.S. for decades now.
Yeah, but some people now worry the outcome of this case could cause a nationwide ripple effect. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Cinadella joins us now with more. Angela, walk us through just what you heard in the hearing yesterday. What moments stood out to you?
Well, we got some hints as to what the judge might decide. And I think of paramount relevance was the judge asking the plaintiffs if there was any precedent in which they could base their decision, which is unparalleled. It's asking the judge to offer an injunction on a drug that was approved by the FDA decades ago. And we heard the plaintiffs basically say no. So here we saw the judge grasping at straws, asking the plaintiffs for help. And the plaintiff said, no, there is no precedent in which we could base this decision. So judges have to base their rulings on precedent. Also, we saw the defense asking the judge if he were to offer an injunction, if he could pause it prior to appeal. So what that means is that whether or not the judge rules in favor of the plaintiffs or the defendants here, we're not going to see an immediate removal of this drug from the market, most likely.
This judge, there was plenty of controversy surrounding him heading into this case. Anything you heard from the judge that stood out or was surprising at all?
Well, I think it seems this judge is unlikely to want to start a war here. So from the beginning, he wanted to keep the hearing pretty private. He wanted to keep it under wraps. He is an activist judge, which means he does tend to use his political beliefs and make new decisions. But that said, it seems he does not want to really shake the foundation of what's happening. So I don't think we're going to see huge differences here.
And this is a Trump-appointed judge, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so walk us through what you expect to happen next. Today, tomorrow, what's next?
It's unclear because the judge said he will try to make a ruling as speedy as possible, but we know that it's definitely going to be kicked up to the appeals court, whatever the judge decides, and then maybe ultimately the Supreme Court. But as I just said, the defense asked for a pause on the injunction if he rules on it, and the judge said he understands what the defense is asking for. So I don't think we are going to see this drug taken off the market immediately.
You made this so much easier to understand. I'm like frantically taking notes for later. Thank you, Angela Cinadella. We really appreciate your time.
The Biden administration is turning up the heat on the social media app TikTok. NBC News has learned the White House is now demanding its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, sell its stake in the app or else face a possible ban here in the U.S. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from Washington with the latest on this. So, Kristen, walk us through what we're learning about all this and what is the reaction from TikTok?
Hey, Joe. Well, it's good to be with you. This really marks a dramatic shift in the Biden administration's policy towards the hugely popular app TikTok. By the way, it has more than 100 million monthly users. NBC News has confirmed from a source close to TikTok that the administration is demanding its Chinese owners, as you say, ByteDance, sell their stake in the social media giant, or else the administration is threatening a possible ban of the app here in the U.S., which would likely face major legal challenges, by the way. Now, this source also cautioned to me that the company does not see this as a final order. The news was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. We've reached out to the White House and to the Treasury Department overnight, but they declined to comment. At issue here, Joe, growing fears that China could use the app to access Americans' data, particularly because of a national security law there that requires companies to turn over customer data if requested. Now, China is saying this morning that the U.S. had failed to prove that TikTok threatens national security, and overnight, TikTok is firing back in a statement. Let me read you part of that. They say if protecting national security is the objective, divestment doesn't solve the problem. A change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. Now, the company went on to suggest that a robust third-party monitoring, vetting, and verification process is what's needed. They say they're already doing that. This latest move does come amid mounting pressure from Republicans who say President Biden hasn't been tough enough on TikTok. And some Republican sources were texting me overnight saying this is the right move, but they also accused the president of making this shift with the 2024 election looming large, Joe.
And yeah, Kristen, amid all this, too, is the fact that TikTok's CEO expected to testify on Capitol Hill next week. What can we expect from that hearing?
Yeah, this is going to be big, Joe. The CEO will be in the hot seat next week, as you say, testifying about all of this, about the potential security concerns for TikTok, about the potential impacts on younger users. So those are going to be among the questions that they'll be facing. And it does come as the Senate introduced a bipartisan bill just last week to give the Biden administration effectively more power to make moves against tech platforms like TikTok, and it would allow the administration to ban operation of that. The White House has previously shown support for that legislation, but the bottom line here, Joe, all eyes will be on Capitol Hill next week.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Israelis are stepping up protests today after the country's far-right government rejected a compromise proposal to ease the crisis sparked by controversial judiciary reforms.
President Herzog has put forward the changes, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected them ahead of his trip to Berlin. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the latest. So, Megan, there does not seem to be an end in sight for this crisis. First of all, remind us why these measures are so controversial and why folks are demonstrating.
Well, Joe and Allison, good to be with you. Look, we have seen for the last several weeks the thousands upon thousands of Israelis taking to the streets, demonstrating what they say is their democracy under attack, and they're not willing to sit by on the sidelines and watch that happen. Now, essentially what we're seeing, if this legislation passes through, would be this unprecedented overhaul of the Supreme Court, measures that would weaken the power of the Supreme Court. So, for example, this would give the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, it would give them the power to overturn Supreme Court decisions by just a small majority. It would also change the way in which that these justices are selected. So there's a lot of concern here, and that is why we see people week after week taking to the streets, every aspect of Israeli society speaking out against this, calling this a dictatorship. I want you to listen to a little bit of what some of these demonstrators had to say.
We won't forget them. They are trying to bring fascism to our country. We will never give up. We will fight to our last drop of blood.
If you're a dictator, don't come back. If you are prime minister of all Israelis, Jews, Arabs, left and right, come back. But if you want to be a dictatorship, stay there. Stay out of Israel.
Yeah, so, you can just hear the anger and frustration in the voices of these protesters. And look, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is saying that this is something that he campaigned on. He won re-election, and now he is implementing that campaign promise. But despite the level of pushback that we are seeing, despite other notable figures in Israeli society speaking out against this legislation, calling the country in turmoil, in a crisis situation, this legislation certainly appears to be pushing forward without any signs of slowing down. Joe and Allison?
And Megan, has Prime Minister Netanyahu given any indication that he might be open to some sort of compromise? What is his reasoning for rejecting the president's proposal, and what has the president said about that rejection?
Yeah, Allison, it's a great question. And, look, the president of Israel, which, of course, is just a ceremonial head, he has been trying to broker a deal, trying for weeks to try and get to some sort of common ground, some sort of understanding so that both parties could come to the table for this agreement. He said in his TV address that he put forth this proposal that Benjamin Netanyahu just swiftly rejected. And he said, the prime minister said he rejected this proposal because it didn't rectify the issue of the balance between branches of government. Now, the president answering back and saying, look, this was just a starting ground for communication, for dialogue, to try and see if they could reach an agreement. The president also went on to say, I got to read this for you. He said, anyone who thinks that a real civil war of human life is a line that we will not reach has no idea. The abyss is within touching distance. So that really just drives home just how grave of a concern this legislation is. You've got members of the military saying that if this legislation passes, they won't show up for duty. So this is certainly of concern for the country. All eyes will be watching as this legislation certainly appears to be rolling full speed ahead.
All right, Megan, thank you so much for your reporting.
It is time now for a check at your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest storm that's on the move.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And it's a big storm moving through the middle of the country. We have a cold side. We have a warm side. So the cold side is bringing some snow. The warm side is bringing the chance for severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. So good news, though, we have some drying conditions in the west. We love to see that. We're seeing some sunshine. That's going to help the west. And then we have milder highs in the east. So temperatures above normal in the mid-Atlantic, the southeast, back into the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But it's that storm system in the middle of the country that we're watching. So we'll start on the cold side. 7 million Americans under winter alerts. Where you see the pink, that is a winter storm warning. So Duluth into portions of the Rockies as well, Aspen down to Durango. And we also have winter weather advisories in the Rockies through the Central Plains, also the upper Midwest and parts of the Great Lakes as well. Winter storm watch is in the blue. That is in portions of the UP and Michigan. We're going to see a lot of snow in the UP and Michigan. So for your snowfall forecast, we're generally seeing 1, 3, 5 inches of snow, but look at UP and Michigan. Locally, 24 inches are possible. That's where you see the pinks and purples, but they're used to the snow, so that's probably good news there. Now, on the warm side, we're going to see the chance for severe storms, 22 million people at risk. The risk is damaging hail, so large hail, 2 inches or larger. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see a strong supercell, a strong tornado. That is possible, especially where you see that dark orange, including Dallas, Texarkana, and where we're expecting the hail, we're looking at places including Dallas and also portions of Oklahoma, bigger portions of Texas, and then portions of Arkansas as well. The threat moves off to the east on Friday, so now we're talking about the Gulf Coast states, New Orleans, Mobile, Panama City. You are under the threat for strong to severe storms. Later tomorrow, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, not expecting the hail to be quite as large as today, but a tornado or two is possible as well. And certainly some flash flooding, some heavy, heavy rainfall is possible today and also tomorrow. So for your rainfall forecast, this is through Friday through tomorrow. We're looking at the yellow. That is generally higher amounts of rainfall, so 1 inch or 2 in some spots. That's extending to portions of the Ohio Valley, down to the Mississippi Valley, into portions of the Southern Plains as well, and even into the southeast. We're also above normal in the east. We're looking at temperatures about 5, even 10 degrees above normal. Pittsburgh, 55 degrees today. That's 5 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Boston, you're back into the upper 40s. That's good news. Raleigh, 66. But notice back behind this cold front, we're talking about cold air. That is going to expand tomorrow and then eventually into the east over the weekend. So we're going to have a wake-up call over the weekend. We're going to dip back down below normal. But today we're looking at 14 degrees below normal in Rapid City, just 35 degrees, 35 in Denver, and 41 in Omaha. For St. Patty's Day, same story. That cold air is going to extend a little bit to the east. So Chicago, you're going to be cold as you're celebrating your St. Patty's Day. 37 degrees, that's 10 degrees below normal, 43 in St. Louis. But warm once again in D.C., 65 tomorrow, 69 in Raleigh, and 58 degrees in New York City. Then as we kick off St. Patty's Day, we're looking at severe storms, unfortunately, in portions of the Gulf Coast states. Back to you, both.
We'll enjoy that warm weather while we can, though, on Friday. All right.
Yes.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, teens under pressure.
After the break, a familiar face will join us here on set. Our own Savannah Sellers on the stresses many teens face on a daily basis and the factors that play into a growing mental health crisis. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Today marks 6 months since the death of 22-year-old Iranian woman Mahsa Amini, who died while in custody of Iran's mortality police. The incident sparked unprecedented protest across Iran, with 20,000 people arrested and more than 500 killed. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now for a look back on the events of the past 6 months and the implications for the future of Iranian society. Ali?
Hi, good morning, Alison. That's right. I mean, look, the protests may have largely subsided now. They're nothing near the scale they were on last year. But there's a deep-seated resentment and anger in Iran. The country doesn't function. People don't know what the future holds. And they are still livid with the government after what they had done. And you still see small pockets of protests across the country and people chanting from their homes at 9 in the evening against the government. But it's still a very tough situation for people in Iran. Let's take a look at what's been happening over the last 6 months up until now. 6 months ago today, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's feared morality police. Her alleged crime? Violating the country's strict dress code. She died days later in the hospital. Her family say she had been beaten. Police have denied this. But for many Iranians, especially young women, this was a tipping point. Amini's death set into motion a chain of extraordinary events that have rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Following Amini's funeral, Iranian women began to show their solidarity by ripping off their headscarves in protest. Within a week, it became clear that this was the most serious challenge to face the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. For 4 decades, the theocratic regime has ruthlessly enforced strict rules on Iran's population, with the hijab, mandatory for Iranian women, becoming a cornerstone of the regime's hold over the people. Making scenes like this one all the more astonishing. Women defiantly setting their headscarves on fire and cutting their hair in public as crowds chant, "Women, life, freedom." Crowds of young men and even school children have taken part, an unprecedented display of unity. The government's reaction was nothing short of brutal. Security forces have fired live rounds at unarmed protesters. Skirmishes became daily events across Iran. At least 522 people have been killed, according to the US-based human rights group HRANA, including 70 minors. More than 20,000 arrests have been made, 100 of those on charges that can lead to a death sentence. At least 4 have been executed so far. These tactics have in some way paid off, for now. The protests have largely subsided, but already it's clear that there's been a fundamental cultural shift in Iran. Many women across the country refuse to wear the hijab, something that would have been unthinkable only 7 months ago. Most recently, a crisis after thousands of schoolgirls reported symptoms of being poisoned across Iran, sparking further unease and anger amongst an already exhausted population. The authorities in Iran are trying to restore a semblance of normality. But for most Iranians, their country has turned into a dystopia. And Alison, just to give you an idea of just how they wrapped up a lot of these protests, Amnesty International published a report today after they've spoken to many, many witnesses in Iran, and they detailed horrific acts of violence and torture against children, using beatings, sexual assault, rape, electrocution, against minors as young as 12 years old. So they used absolutely brutal tactics to bring those protests to an end, but it's left deep emotional and physical scars on much of the population, and many people are wondering when this will flare up again.
Such an insightful and important report. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
More international news this morning. A Libyan site not controlled by the government is reported to be missing tons of uranium.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. The United Nations nuclear watchdog has warned that 2.5 tons of uranium have now gone missing in Libya. Now, the alarm was raised by inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency after they visited a facility where the uranium was stored and found that 10 drums containing uranium ore had disappeared. There are fears now that the uranium could pose a radiological risk as well as nuclear security concerns. Let's go to Colombia, where 11 people were killed and 10 others are missing after a powerful explosion tore through 5 coal mines. The blast, believed to be caused by a buildup of methane gas, happened late on Tuesday in a rural area 75 miles from the capital, Bogota. The fire department told local media the explosion affected 5 mines interconnected by tunnels, generating a chain blast. Now to Britain, where horse racing enthusiasts attending the Cheltenham Festival will be able to drink the world's most expensive Guinness. The drink, called Club Black Velvet, is made with a mix of Guinness beer and English sparkling wine, and it costs about $25. The online bookmaker who launched the drink said he did it to celebrate the new post-Brexit deal for Northern Ireland, which was agreed in February. But does this mean, guys, that it will make it into the Guinness World of Record as the most expensive Guinness ever sold?
Ah, that is quite the quandary right
Yes.
there. I also feel like we're not going to see it at pubs here in America tomorrow. But all right, Claudio, thank you so much.
No.
We have been covering mental health challenges that teens face, and we're just seeing how many teens are affected by this crisis.
Yeah, according to a startling CDC report, 42% of high schoolers have said that they feel persistently sad or hopeless. Our Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is covering this issue in a new NBC News Now special called Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media. That is airing tonight, and Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now on set.
You guys are the Morning News Now anchors right now.
It is good to have you back and on such an important topic. What did you find in your reporting?
Yeah, it's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much, and so good to see you all at home. So there is so much going on with teens right now. Honestly, I think it's just harder to grow up now. If you think about social media, it's just this constant access to information. A lot of it's hurtful. It's body image issues. It's your friends hanging out without you. I heard FOMO a lot in reporting this as an issue that teens really say does impact their mental health. And then, of course, there are just the normal stresses that we all know about, the pandemic, climate change, and a big thing for a lot of these teens, they told me they actually think about every day, is the possibility of a school shooting. They go to school worried about that, and they have a really hard time with it. All of that sort of is culminating in that number that you said, 42% of teens saying that they feel persistently hopeless. Here's what's kind of really scary, though. Girls are faring much worse. 57% of girls say that same number there, persistent feelings of sadness, of hopelessness. And then the really concerning thing there is that sexual violence is spiking. So young girls are also dealing with that. They're dealing with this sort of misogynistic content that's online that they say impacts the boys that they interact with all the time. It's just a confluence of a lot of really concerning factors.
It's so many things, and things that, as a kid, I certainly didn't have to deal with it all, because there was a lot of parts of my life where I could disconnect, where I had no idea what my friends were doing, and that was probably for the best.
No question.
What is it teens are telling you, especially when it comes to what might be a solution or some possible ways to improve things?
Yeah, really important question. Of course, when we should be talking about, when we're talking about what's wrong. One of the biggest things is what we all know, talking about it. They want to feel connected to people. The other really important thing is they want a trusted adult in their life. So if you're an adult listening to this, if you know a teen, please try to connect with them and listen to what they said just about what can be done in their schools.
I feel like if there were more school counselors, they'd be able to focus on a group of students rather than having so many students to look after. And then same thing with the social workers in schools.
We certainly have overworked teachers. And when we don't have that opportunity to build that bond, then that chance to see that, oh, that student hasn't been really acting their normal self, their usual self, there's not really that opportunity to just notice a child, I want to say, because there's just so much noise around.
The really encouraging thing that I did hear in that conversation is that for a couple of those students that do have a strong relationship with their school counselor, they said that it has made all the difference in the world. There's this program that is being unveiled right now. Money is going directly into schools from the Department of Education, from the Biden administration, that is going to put resources actually physically within the walls of schools, so it's not something that has to be sought out after school or by parents.
hopefully that goes to making more counselors available to students, because, of course, that's the big problem within our schools.
I imagine any parent watching this and processing it is saying, okay, but there's so much going on. How on earth do we make sure that our kids are okay? How do we help them? And you actually spoke to the Education Secretary and the Surgeon General. Did they have any advice on how to deal with these growing problems?
Yeah, so they point to the CDC in terms of advice as far as what should be done, because within this report that had those really startling stats, there were also some things that you can do. Trusted adult, as we've been talking about, is one of the big ones. Resources in schools, which this new funding, $188 million, is going to be helpful for. But they really were super strong about social media and the concern, especially the Surgeon General. He said that he is not sure when he will let his own kids get social media. It certainly will not be until at least some years into high school, which means at least 14, even though social media is available technically when you're 13 or older is when you can sign up for things like Snapchat. He said it has to go beyond warnings, though, because I asked, look, I mean, you're the Surgeon General. You've issued a warning, because he has done that. Can it go beyond that? Will it go beyond that? And he said, you know what? It's got to, because if you think about it, it's these companies. You're matching the brain of a child up against a company whose whole job and whose whole algorithm is to make you addicted. Listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
Well, I think we have to go beyond warnings. I think the data has been telling us more and more clearly that there are significant numbers of kids who are harmed by their use of social media. I think what we need are safety standards and requirements around data transparency, and those actually have to be enforced. We need age-based regulations that also need to be enforced.
There actually is a lot of this conversation going on Capitol Hill right now. It remains to be seen what will come out of that, but we will, of course, keep reporting on it.
All right, Savannah, so glad you're taking a deep dive into this. Thank you so much. You can catch Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. That is right here on NBC News Now. Coming up, snow worries. Has this winter surplus of snow got you down? Have your travel plans been affected? Well, after the break, we've got some tips on how you can still prepare for your vacation while also preparing for Mother Nature's worst.
Plus, the dirty dozen, 12 fruits and vegetables that have been found to have the most pesticides on them, even after a good scrubbing. We've got the list and tips on how to keep yourself and your family eating clean. That's up next.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Parts of the East Coast are defrosting this morning after a powerful nor'easter dumped feet of snow and brought 60-mile-an-hour winds to some areas. Slick roads caused accidents, while the harsh conditions forced hundreds of flight cancellations and delays, forcing many Americans to reevaluate their travel plans, something that's becoming pretty common of late. So for more on this, we're joined by travel booking site Hopper's lead economist, Haley Berg. Haley, thank you so much for being here. Talk to us about what you have just been seeing. This past year, it feels like it has just been fraught with major delays and cancellations on top of cancellations for almost anyone trying to board a plane, particularly around high travel periods like the holidays. Now that we're seeing a spring break season really roll around, what's the trends looking like?
If you felt like delays and cancellations have been more common, it's because they absolutely have. In the past year or so, last summer, over the holidays, we've seen everything from weather to technical problems, causing a lot of flights to be grounded. The good news is that headed into this spring, disruption rates, so the percent of times that you're going to be delayed or canceled, are actually back to pretty reasonable levels. About 18% of flights delayed, under 2% of flights canceled. Now, it still represents thousands of trips, but it is significantly lower than some of those really incredible peaks in disruption that we saw last summer and even in December.
So when you're looking at the different trends in data based on cancellations and delays, do you notice some airports where it happens more frequently? If someone is looking to travel, is there advice on, hey, fly out of this airport instead of this airport, and the odds of dealing with a hiccup become less?
There are absolutely airports that are better and worse at different times of year. Take Denver and Boston, for example. Right now, they're averaging 25% or more of flights disrupted, delays and cancellations, in major part because of bad weather. It's winter, they experience rain, ice, snow that can all slow down operations. On the flip side, Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles are warm weather destinations. They're also seeing about a quarter of flights delayed or canceled on departure because of crowds. So depends on where you're going, but if you are headed to any of these airports, it's always good to sign up for alerts before you get to the airport. So if you are delayed, you're getting that information in real time and you can plan ahead.
Okay, good advice. Haley Berg, thank you so much.
Everyone knows the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Well, according to a newly released list, apples and some other produce could keep the doctor around.
Yeah, the Environmental Working Group creates an annual Dirty Dozen list based on USDA research, and they're citing that fruits and vegetables with some of the highest amounts of chemical present even after you've washed and cleaned them.
Joining us now to help unpack this is toxicologist Dr. Alexis Temkin. Doctor, thanks so much for joining us. So first of all, take us through some of this list. Why are more pesticides found on certain produce over others? And why doesn't a regular amount of cleaning always seem to help?
Yeah, so this year in our analysis, what we've done is look at USDA data on pesticide residues on fruits and vegetables, just like you said, after they're washed, scrubbed, or cleaned. So this is leftover. And we found that 75% of those samples had residues, but some on our Dirty Dozen list have more. So the top of this list, strawberries, spinach, kale, collard, and mustard greens. And new to the list this year are blueberries and green beans.
Okay, I'm really leaning closely because I have a lot of those in my fridge right now. What are the potential long-term health concerns here? Are there any side effects to being exposed to chemicals like these?
Yeah, so research has shown time and time again that exposure to pesticides can have some pretty concerning health effects. And that's especially true during what we call sensitive windows of development. So during pregnancy or early life, where children really are more susceptible to those harmful effects of chemical and pesticide exposure. So harm to the developing brain and nervous system, impacts on reproductive health, and potentially even increases in risks of cancer later in life.
All right, Dr. Alexis Temkin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time on this one.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, how artificial intelligence is transforming our lives.
As the newest version of ChatGPT is released, we're looking at AI's incredible power to do everything from write poems to answer exam questions and the fears around this rapidly changing area of technology. That's next.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
College hoops fans, it's time. The first round of March Madness is just hours from tip-off, and that means buzzer beaters, Cinderella stories, and the start of maybe a little trash talking in your office pool. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung is in Los Angeles with all of it. Kaylee, good morning.
Joe, Ellison, if anyone calls out sick in the next couple of days, do not blow their cover. There is so much basketball to watch and not enough screens. If you haven't filled out your NCAA bracket yet, hurry up because the clock is counting down to tip-off where you can bet there will be plenty of compelling stories and pure madness on college basketball's biggest stage.
The field of 64 teams is now set after Fairleigh Dickinson and Arizona State became the last two teams to officially punch their tickets last night. This morning, the first round of the men's NCAA basketball tournament tips off, with student sections going crazy, fans traveling across the country to support their schools, and players longing for that one shining moment. Now buckle up. This year could be a crazier ride than ever. There are some familiar names in the hunt, including defending champions Kansas. The Jayhawks trying to become the first team since 2007 to win back-to-back titles. But be wary, there are plenty of underdogs on the prowl, hungry to bust your bracket. Like last year, when tiny St. Peter's went on an historic run and became the first 15 seed to go all the way to the Elite Eight. So how do you win the office bracket pool? Apparently, it's better to be lucky than good.
Just go with your gut. I watched college basketball all year. I think about it all year. My wife, who barely watches the sport, destroys me in our bracket competition every single year.
The road to the Final Four ends in Houston, where the top-seeded Houston Cougars hope to be the first team to win a title in their hometown since 1972. Other number one seeds include Purdue, whose star center, 7'4" Zach Edey, won't need a ladder if the Boilermakers get a chance to cut down the nets. And Alabama, not just a football school anymore, but the Crimson Tide is dealing with serious issues off the court, following a former player's arrest on capital murder charges in January. Star freshman Brandon Miller, who was also at the scene of the crime but has not been accused of any wrongdoing, is expected to play. Five-time national champs, Duke, in unfamiliar territory, their first tournament in more than 4 decades without Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski at the helm. They're just a 5 seed, but fresh off an ACC tournament title, they could be getting hot at the right time. Meanwhile, for some smaller schools, just making it into the field is cause for celebration. Furman is back in the tournament for the first time since 1980. Howard University last qualified in 1992. And Kennesaw State is dancing after a 1-win season just 3 years ago. March Madness, which brings in around $1 billion in revenue, so often decided at the final buzzer.
And guys, today is actually the 5th anniversary of the biggest upset in NCAA tournament history. The University of Maryland, Baltimore County, a 16 seed, beating Virginia, who was a 1 seed. It's the only time that's ever happened, and it's the game that teams look to believe it can happen again. As for this year's potential upsets, Oral Roberts is a very experienced team and could be one to watch as a 12 seed. Joe, Ellison.
All right, there's some picks for your bracket right there. Kaylee, thank you so much. We're back with new developments in the world of artificial intelligence with the potential to transform technology. OpenAI announced a new version of its AI system, ChatGPT.
That's right. The next generation version of the technology is called GPT-4. The company says the upgraded tech will have, quote, human-level performance on various professional and academic benchmarks. Let's bring in Gary Marcus for more on this. He is the founder and CEO of Geometric Intelligence. He's also the author of Rebooting AI, Building Artificial Intelligence We Can Trust In. Gary, good morning to you. We are already seeing some very big tech companies implement this system. Microsoft has invested some $10 billion into it and say that they're using it now to power the Bing search engine. For people who are not necessarily techies, don't think this is something they personally would use, how might this new version of ChatGPT impact just our everyday lives?
Well, the whole thing that is new is the idea of chatting with your search engine, of being able to talk to it in a conversation and have it talk back and forth instead of just getting a bunch of web links. GPT-4 is actually similar to GPT 3.5. It's just a little bit better. Turns out we've all been using GPT-4 for the last few weeks if we were using Bing already, the new Bing search. The human level performance, I think, is misleading. It does some things in the ways that people do and some not. I actually like to think of it as almost like an alien mind. It's intelligent in its own way, but it's intelligent in a way that's different from us. We can't always trust it. So, for example, somebody asked it last week about Silicon Valley Bank and why it collapsed, and it blamed GPT-5, and GPT-5 doesn't even exist. Wow. So we have this new technology, but it's pretty rocky right now. Sometimes it does amazing things, and sometimes it makes stuff up.
That is something to keep in mind right there. That's a pretty big, not true thing right there.
Road, yeah.
So what is ChatGPT's maker saying about safety? And talk to us about some of the wider concerns around all AI.
So we're in a very uncharted territory where things are moving very quickly, but we don't really understand them. The makers of GPT-4 just put out an article about how it works, and they gave almost no details. So the scientific community doesn't know what data it was trained on or how many parameters it has or anything like that. I think there are two fundamental concerns about safety. One is about misinformation. So bad actors can take these tools and make things that look incredibly plausible but that aren't true. I expect this to have a huge effect on the upcoming 2024 election, where people will be able to make misinformation that looks like scientific studies, looks incredibly authentic, and simply isn't true, and be able to do this at incredible scale. And I expect that every bad actor that wants to influence an election is going to start doing that. So that's one concern. Another concern is we're trusting this technology too much. So sometimes it's going to lead to just lies that are accidental, that confuse people. Sometimes it may lead to medical misinformation where people take drugs they shouldn't do and things like that. And there's an even worse possibility if we hook these things up to our electrical grid, our train grid, our cars, and so forth, because they're not very reliable. They're very interesting, but they're not yet systematically technologies that we can trust. And the more that we place power in them, the more that we're at risk.
All right. Gary Marcus, appreciate your expertise on this. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, could Aaron Rodgers be heading to the Jets next season?
Jets fans, you're going to want to stick around for this one. We'll clear the air up next.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good to have you back with us. NASA revealed the spacesuit its astronauts could wear to return to the moon. The prototype gives astronauts extra mobility, protection, and the latest technology. The moonwalking system itself is called the Axiom Extravehicular Mobility Unit. NASA says they are hoping to use this during the Artemis 3 mission in 2025. Those crew members have not been picked yet, but remember, the agency has said on that mission they will send the first woman and person of color to the moon. The suits look kind of cool.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They've come a long way since a few decades ago. All right, let's move on here. The NFL season might be over, but the off-season trade market is heating up. Yesterday on the Pat McAfee Show, longtime Green Bay's Packer quarterback Aaron Rodgers said he's ready to move on.
I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
But before Jets fans celebrate, no deal has been inked just yet as the teams try and work to hammer out a deal. For more, we're joined by Sports Illustrated senior writer Connor Orr. Connor, thanks for joining us. So nothing official yet. Is this just a matter of when, not if, or is there a chance this trade doesn't happen?
No, I think this trade's going to happen. I mean, both teams really don't have another option at this point, and so it just depends on who blinks first. Green Bay structured the contract in a way that allows them to wait until September 1st if they really want to, but I think Aaron Rodgers, when he was on the Pat McAfee Show yesterday, was trying to nudge them along in that regard because he wants to get this moving.
Aaron Rodgers is a legend, Super Bowl winner, 4-time MVP, but the fact that he's a little unhappy, has a bad relationship with the Packers, that has not been a secret, really, for a while now. Where, though, did things actually start to go wrong for Rodgers and the Packers?
Well, I think it comes in waves, and certainly if you're someone like Aaron Rodgers, you're at that level, you see the team starting to pull away. I mean, but he referenced yesterday the fact that they drafted Jordan Love a few years ago to replace him, just like they drafted him to replace Brett Favre. I think he saw that coming, and that's tough for some people to expect, especially when you're still playing at an MVP level like Rodgers was.
So let's assume this trade does go through. Where does that leave both teams? What do the Jets look like next season? What do the Packers then look like next season?
I think both teams are playoff contenders. I mean, Jordan Love got to come in during some brief stints at the end of last year, and I thought he never looked better. I think he knows the offense really well, looks really sharp. And the Jets at this point, they had an offensive rookie of the year in Garrett Wilson. They have a team that I think is ready to contend. They probably would have made the playoffs last year if they had a better option at quarterback. So I think we see both of these teams in the postseason. The Jets could make a very serious run.
So Tom Brady has proved you can pretty much play forever if you'd like. I mean, realistically, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, how many great seasons do you think he has ahead of him here?
I think he has at least a couple. I think the way that he plays the game, and especially the way that offense works to help him minimize some of the damage, give him some easier throws, especially as he does get older. I think he can do this as long as he wants to do it.
So if the Jets do have Rodgers, are they playoff contenders next year, or do they need more?
No, I think that this team is in playoff contention, certainly. I think with, the team that they put in place, I think with the scheme that they have in place, this is a legitimate contender. I think that they were last year if they just had a little bit more at the quarterback position, for sure.
Jets fans will be very happy. I know quite a few. So, Connor Orr, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate your time. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, fallout on Wall Street and around the world over the historic failures of two big U.S. banks. This morning, investors bracing for another bad day of trading after the Dow plunged up to 725 points yesterday. Now, new concerns as the worry on Wall Street spreads overseas. We have team coverage this morning. Also this morning, she says she's fighting for truth and justice. Adult film star Stormy Daniels at the center of a hush money investigation involving former President Donald Trump, meeting with prosecutors on the case. We'll bring you the latest developments and what it could mean as a grand jury hears more evidence. A salary snafu gone viral. We'll talk to a woman who says she applied for a role at the same company with the same title after seeing it listed for thousands of dollars more than she was being paid. How her experience is shining a light on a new law. And 'tis the sneeze on. That's right, spring has sprung early, at least for allergy sufferers, and it's expected to be longer and more unbearable this year, thanks to climate change. We'll break down the reason for the early allergy season and what you can do for some relief.
Hearing that from a lot of folks who are big allergy sufferers, that they're like, oh, it's here.
We feel it. We can feel it
Exactly.
deep in our bones. All right, we'll get to that later. A lot of news to start with this morning. There are growing concerns over a banking crisis after the fall of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank.
And it's not just here in the U.S. Depositors overseas are also worried about the security of their money after more banking troubles in Europe. The Swiss bank Credit Suisse announced yesterday it will borrow nearly $54 billion from the Swiss central bank to shore up liquidity, and it will seek to repurchase debt. The troubled bank is hoping those moves boost investor confidence. Still, the bank shares plummeted by as much as 30% yesterday after the news. U.S. markets followed suit. The Dow dropped 280 points, and the S&P 500 also closed lower.
All of this as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen appears before the Senate Finance Committee this morning to discuss the president's fiscal year 2024 budget. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us now with analysis on the latest banking news. And we also have Washington's reaction with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Good morning to both of you on what is a very chaotic, confusing day. Caleb, let's start with you. Tell us what is going on with Credit Suisse, and is there ties to what we saw happen with Silicon Valley Bank? What's your read on things?
All banks are under scrutiny right now, but Credit Suisse has its own issues. It delayed releasing its annual report because it found material issues, inaccuracies probably in 2021 and 2022. That set off some fire alarms. Shares started plunging earlier this week. Its biggest investor, the Saudi National Bank, could not invest more in the bank. It needed some capital. It couldn't because of regulatory restrictions, and there was concerns. Shares plunged 30% yesterday. They've rebounded. Why? Because Credit Suisse is taking that $54 billion loan from the Saudi National Bank, the Swiss National Bank, I should say, and that's going to stabilize it. So shares are back, and that contributed to a market recovery yesterday because, as you said, Dow was down 725 points. At the close, it was only down about 280 points. So there was a recovery there because of this, but this is one headline after the other that says there is trouble in the banking sector, and now it's spread overseas.
All right, Ali, so this is sparking concerns about the banking system. How's Congress reacting to all this?
Look, it depends on which party you're talking to, because for Democrats, the answer is clear here, especially after what we saw with SVB last week. Democrats, for the most part, are saying this is a sign that we need to do more regulating of the banking system, especially these mid-sized banks that saw some of the regulations that govern them rolled back during the Trump administration. On the Republican side, though, there's a little bit more of a wait-and-see vibe. Listen to the difference between Senator Warren and Senator John Thune, for example. Watch.
We need to learn from what has just happened with these banks and go forward by tightening the regulations. It's just that simple.
If there are ideas out there that people have, at some point we'd be willing to entertain those, but I think it'd be premature to start talking about solutions before we fully define the problem.
Now, look, Democrats still have the majority in the Senate. They are clearly going to push forward on some legislative front, but there's even some dissension among Democrats on what the best way forward is on this. I think the thing that we can definitely bank on, if I may pun for a moment at this early hour of the morning, is that we're going to be seeing some hearings on Capitol Hill. I know from talking to the head of the Senate Banking Committee, for example, Sherrod Brown, he's very interested in starting to do hearings, whether that's with regulators first or with banking CEOs. That's the thing they're trying to figure out in the short term.
So, Caleb, you said that stocks rebounded yesterday by the time the Dow was closing. Do you expect that to hold today?
Well, stocks are sort of mixed in the open here because we're still waiting for more headlines. We like our banks to be boring. It's been anything but boring in the banking sector lately because of these rising rates. There is a big interest rate decision coming from the European Central Bank later today. That could set the markets one way or the other, because if the ECB continues to raise rates and then we have our own Fed meeting next week and the Fed continues to raise rates, rising rates has been part of the problem here with these banks' balance sheets. So that's one pivotal thing to watch today.
So, Allie, today we're going to see the Treasury Secretary Yellen expected to testify before the Senate Finance Committee. What can we expect from that?
Yeah, Yellen is not going up there to testify about all the things that we've been talking about. She's going to testify about President Biden's budget. Nevertheless, nothing happens in a vacuum on Capitol Hill. And in our conversations with senators yesterday, many of them plan to ask her about this current financial situation, the things that we're currently seeing in the stock market, the volatility seemingly of this banking system right now, and potentially what regulations or not, as we just showed the partisan divide there, the administration might think could help as they seek to shore up this system and just make sure that the banking system stays consistent at this point. But Yellen sure to face a whole range of questions from budget to banking today as she appears before these senators.
All right, Caleb Silver, Ali Vitale, thanks for kicking us off this hour.
The U.S. Department of Defense has released new footage, which it says shows the aerial encounter between a U.S. spy drone and a Russian warplane over the Black Sea. The Pentagon says the fighter jet dumped fuel over the drone and clipped it, forcing it to crash. Moscow denies there was a collision. It comes as NBC News is learning new details about the incident. According to 3 U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence, the highest levels of the Kremlin approved the alleged aggressive action. But speaking on MSNBC yesterday, a spokesperson for the State Department said the incident was most likely an unintentional act.
I think the best assessment right now is that it probably was unintentional. It probably was the result of profound incompetence on the part of one of these Russian pilots. But at the end of the day, Andrea, it's really immaterial. It doesn't really matter, because what matters is what actually happened. A Russian aircraft caused us to down this U.S. unmanned aerial vehicle. That could have created a much larger incident.
NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with more on this. So, Carol, tell us a little bit more about what we are learning and what these U.S. officials have told NBC News.
Well, Ellison, they're saying that this aggressive action over the Black Sea was authorized by the highest levels of the Russian government, including that fuel drop. And what the U.S. officials are telling my colleague Courtney Cubey and I is that that fuel drop seems to be intended to either disable the drone or block it from being able to conduct its surveillance, which is what it was doing. Now, one official tells us that, look, that they are not seeing indications that this went all the way up to Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, other officials that we talked to said wouldn't go that far and just said, look, this is something that was authorized at the highest levels. Now, you can see that video there that the U.S. government has now released shows that fuel drop and this clipping. Now, when it comes to the Russian aircraft clipping the drone, that is something that U.S. officials don't think was intentional, that it's likely that was something that was pilot error. But nonetheless, this is overall harassment of that drone in that space is something that U.S. officials believe was authorized by the highest levels of the Russian government.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and General Mark Milley held rare phone conversations with their Russian counterparts. Do we know exactly what was discussed in that call, anything that came out of it, and what the message is from the Kremlin?
Well, we know that this is rare, as you said, because they haven't spoken in months, either of them. We are hearing from the Russian Foreign Ministry about that call with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and it doesn't sound like they've really reached any sort of conclusion in terms of or agreement on where to go forward from here. The Russian Foreign Ministry is saying that these drones flying in this area near Crimea is provocative, and going on to say that the Russian Federation is not interested in such a development of events, meaning escalation in that region, but that it will continue to respond proportionally to all provocations. And so they see this drone flying in this area as a provocation. The U.S. does not, says these are international airspace, international waters, and they're going to continue to conduct themselves accordingly. But the U.S.'s view on this, and we've heard Secretary Austin say this explicitly, is it's better to be talking than not be talking.
This drone crashed in the Black Sea, which of course is closer to Russian territory than it is to U.S. territory. Do we have any sense at this point of who has recovered what is left of that drone?
We have a little bit of a sense of who's there, and that is the Russians. According to U.S. officials we talked to, the Russians were very quickly there with ships and aircraft. It's not clear, though, exactly what they're going to find. This is a drone that crashed into the sea, and it's in very deep waters. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, he addressed this yesterday in his press conference. Take a listen.
Probably about maybe 4,000 or 5,000 feet of water, something like that. So any recovery operation is very difficult at that depth by anyone. It probably broke up. There's probably not a lot to recover, frankly. As far as the loss of anything of sensitive intelligence, etc., as normal, we would take, and we did, take mitigating measures.
Now, one U.S. official tells us, Ellison, that while the Russians may be there, that's not clear to them that they've actually recovered anything. And as you heard General Milley say there, that there's not a lot of expectation from the U.S. that they would actually find something sensitive.
Okay, all right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
Now to the latest on the investigation into former President Trump involving hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Her lawyer says that Daniels spoke with prosecutors yesterday about the $130,000 payment she says she received on Trump's behalf in the final days of the 2016 presidential campaign. This comes as the former president's ex-lawyer, Michael Cohen, gave a second day of testimony before a Manhattan grand jury that's looking into the case. Cohen set up that payment to Daniels. For the latest, we're joined by NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who joins us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what do we know about Stormy Daniels meeting with prosecutors? And then what more can you tell us about Michael Cohen's second day of testimony before that New York grand jury?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is significant here development, the fact that Stormy Daniels met with prosecutors, because in the case of a grand jury and the decision from a district attorney whether to bring charges against, in this case, Donald Trump or not, first, you have to present evidence and also witnesses who can testify to the grand jury, because ultimately it's up to that grand jury to decide whether to vote up or down on whether those charges can or cannot be filed. So for Stormy Daniels to meet here with prosecutors yesterday in New York suggests that the district attorney is looking to present her to the grand jury. As for Michael Cohen, he wrapped up his 5 hours of testimony after 2 days just yesterday. He is really the key witness in this. Of course, he's the former fixer and lawyer for Donald Trump, who transferred that $130,000 from Donald Trump to himself to Stormy Daniels. Of course, Michael Cohen has since flipped on the former president and says that he is looking to speak the truth and hold, if it means holding Donald Trump accountable, holding him accountable.
And Vaughn, we know former President Trump, has been active on Truth Social. How's he reacting to these court proceedings? How are his lawyers looking to defend him?
Right. I think the difference between Donald Trump's defense versus his counsel's defense are two very different things. Donald Trump late last night posting on his social media account, quote, "I did nothing wrong in the, quote, horseface case." Of course, the derogatory term he's used to describe Stormy Daniels. "I see she showed up in New York today trying to drum up some publicity for herself." Donald Trump denies ever having a sexual relationship with Stormy Daniels. And he makes the case, as his counsel does, that the $130,000 was what amounted to a private contract, that he was simply trying to silence what was a defamatory story against him ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Of course, that is where this ultimately is going to come down to, if he were to be indicted, the court of law to determine whether this potentially extended to an election campaign finance violation, what amounted to an in-kind campaign contribution to improperly try to influence the outcome of that presidential election against Hillary Clinton.
And Vaughn, quickly, I want to ask you about the Georgia case also hanging over Trump. Investigators looking into whether Trump illegally meddled in the 2020 election in that state. Where do things stand there?
Yeah, there could be an indictment out of Fulton County, Georgia at any hour as well. We know that there are at least 18 targets. Potentially Donald Trump is one of those as well, as part of a widespread investigation into efforts into Fulton County to overturn the 2020 election. And we actually just got confirmation last night from our own Blaine Alexander in Atlanta that the grand jury that was impaneled there to hear testimony and evidence heard a phone call from Donald Trump in December of 2020 to the then House Speaker, pressuring him to call a special session to have them overturn Donald Trump's loss there. And so this is the type of testimony that has been presented in Georgia, but now it's ultimately going to come down to the district attorney whether she chooses to try to press charges against Donald Trump and potentially others as well.
Decision we expect possibly any time now. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much.
A judge has heard arguments in a lawsuit that aims to ban an abortion medication. Mifepristone, the pill at the heart of the case, has been legally used in the United States for decades now, but some fear the outcome of this case could send a ripple effect across the country. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns reports from Texas.
In the first public hearings in this high-stakes case, the judge in that courtroom behind me there heard arguments from both the plaintiffs and the defendants in a case that could have nationwide impact on abortion access.
Anticipation in Amarillo building for weeks as a case in this Texas courthouse could restrict access nationwide to the abortion pill, the most commonly used method for terminating pregnancies in the country. A conservative judge appointed by President Trump could soon decide whether to issue a preliminary injunction blocking access to Mifeprex, generically known as mifepristone. The FDA approved it as part of a 2-drug abortion regimen in 2000.
Both sides had 2 hours to present their arguments, the judge peppering attorneys with detailed questions, the judge delaying adding it to the public docket to avoid a, quote, circus-like atmosphere.
The note inspiring one group of demonstrators.
I remember before Roe v. Wade, and now I'm looking at it all over again.
I value life. I think it's extremely precious.
The plaintiffs are challenging the FDA's approval of the drug, arguing the agency didn't adequately evaluate its safety and endangered women further when they made the drug available via telemedicine during the pandemic. The FDA says the claims in the lawsuit are unsupported by any evidence and said in court today that a ruling in the plaintiffs' favor would amount to unprecedented action and would cause significant public harm. Since its approval in 2000, the FDA says more than 5 million women have taken mifepristone, with 28 deaths associated with the drug.
What happens here today will be felt by all Americans, no matter what your feelings are on abortion.
A ruling that could radiate nationwide.
Now, we don't know when the judge will issue a decision. It could be in the next couple of days. It could be in the next few weeks. One thing we do know, though, from both sides on this issue, this could have a significant impact in every state.
Dasha, thanks so much.
Another winter storm is on the move today. Joining us now, meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the latest.
Good morning, Michelle. What are you seeing?
Good morning, guys. We're seeing a large storm in the middle of the country. We're seeing a cold side, and then we're also seeing a warm side. So snow on the backside of this storm system, some severe weather later on this afternoon into this evening hours as we really get the daytime heating going. And this was what it looks like on radar. You can see the blue. That's where the snow is falling. The green is the rain, and then sort of in between the pinks and purples, that is the freezing precipitation. So some sleet falling and also some freezing rain. That will be the theme throughout this Thursday. Here are the players on the field. We have 2 areas of low pressure. They're bringing that cold front through. It's bringing some cold air on the backside of this system. So snow and wind impacting the upper Midwest. Right now, the Central Plains, also portions of the Great Lakes. And then out ahead of this system, it's warmer. So we're seeing that severe risk later on this afternoon from the Southern Plains to the Mississippi Valley. And we're looking at the chance for some long track supercell tornadoes, also some very large hail, some gusty winds, and some flash flooding. By tomorrow, a bit of rain, snow for the Northeast. This is St. Patty's Day, and then a line of storms continues across the Southeast. So that severe weather threat shifts into the Gulf Coast, into the Southeast tomorrow, and then it moves off the coast as we head towards the weekend. This is what it looks like in terms of your severe threat today. 22 million people at risk for hail. It's going to be large at times. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. A strong tornado or 2 is possible, especially where you see that darker orange. So Dallas, Texarkana, portions of southern Oklahoma, you could see some strong storms. And this is where we're concerned about the hail. McAllister down to Sherman, Commerce, Denton, Dallas, Ennis, and also Granbury. We're looking at the chance for some large hail there. Then by Friday, this moves off to the the east. So now we're talking the Gulf Coast states, New Orleans, Mobile, Panama City, Dothan. You could see some severe storms, and that would include winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some hail, also not quite as large as today, and a tornado or two is possible. Rainfall forecast: the heaviest rain falling throughout portions of Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, into Mississippi, where you see those darker colors, the yellows. And then we're looking at 7 million people looking at some winter weather today. Back to you guys.
Can't get enough of that winter weather up there.
It's like they know you're from Minnesota.
Exactly.
They just want to make sure you feel comfortable everywhere.
All right.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. Coming up on Morning News Now, one country facing two different disasters.
After the break, we'll take you to Syria, where millions of people are struggling to recover from a devastating earthquake and in ongoing war. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Down to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. It's been more than a month since an earthquake devastated Syria, but the natural disaster is only part of the problem. A civil war now hitting its 12th year is compounding a hunger and homelessness crisis. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest on a nation in dire straits.
Dawn in Aleppo. After more than a decade of destruction, it's hard to distinguish between devastation from 12 years of war and last month's earthquake.
These people who've been buffeted by so much for so long, and now they've been hit again, and really you feel that breaking point within them.
36,000 buildings, mostly homes, are uninhabitable, according to the World Food Programme, which provided NBC News with these images. My husband and brother were killed in the war, Saba says, but even those days were easier than now. The World Food Programme tells us people are foraging for food. The hunger here now worse than at any time during Syria's long conflict. Prices so high, onions are a luxury. It says it is distributing food rations to around 650,000 people monthly. We spoke to Ken Crossley from the World Food Programme. He's in Damascus, having just returned from Aleppo.
I can't only imagine the devastation and the pain that you just witnessed.
No, it truly is. It's heartbreaking and it's tragic. What we're seeing even now is we're seeing so many people whose lives have been really thrown into upheaval. They've left their homes. They're living now in shelters, in mosques, in schools, in gymnasiums, some sleeping out in parks. They're clearly unable to go back home.
The massive earthquake that struck this region had its epicenter at the Syrian-Turkish border. But after a devastating civil war, Syria is harder to reach. Still, last month, this video from Aleppo province was seen around the world. A newborn baby taken from the rubble, born more than 10 hours after the quake hit.
There was that moment of hope for that baby, Afra, but you need much more hope than that for many more people.
You need not just a moment, you need a sustained commitment. You need to sort of the whole community and all of the apparatus coming together for the sake of that child. But that's also what the people of Syria right now, they need not just a moment of hope. They not just need a sort of a glimmer, but we need sustained efforts, sustained support, and thoughtful ways of supporting the people of Syria.
With 2.5 million Syrians still severely food insecure, the hunger for recovery continues.
Our thanks to Keir Simmons for that report. According to the World Food Programme, there are approximately 12 million people in Syria who do not know where their next meal is going to come from. That's about half of the country's population.
Let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world this morning. Tensions rising as North Korea fires another missile into the sea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now with more from Rome. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, North Korea test launched yet another intercontinental ballistic missile literally hours before the leaders of South Korea and Japan met in Tokyo. Now, this is the third weapons testing by North Korea this week and the first of an intercontinental ballistic missile in a month. Once again, this latest test is seen as a warning and a display of military might as the United States and South Korea continue their joint military exercises in the area. Now let's come back here in Italy, where on Wednesday the country's highest court ordered a new trial for two Americans found guilty of the killing of a policeman here in Rome in 2019 after a drug deal gone wrong. Finnegan Elder, who was 19 at the time, was convicted to 24 years in prison for stabbing the policeman to death, while his friend, Gabriel Natali, then an 18-year-old, was handed a 22-year term. And finally, let's take a look at these rocks found on Trinidad Island in Brazil, a remote turtle refuge. Now, they are made from melted plastic debris, which has become intertwined with rocks on the island. Scientists say that when temperature rise, the plastic waste pours into the ocean, melts, and becomes embedded with the beach's natural material. The discovery has sparked alarm, as researchers say that this is evidence that humans' growing influence over the Earth's geological cycles, guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for bringing that. Appreciate it.
Coming up, several deputies facing murder charges in the death of a man at a Virginia hospital. More on the allegations, plus the surveillance video that could become key evidence in the case.
Also, NBA star Ja Morant now officially suspended and speaking out after video showed him flashing a gun at a strip club. Hear what he had to say next on Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Authorities in Virginia have charged 7 deputies with second-degree murder of a man who was being admitted to hospital. According to prosecutors, that man, 28-year-old Ivo Otinino, was allegedly smothered while in the care of those officers as they tried to restrain him during a hospital transport 10 days ago. Otinino allegedly in custody after police say he became combative and assaulted 3 officers following a possible burglary call. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now with more. Marissa, what else do we know about this case and the people involved?
Hey, Ellison, just to kind of set the timeline here, police say he was in custody after a call to police on March 3rd about a possible burglary. They allege that he had assaulted Henrico police officers at a different hospital. And then, as we know, days later on March 6th, ended up dead at Central State Hospital. Now, each of those 7 deputies has been charged with 1 felony count of second-degree murder. Take a listen to words from the Dinwiddie County Commonwealth Attorney herself in court yesterday.
We died of asphyxia due to being smothered to death, thanks to having at least 7 people, including the defendant, on top of him and holding him down.
I want to read words from the family attorney saying, quote, "The family is truly grief-stricken after learning of the brutal nature of his death and his inhumane treatment in the hours preceding his death. The public and experienced mental health professionals alike will be appalled when the facts of this case are fully made known." And then we also heard a statement from the local police union saying, in part, quote, that the death was tragic. They expressed their condolences to his family, but also saying they stand behind the 7 accused deputies, saying, quote, "With these things in mind and cognizant of every accused presumption of innocence, we support our brothers and sisters." Ellison.
Marissa, listening to the family say they believe more people will be appalled once the facts of this case are fully made known. What information does the public not have so far? Has every bit of video related to this incident been released to the family and the public?
Yeah, so that video that you just mentioned is a huge part of this. The Commonwealth's attorney spent a lot of time describing the video, which we have not ourselves seen. We have made efforts to do so. I know our affiliate on the ground has also done so. But the Commonwealth's attorney described the video, saying it shows Otienvo face down, handcuffed on the ground with a knee from one of the deputies on his body, saying they smothered him for 12 minutes, causing him to suffocate to death. She called the video both clear and alarming. Ellison.
What is next in terms of legal proceedings related to this case? There are 2 deputies in custody, I believe, but we heard one of the lawyers there describing 7 people involved. What happens next?
Correct. Well, one of the things that happens next is actually in a few hours, Ellison. We know at 1 o'clock today there will be a press conference held by Otienvo's family, and we understand Ben Crump's legal team will also be present. Ellison.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you so much for that.
The NBA has announced it's suspending Memphis Grizzlies guard Ja Morant for 8 games without pay after he went on Instagram Live earlier this month holding a gun in a Denver area strip club. The NBA commissioner met with Morant yesterday before announcing the decision. He called Morant's conduct, quote, irresponsible, reckless, and potentially very dangerous. Morant sat down for an interview with ESPN's Jalen Rose yesterday after the decision was announced and apologized for his actions.
The gun wasn't mine. It's not who I am. I don't condone any type of violence, but I take full responsibility for my actions. Made a bad mistake, and I can see the image that I painted over myself with my recent mistakes. But in the future, I'm gonna show everybody who Ja really is.
The games Morant already missed will count toward the suspension, so he'll be eligible to return on Monday when Memphis plays Dallas. Morant will also forfeit about $669,000 in salary.
Coming up, imagine seeing an opening for your own job, but with a much bigger salary. Well, one woman says that's what happened to her, and now her experience has gone viral. She joins us with her story, plus how it's shedding light on a controversial new law.
Also, bad news for allergy sufferers. Spring has sprung early. We'll explain why allergy season is getting longer and worse. You're watching Morning News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The first day of spring is just around the corner, but for many allergy sufferers, it feels like spring's already here.
Yeah, unfortunately. And according to the CDC, climate change is not only leading to higher pollen concentrations, it's also leading to longer pollen seasons. For more, we are joined by Dr. Teresa Kremen. She's the director of the USA National Phenology Network and research professor at the University of Arizona. Dr. Kremen, it sounds like you are the person we should be talking to right now. We appreciate you being here. Help us understand all of this. How is climate change making allergy season so much worse?
Well, thanks so much for having me. Basically, what we are seeing is that as temperatures are increasing globally, we are seeing a lot of response in plants and animals. And one of the ways that we see that and we experience that is that as with warmer temperatures, we have an earlier start to spring and earlier start to biological activity. Plants putting on their leaves earlier than they used to, flowering earlier than they used to. And there's a lot of ecological and economic consequences for those kinds of changes. And some of those we feel very acutely, one of them being that when plants flower earlier, they're releasing their pollen earlier in the year. And The other interesting piece of the puzzle is that with the increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the plants are able to grow bigger and more robust and generate more pollen. And so in recent decades, we've had a pretty significant increase in the length of the pollen season, as well as the concentration, the amount of pollen in the air. And we're all feeling that pretty acutely this year, I think.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of folks are feeling it. So, I mean, the USA National Phenology Network, which monitors the impact of climate change, says some parts of the country are seeing the earliest signs of spring in 40 years. Do you fear this could be the new normal now?
So interestingly, climatologists actually do update what they consider normal every decade. And as our climate has gotten warmer, the new normal kind of shifts to warmer. But yes, we are progressively seeing warmer springs, and what that equates to is an earlier start to activity in plants and animals in the spring. It's variable from year to year, of course, and from place to place. In the Western U.S., we're definitely not experiencing that this year. But in the Eastern U.S., you are correct. There are particular locations where it's the earliest that we've documented in 40 years. And in much of the Eastern U.S., it's just an earlier start to spring activity.
That chart is pretty mind-boggling for people who are looking at that and thinking, oh no, I am an allergy sufferer. What should they do to deal with these changes?
So what I have heard is that your best bet is to try as best you can to avoid the pollen in the peak parts of the day when it's most abundant. Try to stay indoors, to rinse yourself off once you've been outside, to try to get that pollen back off of you. I've heard that, of course, our pets, if we take them outside with us, they can get pollen on them too. So maybe rinse them off, especially be aware of the fact that they might have pollen on them if you bring them into your bed and sleep with them. And for taking a kind of a bigger picture vision of this, being able to better anticipate when pollen's going to be abundant in the air, and to be able to anticipate this is something that my organization is actively working on right now too. So another thing that folks can do is help us understand when different species of plants are in flower and report that to our observation program called Nature's Notebook, because we are actively using that information to help predict and understand how things are changing, and specifically when pollen will be in the air across the country in future years.
Yeah, so without getting too sciencey here, I mean, basically, kind of like we have weather spotters all around the country, you sort of have pollen spotters. Is that how that works? And what do you hope to do with that information?
It's a little broader than that. You can track all the different, what we call phenophases, but types of activity that are occurring in plants and animals over the course of the year. So we ask observers to report, do you see leaves on the plant that you're observing? Do you see flowers? Do you see open flowers, which would be indicative of pollen being in the air? And then also as summer and fall progresses, we ask about presence of fruits and ripe fruits and even leaf drop. And for animals, we ask similar things.
Fascinating stuff. Dr. Teresa Crimmins, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so imagine seeing your company hiring someone to do the same job that you are doing. Now imagine if the salary listed under that job posting was at least $30,000 higher than your salary.
Well, that's what one New York City woman says happened to her. And when she shared her experience on social media, her tweet went viral and prompted many other people to share similar experiences.
That woman is joining us now, UX writer and poet Kimberly Wynn. We also have Glassdoor's lead economist Daniel Chow with us to help explain how this was possible to even happen, really. Kimberly, let's start with you on this. Walk us through what you saw and just what was going through your mind to see something like that.
Yeah, so I was just casually scrolling on LinkedIn, and sometimes LinkedIn recommends you jobs, and it just happened to recommend this job that I was already doing. And I remember seeing the job listing and the salary listed and being really frustrated and upset because I've been trying to advocate for a raise, excuse me, since the salary transparency laws went into effect in November and December. And as I was seeing other listings at other companies for UX writers, I realized that no other company was hiring UX writers for as little as I was making.
So, Daniel, Kimberly just mentioned it there. We have these newly enacted transparency laws, which are a growing trend in states and cities all around the country, including here in New York City. Why were these transparency laws put into place at all? What's the goal here for companies that have to post these salaries?
Well, the goal for these laws is really to help increase transparency in the job market and to help level the playing field in an arena where traditionally employers have held all the cards. So I think Kimberly's story is exactly how these laws are intended to work, where employees and job seekers now have more access to information. They can go look online to see what other companies are paying or even what their own companies are paying, and using that information to hopefully find a job that is actually a better fit, whether it's on pay or other aspects of the job.
So, Daniel, how does transparency vary in each state, and does this impact how companies are approaching their hiring process?
So we have seen about 1 in 6 Americans are actually in one of these jurisdictions where employer-provided salary ranges are required. So that's states like California, Washington, and jurisdictions like New York City. But what we actually see on Glassdoor is that about 1 in 2 job listings across the United States actually has this employer-provided salary range right now. That's actually a lot higher than I expected before we did this research. But it just goes to show you that even if your company is not one of those that is sharing information, or you don't live in a state where this information is public, you can go and look online and see what other competitors in your industry might be offering for the same job.
So, Kimberly, you've said you tried to negotiate a higher salary before you went and posted your experience on social media. Talk about the importance of that, of standing your ground, seeking the higher pay with your company. Why was that so important to you?
I mean, I think it's important to at least have the conversation and to ask, because the worst that, they could say is no. But I also think there comes a point where you have to recognize that, I mean, that's a lot of money, especially when other companies are, willing to bridge that pay gap. And this is money that could have been going towards, my retirement savings or a down payment on a house. So, I mean, I'm trying to stand my ground, but at the same time, I'm keeping my options open.
Kimberly, what was the company's explanation in this situation? And for you, where do you go from here?
They said that it was technically an internal conversion. So it's meant exactly, I think, for someone like me who is currently doing the work as a contractor to be converted to a full-time employee. We have a situation where, people are converted in the order that they were brought on as a contractor, and I'm last in line. So that means that it would be maybe about, 1.5 to 2 years before I would be converted and be seeing a salary or be making that salary. And that's just a 2-year wait period that I don't have time for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the company pointed out you were employed via a contractor rather than in a staff position. That's what they said. What do you think, Kimberly, of these transparency laws? Obviously, it was eye-opening and game-changing for you. Do you think these are a good idea? Do you think more places around the country should have them?
I really think that these salary transparency laws should be enacted on a federal level. I think that everybody deserves to know coming in what exactly they can look to be making. And I think before, people were just kind of dealing with like fake numbers and abstract guesses, but to have like a real concrete range to negotiate with is really, really helpful for employees.
Okay, Kimberly Wynn and Daniel Zhao, thank you both so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Financial headlines now. TikTok is responding to suggestions by U.S. regulators to split from their parent company, ByteDance.
CNBC reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now with more on that and other money news this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, TikTok is dismissing calls for its Chinese owners to sell their stakes in the video sharing app, saying such a move would not protect national security. The company is responding to a Wall Street Journal report that U.S. regulators are threatening a ban on TikTok unless its parent company, which is ByteDance, sold out. A spokesperson says the best way to address security concerns is with transparent U.S.-based protection of users' data and systems with third-party monitoring. Meantime, Google has stopped selling its smart glasses to business customers and will end support for the device this fall. The company stopped selling Google Glass to consumers in 2015 and had been focusing on how the headset could be useful for businesses and developers in medical or factory settings. The latest version of Google Glass was launched in 2019 and sold for $999. And this story is brought to you by the letters NFD and the number 60. Sesame Workshop is launching the first NFTs based on the iconic kids show Sesame Street. The first digital collectible will feature Cookie Monster, with the initial drop set for this Sunday on the VV app. There will be 5,555 editions for sale, costing $60 each. Additional NFTs will be released later this year. You know, I don't really have that big of an interest in NFTs, but if I were ever going to buy one, it would be a Cookie Monster.
I agree. I think if you're going to pick someone to lead the Sesame Street NFT revolution, Cookie Monster.
It should be Cookie. I was going to say, I'm
choice.
surprised the Sesame Street audience is in the NFT game so early, but apparently it's you two.
You know, Cookie Monster has a really good Twitter account as well, so if the humor carries over.
There you go.
And I'd be good with Oscar, too, if Oscar wants to do one.
All
I'm
good
all into
choices.
that. All right. Pippa, thank you so much.
Coming up, you could say she's earned her badge and a whole lot more.
After the break, we're going to introduce you to a 9-year-old Girl Scout being hailed a hero for saving her mom's life. This is Morning News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the
like.
latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The French Bulldog just won the ultimate popularity contest. The American Kennel Club has announced that the bat-eared, crinkly-faced canine was the #1 breed in America last year, overtaking the Labrador Retriever, which had held the top spot for an incredible 31 years. Frenchies are popular with celebrities like Reese Witherspoon, Lady Gaga, and Dwayne Johnson. The club says registrations have increased by 1,000% over the last decade. Ellison, and the unofficial survey in my neighborhood shows that it's the #1 dog as well.
I mean, those ears, like, they're just so cute.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Joe. The FAA called for an emergency air safety summit meeting yesterday, a move the agency hasn't seen in 14 years. The move was prompted by a new wave of near collisions at some of the nation's biggest airports. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that meeting.
From the runway to the tower to the cockpit, the mantra is safety first. But after a string of alarming air travel incidents, the FAA held a rare emergency summit.
We can't wait for the next catastrophic event to seek the warning signs of today.
So-called runway incursions have been on the rise since 2017, up from 1,300 back then to more than 1,600 last year. As the acting head of the FAA told Lester, that's raised eyebrows.
We can never be complacent.
And over the past few months, there have been several more serious near collisions, including one in January at New York's JFK Airport and one last week at Washington's Reagan National, where a regional jet pilot rolled in front of a departing United Airbus jet right before takeoff.
Oh, you're not 2003. Kansas takeoff clearance.
We're boarding takeoff, United 2003.
Is the airline industry overstressed right now?
That's something we have to look at.
Jennifer Homendy chairs the National Transportation Safety Board.
What's going to happen in the future when we have even more of a congested airspace?
The NTSB renewing its call for longer cockpit voice recordings. Right now, the devices in the U.S. only keep 2 hours of audio before they're overwritten. The NTSB wants 25 hours.
We don't have cockpit voice recorders in any of the 6 runway incidents.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, our thanks for that report.
We end this hour with a little girl who did a very big thing.
This week marks National Girl Scout Week, and in Aurora, Illinois, one 9-year-old scout is being called a hero for her quick thinking during a medical emergency, quick thinking that likely saved her mom's life. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa brings us the story.
A Chicago area Girl Scout is trading her brownie sash for a superhero cape.
We've heard of the Superman, but have y'all heard of Ariana? Supergirl. Hey, Supergirl.
The city of Aurora celebrating Aria Lehman's historic feat, coming to the rescue last month when her mom needed her the most after collapsing on the floor.
My mom was talking to me and she passed out.
The 9-year-old quickly calling 911 and keeping calm.
How old are you?
I am 9 years old.
You are doing great.
Even telling dispatcher Tracy Whalen about her mom's allergies and medications.
She did better than 90% of the adults I talked to.
Is she still passed out?
Yes. She's still breathing, but she's passed out.
Aria's incredible composure critical during a medical emergency.
For her to do what she did and stay so calm, it's amazing to me. I am super proud of her.
I was super worried.
Her mom, who spent 16 days in the hospital, is now home recovering. Aria receiving the Mayor's Award of Excellence.
Your courage and calmness made all the difference. Congratulations, young lady, and thank you very much for all that you did.
While not all heroes wear capes, some deserve to, at least for the day.
And I'm happy that you're okay.
Because of you.
I've never seen a cape look more appropriate on someone. That was a delightful story.
What a sweet moment.
Precious. Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for bringing us that story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, don't bank on it. We're expecting another wild day on Wall Street today as fallout spreads from the collapse of those 2 tech-heavy banks here in the States. Breaking overnight, one of the world's largest banks, Credit Suisse, says it would borrow billions from Switzerland's central bank. The firm trying to reassure investors it won't run out of cash as customers pulled their funds, fearing a looming crisis. And this morning, a similar scenario here in the U.S. is putting one California-based bank in the hot seat. Your money questions answered in just a moment and what it all means for financial firms across the globe. Flaring tensions between the U.S. and Russia following that downing of a U.S. military drone over the Black Sea on Tuesday. Dramatic new footage released by the Pentagon this morning that it says shows that interaction. Comes as U.S. intelligence officials now confirmed to NBC News top Kremlin officials authorized the aggressive actions of those Russian fighter jets that led to the crash. It's all playing out as Russia races to recover debris. We've got the latest. Also this morning, a silent battle. Our own Savannah Sellers gives us a first look at her new NBC News Now special, Teens Under Pressure. A deep dive into the world of social media and the impact it's having on younger Americans' mental health. The Dirty Dozen, looking to add a few more vegetables to your diet? Well, listen up, because we've got a new list of 12 of the most pesticide-laden pieces of produce in America right now. The foods that need a little extra scrub at home and those that are most likely to be pesticide-free. And it's time to dance. Yes, of course, we're talking about March Madness officially tipping off this afternoon. Kingmaker Kansas is looking to become the first team in more than 15 years to win back-to-back titles. But don't count out those bracket busters. We've got the top picks and the could-be Cinderella stories later in the hour. I did not do a bracket this year, so I'm just going to have to live vicariously through everyone else.
No pressure. No, I didn't. My husband did one, though, and it looked stressful.
Okay, so you get to witness him go through the ups and downs.
Does. If he wins, I win, and it counts.
All right, more on that in just a little bit. We're going to start, though, this morning with Wall Street still dealing with the ripple effects from those recent bank failures.
The markets went on a wild ride yesterday over fears that Credit Suisse Bank could be the next big bank to topple. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is closely following all of it.
Hey, the dramatic failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank over the weekend triggered a swift government response in an effort to stop the bleeding and prevent widespread panic. But now 2 additional banks, one at home and one abroad, appear to be under pressure. All eyes are on Wall Street this morning after a roller coaster day of trading sent stocks sliding, with nervous investors worrying about the health of the banking system.
We have yet another day of banking concerns dragging down the market.
The focus now, Zurich-based Credit Suisse, one of the largest banks in the world. Customers pulling their money out of the firm led the Swiss National Bank to pledge help if necessary. Overnight, Credit Suisse accepted that help, saying it would borrow up to $54 billion in an effort to reassure investors. Here in the U.S., the focus is on California-based First Republic. 2 credit ratings agencies downgraded the bank, with S&P ratings citing elevated risks of customers pulling their funds. The company declined to comment on the downgrades.
If more banks domestically were to fail, what would that do to the economy?
Well, if we saw widespread failure, that would significantly weaken the lending growth, the growth to businesses and households. That would undermine the economy, and we would go into recession.
Those concerns causing some First Republic customers to visit their branches shortly after Silicon Valley and Signature Banks went under.
I got scared and came down to talk to them and was going to take out the little bit of money that I had.
I feel confident enough that I'm not taking money out. I'm putting money in.
Experts say those worried about their savings accounts should remember that insured banks and credit unions protect up to $250,000 per depositor. For the people that are looking at the news and going, do I need to pull money out of my bank? What do you say?
Generally, I say no. So when we're thinking about having money in a bank, when it comes to banks, there's FDIC insurance. So really that comes into play with loss of deposits, checking, savings account.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected to face some grilling over the banking system on Capitol Hill. Yellen reassuring that taxpayer money is not being used or put at risk in the fallout, and that Americans can feel confident their deposits will be there when they need them.
Brian Chung, thanks for that.
The Pentagon has released dramatic new footage, which it says shows the aerial encounter between a U.S. spy drone and a Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea. The U.S. alleges the warplane clipped the drone, forcing it to crash, but Moscow denies that account. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you. This is dramatic video and diplomatically a big deal. Why? Because it appears to be the first known physical contact between the Russian and U.S. military since the war in Ukraine began. You don't see the actual collision, but you do see the Russian fighter jet flying toward the drone, a camera malfunction and a bent propeller. This morning, stunning new video showing Russia's mid-air clash with that American Reaper drone. In the declassified video released by the U.S. military, you can see what the U.S. says is fuel being poured onto the unmanned drone by an Su-27 Russian fighter jet. Then it comes back to drop even more fuel and ends up colliding with the drone, temporarily cutting off the camera feed. When it returns, you can see the propeller clearly damaged, forcing the military to bring down the drone into the Black Sea, with the U.S. saying there were efforts to wipe all of its sensitive data. 3 U.S. officials telling NBC News the highest levels of the Russian government approved those actions over the Black Sea. But the collision itself was not likely intentional, according to those officials who believe it was pilot error. The Russians have previously denied the U.S. version of events. Washington and Moscow putting aside the escalating tension and angry exchanges and finally resuming diplomatic communication.
I just got off the phone with my Russian counterpart, Minister Shoigu. And as I've said repeatedly, it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This morning, Russia racing to find what's left of the downed drone. Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev, who's close to President Putin, saying, "I don't know if we will be able to get it or not," but saying they will try. General Milley also expressing doubt over whether it will be recovered.
Probably sank to some significant depths. So any recovery operation from a technical standpoint would be very difficult.
President Putin meeting with Syrian dictator President Assad, saying nothing about his country's latest tense exchange with America. How much he knew, or whether he authorized the mid-air confrontation, unclear this morning. Now, we want to be clear, the US military is being clear that this declassified video has been edited for length. However, it says the events are depicted in sequential order. Why is establishing the facts so important? Well, imagine if an incident like this happened again between the US and Russian military and someone was killed.
All right, Keir, thank you so much. Turning now to the battle over abortion, a judge heard arguments in a Texas lawsuit that aims to ban an abortion medication. Mifepristone, the pill at the heart of the case, has been legal to use in the U.S. for decades now.
Yeah, but some people now worry the outcome of this case could cause a nationwide ripple effect. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Cinadella joins us now with more. Angela, walk us through just what you heard in the hearing yesterday. What moments stood out to you?
Well, we got some hints as to what the judge might decide. And I think of paramount relevance was the judge asking the plaintiffs if there was any precedent in which they could base their decision, which is unparalleled. It's asking the judge to offer an injunction on a drug that was approved by the FDA decades ago. And we heard the plaintiffs basically say no. So here we saw the judge grasping at straws, asking the plaintiffs for help. And the plaintiff said no, there is no precedent in which we could base this decision. So judges have to base their rulings on precedent. Also, we saw the defense asking the judge if he were to offer an injunction, if he could pause it prior to appeal. So what that means is that whether or not the judge rules in favor of the plaintiffs or the defendants here, we're not going to see an immediate removal of this drug from the market, most likely.
This judge, there was plenty of controversy surrounding him heading into this case. Anything you heard from the judge that stood out or was surprising at all?
Well, I think it seems this judge is unlikely to want to start a war here. So from the beginning, he wanted to keep the hearing pretty private. He wanted to keep it under wraps. He is an activist judge, which means he does tend to use his political beliefs and make new decisions. But that said, it seems he does not want to really shake the foundation of what's happening. So I don't think we're going to see huge differences here.
And this is a Trump-appointed judge, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so walk us through what you expect to happen next. Today, tomorrow, what's next?
It's unclear because the judge said he will try to make a ruling as speedy as possible, but we know that it's definitely going to be kicked up to the appeals court, whatever the judge decides, and then maybe ultimately the Supreme Court. But as I just said, the defense asked for a pause on the injunction if he rules on it, and the judge said he understands what the defense is asking for. So I don't think we are going to see this drug taken off the market immediately.
You made this so much easier to understand. I'm like frantically taking notes for later. Thank you, Angela Cinadella. We really appreciate your time.
The Biden administration is turning up the heat on the social media app TikTok. NBC News has learned the White House is now demanding its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, sell its stake in the app or else face a possible ban here in the U.S. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from Washington with the latest on this. So, Kristen, walk us through what we're learning about all this and what is the reaction from TikTok?
Hey, Joe. Well, it's good to be with you. This really marks a dramatic shift in the Biden administration's policy towards the hugely popular app TikTok. By the way, it has more than 100 million monthly users. NBC News has confirmed from a source close to TikTok that the administration is demanding its Chinese owners, as you say, ByteDance, sell their stake in the social media giant, or else the administration is threatening a possible ban of the app here in the U.S., which would likely face major legal challenges, by the way. Now, this source also cautioned to me that the company does not see this as a final order. The news was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. We've reached out to the White House and to the Treasury Department overnight, but they declined to comment. At issue here, Joe, growing fears that China could use the app to access Americans' data, particularly because of a national security law there that requires companies to turn over customer data if requested. Now, China is saying this morning that the U.S. had failed to prove that TikTok threatens national security, and overnight, TikTok is firing back in a statement. Let me read you part of that. They say if protecting national security is the objective, divestment doesn't solve the problem. A change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. Now, the company went on to suggest that a robust third-party monitoring, vetting, and verification process is what's needed. They say they're already doing that. This latest move does come amid mounting pressure from Republicans who say President Biden hasn't been tough enough on TikTok. And some Republican sources were texting me overnight saying this is the right move, but they also accused the president of making this shift with the 2024 election looming large, Joe.
And yeah, Kristen, amid all this, too, is the fact that TikTok's CEO expected to testify on Capitol Hill next week. What can we expect from that hearing?
Yeah, this is going to be big, Joe. The CEO will be in the hot seat next week, as you say, testifying about all of this, about the potential security concerns for TikTok, about the potential impacts on younger users. So those are going to be among the questions that they'll be facing. And it does come as the Senate introduced a bipartisan bill just last week to give the Biden administration effectively more power to make moves against tech platforms like TikTok. And it would allow the administration to ban operation of that. The White House has previously shown support for that legislation. But the bottom line here, Joe, all eyes will be on Capitol Hill next week.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Israelis are stepping up protests today after the country's far-right government rejected a compromise proposal to ease the crisis sparked by controversial judiciary reforms.
President Herzog has put forward the changes, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected them ahead of his trip to Berlin. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the latest. So, Megan, there does not seem to be an end in sight for this crisis. First of all, remind us why these measures are so controversial and why folks are demonstrating.
Well, Joe and Allison, good to be with you. Look, we have seen for the last several weeks the thousand upon thousands of Israelis taking to the streets, demonstrating what they say is their democracy under attack, and they're not willing to sit by on the sidelines and watch that happen. Now, essentially what we're seeing, if this legislation passes through, would be this unprecedented overhaul of the Supreme Court, measures that would weaken the power of the Supreme Court. So, for example, this would give the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, it would give them the power to overturn Supreme Court decisions by just a small majority. It would also change the way in which that these justices are selected. So there's a lot of concern here, and that is why we see people week after week taking to the streets, every aspect of Israeli society speaking out against this, calling this a dictatorship. I want you to listen to a little bit of what some of these demonstrators had to say.
We won't forget them. They are trying to bring fascism to our country. We will never give up. We will fight to our last drop of blood.
If you're a dictator, don't come back. If you are prime minister of all Israelis, Jews, Arabs, left and right, come back. But if you want to be a dictatorship, stay there. Stay out of Israel.
Yeah, so, you can just hear the anger and frustration in the voices of these protesters. And look, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is saying that this is something that he campaigned on. He won re-election, and now he is implementing that campaign promise. But despite the level of pushback that we are seeing, despite other notable figures in Israeli society speaking out against this legislation, calling the country in turmoil, in a crisis situation, this legislation certainly appears to be pushing forward without any signs of slowing down. Joe and Allison?
And Megan, has Prime Minister Netanyahu given any indication that he might be open to some sort of compromise? What is his reasoning for rejecting the president's proposal, and what has the president said about that rejection?
Yeah, Allison, it's a great question. And, look, the president of Israel, which, of course, is just a ceremonial head, he has been trying to broker a deal, trying for weeks to try and get to some sort of common ground, some sort of understanding so that both parties could come to the table for this agreement. He said in his TV address that he put forth this proposal that Benjamin Netanyahu just swiftly rejected. And he said, the prime minister said he rejected this proposal because it didn't rectify the issue of the balance between branches of government. Now, the president answering back and saying, look, this was just a starting ground for communication, for dialogue, to try and see if they could reach an agreement. The president also went on to say, I got to read this for you. He said, anyone who thinks that a real civil war of human life is a line that we will not reach has no idea. The abyss is within touching distance. So that really just drives home just how grave of a concern this legislation is. You've got members of the military saying that if this legislation passes, they won't show up for duty. So this is certainly of concern for the country. All eyes will be watching as this legislation certainly appears to be rolling full speed ahead.
All right, Megan, thank you so much for your reporting.
It is time now for a check at your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest storm that's on the move.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And it's a big storm moving through the middle of the country. We have a cold side. We have a warm side. So the cold side is bringing some snow. The warm side is bringing the chance for severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. So good news, though, we have some drying conditions in the west. We love to see that. We're seeing some sunshine. That's going to help the west. And then we have milder highs in the east. So temperatures above normal in the mid-Atlantic, the southeast, back into the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But it's that storm system in the middle of the country that we're watching. So we'll start on the cold side. 7 million Americans under winter alerts. Where you see the pink, that is a winter storm warning. So Duluth into portions of the Rockies as well, Aspen down to Durango. And we also have winter weather advisories in the Rockies through the Central Plains, also the upper Midwest and parts of the Great Lakes as well. Winter storm watch is in the blue. That is in portions of the UP and Michigan. We're going to see a lot of snow in the UP and Michigan. So for your snowfall forecast, we're generally seeing 1, 3, 5 inches of snow, but look at UP and Michigan. Locally, 24 inches are possible. That's where you see the pinks and purples, but they're used to the snow, so that's probably good news there. Now, on the warm side, we're going to see the chance for severe storms, 22 million people at risk. The risk is damaging hail, so large hail, 2 inches or larger. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see a strong supercell, a strong tornado. That is possible, especially where you see that dark orange, including Dallas, Texarkana, and where we're expecting the hail, we're looking at places including Dallas and also portions of Oklahoma, bigger portions of Texas, and then portions of Arkansas as well. The threat moves off to the east on Friday, so now we're talking about the Gulf Coast states, New Orleans, Mobile, Panama City. You are under the threat for strong to severe storms. Later tomorrow, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, not expecting the hail to be quite as large as today, but a tornado or two is possible as well. And certainly some flash flooding, some heavy rainfall is possible today and also tomorrow. So for your rainfall forecast, this is through Friday through tomorrow. We're looking at the yellow. That is generally higher amounts of rainfall, so 1 inch or 2 in some spots. That's extending to portions of the Ohio Valley, down to the Mississippi Valley, into portions of the southern plains as well, and even into the southeast. We're also above normal in the east. We're looking at temperatures about 5, even 10 degrees above normal. Pittsburgh, 55 degrees today. That's 5 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Boston, you're back into the upper 40s. That's good news. Raleigh, 66. But notice back behind this cold front, we're talking about cold air. That is going to expand tomorrow and then eventually into the east over the weekend. So we're going to have a wake-up call over the weekend. We're going to dip back down below normal. But today we're looking at 14 degrees below normal in Rapid City, just 35 degrees, 35 in Denver, and 41 in Omaha. For St. Patty's Day, same story. That cold air is going to extend a little bit to the east. So Chicago, you're going to be cold as you're celebrating your St. Patty's Day. 37 degrees, that's 10 degrees below normal, 43 in St. Louis. But warm once again in D.C., 65 tomorrow, 69 in Raleigh, and 58 degrees in New York City. Then as we kick off St. Patty's Day, we're looking at severe storms, unfortunately, in portions of the Gulf Coast states. Back to you, both.
We'll enjoy that warm weather while we can, though, on Friday. All right.
Yes.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, teens under pressure.
After the break, a familiar face will join us here on set. Our own Savannah Sellers on the stresses many teens face on a daily basis and the factors that play into a growing mental health crisis. That's next.
This is what it looks and feels. From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
The latest
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
The latest
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today marks 6 months since the death of 22-year-old Iranian woman Mahsa Amini, who died while in custody of Iran's mortality police. The incident sparked unprecedented protest across Iran, with 20,000 people arrested and more than 500 killed. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now for a look back on the events of the past 6 months and the implications for the future of Iranian society. Ali?
Hi, good morning, Alison. That's right. I mean, look, the protests may have largely subsided now. They're nothing near the scale they were on last year. But there's a deep-seated resentment and anger in Iran. The country doesn't function. People don't know what the future holds. And they are still livid with the government after what they had done. And you still see small pockets of protests across the country and people chanting from their homes at 9 in the evening against the government. But it's still a very tough situation for people in Iran. Let's take a look at what's been happening over the last 6 months up until now. 6 months ago today, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's feared morality police. Her alleged crime? Violating the country's strict dress code. She died days later in the hospital. Her family say she had been beaten. Police have denied this. But for many Iranians, especially young women, this was a tipping point. Amini's death set into motion a chain of extraordinary events that have rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Following Amini's funeral, Iranian women began to show their solidarity by ripping off their headscarves in protest. Within a week, it became clear that this was the most serious challenge to face the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. For 4 decades, the theocratic regime has ruthlessly enforced strict rules on Iran's population, with the hijab, mandatory for Iranian women, becoming a cornerstone of the regime's hold over the people. Making scenes like this one all the more astonishing. Women defiantly setting their headscarves on fire and cutting their hair in public as crowds chant, "Women, life, freedom." Crowds of young men and even school children have taken part, an unprecedented display of unity. The government's reaction was nothing short of brutal. Security forces have fired live rounds at unarmed protesters. Skirmishes became daily events across Iran. At least 522 people have been killed, according to the US-based human rights group HRANA, including 70 minors. More than 20,000 arrests have been made, 100 of those on charges that can lead to a death sentence. At least 4 have been executed so far. These tactics have in some way paid off, for now. The protests have largely subsided, but already it's clear that there's been a fundamental cultural shift in Iran. Many women across the country refuse to wear the hijab, something that would have been unthinkable only 7 months ago. Most recently, a crisis after thousands of schoolgirls reported symptoms of being poisoned across Iran, sparking further unease and anger amongst an already exhausted population. The authorities in Iran are trying to restore a semblance of normality. But for most Iranians, their country has turned into a dystopia. And Alison, just to give you an idea of just how they wrapped up a lot of these protests, Amnesty International published a report today after they'd spoken to many, many witnesses in Iran, and they detailed horrific acts of violence and torture against children, using beatings, sexual assault, rape, electrocution, against minors as young as 12 years old. So they used absolutely brutal tactics to bring those protests to an end, but it's left deep emotional and physical scars on much of the population, and many people are wondering when this will flare up again.
Such an insightful and important report. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
More international news this morning. A Libyan site not controlled by the government is reported to be missing tons of uranium.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. The United Nations nuclear watchdog has warned that 2.5 tons of uranium have now gone missing in Libya. Now, the alarm was raised by inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency after they visited the facility where the uranium was stored and found that 10 drums containing uranium ore had disappeared. There are fears now that the uranium could pose a radiological risk as well as nuclear security concerns. Let's go to Colombia, where 11 people were killed and 10 others are missing after a powerful explosion tore through 5 coal mines. The blast, believed to be caused by a buildup of methane gas, happened late on Tuesday in a rural area 75 miles from the capital, Bogota. The fire department told local media the explosion affected 5 mines interconnected by tunnels, generating a chain blast. Now to Britain, where horse racing enthusiasts attending the Cheltenham Festival will be able to drink the world's most expensive Guinness. The drink, called Club Black Velvet, is made with a mix of Guinness beer and English sparkling wine, and it costs about $25. The online bookmaker who launched the drink said he did it to celebrate the new post-Brexit deal for Northern Ireland, which was agreed in February. But does this mean, guys, that it will make it into the Guinness World of Record as the most expensive Guinness ever sold?
Ah, that is quite the quandary right
Yes.
there. I also feel like we're not going to see it at pubs here in America tomorrow. But all right, Claudio, thank you so much.
No.
We have been covering mental health challenges that teens face, and we're just seeing how many teens are affected by this crisis.
Yeah, according to a startling CDC report, 42% of high schoolers have said that they feel persistently sad or hopeless. Our Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is covering this issue in a new NBC News Now special called Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media. That is airing tonight, and Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now on set.
You guys are the Morning News Now anchors right now.
It is good to have you back and on such an important topic. What did you find in your reporting?
Yeah, it's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much, and so good to see you all at home. So there is so much going on with teens right now. Honestly, I think it's just harder to grow up now. If you think about social media, it's just this constant access to information. A lot of it's hurtful. It's body image issues. It's your friends hanging out without you. I heard FOMO a lot in reporting this as an issue that teens really say does impact their mental health. And then, of course, there are just the normal stresses that we all know about, the pandemic, climate change, and a big thing for a lot of these teens, they told me they actually think about every day, is the possibility of a school shooting. They go to school worried about that, and they have a really hard time with it. All of that sort of is culminating in that number that you said, 42% of teens saying that they feel persistently hopeless. Here's what's kind of really scary, though. Girls are faring much worse. 57% of girls say that same number there, persistent feelings of sadness, of hopelessness. And then the really concerning thing there is that sexual violence is spiking. So young girls are also dealing with that. They're dealing with this sort of misogynistic content that's online that they say impacts the boys that they interact with all the time. It's just a confluence of a lot of really concerning factors.
It's so many things, and things that, as a kid, I certainly didn't have to deal with it all, because there was a lot of parts of my life where I could disconnect, where I had no idea what my friends were doing, and that was probably for the best.
No question.
What is it teens are telling you, especially when it comes to what might be a solution or some possible ways to improve things?
Yeah, a really important question. Of course, when we should be talking about, we're talking about what's wrong. One of the biggest things is what we all know, talking about it. They want to feel connected to people. The other really important thing is they want a trusted adult in their life. So if you're an adult listening to this, if you know a teen, please try to connect with them and listen to what they said just about what can be done in their schools.
I feel like if there were more school counselors, they'd be able to focus on a group of students rather than having so many students to look after. And then same thing with the social workers in schools.
We certainly have overworked teachers. And when we don't have that opportunity to build that bond, then that chance to see that, oh, that student hasn't been really acting their normal self, their usual self, there's not really that opportunity to just notice a child, I want to say, because there's just so much noise around.
The really encouraging thing that I did hear in that conversation is that for a couple of those students that do have a strong relationship with their school counselor, they said that it has made all the difference in the world. There's this program that is being unveiled right now. Money is going directly into schools from the Department of Education, from the Biden administration, that is going to put resources actually physically within the walls of schools, so it's not something that has to be sought out after school or by parents. Hopefully that goes to making more counselors available to students, because, of course, that's the big problem within our schools.
I imagine any parent watching this and processing it is saying, okay, but there's so much going on. How on earth do we make sure that our kids are okay? How do we help them? And you actually spoke to the education secretary and the surgeon general. Did they have any advice on how to deal with these growing problems?
Yeah, so they point to the CDC in terms of advice as far as what should be done, because within this report that had those really startling stats, there were also some things that you can do. Trusted adult, as we've been talking about, is one of the big ones. Resources in schools, which this new funding, $188 million, is going to be helpful for. But they really were super strong about social media and the concern, especially the Surgeon General. He said that he is not sure when he will let his own kids get social media. It certainly will not be until at least some years into high school, which means at least 14, even though social media is available technically. When you're 13 or older is when you can sign up for things like Snapchat. He said it has to go beyond warnings, though, because I asked, look, I mean, you're the Surgeon General. You've issued a warning, because he has done that. Can it go beyond that? Will it go beyond that? And he said, you know what? It's got to, because if you think about it, it's these companies. You're matching the brain of a child up against a company whose whole job and whose whole algorithm is to make you addicted. Listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
Well, I think we have to go beyond warnings. I think the data has been telling us more and more clearly that there are significant numbers of kids who are harmed by their use of social media. I think what we need are safety standards and requirements around data transparency, and those actually have to be enforced. We need age-based regulations that are also need to be enforced.
There actually is a lot of this conversation going on Capitol Hill right now. It remains to be seen what will come out of that, but we will, of course, keep reporting on it.
All right, Savannah, so glad you're taking a deep dive into this. Thank you so much. You can catch Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. That is right here on NBC News Now. Coming up, snow worries. Has this winter's surplus of snow got you down? Have your travel plans been affected? Well, after the break, we've got some tips on how you can still prepare for your vacation while also preparing for Mother Nature's worst.
Plus, the dirty dozen, 12 fruits and vegetables that have been found to have the most pesticides on them, even after a good scrubbing. We've got the list and tips on how to keep yourself and your family eating clean. That's up next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Parts of the East Coast are defrosting this morning after a powerful nor'easter dumped feet of snow and brought 60-mile-an-hour winds to some areas. Slick roads caused accidents, while the harsh conditions forced hundreds of flight cancellations and delays, forcing many Americans to reevaluate their travel plans, something that's becoming pretty common of late. So for more on this, we're joined by travel booking site Hopper's lead economist, Haley Berg. Haley, thank you so much for being here. Talk to us about what you have just been seeing. This past year, it feels like it has just been fraught with major delays and cancellations on top of cancellations for almost anyone trying to board a plane, particularly around high travel periods like the holidays. Now that we're seeing spring break season really roll around, what's the trends looking like?
If you felt like delays and cancellations have been more common, it's because they absolutely have. In the past year or so, last summer, over the holidays, we've seen everything from weather to technical problems, causing a lot of flights to be grounded. The good news is that headed into this spring, disruption rates, so the percent of times that you're going to be delayed or canceled, are actually back to pretty reasonable levels. About 18% of flights delayed, under 2% of flights canceled. Now, it still represents thousands of trips, but it is significantly lower than some of those really incredible peaks in disruption that we saw last summer and even in December.
So when you're looking at the different trends in data based on cancellations and delays, do you notice some airports where it happens more frequently? If someone is looking to travel, is there advice on, hey, fly out of this airport instead of this airport, and the odds of dealing with a hiccup become less?
There are absolutely airports that are better and worse at different times of year. Take Denver and Boston, for example. Right now, they're averaging 25% or more of flights disrupted, delays and cancellations, in major part because of bad weather. It's winter. They experience rain, ice, snow that can all slow down operations. On the flip side, Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles are warm weather destinations. They're also seeing about a quarter of flights delayed or canceled on departure because of crowds. So depends on where you're going, but if you are headed to any of these airports, it's always good to sign up for alerts before you get to the airport. So if you are delayed, you're getting that information in real time and you can plan ahead.
Okay, good advice. Haley Berg, thank you so much.
Everyone knows the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Well, according to a newly released list, apples and some other produce could keep the doctor around.
Yeah, the Environmental Working Group creates an annual Dirty Dozen list based on USDA research, and they're citing that fruits and vegetables with some of the highest amounts of chemical present even after you've washed and cleaned them.
Joining us now to help unpack this is toxicologist Dr. Alexis Temkin. Doctor, thanks so much for joining us. So first of all, take us through some of this list. Why are more pesticides found on certain produce over others? And why doesn't a regular amount of cleaning always seem to help?
Yeah, so this year in our analysis, what we've done is look at USDA data on pesticide residues on fruits and vegetables, just like you said, after they're washed, scrubbed, or cleaned. So this is leftover. And we found that 75% of those samples had residues, but some on our Dirty Dozen list have more. So the top of this list, strawberries, spinach, kale, collard, and mustard greens. And new to the list this year are blueberries and green beans.
Okay, I'm really leaning closely because I have a lot of those in my fridge right now. What are the potential long-term health concerns here? Are there any side effects to being exposed to chemicals like these?
Yeah, so research has shown time and time again that exposure to pesticides can have some pretty concerning health effects. And that's especially true during what we call sensitive windows of development. So during pregnancy or early life, where children really are more susceptible to those harmful effects of chemical and pesticide exposure. So harm to the developing brain and nervous system, impacts on reproductive health, and potentially even increases in risks of cancer later in life.
All right, Dr. Alexis Temkin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time on this one.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, how artificial intelligence is transforming our lives.
As the newest version of ChatGPT is released, we're looking at AI's incredible power to do everything from write poems to answer exam questions and the fears around this rapidly changing area of technology. That's next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
College hoops fans, it's time. The first round of March Madness is just hours from tip-off, and that means buzzer beaters, Cinderella stories, and the start of maybe a little trash talking in your office pool. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung is in Los Angeles with all of it. Kaylee, good morning.
Joe, Ellison, if anyone calls out sick in the next couple of days, do not blow their cover. There is so much basketball to watch and not enough screens. If you haven't filled out your NCAA bracket yet, hurry up because the clock is counting down to tip-off where you can bet there will be plenty of compelling stories and pure madness on college basketball's biggest stage.
The field of 64 teams is now set after Fairleigh Dickinson and Arizona State became the last two teams to officially punch their tickets last night. This morning, the first round of the men's NCAA basketball tournament tips off, with student sections going crazy, fans traveling across the country to support their schools, and players longing for that one shining moment. Now buckle up. This year could be a crazier ride than ever. There are some familiar names in the hunt, including defending champions Kansas. The Jayhawks trying to become the first team since 2007 to win back-to-back titles. But be wary, there are plenty of underdogs on the prowl, hungry to bust your bracket. Like last year, when tiny St. Peter's went on an historic run and became the first 15 seed to go all the way to the Elite Eight. So how do you win the office bracket pool? Apparently, it's better to be lucky than good.
Just go with your gut. I watched college basketball all year. I think about it all year. My wife, who barely watches the sport, destroys me in our bracket competition every single year.
The road to the Final Four ends in Houston, where the top-seeded Houston Cougars hope to be the first team to win a title in their hometown since 1972. Other number one seeds include Purdue, whose star center, 7'4" Zach Edey, won't need a ladder if the Boilermakers get a chance to cut down the nets. And Alabama, not just a football school anymore, but the Crimson Tide is dealing with serious issues off the court, following a former player's arrest on capital murder charges in January. Star freshman Brandon Miller, who was also at the scene of the crime but has not been accused of any wrongdoing, is expected to play. Five-time national champs, Duke, in unfamiliar territory, their first tournament in more than 4 decades without Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski at the helm. They're just a 5 seed, but fresh off an ACC tournament title, they could be getting hot at the right time. Meanwhile, for some smaller schools, just making it into the field is cause for celebration. Furman is back in the tournament for the first time since 1980. Howard University last qualified in 1992. And Kennesaw State is dancing after a 1-win season just 3 years ago. March Madness, which brings in around $1 billion in revenue, so often decided at the final buzzer.
And guys, today is actually the 5th anniversary of the biggest upset in NCAA tournament history. The University of Maryland, Baltimore County, a 16 seed, beating Virginia, who was a 1 seed. It's the only time that's ever happened, and it's the game that teams look to believe it can happen again. As for this year's potential upsets, Oral Roberts is a very experienced team and could be one to watch as a 12 seed. Joe, Ellison.
All right, there's some picks for your bracket right there. Kaylee, thank you so much. We're back with new developments in the world of artificial intelligence with the potential to transform technology. OpenAI announced a new version of its AI system, ChatGPT.
That's right. The next generation version of the technology is called GPT-4. The company says the upgraded tech will have, quote, human-level performance on various professional and academic benchmarks. Let's bring in Gary Marcus for more on this. He is the founder and CEO of Geometric Intelligence. He's also the author of Rebooting AI, Building Artificial Intelligence We Can Trust In. Gary, good morning to you. We are already seeing some very big tech companies implement this system. Microsoft has invested some $10 billion into it and say that they're using it now to power the Bing search engine. For people who are not necessarily techies, don't think this is something they personally would use, how might this new version of ChatGPT impact just our everyday lives?
Well, the whole thing that is new is the idea of chatting with your search engine, of being able to talk to it in a conversation and have it talk back and forth instead of just getting a bunch of web links. GPT-4 is actually similar to GPT 3.5. It's just a little bit better. Turns out we've all been using GPT-4 for the last few weeks if we were using Bing already, the new Bing search. The human level performance, I think, is misleading. It does some things in the ways that people do and some not. I actually like to think of it as almost like an alien mind. It's intelligent in its own way, but it's intelligent in a way that's different from us. We can't always trust it. So, for example, somebody asked it last week about Silicon Valley Bank and why it collapsed, and it blamed GPT-5, and GPT-5 doesn't even exist. Wow. So we have this new technology, but it's pretty rocky right now. Sometimes it does amazing things, and sometimes it makes stuff up.
That is something to keep in mind right there. That's a pretty big, not true thing right there.
Road, yeah.
So what is ChatGPT's maker saying about safety? And talk to us about some of the wider concerns around all AI.
So we're in a very uncharted territory where things are moving very quickly, but we don't really understand them. The makers of GPT-4 just put out an article about how it works, and they gave almost no details. So the scientific community doesn't know what data it was trained on or how many parameters it has or anything like that. I think there are two fundamental concerns about safety. One is about misinformation. So bad actors can take these tools and make things that look incredibly plausible but that aren't true. I expect this to have a huge effect on the upcoming 2024 election, where people will be able to make misinformation that looks like scientific studies, looks incredibly authentic, and simply isn't true, and be able to do this at incredible scale. And I expect that every bad actor that wants to influence an election is going to start doing that. So that's one concern. Another concern is we're trusting this technology too much. So sometimes it's going to lead to just lies that are accidental, that confuse people. Sometimes it may lead to medical misinformation where people take drugs they shouldn't do and things like that. And there's an even worse possibility if we hook these things up to our electrical grid, our train grid, our cars, and so forth, because they're not very reliable. They're very interesting, but they're not yet systematically technologies that we can trust. And the more that we place power in them, the more that we're at risk.
All right. Gary Marcus, appreciate your expertise on this. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, could Aaron Rodgers be heading to the Jets next season?
Jets fans, you're gonna want to stick around for this one. We'll clear the air up next.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Good to have you back with us. NASA revealed the spacesuit its astronauts could wear to return to the moon. The prototype gives astronauts extra mobility, protection, and the latest technology. The moonwalking system itself is called the Axiom Extravehicular Mobility Unit. NASA says they are hoping to use this during the Artemis 3 mission in 2025. Those crew members have not been picked yet, but remember, the agency has said on that mission they will send the first woman and person of color to the moon. The suits look kind of cool.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They've come a long way since a few decades ago. All right, let's move on here. The NFL season might be over, but the off-season trade market is heating up. Yesterday on the Pat McAfee Show, longtime Green Bay's Packer quarterback Aaron Rodgers said he's ready to move on.
I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
But before Jets fans celebrate, no deal has been inked just yet as the teams try and work to hammer out a deal. For more, we're joined by Sports Illustrated senior writer Connor Orr. Connor, thanks for joining us. So nothing official yet. Is this just a matter of when, not if, or is there a chance this trade doesn't happen?
No, I think this trade's going to happen. I mean, both teams really don't have another option at this point, and so it just depends on who blinks first. Green Bay structured the contract in a way that allows them to wait until September 1st if they really want to, but I think Aaron Rodgers, when he was on the Pat McAfee Show yesterday, was trying to nudge them along in that regard because he wants to get this moving.
Aaron Rodgers is a legend, Super Bowl winner, 4-time MVP, but the fact that he's a little unhappy, has a bad relationship with the Packers, that has not been a secret, really, for a while now. Where, though, did things actually start to go wrong for Rodgers and the Packers?
Well, I think it comes in waves, and certainly if you're someone like Aaron Rodgers, you're at that level, you see the team starting to pull away. I mean, but he referenced yesterday the fact that they drafted Jordan Love a few years ago to replace him, just like they drafted him to replace Brett Favre. I think he saw that coming, and that's tough for some people to expect, especially when you're still playing at an MVP level like Rodgers was.
So let's assume this trade does go through. Where does that leave both teams? What do the Jets look like next season? What do the Packers then look like next season?
I think both teams are playoff contenders. I mean, Jordan Love got to come in during some brief stints at the end of last year, and I thought he never looked better. I think he knows the offense really well, looks really sharp. And the Jets at this point, they had an offensive rookie of the year in Garrett Wilson. They have a team that I think is ready to contend. They probably would have made the playoffs last year if they had a better option at quarterback. So I think we see both of these teams in the postseason. The Jets could make a very serious run.
So Tom Brady has proved you can pretty much play forever if you'd like. I mean, realistically, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, how many great seasons do you think he has ahead of him here?
I think he has at least a couple. I think the way that he plays the game, and especially the way that offense works to help him minimize some of the damage, give him some easier throws, especially as he does get older. I think he can do this as long as he wants to do it.
So if the Jets do have Rodgers, are they playoff contenders next year, or do they need more?
No, I think that this team is in playoff contention, certainly. I think with, the team that they put in place, I think with the scheme that they have in place, this is a legitimate contender. I think that they were last year if they just had a little bit more at the quarterback position, for sure.
Jets fans will be very happy. I know quite a few. So, Connor Orr, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate your time. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Thursday morning. I'm Ellison Barber in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, don't bank on it. We're expecting another wild day on Wall Street today as fallout spreads from the collapse of those two tech-heavy banks here in the States. Breaking overnight, one of the world's largest banks, Credit Suisse, says it would borrow billions from Switzerland's central bank. The firm trying to reassure investors it won't run out of cash as customers pulled their funds, fearing a looming crisis. And this morning, a similar scenario here in the U.S. is putting one California-based bank in the hot seat. Your money questions answered in just a moment, and what it all means for financial firms across the globe. Flaring tensions between the U.S. and Russia following that downing of a U.S. military drone over the Black Sea on Tuesday. Dramatic new footage released by the Pentagon this morning that it says shows that interaction. Comes as U.S. intelligence officials now confirmed to NBC News top Kremlin officials authorized the aggressive actions of those Russian fighter jets that led to the crash. It's all playing out as Russia races to recover debris. We've got the latest. Also this morning, a silent battle. Our own Savannah Sellers gives us a first look at her new NBC News Now special, Teens Under Pressure. A deep dive into the world of social media and the impact it's having on younger Americans' mental health. The Dirty Dozen, looking to add a few more vegetables to your diet? Well, listen up, because we've got a new list of 12 of the most pesticide-laden pieces of produce in America right now. The foods that need a little extra scrub at home and those that are most likely to be pesticide-free. And it's time to dance. Yes, of course, we're talking about March Madness officially tipping off this afternoon. Kingmaker Kansas is looking to become the first team in more than 15 years to win back-to-back titles. But don't count out those bracket busters. We've got the top picks and the could-be Cinderella stories later in the hour. I did not do a bracket this year, so I'm just going to have to live vicariously through everyone else. Did
no
you?
pressure. No, I didn't. My husband did one, though, and it looked stressful.
Okay, so you get to witness him go through the ups and downs.
Does. If he wins, I win, and it counts.
All right, more on that in just a little bit. We're going to start, though, this morning with Wall Street still dealing with the ripple effects from those recent bank failures.
Yeah, the markets went on a wild ride yesterday over fears that Credit Suisse Bank could be the next big bank to topple. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is closely following all of it.
Hey, the dramatic failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank over the weekend triggered a swift government response in an effort to stop the bleeding and prevent widespread panic. But now two additional banks, one at home and one abroad, appear to be under pressure. All eyes are on Wall Street this morning after a roller coaster day of trading sent stocks sliding, with nervous investors worrying about the health of the banking system.
We have yet another day of banking concerns dragging down the market.
The focus now, Zurich-based Credit Suisse, one of the largest banks in the world. Customers pulling their money out of the firm led the Swiss National Bank to pledge help if necessary. Overnight, Credit Suisse accepted that help, saying it would borrow up to $54 billion in an effort to reassure investors. Here in the U.S., the focus is on California-based First Republic. Two credit ratings agencies downgraded the bank, with S&P ratings citing elevated risks of customers pulling their funds. The company declined to comment on the downgrades.
If more banks domestically were to fail, what would that do to the economy?
Well, if we saw widespread failure, that would significantly weaken the lending growth, the growth to businesses and households. That would undermine the economy, and we would go into recession.
Those concerns causing some First Republic customers to visit their branches shortly after Silicon Valley and Signature banks went under.
I got scared and came down to talk to them and was going to take out the little bit of money that I had.
I feel confident enough that I'm not taking money out, I'm putting money in.
Experts say those worried about their savings accounts should remember that insured banks and credit unions protect up to $250,000 per depositor. For the people that are looking at the news and going, do I need to pull money out of my bank? What do you say?
Generally, I say no. So when we're thinking about having money in a bank, when it comes to banks, there's FDIC insurance. So really that comes into play with loss of deposits, checking, savings account.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected to face some grilling over the banking system on Capitol Hill. Yellen reassuring that taxpayer money is not being used or put at risk in the fallout, and that Americans can feel confident their deposits will be there when they need them.
Brian Chung, thanks for that.
The Pentagon has released dramatic new footage, which it says shows the aerial encounter between a U.S. spy drone and a Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea. The U.S. alleges the warplane clipped the drone, forcing it to crash, but Moscow denies that account. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest.
Hey there, good day to you. This is dramatic video and diplomatically a big deal. Why? Because it appears to be the first known physical contact between the Russian and US military since the war in Ukraine began. You don't see the actual collision, but you do see the Russian fighter jet flying toward the drone, a camera malfunction and a bent propeller. This morning, stunning new video showing Russia's mid-air clash with that American Reaper drone. In the declassified video released by the US military, you can see what the US says is fuel being poured onto the unmanned drone by an Su-27 Russian fighter jet. Then it comes back to drop even more fuel and ends up colliding with the drone, temporarily cutting off the camera feed. When it returns, you can see the propeller clearly damaged, forcing the military to bring down the drone into the Black Sea, with the US saying there were efforts to wipe all of its sensitive data. 3 US officials telling NBC News the highest levels of the Russian government approved those actions over the Black Sea. But the collision itself was not likely intentional, according to those officials who believe it was pilot error. The Russians have previously denied the US version of events. Washington and Moscow putting aside the escalating tension and angry exchanges and finally resuming diplomatic communication.
I just got off the phone with my Russian counterpart, Minister Shoigu. As I've said repeatedly, it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This morning, Russia racing to find what's left of the downed drone. Security Council Secretary Nikolai Patrushev, who's close to President Putin, saying, I don't know if we will be able to get it or not, but saying they will try. General Milley also expressing doubt over whether it will be recovered.
Probably sank to some significant depths. So any recovery operation from a technical standpoint would be very difficult.
President Putin meeting with Syrian dictator President Assad, saying nothing about his country's latest tense exchange with America. How much he knew, or whether he authorized the mid-air confrontation, unclear this morning. Now, we want to be clear, the US military is being clear that this declassified video has been edited for length. However, it says the events are depicted in sequential order. Why is establishing the facts so important? Well, imagine if an incident like this happened again between the US and Russian military and someone was killed.
All right, Keir, thank you so much. Turning now to the battle over abortion, a judge heard arguments in a Texas lawsuit that aims to ban an abortion medication. Mifepristone, the pill at the heart of the case, has been legal to use in the U.S. for decades now.
Yeah, but some people now worry the outcome of this case could cause a nationwide ripple effect. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Cinadella joins us now with more. Angela, walk us through just what you heard in the hearing yesterday. What moments stood out to you?
Well, we got some hints as to what the judge might decide. And I think of paramount relevance was the judge asking the plaintiffs if there was any precedent in which they could base their decision, which is unparalleled. It's asking the judge to offer an injunction on a drug that was approved by the FDA decades ago. And we heard the plaintiffs basically say no. So here we saw the judge grasping at straws, asking the plaintiffs for help. And the plaintiff said no, there is no precedent in which we could base this decision. So judges have to base their rulings on precedent. Also, we saw the defense asking the judge if he were to offer an injunction, if he could pause it prior to appeal. So what that means is that whether or not the judge rules in favor of the plaintiffs or the defendants here, we're not going to see an immediate removal of this drug from the market, most likely.
This judge, there was plenty of controversy surrounding him heading into this case. Anything you heard from the judge that stood out or was surprising at all?
Well, I think it seems this judge is unlikely to want to start a war here. So from the beginning, he wanted to keep the hearing pretty private. He wanted to keep it under wraps. He is an activist judge, which means he does tend to use his political beliefs and make new decisions. But that said, it seems he does not want to really shake the foundation of what's happening. So I don't think we're going to see huge differences here.
And this is a Trump-appointed judge, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so walk us through what you expect to happen next. Today, tomorrow, what's next?
It's unclear because the judge said he will try to make a ruling as speedy as possible, but we know that it's definitely going to be kicked up to the appeals court, whatever the judge decides, and then maybe ultimately the Supreme Court. But as I just said, the defense asked for a pause on the injunction if he rules on it, and the judge said he understands what the defense is asking for. So I don't think we are going to see this drug taken off the market immediately.
You made this so much easier to understand. I'm like frantically taking notes for later. Thank you, Angela Cinadella. We really appreciate your time.
The Biden administration is turning up the heat on the social media app TikTok. NBC News has learned the White House is now demanding its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, sell its stake in the app or else face a possible ban here in the U.S. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now from Washington with the latest on this. So, Kristen, walk us through what we're learning about all this and what is the reaction from TikTok?
Hey, Joe. Well, it's good to be with you. This really marks a dramatic shift in the Biden administration's policy towards the hugely popular app TikTok. By the way, it has more than 100 million monthly users. NBC News has confirmed from a source close to TikTok that the administration is demanding its Chinese owners, as you say, ByteDance, sell their stake in the social media giant, or else the administration is threatening a possible ban of the app here in the U.S., which would likely face major legal challenges, by the way. Now, this source also cautioned to me that the company does not see this as a final order. The news was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. We've reached out to the White House and to the Treasury Department overnight, but they declined to comment. At issue here, Joe, growing fears that China could use the app to access Americans' data, particularly because of a national security law there that requires companies to turn over customer data if requested. Now, China is saying this morning that the U.S. had failed to prove that TikTok threatens national security, and overnight, TikTok is firing back in a statement. Let me read you part of that. They say if protecting national security is the objective, divestment doesn't solve the problem. A change in ownership would not impose any new restrictions on data flows or access. Now, the company went on to suggest that a robust third-party monitoring, vetting, and verification process is what's needed. They say they're already doing that. This latest move does come amid mounting pressure from Republicans who say President Biden hasn't been tough enough on TikTok. And some Republican sources were texting me overnight saying this is the right move, but they also accused the president of making this shift with the 2024 election looming large, Joe.
And yeah, Kristen, amid all this, too, is the fact that TikTok's CEO expected to testify on Capitol Hill next week. What can we expect from that hearing?
Yeah, this is going to be big, Joe. The CEO will be in the hot seat next week, as you say, testifying about all of this, about the potential security concerns for TikTok, about the potential impacts on younger users. So those are going to be among the questions that they'll be facing. And it does come as the Senate introduced a bipartisan bill just last week to give the Biden administration effectively more power to make moves against tech platforms like TikTok, and it would allow the administration to ban operation of that. The White House has previously shown support for that legislation, but the bottom line here, Joe, all eyes will be on Capitol Hill next week.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Israelis are stepping up protests today after the country's far-right government rejected a compromise proposal to ease the crisis sparked by controversial judiciary reforms.
President Herzog has put forward the changes, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected them ahead of his trip to Berlin. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with the latest. So, Megan, there does not seem to be an end in sight for this crisis. First of all, remind us why these measures are so controversial and why folks are demonstrating.
Well, Joe and Allison, good to be with you. Look, we have seen for the last several weeks the thousands upon thousands of Israelis taking to the streets, demonstrating what they say is their democracy under attack, and they're not willing to sit by on the sidelines and watch that happen. Now, essentially what we're seeing, if this legislation passes through, would be this unprecedented overhaul of the Supreme Court, measures that would weaken the power of the Supreme Court. So, for example, this would give the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, it would give them the power to overturn Supreme Court decisions by just a small majority. It would also change the way in which that these justices are selected. So there's a lot of concern here, and that is why we see people week after week taking to the streets, every aspect of Israeli society speaking out against this, calling this a dictatorship. I want you to listen to a little bit of what some of these demonstrators had to say.
We won't forget them. They are trying to bring fascism to our country. We will never give up. We will fight to our last drop of blood.
If you're a dictator, don't come back. If you are prime minister of all Israelis, Jews, Arabs, left and right, come back. But if you want to be a dictatorship, stay there. Stay out of Israel.
Yeah, so, you can just hear the anger and frustration in the voices of these protesters. And look, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is saying that this is something that he campaigned on. He won re-election, and now he is implementing that campaign promise. But despite the level of pushback that we are seeing, despite other notable figures in Israeli society speaking out against this legislation, calling the country in turmoil, in a crisis situation, this legislation certainly appears to be pushing forward without any signs of slowing down. Joe and Allison?
And Megan, has Prime Minister Netanyahu given any indication that he might be open to some sort of compromise? What is his reasoning for rejecting the president's proposal, and what has the president said about that rejection?
Yeah, Allison, it's a great question. And, look, the president of Israel, which, of course, is just a ceremonial head, he has been trying to broker a deal, trying for weeks to try and get to some sort of common ground, some sort of understanding so that both parties could come to the table for this agreement. He said in his TV address that he put forth this proposal that Benjamin Netanyahu just swiftly rejected. And he said, the prime minister said he rejected this proposal because it didn't rectify the issue of the balance between branches of government. Now, the president answering back and saying, look, this was just a starting ground for communication, for dialogue, to try and see if they could reach an agreement. The president also went on to say, I got to read this for you. He said, anyone who thinks that a real civil war of human life is a line that we will not reach has no idea. The abyss is within touching distance. So that really just drives home just how grave of a concern this legislation is. You've got members of the military saying that if this legislation passes, they won't show up for duty. So this is certainly of concern for the country. All eyes will be watching as this legislation certainly appears to be rolling full speed ahead.
All right,
Guys?
Megan, thank you so much for your reporting.
It is time now for a check at your Morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest storm that's on the move.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And it's a big storm moving through the middle of the country. We have a cold side. We have a warm side. So the cold side is bringing some snow. The warm side is bringing the chance for severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon and evening hours. So good news, though, we have some drying conditions in the west. We love to see that. We're seeing some sunshine. That's going to help the west. And then we have milder highs in the east. So temperatures above normal in the mid-Atlantic, the southeast, back into the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But it's that storm system in the middle of the country that we're watching. So we'll start on the cold side. 7 million Americans under winter alerts. Where you see the pink, that is a winter storm warning. So Duluth into portions of the Rockies as well, Aspen down to Durango. And we also have winter weather advisories in the Rockies through the Central Plains, also the upper Midwest and parts of the Great Lakes as well. Winter storm watch is in the blue. That is in portions of the UP and Michigan. We're going to see a lot of snow in the UP and Michigan. So for your snowfall forecast, we're generally seeing 1, 3, 5 inches of snow, but look at UP and Michigan. Locally, 24 inches are possible. That's where you see the pinks and purples, but they're used to the snow, so that's probably good news there. Now, on the warm side, we're going to see the chance for severe storms, 22 million people at risk. The risk is damaging hail, so large hail, 2 inches or larger. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see a strong supercell, a strong tornado. That is possible, especially where you see that dark orange, including Dallas, Texarkana, and where we're expecting the hail, we're looking at places including Dallas and also portions of Oklahoma, bigger portions of Texas, and then portions of Arkansas as well. The threat moves off to the east on Friday, so now we're talking about the Gulf Coast states, New Orleans, Mobile, Panama City. You are under the threat for strong to severe storms. Later tomorrow, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, not expecting the hail to be quite as large as today, but a tornado or two is possible as well. And certainly some flash flooding, some heavy rainfall is possible today and also tomorrow. So for your rainfall forecast, this is through Friday through tomorrow. We're looking at the yellow. That is generally higher amounts of rainfall, so 1 inch or 2 in some spots. That's extending to portions of the Ohio Valley, down to the Mississippi Valley, into portions of the southern plains as well, and even into the southeast. We're also above normal in the east. We're looking at temperatures about 5, even 10 degrees above normal. Pittsburgh, 55 degrees today. That's 5 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Boston, you're back into the upper 40s. That's good news. Raleigh, 66. But notice back behind this cold front, we're talking about cold air. That is going to expand tomorrow and then eventually into the east over the weekend. So we're going to have a wake-up call over the weekend. We're going to dip back down below normal. But today we're looking at 14 degrees below normal Rapid City, just 35 degrees, 35 in Denver, and 41 in Omaha. For St. Patty's Day, same story. That cold air is going to extend a little bit to the east. So Chicago, you're going to be cold as you're celebrating your St. Patty's Day. 37 degrees, that's 10 degrees below normal, 43 in St. Louis. But warm once again in D.C., 65 tomorrow, 69 in Raleigh, and 58 degrees in New York City. Then as we kick off St. Patty's Day, we're looking at severe storms, unfortunately, in portions of the Gulf Coast states. Back to you both.
We'll enjoy that warm weather while we can, though, on Friday. All right.
Yes.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. Sure.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, teens under pressure.
After the break, a familiar face will join us here on set. Our own Savannah Sellers on the stresses many teens face on a daily basis and the factors that play into a growing mental health crisis. That's next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest developments. The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Today marks 6 months since the death of 22-year-old Iranian woman Mahsa Amini, who died while in custody of Iran's mortality police. The incident sparked unprecedented protest across Iran, with 20,000 people arrested and more than 500 killed. NBC News Tehran bureau chief and correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now for a look back on the events of the past 6 months and the implications for the future of Iranian society. Ali?
Hi, good morning, Alison. That's right. I mean, look, the protests may have largely subsided now. They're nothing near the scale they were on last year. But there's a deep-seated resentment and anger in Iran. The country doesn't function. People don't know what the future holds. And they are still livid with the government after what they had done. And you still see small pockets of protests across the country and people chanting from their homes at 9 in the evening against the government. But it's still a very tough situation for people in Iran. Let's take a look at what's been happening over the last 6 months up until now. 6 months ago today, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's feared morality police. Her alleged crime? Violating the country's strict dress code. She died days later in the hospital. Her family say she had been beaten. Police have denied this. But for many Iranians, especially young women, this was a tipping point. Amini's death set into motion a chain of extraordinary events that have rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Following Amini's funeral, Iranian women began to show their solidarity by ripping off their headscarves in protest. Within a week, it became clear that this was the most serious challenge to face the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. For 4 decades, the theocratic regime has ruthlessly enforced strict rules on Iran's population, with the hijab, mandatory for Iranian women, becoming a cornerstone of the regime's hold over the people. Making scenes like this one all the more astonishing. Women defiantly setting their headscarves on fire and cutting their hair in public as crowds chant, "Women, life, freedom." Crowds of young men and even school children have taken part, an unprecedented display of unity. The government's reaction was nothing short of brutal. Security forces have fired live rounds at unarmed protesters. Skirmishes became daily events across Iran. At least 522 people have been killed, according to the US-based human rights group HRANA, including 70 minors. More than 20,000 arrests have been made, 100 of those on charges that can lead to a death sentence. At least 4 have been executed so far. These tactics have in some way paid off. For now, The protests have largely subsided, but already it's clear that there's been a fundamental cultural shift in Iran. Many women across the country refuse to wear the hijab, something that would have been unthinkable only 7 months ago. Most recently, a crisis after thousands of schoolgirls reported symptoms of being poisoned across Iran, sparking further unease and anger amongst an already exhausted population. The authorities in Iran are trying to restore a semblance of normality. But for most Iranians, their country has turned into a dystopia. And Alison, just to give you an idea of just how they wrapped up a lot of these protests, Amnesty International published a report today after they've spoken to many, many witnesses in Iran, and they detailed horrific acts of violence and torture against children, using beating, sexual assault, rape, electrocution, against minors as young as 12 years old. So they used absolutely brutal tactics to bring those protests to an end, but it's left deep emotional and physical scars on much of the population, and many people are wondering when this will flare up again.
Such an insightful and important report. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
More international news this morning. A Libyan site not controlled by the government is reported to be missing tons of uranium.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning. The United Nations nuclear watchdog has warned that 2.5 tons of uranium have now gone missing in Libya. Now, the alarm was raised by inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency after they visited the facility where the uranium was stored and found that 10 drums containing uranium ore had disappeared. There are fears now that the uranium could pose a radiological risk as well as nuclear security concerns. Let's go to Colombia, where 11 people were killed and 10 others are missing after a powerful explosion tore through 5 coal mines. The blast, believed to be caused by a buildup of methane gas, happened late on Tuesday in a rural area 75 miles from the capital, Bogota. The fire department told local media the explosion affected 5 mines interconnected by tunnels, generating a chain blast. Now to Britain, where horse racing enthusiasts attending the Cheltenham Festival will be able to drink the world's most expensive Guinness. The drink, called Club Black Velvet, is made with a mix of Guinness beer and English sparkling wine, and it costs about $25. The online bookmaker who launched the drink said he did it to celebrate the new post-Brexit deal for Northern Ireland, which was agreed in February. But does this mean, guys, that it will make it into the Guinness World of Record as the most expensive Guinness ever sold?
Ah, that is quite the quandary right
Yes.
there. I also feel like we're not going to see it at pubs here in America tomorrow. But all right, Claudio, thank you so much.
No.
We have been covering mental health challenges that teens face, and we're just seeing how many teens are affected by this crisis.
Yeah, according to a startling CDC report, 42% of high schoolers have said that they feel persistently sad or hopeless. Our Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is covering this issue in a new NBC News Now special called Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media. That is airing tonight, and Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now on set.
You guys are the Morning News Now anchors right now.
It is good to have you back and on such an important topic. What did you find in your reporting?
Yeah, it's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much, and so good to see you all at home. So there is so much going on with teens right now. Honestly, I think it's just harder to grow up now. If you think about social media, it's just this constant access to information. A lot of it's hurtful. It's body image issues. It's your friends hanging out without you. I heard FOMO a lot in reporting this as an issue that teens really say does impact their mental health. And then, of course, there are just the normal stresses that we all know about, the pandemic, climate change, and a big thing for a lot of these teens, they told me they actually think about every day, is the possibility of a school shooting. They go to school worried about that, and they have a really hard time with it. All of that sort of is culminating in that number that you said, 42% of teens saying that they feel persistently hopeless. Here's what's kind of really scary, though. Girls are faring much worse. 57% of girls say that same number there, persistent feelings of sadness, of hopelessness. And then the really concerning thing there is that sexual violence is spiking. So young girls are also dealing with that. They're dealing with this sort of misogynistic content that's online that they say impacts the boys that they interact with all the time. It's just a confluence of a lot of really concerning factors.
It's so many things, and things that, like, as a kid, I certainly didn't have to deal with it all, because there was a lot of parts of my life where I could disconnect, where I had no idea what my friends were doing, and that was probably for the best.
No question.
What is it teens are telling you, especially when it comes to what might be a solution or some possible ways to improve things?
Yeah, really important question. Of course, when we should be talking about, we're talking about what's wrong. One of the biggest things is what we all know, talking about it. They want to feel connected to people. The other really important thing is they want a trusted adult in their life. So if you're an adult listening to this, if you know a teen, please try to connect with them and listen to what they said just about what can be done in their schools.
I feel like if there were more school counselors, they'd be able to focus on like a group of students rather than like having so many students to look after. And then same thing with the social workers in schools.
We certainly have overworked teachers. And when we don't have that opportunity to build that bond, then that chance to see that, oh, that student hasn't been really acting their normal self, their usual self, there's not really that opportunity to just notice a child, I want to say, because there's just so much noise around.
The really encouraging thing that I did hear in that conversation is that for a couple of those students that do have a strong relationship with their school counselor, they said that it has made all the difference in the world. There's this program that is being unveiled right now. Money is going directly into schools from the Department of Education, from the Biden administration, that is going to put resources actually physically within the walls of schools, so it's not something that has to be sought out after school or by parents. Hopefully that goes to making more counselors available to students, because, of course, that's the big problem within our schools.
I imagine any parent watching this and processing it is saying, okay, but there's so much going on. How on earth do we make sure that our kids are okay? How do we help them? And you actually spoke to the education secretary and the surgeon general. Did they have any advice on how to deal with these growing problems?
Yeah, so they point to the CDC in terms of advice as far as what should be done, because within this report that had those really startling stats, there were also some things that you can do. Trusted adult, as we've been talking about, is one of the big ones. Resources in schools, which this new funding, $188 million, is going to be helpful for. But they really were super strong about social media and the concern, especially the Surgeon General. He said that he is not sure when he will let his own kids get social media. It certainly will not be until at least some years into high school, which means at least 14, even though social media is available technically when you're 13 or older is when you can sign up for things like Snapchat. He said it has to go beyond warnings, though, because I asked, look, I mean, you're the Surgeon General. You've issued a warning, because he has done that. Can it go beyond that? Will it go beyond that? And he said, you know what? It's got to, because if you think about it, it's these companies. You're matching the brain of a child up against a company whose whole job and whose whole algorithm is to make you addicted. Listen to a little bit more of what he had to say.
Well, I think we have to go beyond warnings. I think the data has been telling us more and more clearly that there are significant numbers of kids who are harmed by their use of social media. I think what we need are safety standards and requirements around data transparency, and those actually have to be enforced. We need age-based regulations that also need to be enforced.
There actually is a lot of this conversation going on Capitol Hill right now. It remains to be seen what will come out of that, but we will, of course, keep reporting on it.
All right, Savannah, so glad you're taking a deep dive into this. Thank you so much. You can catch Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. That is right here on NBC News Now. Coming up, snow worries. Has this winter's surplus of snow got you down? Have your travel plans been affected? Well, after the break, we've got some tips on how you can still prepare for your vacation while also preparing for Mother Nature's worst.
Plus, the dirty dozen, 12 fruits and vegetables that have been found to have the most pesticides on them, even after a good scrubbing. We've got the list and tips on how to keep yourself and your family eating clean. That's up next.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Parts of the East Coast are defrosting this morning after a powerful nor'easter dumped feet of snow and brought 60-mile-an-hour winds to some areas. Slick roads caused accidents, while the harsh conditions forced hundreds of flight cancellations and delays, forcing many Americans to reevaluate their travel plans, something that's becoming pretty common of late. So for more on this, we're joined by travel booking site Hopper's lead economist, Haley Berg. Haley, thank you so much for being here. Talk to us about what you have just been seeing. This past year, it feels like it has just been fraught with major delays and cancellations on top of cancellations for almost anyone trying to board a plane, particularly around high travel periods like the holidays. Now that we're seeing spring break season really roll around, what's the trends looking like?
If you felt like delays and cancellations have been more common, it's because they absolutely have. In the past year or so, last summer, over the holidays, we've seen everything from weather to technical problems, causing a lot of flights to be grounded. The good news is that headed into this spring, disruption rates, so the percent of times that you're going to be delayed or canceled, are actually back to pretty reasonable levels. About 18% of flights delayed, under 2% of flights canceled. Now, that still represents thousands of trips, but it is significantly lower than some of those really incredible peaks in disruption that we saw last summer and even in December.
So when you're looking at the different trends in data based on cancellations and delays, do you notice some airports where it happens more frequently? If someone is looking to travel, is there advice on, hey, fly out of this airport instead of this airport, and the odds of dealing with a hiccup become less?
There are absolutely airports that are better and worse at different times of year. Take Denver and Boston, for example. Right now, they're averaging 25% or more of flights disrupted, delays and cancellations, in major part because of bad weather. It's winter. They experience rain, ice, snow that can all slow down operations. On the flip side, Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, and Los Angeles are warm weather destinations. They're also seeing about a quarter of flights delayed or canceled on departure because of crowds. So depends on where you're going, but if you are headed to any of these airports, it's always good to sign up for alerts before you get to the airport. So if you are delayed, you're getting that information in real time and you can plan ahead.
Okay, good advice. Haley Berg, thank you so much.
Everyone knows the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Well, according to a newly released list, apples and some other produce could keep the doctor around.
Yeah, the Environmental Working Group creates an annual Dirty Dozen list based on USDA research, and they're citing that fruits and vegetables with some of the highest amounts of chemical present even after you've washed and cleaned them.
Joining us now to help unpack this is toxicologist Dr. Alexis Temkin. Doctor, thanks so much for joining us. So first of all, take us through some of this list. Why are more pesticides found on certain produce over others, and why doesn't a regular amount of cleaning always seem to help?
Yeah, so
This year in our analysis, what we've done is look at USDA data on pesticide residues on fruits and vegetables, just like you said, after they're washed, scrubbed, or cleaned. So this is leftover. And we found that 75% of those samples had residues, but some on our Dirty Dozen list have more. So the top of this list, strawberries, spinach, kale, collard, and mustard greens. And new to the list this year are blueberries and green beans.
Okay, I'm really leaning closely because I have a lot of those in my fridge right now. What are the potential long-term health concerns here? Are there any side effects to being exposed to chemicals like these?
Yeah, so research has shown time and time again that exposure to pesticides can have some pretty concerning health effects. And that's especially true during what we call sensitive windows of development. So during pregnancy or early life, where children really are more susceptible to those harmful effects of chemical and pesticide exposure. So harm to the developing brain and nervous system, impacts on reproductive health, and potentially even increases in risks of cancer later in life.
All right, Dr. Alexis Temkin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time on this one.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, how artificial intelligence is transforming our lives.
As the newest version of ChatGPT is released, we're looking at AI's incredible power to do everything from write poems to answer exam questions and the fears around this rapidly changing area of technology. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
College hoops fans, it's time. The first round of March Madness is just hours from tip-off, and that means buzzer beaters, Cinderella stories, and the start of maybe a little trash talking in your office pool. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung is in Los Angeles with all of it. Kaylee, good morning.
Joe, Ellison, if anyone calls out sick in the next couple of days, do not blow their cover. There is so much basketball to watch and not enough screens. If you haven't filled out your NCAA bracket yet, hurry up, because the clock is counting down to tip-off, where you can bet there will be plenty of compelling stories and pure madness on college basketball's biggest stage.
The field of 64 teams is now set, after Fairleigh Dickinson and Arizona State became the last two teams to officially punch their tickets last night. This morning, the first round of the men's NCAA basketball tournament tips off, with student sections going crazy, fans traveling across the country to support their schools, and players longing for that one shining moment. Now buckle up. This year could be a crazier ride than ever. There are some familiar names in the hunt, including defending champions Kansas. The Jayhawks trying to become the first team since 2007 to win back-to-back titles. But be wary, there are plenty of underdogs on the prowl, hungry to bust your bracket. Like last year, when tiny St. Peter's went on an historic run and became the first 15 seed to go all the way to the Elite Eight. So how do you win the office bracket pool? Apparently, it's better to be lucky than good.
Just go with your gut. I watched college basketball all year. I think about it all year. My wife, who barely watches the sport, destroys me in our bracket competition every single year.
The road to the Final Four ends in Houston, where the top-seeded Houston Cougars hope to be the first team to win a title in their hometown since 1972. Other number one seeds include Purdue, whose star center, 7'4" Zach Edey, won't need a ladder if the Boilermakers get a chance to cut down the nets. And Alabama, not just a football school anymore, but the Crimson Tide is dealing with serious issues off the court, following a former player's arrest on capital murder charges in January. Star freshman Brandon Miller, who was also at the scene of the crime but has not been accused of any wrongdoing, is expected to play. Five-time national champs, Duke, in unfamiliar territory, their first tournament in more than 4 decades without Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski at the helm. They're just a 5 seed, but fresh off an ACC tournament title, they could be getting hot at the right time. Meanwhile, for some smaller schools, just making it into the field is cause for celebration. Furman is back in the tournament for the first time since 1980. Howard University last qualified in 1992. And Kennesaw State is dancing after a 1-win season just 3 years ago. March Madness, which brings in around $1 billion in revenue, so often decided at the final buzzer.
And guys, today is actually the 5th anniversary of the biggest upset in NCAA tournament history. The University of Maryland, Baltimore County, a 16 seed, beating Virginia, who was a 1 seed. It's the only time that's ever happened, and it's the game that teams look to believe it can happen again. As for this year's potential upsets, Oral Roberts is a very experienced team and could be one to watch as a 12 seed. Joe, Ellison.
All right, there's some picks for your bracket right there. Kaylee, thank you so much. We're back with new developments in the world of artificial intelligence with the potential to transform technology. OpenAI announced a new version of its AI system, ChatGPT.
That's right. The next generation version of the technology is called GPT-4. The company says the upgraded tech will have, quote, human-level performance on various professional and academic benchmarks. Let's bring in Gary Marcus for more on this. He is the founder and CEO of Geometric Intelligence. He's also the author of Rebooting AI, Building Artificial Intelligence We Can Trust In. Gary, good morning to you. We are already seeing some very big tech companies implement this system. Microsoft has invested some $10 billion into it and say that they're using it now to power the Bing search engine. For people who are not necessarily techies, don't think this is something they personally would use, how might this new version of ChatGPT impact just our everyday lives?
Well, the whole thing that is new is the idea of chatting with your search engine, of being able to talk to it in a conversation and have it talk back and forth instead of just getting a bunch of web links. GPT-4 is actually similar to GPT 3.5. It's just a little bit better. Turns out we've all been using GPT-4 for the last few weeks if we were using Bing already, the new Bing search. The human level performance, I think, is misleading. It does some things in the ways that people do and some not. I actually like to think of it as almost like an alien mind. It's intelligent in its own way, but it's intelligent in a way that's different from us. We can't always trust it. So, for example, somebody asked it last week about Silicon Valley Bank and why it collapsed, and it blamed GPT-5, and GPT-5 doesn't even exist. Wow. So we have this new technology, but it's pretty rocky right now. Sometimes it does amazing things, and sometimes it makes stuff up.
That is something to keep in mind right there. That's a pretty big, not true thing right there.
Road, yeah.
So what is ChatGPT's maker saying about safety? And talk to us about some of the wider concerns around all AI.
So we're in a very uncharted territory where things are moving very quickly, but we don't really understand them. The makers of GPT-4 just put out an article about how it works, and they gave almost no details. So the scientific community doesn't know what data it was trained on or how many parameters it has or anything like that. I think there are two fundamental concerns about safety. One is about misinformation. So bad actors can take these tools and make things that look incredibly plausible but that aren't true. I expect this to have a huge effect on the upcoming 2024 election, where people will be able to make misinformation that looks like scientific studies, looks incredibly authentic, and simply isn't true, and be able to do this at incredible scale. And I expect that every bad actor that wants to influence an election is going to start doing that. So that's one concern. Another concern is we're trusting this technology too much. So sometimes it's going to lead to just lies that are accidental, that confuse people. Sometimes it may lead to medical misinformation where people take drugs they shouldn't do and things like that. And there's an even worse possibility if we hook these things up to our electrical grid, our train grid, our cars, and so forth, because they're not very reliable. They're very interesting, but they're not yet systematically technologies that we can trust. And the more that we place power in them, the more that we're at risk.
All right. Gary Marcus, appreciate your expertise on this. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, could Aaron Rodgers be heading to the Jets next season?
Jets fans, you're gonna want to stick around for this one. We'll clear the air up next.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the
like.
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night. Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Good to have you back with us. NASA revealed the spacesuit its astronauts could wear to return to the moon. The prototype gives astronauts extra mobility, protection, and the latest technology. The moonwalking system itself is called the Axiom Extravehicular Mobility Unit. NASA says they are hoping to use this during the Artemis 3 mission in 2025. Those crew members have not been picked yet, but remember, the agency has said on that mission they will send the first woman and person of color to the moon. The suits look kind of cool.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They've come a long way since a few decades ago. All right, let's move on here. The NFL season might be over, but the off-season trade market is heating up. Yesterday on the Pat McAfee Show, longtime Green Bay's Packer quarterback Aaron Rodgers said he's ready to move on.
I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
But before Jets fans celebrate, no deal has been inked just yet as the teams try and work to hammer out a deal. For more, we're joined by Sports Illustrated senior writer Connor Orr. Connor, thanks for joining us. So nothing official yet. Is this just a matter of when, not if, or is there a chance this trade doesn't happen?
No, I think this trade's going to happen. I mean, both teams really don't have another option at this point, and so it just depends on who blinks first. Green Bay structured the contract in a way that allows them to wait until September 1st if they really want to, but I think Aaron Rodgers, when he was on the Pat McAfee Show yesterday, was trying to nudge them along in that regard because he wants to get this moving.
Aaron Rodgers is a legend, Super Bowl winner, 4-time MVP, but the fact that he's a little unhappy, has a bad relationship with the Packers, that has not been a secret, really, for a while now. Where, though, did things actually start to go wrong for Rodgers and the Packers?
Well, I think it comes in waves, and certainly if you're someone like Aaron Rodgers, you're at that level, you see the team starting to pull away. I mean, but he referenced yesterday the fact that they drafted Jordan Love a few years ago to replace him, just like they drafted him to replace Brett Favre. I think he saw that coming, and that's tough for some people to expect, especially when you're still playing at an MVP level like Rodgers was.
So let's assume this trade does go through. Where does that leave both teams? What do the Jets look like next season? What do the Packers then look like next season?
I think both teams are playoff contenders. I mean, Jordan Love got to come in during some brief stints at the end of last year, and I thought he never looked better. I think he knows the offense really well, looks really sharp. And the Jets at this point, they had an offensive rookie of the year in Garrett Wilson. They have a team that I think is ready to contend. They probably would have made the playoffs last year if they had a better option at quarterback. So I think we see both of these teams in the postseason. The Jets could make a very serious run.
So Tom Brady has proved you can pretty much play forever if you'd like. I mean, realistically, Aaron Rodgers, I mean, how many great seasons do you think he has ahead of him here?
I think he has at least a couple. I think the way that he plays the game, and especially the way that offense works to help him minimize some of the damage, give him some easier throws, especially as he does get older. I think he can do this as long as he wants to do it.
So if the Jets do have Rodgers, are they playoff contenders next year, or do they need more?
No, I think that this team is in playoff contention, certainly. I think with, the team that they put in place, I think with the scheme that they have in place, this is a legitimate contender. I think that they were last year if they just had a little bit more at the quarterback position, for sure.
Jets fans will be very happy. I know quite a few. So, Connor Orr, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate your time. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Thursday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn. Glad you could be with us.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 16th. Preventing panic. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen assured Americans that the U.S. banking system remains sound during a hearing before the Senate Finance Committee, plus the growing fallout from this week's big-time bank failures.
Tough on TikTok. The Biden administration is demanding that TikTok's Chinese owners sell their stake in the app or risk a nationwide ban. More on the dramatic policy shift and the social media giant's response.
High-stakes hearing. A Trump-appointed judge in Texas is deciding whether to pull a popular abortion pill off the shelves. It is a case with consequences that could be felt across the country.
Tipping off, we're just a few minutes away from the start of March Madness, the team we're keeping an eye on as the bracket busting begins. Yeah, you definitely want to listen to me on that one. I got your bracket.
Yeah, your bracket all filled out. Who you got going to the finals? It's a secret. It's a secret.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday Eve. We start with growing concerns in United States banks.
That's right. Regional banks are coming under pressure today over fears of spreading fallout from Credit Suisse's near collapse and Silicon Valley Bank's failure.
One of the banks now under critical focus is California-based First Republic Bank. They're facing severe financial issues, holding the third highest rate of risky uninsured deposits, only behind Silicon Valley and Signature Bank. With us to help calm the fears and walk us through what we need to know, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian,
tall order.
We are glad you're here. We're glad to see you because you're going to help us realize what fears we have and kind of quell those fears for consumers. Walk us through, if you're an everyday consumer right now, what should you be thinking about?
Yeah, look, Vicky Svin, I mean, the headlines over the past few days have been dizzying and a little bit scary, too, right? If you're a depositor and you have money at a bank, you're wondering what the heck is going on here. But what's happening with First Republic is just concerns about the fate of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank falling into the hands of this San Francisco-based bank as well. We're not seeing quite the level of issues there that it's requiring the FDIC, again, the government, to step in and save them. But there's some deposit outflows that led some credit ratings agencies yesterday to downgrade their projections for this bank based off of their financial health. Now, for what it's worth, it's an important reminder to all Americans, you have insurance up to $250,000 per depositor, even in the worst case scenario. And we saw what the government did this weekend, and Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, spoke on Capitol Hill just a few moments ago, reassuring Americans over this situation. Take a listen.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them. This week's actions demonstrate our resolute commitment to ensure that our financial system remains strong and that depositors' savings remain safe.
And some of those actions that they did over the weekend was taking the deposits that were even beyond that insurance level of $250,000 and guaranteeing all of it at the two banks that failed, which really goes to show how serious the government is in trying to save the situation here.
Yeah, they're acting quickly.
Yeah, especially because people are really concerned, and every day when you wake up with a new headline, that does not help. Talk to us about how this is impacting markets, 401ks, pensions.
Yeah, it's very volatile. In fact, yesterday it was a real yo-yo. It went down and then came straight back up again because of what we were seeing in abroad, because Switzerland now, all eyes are over there because Credit Suisse, one of the top 50 banks in the world by size, apparently had some liquidity issues. But the Swiss central bank there said, we'll offer you a lifeline. They took it overnight, up to $54 billion they could be using in terms of funds to keep that bank particularly liquid. But look, markets right now, if you have a 401k, if you have a stock portfolio, you got to have some thick skin to get through all this. But experts that I have spoken to have said, stay the course, keep a long-term strategy.
In my opinion, don't look right now.
Yeah,
don't look.
Right.
That's what I say. Brian Chung, thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian. Well, the Pentagon just released dramatic new video of a Russian fighter jet colliding with a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. According to U.S. military officials, this shows the Russian jet dumping fuel on the drone before clipping its propeller. They say they were forced to ditch the unmanned aircraft in the sea, basically take it down ourselves. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is following this story for us, has been all night. So, Keir, U.S. officials are telling NBC News that Russian leaders at the highest levels actually did approve those pilots' aggressive actions. Russia is accusing the U.S. of provoking the entire incident. So reconcile all of this for us. Bring us up to speed on the latest talks now between the two countries, now that we have this video that shows exactly what happened.
Well, it's possible for both of those things to be the case, for Russia to have authorized this attack, effectively, on a U.S. drone at the highest level, or almost the highest level, and at the same time to believe that these U.S. drones are provoking Russia, because the Russian perspective would be that these drones are being used to get images that are then sent to the Ukrainians to help the Ukrainians on the battlefield. But you can see the National Security Council, for example, trying to unpick exactly what happened, at what point, what was an accident, what was intentional. Take a listen.
Difficult to know exactly how this all transpired. The intercepts were deliberate. Make no mistake about that. What we don't know is how intentional the collision with the drone was. It is possible that this was just a reckless, incompetent piece of aviating by the pilot, but we don't know for sure.
So to make sense of that, Vicky, what may have happened is that the Russians may have been trying to destabilize this drone by pouring fuel on it, but then accidentally hit it. Fundamentally, the Russians would like to get rid of these drones. And of course, on the other side, the US is determined to keep flying them and saying that this is international airspace and it will keep flying them no matter how much provocation there is from the Russians.
And Keir, people who don't follow this as closely as you do might be surprised to know that Russia and NATO members will occasionally intercept each other's warplanes. It is not infrequent that this happens, but this appears to be the first time since the Cold War that a U.S. aircraft went down during an incident like this. Explain how that is impacting this already tense relationship Moscow and Washington have.
Yeah, you know, I think it actually pulls the curtain back on the intensity of the relationship. The reality is, in this battlefield, if you like, and by that I include the sea and the air, the US and the Russian military are eyeball to eyeball. And I think that's what you're seeing here. So there is already tension between those two sides, if you like. Why is it dangerous? Well, just imagine if that Russian plane had gone down too, and if the pilot had been killed, and then this debate over exactly what happened, that's how it can escalate. That's why the US wants to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
And it was such a close call. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, thank you so much.
Well, tensions between the U.S. and China are heating up over TikTok. The White House is now calling for the owners of ByteDance, that's the Chinese parent company of TikTok, to sell their stake in the social media app. And the administration is threatening an all-out ban in the U.S. if they do not do so. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba has the latest for us on this one. Hey, Monica, a lot of people interested in what exactly is going on and could potentially happen here. So we know the U.S. has raised these national security concerns over TikTok for a while and taken piecemeal steps like banning it on certain phones or networks. But walk us through this latest development and also what we're hearing from TikTok.
It's a significant step, Savannah. You're absolutely right. Hundreds of millions of users, of course, for this very popular platform. And this is a step that the Biden administration had been considering for some time, having talks with the Treasury Department about what they can do over these national security fears that data that is used on this very popular social media site essentially could be used by the Chinese government. That is the issue here. And of course, there are some questions about exactly how that would work, where the data could go. And that's been raised for a long time by lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. So now the White House is essentially saying if you don't sell it, it could be banned nationwide. Of course, this is something we've been able to confirm, according to a source close to TikTok, which did say this is essentially what the White House is putting forth, but that there's no final order here. And this could really take weeks or months to decide. And the company is also saying essentially that selling or divesting won't make that much of a difference when it comes to some of the way that this information is used. They're saying what needs to be done is more third-party monitoring and some kind of implementation of that kind of security, which they say is already happening, but that they could boost. So that's where things stand right now, with the White House essentially saying this is the most significant step we're taking, but it's not the ultimate one. This could still take some time to get figured out.
Absolutely. Monica Alba, a lot to watch for here, and we will be on it, especially next week with the TikTok CEO testifying on the Hill. Thanks very much.
Well, Savannah, we're turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. The U.S. is approving a $31 billion mega merger between two giant rail companies. That deal would create a new railroad linking Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Joining us is CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi. Seema, great to see you. So this is the first major U.S. railroad merger in 2 decades. How will the new service work?
Well, the Surface Transportation Board, Vicki, said Canadian Pacific's takeover of Kansas City Southern would divert around 64,000 truckloads annually off the road and onto the railway, potentially improving safety and reducing air pollution. The regulator also said that the merger would create over 800 union jobs in the U.S. Meantime, Honda is recalling nearly 500,000 vehicles because the front seat belts may not latch properly. The models affected are the 2017 through 2020 CR-V, the 2018 and 2019 Accord, and the 2018 through 2020 Odyssey, as well as others. Owners will be notified by letter next month. Honda says it has no reports of injuries related to the recall. And finally, T-Mobile is buying Ryan Reynolds-backed Mint Mobile in a deal worth $1.35 billion. The deal will allow T-Mobile to tap a larger share of the pay-as-you-go customer base, whose numbers are expected to swell as credit-challenged people shy away from hefty monthly bills. Reynolds is expected to personally receive over $300 million in cash and stock from the deal. Not like he needed more.
Some smart investments there around Reynolds. Isn't he like, there's a liquor business too? He's got a soccer team. I mean,
Gin,
he's doing, gin, that's right.
It's funny, I always thought that was so random that he has this mobile company, but you know what?
I hear you. Know what? Not so random.
It's random with $300 million. I'll take it. All right, Seema Modi, thanks so much.
Well, coming up, if you have ever taken a side in a celebrity feud because you felt personally connected to that person, you might be in what's called a parasocial relationship. We're going to explain exactly what that means, and there's actually some possible benefits to being in one of those parasocial relationships, Savannah. Time to find out. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest
like.
the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
All right, have you ever connected with a celebrity or a TV show character so much you felt like you actually knew them as a friend? Okay, you have, okay.
I mean, well, that makes me sound...
You're not alone. It's you and Savannah. It's a phenomenon known as a parasocial relationship. No, I've done it. We've all done it. We've all done it.
Thank you. Thank you. It's defined, though, as a one-sided relationship that someone engages in typically with a media persona or, like Vicky said, a celebrity. Well, while most of these connections are harmless, they can sometimes become overpowering, which obviously is a concern since it's not, a real relationship. Child and family psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein joins us now on this. An interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
I think one a lot of people can relate to. Walk us through what this means, this parasocial relationship. How's it different from just like being a fan of someone?
Yeah. So it's not, but it's, it's this belief that we really know this person, right? So when, Friends was on and we were also invested in the Ross and Rachel relationship, or, the Last of Us season where there was the relationship with the two guys and everybody was so, like, we were talking about it in the news the next day. So we connect with them on a level that's a little different than just being a fan. There's something that really resonates for us and that makes us feel connected in some way. So we believe that there's some sort of relationship. It's actually very healthy. We all do it to a certain degree at some point in our lives, kind of pre-social media, right? My teen magazines and I would, I'd pull them out and we'd fangirl and all of those things. So it's not uncommon and it's not unhealthy. And it's just kind of what it is.
And it's not new. This is a phenomenon we've seen since magazines, as you said.
Yeah.
But what is new, the twist on parasocial relationships now, is you have this added element of social media. So you're not just reading about these people, you are actually sometimes watching a video of them live on Instagram, constant updates from that person, which makes you really feel like you know them. Talk about that and how has social media affected these relationships?
It's a huge effect. And to your point, this term has been around since the 1950s, right? We saw it in the way people kind of connected with the Beatles, right? The way that we thought that we knew them. They were like part of our lives. They were in our houses. So the way that social media has an impact on this is we are much more connected, much more often, in much more detail. So people are sharing their lives, both celebrities and influencers, other people that we just might follow. And we're not always equipped on the other side of the screen, right, to be like, oh, I love you, oh, I'm gonna bully you, oh, I'm gonna do, we're not always equipped. So social media makes us have that one step closer, one step further, because we are in someone's kitchen with, I'm watching Jennifer Garner make food, and I'm like, she's gonna serve that up to me later. Like, so we feel more connected to one another in ways that we might not have before, because we're really in their lives.
So, I mean, some of it sounds a little bit like, okay, that doesn't sound too good if you're not receiving anything back, but is there anything positive here?
Yes, there are a lot of positive things here. So some of this can normalize a lot of things. One of the things that's been really beneficial, especially like with TikTok, is we've seen a much more normalization of mental health issues. So we have that piece, right? It can provide some support. It can provide a sense of community and connected. It can teach us something. So there's a lot of real positive things in all of this. It's not really all bad.
What about in drawbacks? What are the bad parts, especially when it comes to kids who are growing up with social media in their hands at all times?
So there can be some negative influences, right? We know social media has so many risks. So it can have an increase in depression or anxiety. I might want to be keeping up with this person and I can't. Maybe it impacts like how I think about the world or how I view spending or those kinds of things. Or I get so involved with them that I kind of forget I live in a different world. And like in the real world, they aren't my friends. So we have to be mindful of kind of what that limit is. And that's sometimes hard for us to navigate.
And pull back when you can and really foster the in-person relationships, the real social relationships. All right, child and family psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein, thank you so much.
Well, new data suggests that deaths among pregnant women fell in the U.S. last year. The numbers dropped significantly from the 6-decade high during the pandemic.
That's right. In 2022, there were only 733 maternal deaths. That's according to preliminary numbers from the Centers for Disease Control. Officials say that while the maternal death rate is on track to return to pre-pandemic levels, those numbers are still not ideal.
Yeah, definitely. Well, later this hour, why one district attorney is signaling that former President Donald Trump could be indicted in the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We want to show you some dramatic new video of Miami-Dade police rushing to rescue a 3-year-old boy who was trapped inside a submerged car. That car had veered off the road and into a canal. Laura Rodriguez from NBC South Florida has our details.
Terrifying moments at a southwest Miami-Dade canal as Miami-Dade police try to rescue a toddler trapped in his car seat.
As a father, when you hear a child's underwater in a vehicle and their parent can't get them out, first emotion that clicks in your head is go.
Orlando Valdez says he lost control of his car and ended up in the canal. Valdez unbuckled his seatbelt and immediately turned around to get his 3-year-old Christopher out of the car seat, but he could not because the water was gushing in. It was more than nerve-wracking, said the father. I thought that was it. I thought I lost him. Someone on scene told me to get out of the car and then we'll take the boy out. And I said no, until my son is not out, I'm not getting out.
I couldn't see through the water, so I had to come back up a couple of times and just basically use touch to figure out what was what inside the vehicle. Eventually I felt the baby seat, the car seat, and I pulled it as hard as I could because I couldn't figure out where the seatbelt was or anything of that nature. Luckily, it broke off, and the child was able to pop up to the top of the car.
Okay. Come on. Christopher and his father survived.
When the baby started crying, I started crying too, because it was the best cry I've ever heard in my life.
The day of the rescue, February 27th, was also Christopher's birthday. Valdez describes it as a rebirth. The father is grateful to God, to the officers, Good Samaritans, and everyone who saved their lives. For NBC News Daily, I'm Laura Rodriguez.
Oh, what an amazing story. Well, America has a new top pup. The American Kennel Club is announcing French Bulldogs have surpassed Labrador Retrievers as the most popular dog breed in the U.S. I was surprised by that. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shares why so many people are choosing the Frenchie.
To wear the crown of most popular canine, it's really a dog-eat-dog competition. But apparently America has spoken, and the answer is the French Bulldog.
My buddy, she's my best friend. The sweetest dogs, crazy too. They're a lot of balls of energy.
The Frenchies really lapping up the limelight after the American Kennel Club announced their registrations leapfrogged the previous title holder for 3+ decades, Labrador Retrievers, who have a bone to pick with that dethroning. And so do their owners.
I'm a lab mom for life.
And why is that?
I think because of my lifestyle and their lifestyle.
Third on the list, Golden Retrievers.
Are you surprised that the French Bulldog is now the most popular dog in America?
They're expensive, they're cute, you know, but for me, it's not for me.
Perhaps we should have seen this coming after the winner of this year's dog show was, in fact, a French Bulldog.
If it wasn't a healthy breed, I wouldn't have stuck with them. If it wasn't a joyful breed, a breed that loves kids, I wouldn't have been in it.
Critics have called for more oversight on their breeding and in some countries bans based on their flat faces that can lead to a host of health issues. But as the owner of Dog Bar in Miami Beach points out, they're the perfect dog for modern day America.
And a French Bulldog just wants to sit on the couch and watch TV with you.
Whether sleeping or show stopping, there's clearly a new sheriff in town. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami Beach.
Pretty darn cute.
You shared some hilarious dog stuff on your Instagram, too.
Oh, yeah, my little dog, yeah. Any dog is man's best friend, woman's best friend. I agree completely.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
All right, well, researchers have found rocks made from plastic on a remote Brazilian island, which they say is showing humanity's detrimental impact on the Earth's geological cycles.
Yeah, the rocks are made of a mixture of sediment and debris held together by plastic. Scientists worry that they could have devastating effects on the ecosystem of the island, which is one of the world's most important conservation spots for turtles, actually.
Well, up next, the legal battle over banning a widely used abortion pill. It is out in the open in a Texas courtroom. When we can expect a ruling from the federal judge on this issue, you are watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us for free anytime on our streaming network, NBC News Now, in all of those places: Peacock, YouTube, Hulu. Your news continues right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, making news right now. In Los Angeles, a union representing about 30,000 school workers, including bus drivers, custodians, and cafeteria workers, are planning to walk out next week. The 35,000-member teachers union has pledged to join the workers in solidarity during the three-day strike, and that would close schools for over 400,000 students. Union representatives say their members want more full-time work, wage increases, and more staffing for student services.
Japan and South Korea are taking steps to improve their diplomatic ties. Both countries agreed to resume regular visits between their leaders and work on resolving a trade dispute during a historic summit today. The meeting comes as both countries are seeking to form a united front. They're driven by their shared concerns about North Korea and China.
And take a look at this. A man was rescued after being trapped in the Los Angeles River. You can see him clinging onto a wall as a rescuer is lowered down into the water. The rescuer is able to grab hold of the man and hoist him to safety. Officials say he suffered from hypothermia and was taken to a hospital for treatment. Wow.
Yeah, gratitude to those first responders. They're incredible.
Absolutely, especially with these unheard of, unseen weather conditions there.
I know,
like that
the rain is so out of control there. Well, a widely used abortion pill could soon be banned nationwide, even in states where abortion is still legal.
Yeah, after hearing 4 hours of arguments yesterday, a federal judge in Texas said he would issue a decision, quote, as soon as possible. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who witnessed those arguments, joins us from Amarillo, Texas. Hey, Dasha, so much of the hearing yesterday focused on the FDA's regulatory and approval process, kind of this medical argument, you know, is this drug safe? Not specifically on abortion access or that moral issue. So tell us more about these big takeaways from each side.
Yes, Savannah, so the focus of the case is just that. The plaintiffs in this case, which is a group of anti-abortion medical organizations and doctors, they are arguing that the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the safety of the drug before approving it in 2000. Now, the drug in question here is called mifepristone. It's one pill and a 2-pill regimen for medication abortion. And that method is the most common method of abortion in the United States, used for more than half of the pregnancies that are ended in this country. Now, yesterday, the plaintiffs argued that the FDA is endangering women by keeping this drug on the market, and that they further endangered women and girls when they loosened regulation around the drug in 2016 and again in 2021. In 2021, allowing doctors to prescribe medication abortion via telemedicine. So those are sort of the two things that they're looking at, the original approval and then those loosened regulations. Now, the FDA and the government lawyers said that this case has no merit. They said that if the judge ruled in favor of the plaintiff, it would amount to unprecedented action and would endanger, would cause significant harm to the public, saying that these drugs are safe. They've been on the market for more than 2 decades.
Dasha, you were actually inside the courtroom. You reported that the Trump-appointed judge appeared sympathetic to the arguments from the lawyers for those anti-abortion groups. So you're saying he said as soon as possible. What's the expectation on the ruling for this?
Well, we don't know exactly when he's going to rule. It could be before the end of the week. It could be a few weeks from now. What we do know, though, from so many of the folks that we've talked to involved in this case, is that this could be the most consequential ruling on abortion since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And let's just be clear here, what happens in this court in Amarillo, Texas, where I'm standing right now, will have an impact nationwide if the judge sides with the plaintiffs, meaning even if you live in a state where there are robust protections for abortions, you will be impacted. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you.
Now in Virginia, 7 deputies are facing murder charges for the death of Ivo Otieno earlier this month while in police custody. The 28-year-old with a history of mental illness was allegedly suffocated by deputies while being admitted to a hospital. The surveillance video that captured what happened to Otieno is being described as extremely alarming. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. Hi, Marissa. First, walk us through the timeline on what prosecutors allege happened here.
As the police say, on March 3rd, they got a call about a possible burglary involving him. And so they say that he was in custody for that, and then he was placed under an emergency custody order. And then they allege that he started getting physically assaulted Henrico police officers. During that, he was then taken to a different local hospital, then to a local jail. And then days later, on March 6th, as he was being transferred from that jail to Central State Hospital, there was a struggle, police say, between him and the deputies, and that is when and where he died. And we talked about that video that the Commonwealth's attorney says is so key to the reason why 7 deputies now stand charged with second-degree murder, Savannah.
And Marissa, we know that surveillance video of this incident exists. Do we know when it will be released, and is any of it body camera footage from the deputies?
Right, and that's the million-dollar question. A lot of people wanting to get their eyes on that video. We know the family, we just learned within the last hour, is going to be viewing that video. Of course, the big question is, when will the rest of us, when will the public be able to view that video? We know that there's a press conference happening shortly. It's going to be happening at 1 o'clock Eastern, so that's coming up in the next half hour. But in terms of that video, some important details here, because, again, this is all coming from the Commonwealth's attorney's office. The Commonwealth's attorney says that it shows Otieno face down, handcuffed on the ground, and then a knee from one of the deputies on his body. She alleges that you can see them smothering Otieno for 12 minutes, causing him to suffocate to death, that his preliminary cause of death was asphyxiation. And she says the video is, quote, clear and alarming. She also claims that after he died, deputies took 3 hours to call Virginia State Police. So to your point, Savannah, the videos, we understand, came from Central State Hospital and Henrico County Jail, but there was no mention made about any body cameras.
All right, Marissa Parra, important reporting here. More certainly to come. Thank you so much.
Savannah, we turn to adult film star Stormy Daniels. She met with Manhattan prosecutors as part of their investigation into the hush money payment made to her on behalf of former President Trump. The district attorney overseeing the case has already signaled that an indictment of the former president could be coming by asking him to testify before the grand jury. Mr. Trump declined the invitation through his attorneys. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good to have you. So Stormy Daniels is literally the center of this investigation. What is the timing of her testimony? Tell us about the DA's overall timeline. Do we know anything about what a potential Trump defense might be?
Right, Vicky. An indictment against Donald Trump could come any hour, any day, or it could never come at all. It's the prosecutor's job to go to a grand jury and present what they say is evidence and testimony of a potential crime. And the grand jury votes it either up or down whether to indict here. That is the process that is unfolding right now. Stormy Daniels meeting with the prosecutors would suggest that she may go before the grand jury in the days ahead. That is the news that we are waiting to hear, whether that takes place or not. I did speak with the essentially the coordinator of Donald Trump's legal effort here, Boris Epshteyn, who is also senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he told me here in a statement, quote, woke radical DAs in New York and Atlanta are allowing crime to run rampant in their cities while they choose to be obsessed with persecuting President Trump. Democrats continue to weaponize the justice system against President Trump, who has done absolutely nothing wrong, because they realize that he is on a direct march back to the White House. Of course, this goes back all the way to 2016 and the $130,000 that was paid from Michael Cohen, who was Donald Trump's then lawyer and fixer, to Stormy Daniels, the adult film star who alleged that she had had a sexual relationship with Donald Trump. Donald Trump denies ever having that relationship and said that the payment was made in order to silence what was a defamatory story against him. But ultimately, this is going to come down to the justice system here and whether the district attorney seeks an indictment against Donald Trump. And then, of course, in this other case here, it is in Fulton County, Georgia, where the district attorney is investigating allegations of attempted efforts by Donald Trump to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in Georgia. An indictment there could come as well, or the district attorney could choose not to bring an indictment against Donald Trump. There are a lot of question marks here in the days ahead. Vicky?
Yeah, a lot of questions and things to still be determined. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you.
Well, quick, it's time to finish your brackets. One of the most highly anticipated college sports events has officially tipped off.
Anything can happen in March. The first two teams of 64, West Virginia and Maryland, kicking off March Madness just moments ago. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the details on this year's men's NCAA basketball tournament.
The field of 64 teams is now set, after Fairleigh Dickinson and Arizona State became the last two teams to officially punch their tickets last night. This morning, the first round of the men's NCAA basketball tournament tips off, with student sections going crazy, fans traveling across the country to support their schools, and players longing for that one shining moment. Now buckle up. This year could be a crazier ride than ever. There are some familiar names in the hunt, including defending champions Kansas. The Jayhawks trying to become the first team since 2007 to win back-to-back titles. But be wary, there are plenty of underdogs on the prowl, hungry to bust your bracket. Like last year, when tiny St. Peter's went on an historic run and became the first 15 seed to go all the way to the Elite Eight. So how do you win the office bracket pool? Apparently, it's better to be lucky than good.
Just go with your gut. I watched college basketball all year. I think about it all year. My wife, who barely watches the sport, destroys me in our bracket competition every single year.
The road to the Final Four ends in Houston, where the top-seeded Houston Cougars hope to be the first team to win a title in their hometown since 1972. Other number one seeds include Purdue, whose star center, 7'4" Zach Edey, won't need a ladder if the Boilermakers get a chance to cut down the nets. And Alabama, not just a football school anymore. But the Crimson Tide is dealing with serious issues off the court, following a former player's arrest on capital murder charges in January. Star freshman Brandon Miller, who was also at the scene of the crime but has not been accused of any wrongdoing, is expected to play. Five-time national champs, Duke, in unfamiliar territory. Their first tournament in more than 4 decades without Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski at the helm. They're just a 5 seed, but fresh off an ACC tournament title, they could be getting hot at the right time. Meanwhile, for some smaller schools, just making it into the field is cause for celebration. Furman is back in the tournament for the first time since 1980. Howard University last qualified in 1992. And Kennesaw State is dancing after a 1-win season just 3 years ago. March Madness, which brings in around $1 billion in revenue, so often decided at the final buzzer.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News. Straight ahead, the video game franchise that's bringing millions of viewers to HBO. While it aired its season finale, we will discuss all the reaction to The Last of Us in our entertainment wrap. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, if you're a fan, you know The Last of Us season finale aired Sunday, leaving fans and non-fans of the video game excited for what's to come.
Yeah, well, HBO's already greenlit season 2, and the creators of the shows have promised multiple seasons to adapt the rest of the beloved video game franchise. So who knows how many we'll get. Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp, joins us now to break it all down. So, Darren, here's the deal. The finale aired the same night as the Oscars. And before we even get to the show, I just have to, I don't even know if you can see this. I'm such a creep. This is a picture of you.
We loved it.
On the screen at the Oscars, our Baroness of Blazers, killing it.
Thank you.
You looked beautiful. That. You sounded so smart, and your outfits were just, I loved it. Okay, so tell us, how did this do compared to the Oscars broadcast?
Okay, well, The Last of Us, let me just tell you that this has done wonders for HBO. Let me just tell you, as if that network wasn't doing well already. But It premiered at 4.7 million, and now the finale premiered at 8.2 million viewers against the Oscars. So it absolutely crushed. I mean, I think it just goes to show the longevity of the show. To your point, it was already renewed for season 2 when episode 2 aired. So they really, really want to put a lot of big bucks behind this. And I think this is just going to be one of those franchises that kind of keeps going for seasons and seasons to come. You know, Pedro Pascal is back, and obviously Bella Ramsey. There's not going to be a lot of character changes in that, even though there's this huge time jump for season 2. And like I said, it's going to really span the second part over multiple seasons. So the story arcs are going to be insane. This was the most watched HBO show in Europe and Latin America. It just crushed.
Wow. All right, Darren. Ditto on the green suit, by the way. I loved it. I saw it actually organically on my Instagram feed, and I was like, once again, she's nailing it. Yeah. Okay, let me move us away from the fashion discussion and our mutual admiration society. Rumors are flying about Quentin Tarantino's 10th and final film. Final? Wait, what? Why? And what can you tell us about it?
Well, in 2012, you know, never say never in Hollywood and in the movie industry. Let me just start off by saying that. But in 2012, he came out basically saying he wanted to make 10 films and retire at 60. And 2023 is the year to do that. This would be his 10th film, called The Movie Critic, if we're counting Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 as one film here. The movie is supposed to be set in 1970s Los Angeles with a female lead. It's potentially loosely based on Pauline Kael's life, the film critic. But to be honest with you, as a huge Tarantino fan, I was kind of hoping for Kill Bill 3 and have Maya Hawke come back as the baby that Uma Thurman had in Kill Bill 1 and 2. But I digress. Maybe I can bombard him with my social media to try and get him to do this, because that's really what I want to see.
Let's coordinate the campaign. Quentin, are you listening? Kill Bill 3, yes. Sign us all up. And then Uma Thurman's daughter. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, amazing.
Love that.
Wow, Darren, great idea. Yeah, let's start the campaign. I love it. Okay, also this I think is going to be a big talker. New movie rumors here. A Madonna biopic with actress Julia Garner. What do we know?
Okay, I'll watch anything with Julia Garner. She's just one of those actresses that I know is going to knock it out of the park. But she was actually cast last summer as Madonna, which was a huge role for her. But since then, Universal has actually shelved the project. Apparently, you know, there's been a lot of back and forth with the creative process. I know Madonna really wanted to take control of everything. She co-wrote her script, and she described it as sort of hacking off a limb. You know, she's lived this extraordinary life. I think she wants this extraordinary film. But there was 11 hours of choreography a day to get this part in audition for this part. So Julia Garner has earned it, I would say.
11 hours a day. I want to see it though. So whatever they need to do to get it on the screen, let's go for that. Darren, before you go, what are you watching this weekend?
On Prime Video, Swarm, brought by Donald Glover. This is a creepy, kind of violent stan, a little bit loosely based on Beyonce and the Beehive. So she becomes this violent fan, and it's going to be creepy. And it's Donald Glover, who's just coming off Atlanta Run, which I absolutely loved. Definitely check that out. Check that out. And Lucky Hank on AMC. Bob Odenkirk is back as a middle-aged professor, kind of getting himself into trouble again.
Oh. Wow. You into that? You like horror. You like those scary things.
I like horror. Yeah, I do. I would be into that. I love it, Darren. Also, Darren, before we let you go, we have to ask you, because you were there, you got to be experiencing it. What was your biggest Oscar highlight?
Oh, I mean, I have to say it's got to be Michelle Yeoh winning for Best Actress. I mean, her just saying all the empowering things about women following your dreams, it really hit home for me. She's the first Asian American to win. Her mom was so happy in Malaysia. It's just what a highlight.
That video was so cute. If you haven't seen that clip of everybody reacting in her family in Malaysia, that was really fun to watch. Good one.
It's just too sweet.
Bravo personality, one of our favorites, host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp. Thank you so much, Darren. Good to talk to you.
Baroness of Blazers. We love you. Thanks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. A 9-year-old Girl Scout is being hailed a hero after making a life-saving 911 call for her mother, who was suffering from a medical emergency. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa shares how it all happened.
A Chicago area Girl Scout is trading her brownie sash for a superhero cape.
We've heard of the Superman, but have y'all heard of Ariana? Supergirl. Hey, Supergirl.
The city of Aurora celebrating Aria Lehman's historic feat, coming to the rescue last month when her mom needed her the most after collapsing on the floor.
My mom was talking to me and she passed out.
The 9-year-old quickly calling 911 and keeping calm.
How old are you? I am 9 years old. You are doing great.
Even telling dispatcher Tracy Whalen about her mom's allergies and medications.
She did better than 90% of the adults I talked to.
Is she still passed out? Yes. She's still breathing, but she's passed out.
Aria's incredible composure, critical during a medical emergency.
For her to do what she did and stay so calm, it's amazing to me. I am super proud of her.
I was super worried.
Her mom, who spent 16 days in the hospital, is now home recovering. Aria receiving the Mayor's Award of Excellence.
Your courage and calmness made all the difference. Congratulations, young lady, and thank you very much for all that you do.
While not all heroes wear capes, some deserve to, at least for the day.
And I'm happy that you're okay.
Because of you.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Oh, could that be any sweeter? Thank you to Maggie for that story. Well, for the first time in more than 40 years, Furman University's basketball team will get to play in the NCAA men's tournament. But due to a scheduling conflict, the school was forced to borrow another school's band to send with the team. Peyton Furtado from our South Carolina affiliate shows us who's stepping in.
Be it the luck of the draw or the luck of the Irish, North Greenville University's marching band will play on the Furman Paladins at the NCAA first round.
I'm still taking it in. So. We learned the Furman Fight song. It's not an easy one, but we put some time in to learn that.
Furman's marching band was invited to play in Dublin for the 2021 St. Patrick's Day Festival. It would be the first time Furman's band had traveled outside the country since 1986. But there was just one problem.
At the start of COVID, nobody was traveling at that time. So the trip was postponed from 21 to 22, and finally it became a reality, and we were finally able to make that trip.
The year the Furman Paladins made it to the NCAA for the first time since 1980.
Here we are in Ireland, and they were all gathered around one computer screen on Sunday night to see Selection Sunday, and they cheered and yelled right here in our hotel in Limerick, Ireland, just, wishing that they could be a part of that.
We had a little watch party, and we were running around our entire music department, hooping and hollering.
Luckily, Furman had already drafted former student and North Greenville marching band director Gary Roden for assistance.
Being an alum, I couldn't say no. So it's a great opportunity. Excited for our students. They don't, us being a Division II school, we don't get opportunities like this very often.
Students like Marquel Littlejohn, who had never been on a plane, let alone had an opportunity like this. And after several weeks of hard work preparing for Orlando, the trumpet player says he's thanking his lucky stars to be here.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've never expected it, especially from being from a Division II school and being asked to be able to do this. It's amazing. I'm so ecstatic for it, and I cannot wait.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Peyton Furtado.
What a great story.
Yeah, really. I know. Can we borrow your bands?
Yeah, very sweet, though. All right, well, here's what's trending now. Van Leeuwen Ice Cream is collaborating with Hidden Valley Ranch.
I'm not sure. Mixed feelings on this
to
one.
bring you ranch-flavored ice cream. The limited edition flavor will be sold at Walmart stores nationwide starting March 20th through through May 28th. I am somebody who really likes to essentially use certain things as just like a vehicle for ranch because I love it.
Okay, sure, but ice cream?
This is weird.
It's even over the top for you?
Yeah, I think
I'll try anything, but that is a weird combination.
Yeah,
all right, pop star Justin Bieber sharing an update on his health. The singer posted an Instagram story where he's smiling ear to ear, showing off his improved facial mobility. He was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome last year. Bieber canceled his world tour back in June, revealed that he suffered symptoms of facial paralysis. Glad he's doing better.
Absolutely. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
It is good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 16th. Escalating tensions. U.S. officials say the highest levels of the Kremlin approved the aggressive actions of Russian fighter jets against a U.S. military drone. We have stunning new video of the mid-air clash.
Searching for answers, 7 Virginia sheriff's deputies charged in connection with the death of a mentally ill inmate. What the families of that man is now saying about his death.
Moment of silence. We're remembering the victims of the Atlanta spa shootings that took place 2 years ago today, plus a crucial conversation with an AAPI activist working to combat hate.
Pressing play, our entertainment expert is here with an update on director Quentin Tarantino's 10th and potentially final film, and a closer look at the hit TV series The Last of Us that is already slated for season 2.
Welcome to NBC News Daily on a Friday Junior.
Friday Junior,
it,
Friday
right?
Eve. I like
Friday,
all of the above.
Yeah.
It's just not Friday yet, though.
There we go. Almost made it, though. Well, we're going to begin with the growing fallout between the United States and Russia after a Russian warplane crashed into a U.S. surveillance drone. It happened earlier this week over the Black Sea.
Just today, the Pentagon released dramatic video of that collision. According to the U.S. military, it shows a fighter jet spraying fuel on the drone before clipping its propeller. Moscow blames the U.S. U.S. for the incident, but U.S. officials tell NBC News Russian leaders at the highest level of the Kremlin approved their pilots' aggressive actions.
NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is with us and following this story. Hi, Keir. So both sides are accusing each other of causing the collision. Well, now that the video's out, how are the two militaries responding, and where do things go from here?
Well, the video tells us a lot and tells us some things that perhaps are unclear. So it tells us that these Russian Su-27 planes did fly towards the drone and drop fuel onto the drone and a number of times. And it does seem to suggest that there was a collision. The camera goes blank, goes to bars, and then afterwards you see a bent propeller. So it tells us those things. It doesn't fully tell us whether or not some of this was an accident. And what I mean by that is it's pretty clear that the Russians were targeting the drone, but did one of the planes mistakenly actually hit the drone? That I think is part of the reason why in Washington they're being careful about their language. And then just to answer your question, I mean, I think that the Russians believe that these drones are a problem for them because they are clearly able to surveil the battlefield, and the Russians say that that intelligence, those images are being sent to the Ukrainians to help them in the war in Ukraine. So that's the Russian side. On the American side, of course, they say they are free to fly these drones in international airspace, and they see the Russians as trying to push them back against international law, effectively.
Well, Keir, this all comes against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine. For months now, the Ukrainian government has been pleading for warplanes. Today, Poland's president announced they will send the country some fighter jets in these coming days. So how much of a difference is this going to make now on the battlefield? And do we know if anyone else in NATO, any of the other members, are going to follow suit?
Well, yeah, these are Soviet-era MiGs, so they aren't the most advanced of fighter jets. They will be welcomed by the Ukrainians. Whether or not it's a tipping point, I think probably not. And I think the reason why perhaps can be seen in that clash between the Russians and that American drone. Because just imagine if that contact had led, for example, to the Russian plane to go down and for the pilot to have died. And with these questions over exactly what happened, just imagine how that could have escalated. Add more fighter planes into the mix as much as the Ukrainians want them. That's what NATO will be worried about, that it would further escalate and lead to another issue like this.
All right, NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons. Keir, thank you so much.
Well, as fears grow over fallout from the Silicon Valley bank collapse, another bank failure could potentially be avoided. It turns out First Republic Bank, one of the most distressed, could be getting some much-needed help. They're reportedly in talks with JP Chase and Morgan Stanley to get a lifeline. Despite rising concerns in smaller regional banks, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testified that there is nothing to worry about.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver joins us to break this all down. Hi, Caleb. It is great to see you. So explain what is going on at First Republic, especially since this is kind of getting into those banks where maybe, just one of our watchers at home, a viewer at home, might actually use this bank. So, I mean, is this just sort of like where we're waiting for a domino effect to happen, where the government or big finance companies are going to keep trying to step in as banks falter? What's happening?
Yeah, what's happening here is that people are looking at the deposits underneath some of these banks, including First Republic, which is a well-reputed bank that's been around for several decades, and they're saying what percentage of those deposits are uninsured. Any banks that have a high percentage of that, investors are sort of attacking right now. So this has happened to First Republic. Again, a bank in pretty good shape, but it needs a capital infusion. And now CNBC and the Wall Street Journal reporting they may invest up to $20 billion to shore up First Republic, keep it in business, and they would become shareholders of that bank to keep it going right now. But we hear this. We saw it in Credit Suisse, the Swiss bank, now taking a $54 billion loan from the Swiss Federal Bank, from the Federal Reserve over there, to make sure that it stays afloat. So a lot of bank rescues happening right now, and that's concerning, even though the Treasury Secretary is saying all depositors will be made whole, all depositors are okay. It's still not the kind of language you want to hear right now.
Absolutely. And then, Caleb, there's been a lot of things happening in reaction. We've seen the stock market react, 401ks, pensions, things that people are concerned about. But then also the prices of Bitcoin, which is quite interesting, and gold have been soaring. Now, investors say they're turning to them as a safer place to put money. I mean, gold, that's, you know, traditional. But after this recent crypto meltdown, why would Bitcoin be attractive?
Yeah, this is among the fanatics of Bitcoin. This is not the general public rushing in to buy Bitcoin. These are the people that love it and hold it and want to drive the value back up because it is an alternative, if you think about it, to our modern currency system. It's a decentralized currency system that is really not backed by anything. So I wouldn't suggest anybody do that unless you already hold it. That said, you are seeing investors fly to safe asset classes like bonds right now, like money market funds, CDs, and like gold because the stock market seems a little risky.
Absolutely. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. This is a confusing and scary one for some people. Thanks for walking us through it.
Well, Savannah, schools in Los Angeles are bracing for a possible shutdown on Tuesday. This after the union representing about 30,000 district workers announced plans to go on strike next week. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles is live for us in L.A. Nayela, walk us through this. Who is striking and what are they saying about why?
Vicki, it's the educational workers here in Los Angeles that are striking. That includes people like cafeteria workers, janitors, and also school bus drivers, people that make low wages within the school district. They're asking for higher pay, more benefits, and also more staffing. With them, the teachers union says they will be honoring their strike by not going into school. So that's why the district says as a result, it's likely that school will have to stop during this strike. And those educational workers are asking for a 30% salary increase. On average right now, the union says they make about $25,000. Vicki?
Wow, so the target date Tuesday. How is the school board responding?
Well, the school board says that they are willing to go halfway on that salary increase, but the union says that is not enough, and they're not going to take a deal on those terms. They're pointing to an almost $5 billion reserve fund that the district has. They say that they can pay for those demands using that, but in response, the superintendent here in Los Angeles, in a statement into parents, pointing to that, saying, ultimately, in a statement, we must do what is in the best interest of our students as well as our workforce, which includes exercising fiscal responsibility. They say our general fund is not a flexible budget reserve. The district cannot go bankrupt, saying we need to be united in our efforts to provide every child with access to a high-quality public education that will prepare them for success in school and life. But the union says when you provide teachers and staff with resources, that inevitably trickles down to students who also serve to gain from those investments. Vicki?
All right, NBC's Nayela Charles in Los Angeles for us. Nayela, thank you.
Well, with retail sales dropping, stores across the country are planning their recession strategies. Major companies like Target, Macy's, and Walmart are previewing their plans for coping with a period of slower consumer spending.
CNBC reporter Bertha Coombs joins us now. So, Bertha, the Department of Commerce yesterday reported that retail sales in the United States fell 0.4% last month. So take us through what retailers are doing to prepare for this.
Well, I'll tell you, my husband would tell you that I'm doing my part to help retailers, but apparently it's not enough. You know, we've heard from a number of companies recently that they are expecting the slump in consumer spending to continue as people spend on things like vacations rather than stuff. So many retailers are stocking up on essential household items that tend to sell regardless of economic conditions as a way to try to continue to drive traffic to the stores. Others, meantime, are turning to discounting to retain customers. You know, those 30-40% off sales. And others still are trying to source exclusive products to attract people to shop with them. Meantime, Google has stopped selling its smart glasses to business customers and says it will end support for the device this fall. The company stopped selling Google Glass to consumers back in 2015 and had been focusing on how the headset could be useful for businesses and developers in medical or factory settings, but clearly didn't catch on there either. Sometimes these things are really exciting, but they just don't catch on.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with a price tag like that.
I know, $1,000. Yeah. All right.
Bertha, thanks so much.
Well, straight ahead, a popular podcast host and her husband killed by an obsessed fan. The shocking new details of what happened just a week earlier. When we come back, you're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. New details in the deaths of a podcast host and her husband near Seattle. Police say the two were killed by an obsessed fan. And as NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reports, he had been stalking them for weeks.
Newly released documents shedding more light on the slaying of a 33-year-old podcast host and her husband, murdered in their Seattle area home, police say, by her alleged stalker. Redmond police say Zora Sadeghi and her husband, Mohammed Milad Nasseri, were shot and killed Friday by this man, Raman Hoda Karamazai, before taking his own life.
The Redmond Police Department is familiar with both the victim and suspect in this case because of an active stalking investigation that was occurring.
Only a week before the murder, the couple desperately filing for an order of protection against the man they claimed was harassing Sadeghi to the point that she was, quote, suffering from a deep-seated fear for her safety. Police say the man initially reached out to Sadeghi on a chat platform as a listener and fan of her audio streaming. But his actions soon intensified. She said he delivered flowers to her home, sent jewelry and gifts, parked in her neighborhood to catch a glimpse of her, and repeatedly called her husband, friends, and neighbors. Sadeghi's petition documenting the dozens of phone calls, voicemails, and text messages she received, despite blocking his number and social media accounts.
In one of the reports, she reported over 100 contacts in a single day.
Sadeghi writing, his voice messages to me have been the cause of anxiety and insomnia for me. They include him crying and begging for me to pick up, him threatening to burn himself and the tree in front of my house. She asked that the order remain in place for 99 years because he has said many times that nothing short of his own death would make him leave me alone. Police say they were in the midst of trying to serve the order of protection, but the suspect, who lived in Texas and was a long-haul trucker, was difficult to track down. Even then, that civil order of protection can only go so far.
Stalking is really difficult because you have to show their intent is to harm or harass or cause that injury.
Some Washington state lawmakers are hoping to change that, just this week debating a bill to lower the standard to prosecute stalking, calling for proof of substantial emotional distress. The Redmond police chief testifying in favor.
The reasonable fear that the language in this bill talks about, that fear is real, as is the emotional distress that is caused upon the victims and their families.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Well, teens across the country are facing serious mental health challenges. A recent report from the CDC shows that 42% of high schoolers felt persistently sad or hopeless. Well, I spoke to a group of students who told me what they think can help.
I feel like if there were more school counselors, they'd be able to focus on a group of students rather than having so many students to look after. And then same thing with the social workers in school.
I know that one of my friends, one of the main reasons that he was able to get help was because a teacher actually did notice, hey, your grades are going down, is everything okay? And just because that one teacher just gave enough of a crap to ask them, it may have saved his life.
We certainly have overworked teachers, and when we don't have that opportunity to build that bond, then that chance to see that, oh, that student hasn't been really acting their normal self, their usual self, there's not really that opportunity to just notice a child, I want to say, because there's just so much noise around.
Do people your age use the counselors to go talk to if they are having really a mental health crisis?
Absolutely not.
Rarely.
Personally, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
I love my counselor. She's amazing. She's honestly she's, I guess I could say, my second mom, my school mom.
I've never had that kind of person just because she's not available for it. That's a lot on her as well, on top of all her other students to just take care of academically, not even thinking about mentally and emotionally. And it's I don't even have time to reach out to somebody just because there's so much that I have to do just academically as well.
So obviously this was this labor of love, and I mean some of the stats that we're going to dig into and that I bring straight to them, stats on sexual violence, stats on suicide ideation, they are just so devastating, shocking, I think, to a lot of us as adults, not to them, which is heartbreaking in so many ways. And so this is all part of this special that we're doing tonight, and actually also as part of that, I wrote this op-ed for Teen Vogue about kind of my own experiences. I'm very passionate. You guys have probably noticed I do a lot of stories like this about this, having grown up with an anxiety disorder myself. So it's very much something that I understand and love to talk about.
Look up this article right now. Read it with your teenager, especially if you have teen girls, which I do. It's so raw. It's emotional. It's vulnerable. It's so powerful that you wrote it. I can't even look at you when I talk about it. But thank you for sharing that part of your experience, because I think a lot of young people and parents will relate to it, will learn from it. I'm really excited to see the special tonight. And some of those stats like you shared, especially for teen girls, how they perceive their mental health, the kind of sexual violence they have experienced.
14% of teen girls say they've been raped.
It's staggering. It's staggering.
And the thing that was so staggering to me was I asked that group of teenagers that you just saw there, they were not shocked. If anything, they thought it would be higher.
Oh, wow. I can't wait for this conversation. I'm so glad you're putting this issue under the spotlight where it belongs. Thank you, Savannah.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you very much. And you can watch the rest of that conversation and this whole special tonight, more on this topic. It's called Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media, and it airs tonight right here on NBC News Now at 10:30 p.m. Eastern.
Recording it now. Well, a patch of seaweed that is so massive it is visible from space, that is headed for Florida. How it could impact your spring break plans. You are watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In the midst of a severe drought, the Colorado River has shrunk to a historic low. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson takes a look at why the freshwater lifeline is rapidly depleting and what it means for the price of food.
A lot of the water here comes from the Colorado River, and right now that river is suffering from a nearly 23-year drought. It's in such decline, it needs runoff from multiple years of snow in places like the Rocky Mountains in order to recover.
The Colorado River is about 20% smaller than it was just 20 years ago.
The river is a 1,400-mile life-sustaining artery, pumping fresh water into the heart of the American West's ecology. 40 million people in 7 states rely on it, and because of climate change, exploding populations, and a decades-long mega drought, it's failing. You can see it best at Lake Powell and Lake Mead, 2 of the nation's largest reservoirs, where the river's excess water gets banked like a hydro savings account. Right now, both are about 3/4 empty. Soon, you'll feel it in the produce aisle. We traveled to California's Imperial Valley, where 2/3 of the nation's vegetables consumed during the winter are grown.
How much cabbage is this? It's about a 100-acre field approximately, so let's just call it, 100,000 cartons worth of cabbage. 100,000 cartons worth of cabbage.
For 100 years, the 10,000-acre Vesey family farm has produced vegetables for the entire country. 4th-generation owner Jack Vesey says they're forced to make tough choices due to dwindling water.
Have you had to do anything extreme yet? I think we've been doing extreme things for the last 10 years. I mean, we've been conserving water for 10 years, over 10 years.
Right next to the valley, California's largest lake, the Salton Sea, is fast becoming an extreme example of the crisis.
So it's a very windy day.
Very windy, as you can see. So watch out, it's very uneven surface here.
The 350-square-mile lake is dependent on runoff from farms like Jack's. With less water, the lake bed is drying up, the shore receding nearly 100 feet, creating clouds of dust that, according to University of California researchers, can carry arsenic and other toxic elements into nearby communities on windy days like this one. Every drop of water lost means a larger ecological disaster. Dead fish means no birds, means no natural habitat. To ease the Southwest crisis, the U.S. government gave the 7 basin states multiple deadlines to come together on a plan for reducing water. Instead, they bickered over centuries-old water rights. This month, the U.S. Department of the Interior is expected to announce a draft of its own plan for the water cutbacks, with the hope of having a final version this summer.
Do I see a solution? I don't.
Tom Davis manages the Yuma County Water Users Association in Arizona, right on the border between Mexico and California.
How dire is the situation right now?
You know, it's pretty dire. Everyone in the basin is going to feel it. No one's going to escape.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Chaos at the San Antonio Zoo after a large tree branch fell onto a family. All 7 of them, including 5 children, were sent to the hospital. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with a man who saw it all happen and ran to help.
It took just seconds for this terrifying scene to unfold at the San Antonio Zoo. Officials say a massive tree branch unexpectedly broke and fell, injuring 2 adults and 5 children, one of them critically. It happened just after noon, right in the middle of a busy spring break holiday.
And we hear what sounded like fireworks, a crackling noise.
Chris Ryan was there with his 2 daughters. His wife captured these frantic moments.
Turned around and realized that the branch was falling down, and that crackling noise was the breaking of wood.
He and others immediately rushed in to help.
We joined a group of people that were assisting this lady get up and get from underneath the branch and get on her feet. As we were doing that, she was yelling about her baby.
How chaotic was this moment?
It was, it was very chaotic. There were a lot of screaming. There were people crying. There were a lot of people in pain.
The zoo says its emergency teams quickly responded and began treating guests, adding the police and fire department were there within minutes. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
Wow. Yeah, what a report. I mean, especially if that's not what you're expecting at the zoo.
I know, really scary. Hoping that little boy makes it out okay.
Absolutely, and all those injured. Well, coming up, how GPS could be bad for our brains. Vicki, you've been talking about this.
Yeah.
You were ahead of this.
You got to train the brain.
Yes, exactly. The warning from health experts over reliance on our navigation apps and what we should be doing instead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. Maternal deaths across the United States are at the highest they've been in almost 60 years. That's according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Data shows women who died during pregnancy or shortly after increased 40% from 2020 to 2021. Black mothers were the most affected, making up 30% of total maternal deaths.
The Biden administration is threatening a nationwide ban on TikTok if the app's Chinese owners don't sell their stakes in it. Conversations have been going on between U.S. officials and TikTok for years regarding national security. Chinese officials say the U.S. has not provided any evidence that the app poses a threat.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott announcing a state takeover of Houston's public school district. This is the state's largest school district and the 8th largest in the country. The state began making moves towards this in 2019 following low academic scores and allegations of misconduct by school trustees. The district sued to block the takeover, but new education laws passed by Texas cleared the way for the government to take control.
Well, according to a survey by one of the largest tire shops in the country, almost 93% of drivers depend on their GPS navigation devices.
100%.
Absolutely. But health experts warn that could be damaging our memory muscles.
I believe it. It makes total sense. NBC's Dr. John Torres has more on how to keep our brains strong and have some fun while you're doing it.
Kathy Bannister is finding her way.
We're going down the trail in our northerly direction.
Racing across the Arizona desert.
My plan is to go up here north a little bit, catch.
Like her competition, she has only a map and compass, no GPS allowed.
Okay, I can see the flag.
This is orienteering, and for 73-year-old Kathy, the stakes are much higher than who wins the race. Are you doing this for fun? Are you doing this for exercise? Are you doing this to keep your brain healthy? All the above?
All of the above. I do it for exercise. I do it because I love the puzzle, solving the puzzle.
New research from McMaster University in Canada shows solving that puzzle is part of keeping her brain healthy. Scientists have found that using GPS does too much brain work for us.
They're extremely convenient, but they take the thinking out of it. They take the brain effort out of it, and it may be doing us a disservice in the long run.
Losing navigational skills can lead to cognitive decline, even dementia. But reading a map stimulates the hippocampus, the part of the brain responsible for memory, navigation, and mental mapping.
By turning off the GPS and using a map instead to navigate through unfamiliar routes, we're training that part of the brain, and it's less likely to decline.
People who participate in orienteering report better spatial navigation and memory, suggesting that by turning off your GPS and instead relying on a map could be beneficial to your aging brain.
One of the first symptoms associated with Alzheimer's disease is a loss of our ability to get from point A to point B. This is why orienteering may be a really beneficial way to stave off cognitive decline, because it taps right into that thing that they're losing first.
You don't have to get lost in the desert to get the brain benefits. Experts suggest changing your usual route, turning off the GPS on routine trips, and getting lost on purpose for the challenge of finding your way. For Kathy, who has a family history of dementia, her good old map and compass could be the key to keeping her brain sharp. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Cave Creek, Arizona.
Now, we have an update to a story we told you about last hour if you were with us. The family of Ivo Otaeno is moments away from holding a press conference. Prosecutors say the 28-year-old was smothered to death while being admitted to a hospital by 7 deputies. Second-degree murder charges have been filed against those deputies. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from our D.C. bureau. Hi, Marissa. So the family will have that press conference in just moments on his death, but have they responded at all to the news of the charges against the deputies and any word on a civil lawsuit?
So we do know that civil rights attorney Ben Crump is working closely with the family. He is expected to speak side by side with them at any moment now. And Crump has been active on Twitter ahead of this press conference, saying in part, quote, among the tweets he put out, that the charges of second-degree murder against the officers, those deputies, is just, quote, the first step of a long journey toward justice for Irvo Otieno. Savannah.
And has the family seen the surveillance video at all at this point? And also, have prosecutors hinted on when the video will actually be released?
Yeah, so one thing that we did just learn within the last couple of hours is that today is supposed to be the very first time that the family does see that video. In fact, to our knowledge, they're supposed to watch that video of his final moments before this press conference. So it's very possible that they're watching that right now. And just to, point out, we have not seen the video ourselves. All of this is coming from the Commonwealth's attorney. We don't know when that will be made public yet. But according to the Commonwealth's attorney, this video shows Otieno face down, handcuffed on the ground with a knee from one of the deputies on his body at one point. She says they smothered him for 12 minutes, causing him to suffocate to death, adding that his preliminary cause of death was asphyxiation. She calls the video clear and alarming, and also claims that after he died, it shows deputies taking 3 hours to call Virginia State Police. And as we mentioned, his family is said to be watching this before the press conference. And as for what's next, Savannah, we know that all of those deputies are due back in court next Tuesday. And of course, all of us waiting to find out when we, the public, will get a chance to watch that video. Savannah.
Okay, Marissa, thank you so much.
Well, today marks 2 years since a gunman went to 3 spas in the Atlanta area and shot and killed 8 people. 6 of those people were women of Asian descent. Now, state and local leaders are honoring the lives that were lost and renewing their push for action against anti-Asian hate and violence. CEO of the Asian American Foundation, Norman Chen, joins us now. Norman, it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. How did the 2021 shootings in Atlanta inspire the creation of the Asian American Foundation?
Thank you for having me today. The Asian American Foundation, or TAF for short, was actually being developed even before the shooting. We had seen the dramatic increase in attacks against our community across the country and felt like now is really time to come together and create a national organization to work with existing organizations to address the attacks against our community, the underrepresentation, and the lack of resources.
And Norm, I know a lot of the work that TAF does is funding. It is important to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, in some of these local organizations that can make such a difference on a grassroots level. Talk to us about what TAF is doing to specifically combat hate and to educate people. And how are you measuring the change? Are you seeing positive results?
Definitely, but we're still in early days of the process. So a big part of what TAF does is unlock resources. We know in America that less than 0.5% of philanthropy goes towards the AAPI community, despite us being 7% of the population. In anti-hate, we're working with local partners around the country to set up a fund to support victims, but also a national network to provide resources and sharing of best practices. Longer term, we believe education is critical so that people understand AAPI history, our role in American society, and to overcome the lack of understanding about our community.
Yeah, that education goes a long way, Norm, especially historically as well. You say specifically women of Asian American or Pacific Islander descent are the subject of dangerous perceptions. That's what the research shows. Walk us through those dangers and how can women empower ourselves?
Absolutely. We know that these attacks reflect the hyper-fetishization of Asian American women. It's a combination of both racism and sexism. Our own status index shows that in movies and TV programs, Asian American women are seen usually as prostitutes, as maids, not in very admirable roles. What we can do is obviously work together within the community to provide more safety, more protection for our women and our broader members, our most vulnerable members of our community, including the elderly. We're working closely with community organizations all around the country to build that infrastructure.
As we know, that representation matters and speaking up matters as well. CEO of the Asian American Foundation, Norman Chen. Norm, thank you so much for your time today.
Great conversation, Vicki. Well, bad news for Florida beach lovers. This is kind of crazy. A massive seaweed bloom is headed for the state's southern coast.
Have you seen this thing? Scientists say the bloom will get to Florida by the end of the month and will last well into the summer. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on how the local governments are preparing.
Surf, sand, and seaweed? Enormous mounds of brown, mucky macroalgae are now floating towards Florida.
It's been like more and more, and like sometimes you cannot even get in the water because it's all in the border.
The popular shores of South Beach are only speckled with this kind of seaweed called sargassum so far. But in several weeks, that's likely to change a lot.
Come on this way. There we are. The fresh stuff is lighter. The dead stuff is dark.
Dr. Stephen Leatherman is a coastal scientist at Florida International University. He says some of the clumps currently coasting through the Gulf of Mexico and mid-Atlantic will arrive by the end of March and last through the summer.
We can see it on the satellite data. We see it. It's coming in masses, huge masses of stuff.
Leatherman says scientists aren't entirely sure what's caused the explosive growth, but pollution from fertilizer into the Amazon and deforestation in Brazil likely play a significant role. With the current crush of seaweed in Mexico,
you can't get in the water there. It's not an enjoyable experience.
A potential preview of what's to come, with sightings already this month in Key West, Antigua, and the crowded Mexican resort of Playa del Carmen, preparing for up to 3 feet of buildup. It's important to note this phenomenon is not the same thing as the invasive red tide.
These two things connected? No, they're totally different species. And the good thing about the sargassum is it is not a harmful algal bloom like red tide. In other words, it's not going to affect the seafood, the fish. You're not going to be hurt.
The biggest issue with the seaweed, a serious rotten egg smell, not ideal for tourism.
Would more of that influence your desire to come out here to Miami Beach? Yeah.
Officials from South Beach to Broward County are spending millions to clean up the seaweed and get in front of the problem. In Fort Lauderdale, they're converting it to compost.
Don't have to pay dumping fees, so we save about $300,000 to $350,000 a year in just trucking fees.
But there will also be a lot to recycle. Part of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, the seaweed spans roughly 5,500 miles in the ocean from West Africa all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. The sargassum does provide shade and shelter to marine life before it degrades offshore, leaving local governments to clean up the mess.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Full-time job, and it smells
right?
bad.
Such a
I know.
You're planning on heading on in.
At least it's not dangerous.
Rethink that. Yeah, true. All right, when we come back, the wildly popular HBO series The Last of Us airing its season finale. After the break, we'll have the reaction and what's to come in season 2. There's more NBC News Daily right after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, if you're a fan, you know The Last of Us season finale aired Sunday, leaving fans and non-fans of the video game excited for what's to come.
Yeah, well, HBO's already greenlit season 2, and the creators of the shows have promised multiple seasons to adapt the rest of the beloved video game franchise. So who knows how many we'll get. Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp, joins us now to break it all down. So, Darren, here's the deal. The finale aired the same night as the Oscars. And before we even get to the show, I just have to, I don't even know if you can see this. I'm such a creep. This is a picture of you.
We loved it.
On the screen at the Oscars, our Baroness of Blazers, killing it.
Thank you.
You looked beautiful. That. You sounded so smart, and your outfits were just, I loved it. Okay, so tell us, how did this do compared to the Oscars broadcast?
Okay, well, The Last of Us, let me just tell you that this has done wonders for HBO. Let me just tell you, as if that network wasn't doing well already, but it premiered at 4.7 million, and now the finale premiered at 8.2 million viewers against the Oscars. So it absolutely crushed. I mean, I think it just goes to show the longevity of the show. To your point, it was already renewed for season 2 when episode 2 aired. So they really, really want to put a lot of big bucks behind this, and I think this is just going to be one of those franchises that kind of keeps going for seasons and seasons to come. You know, Pedro Pascal is back, and obviously Bella Ramsey. There's not going to be a lot of character changes in that, even though there's this huge time jump for season 2. And like I said, it's going to really span the second part over multiple seasons. So the story arcs are going to be insane. This was the most watched HBO show in Europe and Latin America. It just crushed.
Wow. All right, Darren. Ditto on the green suit, by the way. I loved it. I saw it actually organically on my Instagram feed, and I was like, once again, she's nailing it. Yeah. Okay, let me move us away from the fashion discussion and our Mutual Admiration Society. Rumors are flying about Quentin Tarantino's 10th and final film. Final? Wait, what? Why? And what can you tell us about it?
Well, in 2012, never say never in Hollywood and in the movie industry. Let me just start off by saying that. But in 2012, he came out basically saying he wanted to make 10 films and retire at 60. And 2023 is the year to do that. This would be his 10th film, called The Movie Critic. If we're counting Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 as one film here. The movie is supposed to be set in 1970s Los Angeles with a female lead. It's potentially loosely based on Pauline Kael's life, the film critic. But to be honest with you, as a huge Tarantino fan, I was kind of hoping for Kill Bill 3 and have Maya Hawke come back as the baby that Uma Thurman had in Kill Bill 1 and 2, but I digress. Maybe I can bombard him with my social media to try and get him to do this, because that's really what I want to see.
Let's coordinate the campaign. Yeah. Quentin, are you listening? Kill Bill 3, yes, sign us all up. And then Uma Thurman's daughter, oh my gosh.
Yeah, amazing.
Love that.
Wow, Darren, great idea. Yeah, let's start the campaign. I love it. Okay, also this I think is going to be a big talker. New movie rumors here. A Madonna biopic with actress Julia Garner. What do we know?
Okay, I'll watch anything with Julia Garner. She's just one of those actresses that I know is going to knock it out of the park. But she was actually cast last summer as Madonna, which was a huge role for her. But since then, Universal has actually shelved the project. Apparently, there's been a lot of back and forth with the creative process. I know Madonna really wanted to take control of everything. She co-wrote her script, and she described it as sort of hacking off a limb. She's lived this extraordinary life. I think she wants this extraordinary film. But there was 11 hours of choreography a day to get this part in audition for this part. So Julia Garner has earned it, I would say.
11 hours a day. I want to see it though. So whatever they need to do to get it on the screen, let's go for that. Darren, before you go, what are you watching this weekend?
On Prime Video, Swarm, brought by Donald Glover. This is a creepy, kind of violent stan, a little bit loosely based on Beyonce and the Beehive. So she becomes this violent fan, and it's going to be creepy, and it's Donald Glover, who's just coming off Atlanta Run, which I absolutely loved. Definitely check that out. Check that out. And Lucky Hank on AMC. Bob Odenkirk is back as a middle-aged professor, kind of getting himself into trouble again.
Oh. Wow. You into that? You like horror. You like those scary things.
I like horror. Yeah, I do. I would be into that. I love it, Darren. Also, Darren, before we let you go, we have to ask you, because you were there, you got to be experiencing it. What was your biggest Oscar highlight?
Oh, I mean, I have to say it's got to be Michelle Yeoh winning for Best Actress. I mean, her just saying all the empowering things about women following your dreams, it really hit home for me. She's the first Asian American to win. Her mom was so happy in Malaysia. It's just what a highlight.
That video was so cute. If you haven't seen that clip of everybody reacting in her family in Malaysia, that was really fun to watch. Good one.
It's just too sweet.
Bravo personality, one of our favorites, host of Shaken and Disturbed, Darren Karp. Thank you so much, Darren. Good to talk to you.
Baroness of Blazers. We love you. Thanks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, welcome back. Listen, we've all done it. We've sent a text to the wrong number. Sometimes you get a response, sometimes you don't. But one woman in Georgia did this, and it worked out in an insanely perfect way for her.
Yeah, almost too difficult to believe this one. Well, now she's married to the man who received her accidental text 13 years ago, and they got a whole family. Today, co-host Jenna Bush Hager shares this unlikely love story.
Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit.
It was the Bible verse Brenda Rivera from Georgia intended to text to a friend in 2009, but a typo in the phone number sent it to a stranger.
I get a reply back saying, "Amen to that, who is this?"
Isaiah Stern, 600 miles away in Ohio, got the message.
And I'm like, oh, it's Brenda.
It was a wrong text that led Brenda to Mr. Right.
He replied back, "My name's Isaiah Stearns. We've never met, but by the looks of your text, I can see that you love God. That's awesome."
Some people might think, okay, this is somebody I don't know, never mind. But what made you decide to respond?
I viewed it as, oh, this is another person who can help me in my walk with God. It's always good to have good friends. So I was very encouraged by that.
The next day, Brenda's phone rang. She let it go to voicemail.
He just sounded very genuine and he sounded kind of cute. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to give him a call back. Yeah, the rest is history.
The mishap was serendipitous. Isaiah got a new phone plan with a new number just 30 minutes before the text came through.
Just how everything was orchestrated, we 100% believe that it was from God.
A friendship built on faith, evolving into a meaningful relationship. Brenda and Isaiah talked every day.
I started feeling like maybe I really like this guy, but I was hesitant to let my heart feel just because I'd never really met him.
Brenda's mom, who also lived in Ohio, got to meet him first.
You went on a date with her mom before you went on a date with her.
Yes.
And what did your mom say after the date?
And I'm like, okay, mom, like from 1 to 10, what do you rate this guy? Without hesitation, she said, 11. You're gonna marry this guy.
They finally met in person weeks later.
I felt an immediate connection, even more so than we already had.
Isaiah, 3 months after you met in person, you proposed.
Yes.
You knew basically right away.
Yeah, there was no reason to waste time. We had a really deep connection, and I was like, I need to step out in faith and do this because I'll never find another woman like this in my life.
Brenda and Isaiah have been married for 13 years and have 6 kids together, ranging in age from 11 to 1.
Hi, everybody. Look at your big, beautiful family. Could y'all have ever dreamed?
How did I get so lucky? This is rich. This is wealthy right here.
They say life as a family of 8 is not always easy, but it's their love that gets them through. A love they hope others are inspired to find.
There's no right way to find somebody. Don't close yourself off. Don't build up walls. It's important to be vulnerable.
Love is everywhere. You don't have to try hard to look for it. Just let yourself feel it.
Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
I mean, look at that, a family of 8.
It's amazing.
I know. I
will
love the
say,
story.
it's such a cool story. 2009, I don't think people were getting as many, robo-texts as now. So it was maybe a little, easier to go for that.
And it was a Bible verse, so there was a connection there. But just, as a consumer reporter, my advice is always like, if you don't know, don't respond, don't answer, don't click.
What, Vicki? Maybe you're
missing out on the love of your life. I'm just trying to protect your money. That's it. That's it.
All right, great story. Our thanks to Jenna for that. Well, here's what's trending now. FIFA is raising the total budget for the Women's World Cup to $150 million. $150 million for this year's tournament. That massive 300% increase covers prize money, team preparation, and payments to players' clubs. Female players around the world have been fighting to receive equal pay and respect with men's national teams. The tournament begins in July and will be played in Australia and New Zealand.
We are here for it, and Major League Baseball umpires, well, they have one more replay angle to watch when the season begins, thanks to Zoom. On-field umpires will now be able to watch replays for calls that are under review by the Operations Center while they're on the field. Before this, umpires could only hear the audio of the decision, but now they'll be able to see the replay and communicate with the replay ump, who gets to make that final decision. All right, and plus all those other rules about making the bases bigger, trying to speed up the game. It'll be interesting to watch this year.
Yeah, I know all about that stuff.
Yeah, you do. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
second top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers in for Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, March 16th, 2023. Sky-high tension. The U.S. goes full blast against Russia after one of its fighter jets took down a U.S. drone. The video that captures it all and what America's next steps could be.
Safe deposit. The Treasury Secretary assures all Americans their money is protected as more U.S. banks face turmoil. What's being done to shore them up?
Murder mystery. A podcaster and her husband found dead. The suspect, a fan of her show. And now investigators are revealing disturbing warning signs.
And seasick. The enormous seaweed bloom taking over some of Florida's most popular beaches right in time for spring break. Can it be contained?
Doesn't look nice. It is 11 a.m. in Seattle, 1 p.m. in Jackson, 2 p.m. in New York and in Florida.
That's right, exactly where that's happening. We're going to start with a stunning new video that captures the mid-air aggression between an unmanned American drone and a Russian jet.
Yeah, here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons.
In the declassified video released by the U.S. military, you can see what the U.S. says is fuel being poured onto the unmanned drone by an Su-27 Russian fighter jet. Then it comes back to drop even more fuel and ends up colliding with the drone, temporarily cutting off the camera feed. When it returns, you can see the propeller clearly damaged, forcing the military to bring down the drone into the Black Sea, with the U.S. saying there were efforts to wipe all of its sensitive data.
And Keir joins us now. Keir, NBC News has some exclusive reporting, I know, on what led up to the incident. What are defense officials saying?
Well, that's right, Kate. U.S. officials telling NBC News that the decision to target the drone was deliberate and was made at the highest levels within the Russian government. We're not sure whether that goes right up to President Putin, but these things do usually cross his desk. And when you look at that dramatic video, you can see the way the drone is flying, the way the Russian aircraft is flying towards the drone and letting out fuel, clearly trying to debilitate that drone. So it truly looks deliberate, and it does look as if the two aircraft crash when that camera goes blank and then that propeller is bent.
And Keir, how does this impact this strained relationship already between the U.S. and Russia?
Well, you know, Savannah, I actually think it pulls the curtain back on just how tense that relationship is and shows us how the U.S. military and the Russian military are really eyeball to eyeball in this region around this war in Ukraine, because what you're seeing in that video, honestly, is the Russians trying to debilitate a drone, trying to push the Americans not to fly these Reaper drones in that area. Now, why? Well, the Russians have openly said they believe the intelligence from those drones gets given to the Ukrainians that's then used to target their forces. On the other hand, of course, you have the Americans saying, we're going to keep flying. It's international airspace, and trying to send a message to ensure this doesn't happen again. Because just imagine, for example, if that Russian plane went down into the sea, if the Russian pilot was killed, and there was this he said, she said about exactly what happened in the air. Imagine how that would escalate things. That's why incidents like this, the Americans will be very much determined to see that it doesn't happen again.
Keir Simmons. Keir, I know you spend a lot of time in Moscow. I have a feeling you might be going back there at some point. Keir Simmons for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Keir. Now, Poland says it will transfer 4 fighter jets to Ukraine, and more will be on the way. It is the first NATO member to fulfill Ukraine's request for planes since the war with Russia began over a year ago. At this point, it's not known if other NATO members will follow suit.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is on Capitol Hill today, appearing before the Senate Finance Committee, trying to assure Americans their money is safe.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
The government is trying to stop widespread financial panic after the failure of 2 U.S. banks and new concerns over the stability of others. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake is on Capitol Hill for us. Hey, Garrett, so the Treasury Secretary told senators that the banking system remains sound. But then this morning, I mean, it's tough to feel that way when you wake up with these other headlines. First Republic Bank lost about a quarter of its value, and that's kind of getting a little bit closer to a bank that maybe some of our viewers might actually bank with. Yeah, exactly. So how did Yellen explain what's happening?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Although for our viewers, it does sound like there's going to be a private sector solution, other banks stepping in to prop up First Republic. The Treasury Secretary explained it this way. She said some of these banks in particular had a liquidity crisis, not enough cash on hand, and some of that was driven by inflation, basically making the value of things on paper on their balance sheet not equal to their value when customers came and started wanting their cash. Some of that driven by a good old-fashioned run on the bank, as panic started to spread that investors, depositors wouldn't get their money back. One Democratic senator, Mark Warner, put it this way, which I think is illustrative.
I think there were some bad actors in the VC community who literally started to spur this run by virtually crying fire in a crowded theater in terms of rushing all of these deposits out.
VC there, of course, referring to venture capital. Venture capitalists, big investors, big depositors in the Silicon Valley Bank. Guys, this is just going to be the first crack Congress has at investigating this, at looking at regulations and oversight. Expect to hear a lot more about this coming soon.
And Garrett, if you had to characterize this hearing, are lawmakers satisfied generally with how the White House has been handling all these banking uncertainties?
I think broadly speaking, yes. Lawmakers were satisfied that the federal government, the executive branch, stepped in, shored up these banks, prevented a broader contagion from spreading. But you did hear criticism, particularly from Republicans, that it was inflation which kind of caused this problem. So they blamed previous policies of the Biden administration for getting us to this moment. And there are some Democrats who are saying it goes back even further than that, rolling back other banking regulations as far back as 2018 that started this. But in terms of the emergency measures we saw put in place over the weekend, broadly speaking, senators were in favor.
All right, Garrett Haake for us. Garrett, thank you. The Biden administration has some tough talk for TikTok. NBC News has learned the White House is threatening a potential ban if its Chinese owners refuse to sell its stake in the app. It comes the same day the UK joined a growing list of countries banning the app on government devices. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins me now. Jake, this marks a pretty dramatic shift, right, in the government's stance toward TikTok. What changed?
It is definitely an intensifying of the relationship here between TikTok and U.S. regulators, Kate. As you mentioned, CNBC has now confirmed, along with many other outlets, that Washington is essentially telling ByteDance, the Chinese parent company of TikTok, to divest itself of TikTok or face the possibility of a ban. This would be, of course, a very, very big, really a historic move in the history of the tech sector here in the United States. And it comes at a time when, as you mentioned, the UK is joining the EU, Canada, and the United States in banning it on government devices. The UK minister in charge of cybersecurity today saying it's just a matter of good cybersecurity hygiene to take that step. That really seems to be the growing sentiment among regulators in Washington and abroad, you guys.
Jake, and quick, if this happens, if a ban of TikTok happened, how would they enforce that? And what's TikTok saying?
Well, again, this is entirely unprecedented, Kate, and so it's not at all clear that that would be possible. It would entirely be, definitely be, challenged in the courts, considering how strong the First Amendment here is. Meanwhile, TikTok says that a divestiture really would not make sense. It would not be something that would solve it. They say the best way to address concerns about national security is with the transparent U.S.-based protection of U.S. user data and systems, which they say they are already implementing, Kate.
All right, Jake Ward following that. Jake, thank you.
Now, a federal judge in Texas is weighing a decision that could disrupt abortion access across the country. The lawsuit in question aims to ban a medication that is used in over half of all U.S. abortions. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Amarillo, Texas, where that hearing took place. Hi, Dasha. Good to see you. So each side had 2 hours to present their case. And what's sort of interesting about this is they're coming at this from this medical perspective about the FDA's approval of this drug. It's not a moral argument or anything like that. Do we know how soon the judge could make a decision?
It's a great question, and one that I unfortunately don't have a great answer to. There have been a few twists and turns in this case, and we don't know. The judge could rule this week or in the next few weeks. But what we do know is the focus of yesterday's hearing and the focus of his ruling will be the preliminary injunction request from the plaintiffs in this case, which the plaintiffs are a group of anti-abortion medical organizations and doctors who are arguing that the FDA didn't adequately evaluate the safety of the drug mifepristone used for abortions as part of a 2-drug regimen when it approved that regimen back in 2000. They say that it endangers women. The FDA, though, the government lawyers say that's not true. They say the plaintiff's case has no merit, and that if the judge ruled in their favor, it would be a, quote, unprecedented action. Savannah.
And Dasha, quickly, what are you hearing from people on both sides of the issue?
Well, we're hearing that this is a significant case. Let's be clear. This would have an impact nationwide. If the judge rules in the plaintiff's favor, it would not only impact Texas, it would impact states even with robust abortion protections. As you can imagine, folks on both sides of the issue were at the court yesterday. Take a listen to some of what we heard.
There's actually nobody in this country that is unimpacted by this because it opens up a slippery slope. Where does it start with mifepristone? Yes, but does it end there? Very doubtful.
But I value life. I think it's extremely precious. I think one of the hardest things for me as a mother is to look at my babies and to have to think how many didn't make it.
And Savannah, important to note, according to data from the FDA, more than 5 million women have taken this drug since it was approved in 2000, with only 28 deaths related to the drug on the record. Savannah?
Dasha Burns from what looks like, is it snow behind you? Wow, Dasha Burns, thank you very much.
It's snow, rain. We've had every season here in Amarillo.
Yeah, there you go. That's a whole other story. Dasha, thank you very much. Great reporting. Well, Honda is issuing a recall for defective seatbelts, and Americans are betting billions, no surprise, on March Madness.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. Seema Modi joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Seema.
Hi, Kate, Savannah. Shares of Credit Suisse, let's start there, soaring in European trade on word that it's getting a $50 billion backstop loan from Swiss National Bank. Shares are also higher back here in the U.S. as the stock is outpacing the rest of the broader market. So a little bit of optimism there. Honda is recalling 500,000 vehicles because the front seat belts may not latch properly. The recall covers various 2017 to 2020 models. Honda says the buckle mechanism can deteriorate over time. It has no reports of injuries due to the problem. March Madness is here, and Americans are betting big. We're expected to gamble $15.5 billion on the NCAA tournament. That's according to the American Gaming Association, which says 31 million of U.S. customers will bet with a traditional sports book or casino. 21.5 million will bet casually with friends, and more than 65 million compete in the bracket contest. So bottom line is a lot of people expected to bet.
Have you done a bracket? I was going to ask you, have you done a bracket?
Mine would just be a shot in the dark, so, you know.
I told
help my husband.
I know, Seema, I told Steve Kornacki the other day that I pick by the names, which is really not the right way.
Yeah, why not?
I like it. Seema, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, up ahead, we have another story about 7 deputies accused of murder after a man died in custody, how his family's responding. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Several Virginia deputies are facing murder charges today in connection to the death of a man in custody. Prosecutors say Ivo Otieno died earlier this month while being restrained at a hospital where he was taken after police say he became, quote, physically assaultive toward officers. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has been following this story for us all day, and she joins us. Hi, Marissa. So the timeline here is a little confusing, actually. So can you help us make sense of what exactly happened when and then the charges these Virginia deputies are facing?
Yeah, so there is a press conference happening right now that right now we're learning some new details, but I'll tell you what we understand. March 3rd is when all of this sort of began. There was a call about a possible burglary involving Otieno. Police say that he was placed under an emergency custody order. He was taken to a hospital, and this is something, what happens next is actually something that family attorneys have one of many issues with. They said that they're questioning why he was taken from that hospital then to a local jail. We know that according to police, there was an alleged assault between Otieno against Henrico police officers. But then we know that it's days later between that first call, March 3rd, and then all the way to March 6th. That is when he had his final day, because it was as he was getting transferred from that jail to Central State Hospital, there was a struggle between him and deputies, and that is when and where he died. Savannah.
By the way, on your screen just a moment ago, you were seeing a live press conference that involves the family as this is all unfolding. And if you stick with us throughout the day on our streaming network, NBC News Now, we'll be turning some sound. Very quickly, just about 30 seconds here, Marissa. What are the police saying about the deputies?
Well, there's a lot to share here. One thing I do want to get to is there were additional arrests. We have the 7 deputies that are on your screen there. There have been 3 additional charges against employees of the Central State Hospital. They were employees at the time, which of course signifies that their status at the hospital has changed. And so we know the local police union has said that this is a tragedy for Otieno and his family, but they said that they are standing behind the deputies as this plays out in court. And we know that everyone charged faces court next Tuesday. Savannah.
Marissa, thank you so much.
A scary moment at the San Antonio Zoo after a massive tree branch broke off and crashed onto several visitors, including kids. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. Blaine, I want to know how everybody's doing, you know, the folks that were there, and also how did this happen?
Yeah. You know, this really was a terrifying moment, Kate, and to make matters worse, it happened during spring break. In fact, one of the witnesses told me that the zoo was packed with families. It was as crowded as it has ever been. So when you're talking about something like this, it makes it all the more terrifying. You know, this happened around noon yesterday, and we understand that there was a tree where the branch just split off and injured 7 people. 6 of those people are in stable condition, but 1 person, a child, remains in critical condition. I spoke with one person who actually was just a few feet away when all of this happened. He ran in to help. He was there with his 2 young daughters and his wife. Here's what he told me about those chaotic moments. Take a look.
I went in to help and joined a group of people that were assisting this lady get up and get from underneath the branch and get on her feet. As we were doing that, she was yelling about her baby.
How chaotic was this moment?
It was, I mean, it was very chaotic. There were a lot of people in pain.
Just absolutely unbelievable. Now, zoo officials say that they had EMT teams, fire officials there within just minutes to respond to that. But they said that all of this is under review to find out how something like this could have happened and to prevent something like this from happening again. Now, again, 7 people taken to the hospital, Kate. 5 of them were children, and 1 remains in critical condition.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully they'll get better. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, podcast host and her husband found murdered. The suspect, an obsessive fan. The possible warning signs police are now revealing. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A mother-daughter duo was almost duped out of nearly $1,500 when they tried to sell some used clothing.
That's right. Something a lot more people are starting to do also. Well, they sent the clothes to online luxury consignment site, The Real Real. But as Linda Baquero from our New York station found out, their experience was anything but luxurious.
Just before Sydney Goldberg headed off from Scarsdale for a semester abroad in Australia, she decided to clear out her closet and sell her used clothing, as her mom Lisa told us.
She wanted to just sort of have some extra spending money while she was going to do her semester abroad.
They turned to The Real Real, an online consignment site, which agreed to take 24 designer tops and footwear and arranged to pick them up. But when they checked the website for an update, Lisa uncovered an issue.
It said that they had only received, I think, 3 items when the person who came to pick them up took 24 items.
For months, Lisa has been trying to help her daughter resolve the issue and couldn't.
I've seen the things that you do, and I was like, why not?
So she said, better get Baquero, and we reached out to The Real Real, and problem solved. They thanked us for bringing the matter to their attention and agreed to escalate and review her case, and then agreed to the price that she requested for the items, just under $1,500.
I'm, of course, grateful that you guys were able to have an impact and to help us with this situation.
When selling used clothes online, make sure to give a detailed description, take photos, check commissions, and compare websites. As for the Goldbergs, they smiled as they showed us the check they received from The Real Real for $1,490.
It's a lot of money. Linda Baquero reporting there. You know, we're getting a clearer picture every day about our nation's dire mental health crisis, especially when it comes to teenagers. And Savannah, I know you have a special tonight on NBC News Now, our streaming platform, about this very issue.
That's right. So, Kate, we had the CDC report that came out recently that really shed some light on just how bad it is. 42% of teenagers say they have these persistent feelings of hopelessness, of sadness. When you talk about girls, 57% that number spikes to. Nearly a quarter have made a suicide plan. I mean, the numbers are really staggering. What was one of actually the most heartbreaking things, though, in reporting this was numbers that are very shocking, maybe to us or to viewers at home, were not surprising to these teenagers. They are living it. They know their friends are living it. I did ask them a little bit of what maybe can help. What's a breakthrough that can kind of, give you some perspective? Here's some of what they said.
I feel like if there were more school counselors, they'd be able to focus on like a group of students rather than like having so many students to look after. And then same thing with the social workers in school.
I know that one of my friends, one of the main reasons that he was able to get help was because a teacher actually did notice like, hey, your grades are going down, is everything okay? And just because that one teacher just gave enough of a crap to ask them, it may have saved his life.
We certainly have overworked teachers, and when we don't have that opportunity to build that bond, then that chance to see that, oh, that student hasn't been really acting their normal self, their usual self. There's not really that opportunity to just notice a child, I want to say, because there's just so much noise around.
Do people your age use the counselors to go talk to if they are having really a mental health crisis?
Absolutely
not.
Rarely.
Personally, I do.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah,
I love my counselor. She's amazing. She's honestly like, she's, I guess I could say my second mom, I guess, my school mom.
I've never had that kind of person just because she's not available for it. That's a lot on her as well, on top of all her other students to just take care of academically, not even thinking about mentally and emotionally. And it's like I don't even have time to reach out to somebody just because there's so much that I have to do just academically as well.
There's a generational change going on here, right? I want to quickly, you wrote this op-ed, this essay in Teen Vogue. And I have to say, I'm so proud of you. You came out and you talked about your own anxiety. Really, like, you put yourself out there.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I have part of the reason that I'm passionate about reporting this, as I know you are, we've always kind of been in that lane together, which has been so nice to have you in as a mentor also. But part of the reason is because of my own experiences.
Sure.
Yes, I did grow up with an anxiety disorder, phobias, some, you know, things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. Kind of scary to talk about, but look, that's what those teens were just saying. Talking about it helps so much. It opens the door and hopefully can help anybody else. Even just one is worth writing that.
And my personal life informs what I do too. The special is called Teens Under Pressure, Mental Health and Social Media. It's tonight, 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. I will be watching. You should too.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We are at the bottom of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
2 skiers in Massachusetts are safe after being rescued on a mountain after skiing out of bounds. The young skiers, both 15 years old, got stuck on the backside of the mountain during Tuesday's nor'easter. A rescue team was able to pinpoint them thanks to cell phone geolocation technology. Both teens are said to be doing okay.
All right, this is a big one. Los Angeles schools may close after the union representing some 30,000 district workers announced it will go on strike next week. The union workers, which include teachers, say they're walking out from March 21st through March 24th. The union wants wage increases and more staff to address those staffing shortages in the district. They've threatened more strikes if their demands aren't met. But this impacts something like 400,000 students.
It's going to be a big story next week. And researchers in Brazil are raising alarm after discovering rocks infused with plastic. The rocks were discovered. That's a rock on a volcanic island in Brazil. It's home to a turtle refuge. One geologist said the rocks are new and terrifying because pollution has reached geology. They believe the plastic comes from polluted fishing nets that have melded into the rocks.
We have new details this hour in the shocking murder of a podcast host and her husband. Police say a fan of her show allegedly stalked her and harassed her and her husband before killing them both in Washington state. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro joins us now on this. Hi, Valerie. What do we know?
Well, Savannah, this ended in tragedy all around. Police say the suspect also took his own life. The couple had reported the stalking behavior to police beginning in December, but things continued to escalate. Newly released documents shedding more light on the slaying of a 33-year-old podcast host and her husband, murdered in their Seattle area home, police say, by her alleged stalker. Redmond police say Zora Sadeghi and her husband, Mohammed Milad Nasseri, were shot and killed Friday by this man, Raman Hoda Karamazai, before taking his own life.
The Redmond Police Department is familiar with both the victim and suspect in this case because of an active stalking investigation that was occurring.
Only a week before the murder, the couple desperately filing for an order of protection against the man they claimed was harassing Sadeghi to the point that she was, quote, suffering from a deep-seated fear for her safety. Police say the man initially reached out to Sadeghi on a chat platform as a listener and fan of her audio streaming. But his actions soon intensified. She said he delivered flowers to her home, sent jewelry and gifts, parked in her neighborhood to catch a glimpse of her, and repeatedly called her husband, friends, and neighbors. Sadeghi's petition documenting the dozens of phone calls, voicemails, and text messages she received, despite blocking his number and social media accounts.
In one of the reports, she reported over 100 contacts in a single day.
Sadeghi writing, his voice messages to me have been the cause of anxiety and insomnia for me. They include him crying and begging for me to pick up, him threatening to burn himself and the tree in front of my house. She asked that the order remain in place for 99 years because he has said many times that nothing short of his own death would make him leave me alone. Police say they were in the midst of trying to serve the order of protection, but the suspect, who lived in Texas and was a long-haul trucker, was difficult to track down. Even then, that civil order of protection can only go so far.
Stalking is really difficult because you have to show their intent is to harm or harass or cause that injury.
Some Washington state lawmakers are hoping to change that, just this week debating a bill to lower the standard to prosecute stalking, calling for proof of substantial emotional distress. The Redmond police chief testifying in favor.
The reasonable fear that the language in this bill talks about, that fear is real, as is the emotional distress that is caused upon the victims and their families.
Valerie, just shocking and heartbreaking. I mean, is there any takeaway here if someone thinks maybe they're being stalked, what they should try to do?
So, Savannah, our expert says it is vital that anyone who finds themselves in this situation document everything. Take note of every phone call, save voicemails, and if you have a Ring camera on your home and someone is showing up, save all of that surveillance video. That all will become evidence to help police build a case, and the sooner that you can get that documentation to them, the better. Savannah.
That Ring camera tip is a very good one. Valerie Castro, thank you so much.
The mother of a teenager who died on an amusement park ride is now speaking out. It comes after she settled a lawsuit with the ride's operators. The ride, called Free Fall, is now being dismantled and removed from the theme park in Orlando. Attorneys for the family say the legal consequences from this tragedy are not over yet. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. Stephen, what did the mother have to say?
Kate, she's of course still devastated by the death of her son, but she says she is relieved to have some closure here. That tragic accident happened in March of last year. Tyree Sampson was visiting Orlando for spring break from Missouri. His mother and her family returned to that site of the accident for the first time yesterday. It was there her attorney announced they settled a lawsuit against the operators of the ride for an undisclosed amount. This was her reaction on seeing the site of her son's death.
It's breathtaking. It's not in a good way. It's my son took his last breath on this ride, so it's heartbreaking, devastating. It's a feeling that I hope no parent will ever have to go through after this ride comes down.
Certainly heartbroken for her. And despite that new settlement, attorneys for Sampson's mother say they are now suing the two companies who built and designed that ride.
The case is not over. This death trap was made by Fun Times, who resides out of Austria. They have tried to evade responsibility. And please remember, it was the manufacturer who said, you don't need seatbelts.
Well, we have reached out to Fun Times Industries for a statement on that suit, but we have not yet heard back. The park said that it supports proposed legislation to make rider safety more robust and said it agrees with the decision to remove that ride from the park. Theme park injuries, by the way, in the U.S., they are pretty rare. The most recent data we have is from 2019, and the Consumer Product Safety Commission said there were 3.7 injuries per 1 million theme park visitors that year. Now, Tyree's mother says she hopes to use the money from that settlement to create a foundation in her son's name that will focus on giving back to the community. Also, the family's lawyer says there are discussions with the park where this happened to create a memorial for Tyree there at that site. Kate.
All right, Stephen Romo, thank you.
And new developments this hour in two major investigations into former President Donald Trump. He could face potential indictments in both Manhattan and in Georgia. The New York case involves adult actress Stormy Daniels. The former president is alleged to have paid her hush money in 2016. Daniels spoke with New York prosecutors on Wednesday. And then now in Georgia, Trump is accused of trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. NBC News has learned the special grand jury has now heard another phone call from the then president. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is in West Palm Beach, Florida, not too far from the president's residence there, Mar-a-Lago. Vaughn, a lot to cover here. Bring us up to speed. Tell us about both these investigations, where they're at right now.
Right. This is a significant moment for the district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, and the district attorney in Manhattan, because the potential indictment of Donald Trump could come in a matter of hours, days, weeks, or never, to be clear. But in the Manhattan case specifically, we know that Michael Cohen, who was the key witness to testify in the hush money payment, that $130,000 that was transferred to Stormy Daniels, the adult film actress, in the weeks ahead of the 2016 campaign, that testimony from Michael Cohen, who used to be the fixer and lawyer for Donald Trump, but who has since flipped on his former boss, that his testimony has concluded. Now, the question is, who else could potentially go before the grand jury? We know Stormy Daniels met with prosecutors yesterday, but there's an outstanding question of whether she were to go and meet with the grand jury. Ultimately, it's now up to the prosecutor to bring the case to the grand jury to ultimately give the thumbs up or thumbs down. I want to let you see a part of a statement, though, from the individual who is really kind of taking the lead in organizing Trump's lawyers for these different varying cases here around the country. He writes in part about these cases, quote, as I pull this up here myself, apologies. Woke radical DAs in New York and Atlanta are allowing crime to run rampant in their cities, while they choose to be obsessed with persecuting President Trump. Democrats continue to weaponize the justice system against President Trump, who has done absolutely nothing wrong, because they realize that he is on a direct march back to the White House. This is notable here. Of course, Donald Trump remains atop of a potential Republican 2024 presidential field, guys.
Vaughn Hilliard, great reporting. Obviously, a lot that you will keep an eye on. Thank you so much.
We have some dramatic video now out of California to show you. A man was swept into the Los Angeles River. It was rushing after days of rain. Look at this. He's clinging to a concrete wall as he's rescued by someone from a helicopter and then, wow, slowly pulled to safety there. That weather system is now tracking east. It's putting some 22 million people in the south now at risk of tornadoes and severe storms. NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking all of it for us. Angie, where are the storms now? Kind of looks like all over the middle of the country.
Yeah, that storm system is stretching basically from the upper Midwest down to the Gulf Coast and parts of the south. Now, the south you just mentioned, that's where we're going to see the potential for some of these strong, severe storms, and they've already started this afternoon and will continue into the evening hours as well. So let's focus on that first. Plenty of lightning with this line of thunderstorms that's really focused near Oklahoma City in parts of southwestern Oklahoma. That's where we've seen multiple severe thunderstorm warnings already. We've seen reports of baseball-sized hail. This is something that we'll see here through at least the afternoon and into the evening hours. And it's not just that area. It includes places like Dallas, Texarkana, with those highest impacts coming in at most likely the hail. And you can see the areas that are included in that as well, extending into Texas and, again, Oklahoma, the southern portions of Oklahoma. The system isn't done just yet, though. We also have the snow that's impacting parts of the upper Midwest, stretching from the Rockies basically to Minnesota. But as we get into tomorrow, we're still going to deal with the heavy rain, the severe thunderstorm chance, and more snow working in again to the Great Lakes. We'll see some of that lake effect snow be impactful. Places in the upper peninsula of Michigan could receive more than a foot of snow. And there's that threat for tomorrow. So if you live in Mobile, New Orleans, or Panama City, you're going to have another chance to see some of these strong storms developing again into the afternoon. And again, the gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and the hail will also be there, but we can't rule out a tornado or two either, ladies.
Yeah, same place that's been hit before. Angie Lassman, let's hope it goes well. Appreciate it.
Well, it's being called the friendship recession. Why men in particular are struggling to make and keep friends, and how experts say you can buck that trend. You are watching NBC News Daily.
begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A little more bad news for beach lovers in Florida, just as people are flocking there for spring break.
Yeah, the monster seaweed bloom is threatening some of the state's most popular beaches, making it so you might not want to go in the water. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
Surf, sand, and seaweed? Enormous mounds of brown, mucky macroalgae are now floating towards Florida.
It's been like more and more, and like sometimes you cannot even get in the water because it's all in the border.
The popular shores of South Beach are only speckled with this kind of seaweed called sargassum so far. But in several weeks, that's likely to change a lot.
The fresh stuff is lighter, the dead stuff is dark.
Dr. Stephen Leatherman is a coastal scientist at Florida International University. He says some of the clumps currently coasting through the Gulf of Mexico and mid-Atlantic will arrive by the end of March and last through the summer.
We can see it on the satellite data. We see it. It's coming in masses, huge masses of stuff.
Leatherman says scientists aren't entirely sure what's caused the explosive growth, but pollution from fertilizer into the Amazon and deforestation in Brazil likely play a significant role. With the current crush of seaweed in Mexico, a potential preview of what's to come. With sightings already this month in Key West, Antigua, and the crowded Mexican resort of Playa del Carmen, preparing for up to 3 feet of buildup. It's important to note this phenomenon is not the same thing as the invasive red tide.
These two things connected? No, they're totally different species. And the good thing about the sargassum is it is not a harmful algal bloom like red tide. In other words, it's not going to affect the seafood, the fish. You're not going to be hurt.
The biggest issue with the seaweed, a serious rotten egg smell, not ideal for tourism. Would more of that influence your desire to come out here to Miami Beach? Yeah. Officials from South Beach to Broward County are spending millions to clean up the seaweed and get in front of the problem. In Fort Lauderdale, they're converting it to compost. But there will also be a lot to recycle. Part of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, the seaweed spans roughly 5,500 miles in the ocean from West Africa all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. The sargassum does provide shade and shelter to marine life before it degrades offshore, leaving local governments to clean up the mess. Sam Brock, NBC News.
In today's mental health check, we're taking a closer look at what some are calling the friendship recession.
Yeah, that's right. Well, after all, we were all isolated during the pandemic, right? It was tough. Well, some people are struggling to make friends now. A lot of those people, though, are men. One study found that 15% of men didn't have any close friends at all, they said. That's actually up from 3% in the 90s. 3% to 15% is a huge jump. Yeah. Absolutely, and definitely worth talking about. Joining us now is Dr. Frederick Rabinowitz. He's a psychologist and professor at the University of Redlands. We have been talking about this. It's been a talker here on our set. Why does it seem so difficult for men to make these close friendships? What's at play here?
Well, I think men are socialized to just keep their vulnerable sides hidden. And I think as young boys, you can see little boys play and they're really open, but something happens during adolescence and adulthood where that openness is perceived as weakness, and especially boys are shamed for sharing too much. And so what happens is they have fewer and fewer channels to kind of express themselves. Some can do it through sports or online through gaming. But in some ways, the online world sort of replaces the real world in that sense. And then, of course, the COVID pandemic just kept people isolated. Yeah. And I think boys and men also were isolated.
Yeah, let's drill down on loneliness. It's something both Savannah and I have done stories about, this sort of epidemic in this country of loneliness, specifically to men and men's mental health. What does that do?
Well, I think for guys that stay, a lot of times you see like the angry guy or the irritated guy. I think there's just sort of like a low level of depression that starts to set in. When you're isolated and alone, the dopamine levels that are your pleasure chemicals are lowered. Oftentimes, cognitive functioning is worse. Reality perception starts to shift. And for some guys, like they get hypertension. There's a lot of overeating, overindulging. And I've written about depression in men, which is not always overt, but it seems to be manifested as kind of irritability, anger. And of course, the suicide rate for men is 4 times that of women. So there's something going on under the surface.
Absolutely. Doctor, we've only got about 30 seconds here, but of course we must get to what are some ways that men can break out of what we're calling a friendship recession?
Well, I would first prioritize friendship. It's as important as working out. It's really important. I think also realize that others are also experiencing this and they may be fearful of taking risks. So to me, it's taking some initiatives in low risk situations, like asking a friend to go to a game or to meet for a drink, something like that would be really helpful. Or even mundane situations where you're waiting in line, for something, you're at the supermarket, be open.
Okay, Dr. Frederick Rabinowitz, thanks so much. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're following some breaking news out of France this hour. French President Emmanuel Macron just bypassed Parliament in France to force through a controversial bill. Now, that bill will raise the retirement age in France from 62 to 64 years old, and that is sparking protests. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now. Molly, talk about how widespread these protests are, and what's the big deal? Why are people so concerned about raising the retirement age just 2 years?
Yeah, Kate, it's a really big deal. And actually, during my live shot, you may be able to hear we are just on the Champs-Élysées, just up from La Place de la Concorde, where some 6,000 people are protesting. And we just heard the sound of tear gas canisters going in. So we may start to smell tear gas. We may start to hear those protests. But across the country tonight, France is basically at a standstill. There are protests in every major city. This was very controversial, Kate, because for French people, this has been the goal, retirement. And those last 2 years, those are sacred years. And so there was huge huge opposition to raising that age. 70%, according to the most recent poll, Kate, of people not only didn't support the bill, but also supported union strikes. So what we have seen is 8 consecutive national strikes, and you just hear that bang again. And the union tonight, Kate, you hear more bangs. This protest is heating up. The union tonight, Kate, has said they will continue to strike. That is garbage workers, that is police, that is schools, and that is public transportation, and that has brought this country to its knees tonight. Kate?
Wow. Okay, Molly, I'm going to let you go and get somewhere safe so you don't get tear gas in your eyes. Molly Huntrick following that for us. Thank you. Well, today marks 6 months since the death of an Iranian woman that sparked unprecedented protests across Iran.
That's right. Her name's Mahsa Amini, and she died in the custody of the country's morality police, as they're called. The demonstrations that followed left more than 500 people killed and 20,000 arrested. NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi joins us now on this. Ali, it's so important we continue to shed light on this. Keep it in the news, and I know you have a closer look at Mahsa Amini's story.
That's right, Kate. And look, there are still very small pockets of protest in Iran. By and large, they've been quelled by brutal tactics. But what it is right now is a collective sense of melancholy and deep-seated resentment against the regime. And people are wondering, when will this flare up again? Let's take a look at the events of the last 6 months. 6 months ago today, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's feared morality police. Her alleged crime? Violating the country's strict dress code. She died days later in the hospital. Her family say she had been beaten. Police have denied this. But for many Iranians, especially young women, this was a tipping point. Amini's death set into motion a chain of extraordinary events that have rocked the Islamic Republic to its core. Following Amini's funeral, Iranian women began to show their solidarity by ripping off their headscarves in protest. Within a week, it became clear that this was the most serious challenge to face the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. For 4 decades, the theocratic regime has ruthlessly enforced strict rules on Iran's population, with the hijab, mandatory for Iranian women, becoming a cornerstone of the regime's hold over the people. Making scenes like this one all the more astonishing. Women defiantly setting their headscarves on fire and cutting their hair in public as crowds chant, "Women, life, freedom." Crowds of young men and even school children have taken part, an unprecedented display of unity. The government's reaction was nothing short of brutal. Security forces have fired live rounds at unarmed protesters. Skirmishes became daily events across Iran. At least 522 people have been killed, according to the US-based human rights group HRANA, including 70 minors. More than 20,000 arrests have been made, 100 of those on charges that can lead to a death sentence. At least 4 have been executed so far. These tactics have in some way paid off, for now. The protests have largely subsided, but already it's clear that there has been a fundamental cultural shift in Iran. Many women across the country refuse to wear the hijab, something that would have been unthinkable only 7 months ago. Most recently, a crisis after thousands of schoolgirls reported symptoms of being poisoned across Iran, sparking further unease and anger amongst an already exhausted population.
Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, in for Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, March 16th, 2023, caught on tape, the Pentagon releases video of the Russian jet that took down an unmanned U.S. drone. And as exclusive NBC News reporting reveals, the incident involved officials high up in the Russian chain of command.
Money talks. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is grilled on the Hill over the recent bank failures. But as she is saying the banking system is sound, another bank is rescued from the brink of collapse.
TikTok on the block. The Biden administration orders the popular social media site's Chinese owners to sell their stakes or face a U.S. ban. How the company is responding.
And schools out. Thousands of workers in the nation's second largest school district are set to walk off the job. Their message to the LA school district and to parents.
We begin this hour with that stunning new video that captures the mid-air aggression between a Russian jet and an unmanned American drone.
That's right. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons shows us what unfolded in the sky.
In the declassified video released by the U.S. military, you can see what the U.S. says is fuel being poured onto the unmanned drone by an Su-27 Russian fighter jet. Then it comes back to drop even more fuel and ends up colliding with the drone, temporarily cutting off the camera feed. When it returns, you can see the propeller clearly damaged, forcing the military to bring down the drone into the Black Sea, with the U.S. saying there were efforts to wipe all of its sensitive data.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie is following all of this very closely. She joins us now. Courtney, we're getting brand new details we hear about the incident from the Pentagon. What have you learned?
Yeah, one of those, the major new detail that we just got from the Pentagon here, on the record, on camera for the first time, they are acknowledging that they now have indications that the Russians are trying to not only reach that debris and reach the wreckage of that downed Reaper drone, but actually recover some of it. So this is a question we've been asking here ever since it went down, is exactly what could the Russians get? Now, when the Reaper went down, remember, the U.S. downed it themselves. What's generally the protocol here is they wipe out the software, so get rid of anything potentially classified so it can't be exploited, but they can't blow the drone up, right? So what they'll tend to do, glide it along for a while, and then they'll crash it into the water, crash it into the Black Sea in this case, with the goal of breaking it apart. As we heard from General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs yesterday, it was broken into many, many different pieces. There's a wide debris field in the Black Sea. But again, the Russian military already has a naval presence there and an air presence right nearby in Crimea. So they were able to get to the site much faster than anyone else. And we now know, again, from the Pentagon today, from Brigadier General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary here, that they are trying to recover some of that debris.
Courtney, could this incident impact future U.S. missions in this geographic area and over the Black Sea?
So the resounding message that we have heard from here at the Pentagon, from over at the White House, from the State Department, from all across this administration and by the U.S. military is this will not deter them from their right to fly in international airspace over international waters, as is their right all over the world. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if there may be some changes to protocol going forward. So something like maybe not having a drone up without some sort of another manned asset. Maybe they would come and go in pairs or something. Now, I will say the military doesn't have unlimited assets, so that's a pretty big ask if they need to, sort of beef up their presence and have more of so that they don't have a drone out there on its own like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if those discussions are happening. I also would not expect that we will ever know about them publicly, because they'll keep them classified as part of their rules of engagement.
Absolutely. Courtney, great reporting. A lot of questions still here. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
The U.S. banking system is in the spotlight from Silicon Valley to Capitol Hill. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen addressing lawmakers today in an effort to assure Americans their money is safe.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound
and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them.
The government trying to stop widespread financial panic after the failure, of course, of 2 U.S. banks and new concerns over the stability of some other banks. Joining us now, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, are lawmakers satisfied with Secretary Yellen's assurances, and how the White House has been handling all of this so far?
Look, there are mixed reviews, as you can imagine, coming from Democrats and Republicans. But the bottom line here, today's hearing in the Finance Committee was the first time lawmakers got a chance to grill the Treasury chief over the collapse of these 2 major banks, Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank, just before it. And this is probably the friendliest audience she's going to get, because more and more hearings are being planned on this topic. And look, during this hearing this morning, as you played that soundbite on the top, Yellen began her testimony by saying all deposits are safe, and that is done strategically to prevent people from panicking and going to pull out their deposits from their banks, to prevent more bank runs from happening, which has already been affecting global markets around the world. And so you heard from lawmakers. They certainly used the opportunity to question her on this topic, though the main topic was, of course, on the president's budget. Take a listen to one back and forth from Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat.
I think there were some bad actors in the VC community who literally started to spur this run by virtually crying fire in a crowded theater in terms of rushing all of these deposits out.
Republicans, on the other hand, including the ranking member of the committee, said, look, maybe this was an administration failure. They pointed to the Inflation Reduction Act and spending packages that led to skyrocketing inflation, and then from Jerome Powell to hike interest rates that in part led to these banks collapsing.
And then in terms of what to do, are you hearing anything from lawmakers, any agreement about regulation or anything?
Look, there's a lot of disagreement. There was a legislation introduced by Senator Elizabeth Warren to repeal the 2018 regulations put in place after that 2008 financial crisis that we saw. But even Leader Schumer, who's, of course, the majority leader up here, he doesn't really sign on to that proposal. What we know for sure is that today's hearing was the first of many for Yellen in the hot seat. We already had Republicans on the Banking Committee calling for administration officials to come before the panel and testify on this.
All right, Julie Sirkin for us. Julie, thanks.
Well, the Biden administration is toughening its stance on TikTok. NBC News has learned the White House is threatening a potential ban if its Chinese owners refuse to sell its stake in the app. Today's announcement comes the same day the UK joined a growing list of countries banning the app on government devices, as we've done here. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba joins us on this now. Hi, Monica. So, I mean, this is a pretty dramatic shift in the government's stance towards the app, in the sense that it's taking a pretty firm stance. We've seen these little actions, but tell us what's changed to warrant this, and how's TikTok responding?
Yeah, this is more significant, Savannah, because this is now the Biden administration with this threat that isn't a final order according to the company, but is one that is really saying we would like for the Chinese-owned ByteDance company to sell or divest TikTok so that then these national security concerns that many in the administration have might be addressed. And that's where we're talking about what can potentially happen to your data and information if you're on this incredibly popular social media platform. So here's a little more from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre on why the president is taking this step as it relates to Americans and national security broadly.
When it comes to potential threats to our national security, when it comes to the safety of Americans, when it comes to their privacy, we're going to speak out, and we're going to be very clear about that, and the president has been the last 2 years.
So there are millions of Americans who, of course, use this app. And so the question is, if this does become a ban, how would that be enforced? And that's why you have TikTok and the company responding, saying, we don't even think some of these national security concerns would be addressed by selling. But they're saying what does need to be stepped up is this third-party monitoring or vetting that would help, again, protecting privacy. There are just still so many questions, Savannah, about how this would all work in practice if this is something that ends up happening. But it's clear that the administration is just taking a more aggressive stance here because this has been something that on both sides of the aisle, lawmakers have raised a ton of concerns about.
Absolutely, and there is a ton of public interest, of course. Monica Alba, thank you very much.
A federal judge in Texas is weighing a decision that could disrupt abortion access across the country.
That's right. The lawsuit in question aims to ban a medication that's used in over half of all U.S. abortions and also has been FDA approved for about 2 decades. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us on this now. Laura, you have been following this as closely as you can be from here in New York. I mean, the judge said he would rule, quote, as soon as possible. So maybe we'll hear soon. What stood out to you?
One of the things that I think is pretty interesting is that the judge was really pressing the government lawyers on this idea about the drug's safety, about the process that was used for approval. He was concerned that it was perhaps rushed through. That's been one of the disputed claims. Exactly, that initial approval, even though the initial approval, the government will point out, took 4 years. It was quite a while before the drug actually got approved. The reason that's interesting to me is because it means that he believes the plaintiffs have standing. He wouldn't be even talking about the safety of the drug if these plaintiffs didn't have the standing to sue. So it's almost as if he's baked that in. And of course, the lack of standing was the government's best hope for trying to get this dismissed.
And just to remind people, the plaintiffs in this case are essentially against abortion rights.
Yes, an advocacy group and several doctors who actually are against abortion as well.
So we've talked about this for days now. If this judge in Texas, who by the way was a Trump appointee, if he does rule in the plaintiff's favor, it affects everybody nationwide, right? And like literally what happens next if you can game it out?
that is part of the uncertainty here, because in the typical case, the FDA actually has to hold a hearing. There's a whole withdrawal process. Yesterday, the judge actually asked, are you telling me I can just order this and automatically it's supposed to be withdrawn? And the plaintiff's lawyer says yes. The government, of course, still disputes that and says no, the FDA has a process to go through and it needs to follow that process.
Interesting that the judge is asking that question. This is uncharted terrain.
Yes,
hasn't happened.
And interesting that it's, of course, the abortion implications, but also generally the FDA's approval of medication. Yeah, absolutely.
Laura Jarrett, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, a major drop in unemployment claims, and an Arkansas man finds a literal diamond in the rough.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Savannah. Well, Credit Suisse is borrowing about $54 billion from the Swiss National Bank. Swiss financial authorities say Credit Suisse, quote, meets the capital and liquidity requirements imposed on systemically important banks. Shares soared 30% at the market open after hitting record lows the past 2 days. Applications for unemployment benefits fell last week by the most since July. Initial jobless claims were down 20,000 to 192,000 in the week ending March 11th. That was a much bigger drop than expected. Claims in New York dropped the most after a spike the previous week. And Crater of Diamonds State Park continues to live up to its name. More than 75,000 diamonds have been found in the Arkansas park since 1906. Most recently, a local man found a 3.29 carat brown diamond. The same guy has found more than 400 diamonds there since 2007. This isn't even his biggest. The one that was his biggest was more than 6 carats. This sounds like my next family vacation.
Are they actual diamonds, or they kind of look like diamonds?
No, they're actual diamonds.
Well, next family vacation.
Can't speak to the quality, but they're diamonds.
Okay, all right. Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Great idea. All right, up next, a cloud of controversy surrounding the Alabama men's basketball team, why their star player is facing threats. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Several Virginia deputies are facing murder charges today in connection to the death of a man in custody. Prosecutors say Ivo Otieno died earlier this month while being restrained at a hospital. He was taken there after police say that he had become, quote, physically assaultive toward officers. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is following this story for us, and she joins me live. We heard just last hour from Otieno's family. Can you tell us what they're saying about his death?
Yeah, so they spoke at great length about his mental state, saying that he was in mental health distress. They didn't disclose what exactly he was battling, but his mother said that she had pleaded with the jail, with authorities, to see her son. She repeatedly said that she needed to see him, he needed to see her. And the mother also said at this press conference, hearing from her for the very first time today, that she believes that they really needed to have someone trained to handle someone in mental distress. Take a listen for yourself.
Mental illness should not be your ticket to death.
Amen.
There was a chance to rescue him. There was a chance to stop what was going on. And I don't understand how all systems failed him.
No, he died on March 6th, and there have been questions about what led up to it. That call just days earlier on March 3rd. According to the family, according to the attorneys for the family, it was a mental health distress moment. So we know that there was a call about a possible burglary. They say that he was gathering together solar lights on a neighbor's property, that was where that call came from, that it was not an intentional act. Again, Kate, that this was a symptom of mental health distress.
Yeah. Marissa, what are the police briefly saying about the deputies?
So they came out with a Facebook post and put out a statement. And what they said in part is that, quote, policing in America today is difficult, that this death is tragic. They express their condolences to his family, but they add that under the presumption of innocence, they stand behind the 7 accused deputies now charged with second-degree murder. And Kate, one thing that I do want to add is that there are now 10 people charged with second-degree murder. In addition to those 7 deputies you saw, 3 additional people have since been charged. We understand that those were employees with that hospital, at least at the time of his death. All of them due in court next Tuesday.
Okay, Marissa Parra, thank you so much.
Well, college basketball's March Madness is officially underway, and top seed Alabama is kicking off its tournament today, but they're playing under a cloud of controversy. NBC's Maya Eaglin is following this story for us. Hi, Maya, what's going on here?
Hey, Savannah. Alabama is the #1 seed in the NCAA's men's basketball tournament for the first time in school history, but the team and its star player, Brandon Miller, are on high alert. In fact, an armed guard was spotted with the team at practice yesterday. This all comes after Miller's name came up in court proceedings following the January murder of Jamia Harris. Former Alabama player Darius Miles and another man, Michael Davis, have been charged in that case. During a February hearing, a police officer testified that at Darius Miles's request, Brandon brought Miles's gun to the scene the same night Harris was shot and killed. Brandon Miller's lawyers issued a statement last month saying that star player Darius Miles left his gun in Miller's car and that, quote, Brandon never touched the gun, was not involved in its exchange to Mr. Davis in any way, and never knew that illegal activity involving the gun would occur. But that hasn't stopped people from posting threatening messages online directed at Miller. Alabama coach Nate Oates was asked about the presence of the guard at a press conference yesterday.
If you guys saw some of what I've seen sent his way, I think you'd understand. You know, I put myself in his parents' shoes, and our administration's seen the stuff that I've seen, and it's appropriate. It's nothing a college kid should have to go through.
Miller hasn't been charged in the case, and the University of Alabama has described Miller as a cooperating witness, not a suspect. Savannah?
Maya Eaglin, thank you so much for reporting here.
Still ahead, Rage Against the Machine, the brand new AI technology being unveiled and why it has a lot of people concerned. I like that reference to Rage Against the Machine. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In today's Consumer Confidential, car seats have improved dramatically since they were first introduced decades ago. Well, now Susan Hogan with our NBC station in Washington takes a look at how one safety innovation could save lives.
With a one-year-old and another one on the way, Natalie Gerstein knows her top priority when looking for a car seat: safety.
Baby stuff is always innovating and changing at a miraculous rate, so they're always coming out with new and better.
Just look at how car seats have changed over the years. Today's seats are no doubt safer. Like in the case of this, Load Legs, a clever feature originally from Europe that gives car seats extra support by extending a leg from the car seat base to the car floor.
It allows for crash forces to be absorbed more so by the car seat and the load leg, and less crash energy to be transferred to your child occupant.
CR's crash testing shows that the added safety benefit of a load leg, as it limits both the car seat and the child's motion.
We've found that when using infant-sized dummies, that there was an average 46% reduction in head injury risk for seats that have a load leg versus those that don't have a load leg.
You can expect to pay more for that extra margin of safety. For example, CR's top-rated infant seat from Klex offers excellent crash protection with its load leg. A more reasonably priced seat that also scored best for crash protection is the Evenflow LightMax DLX. Before shopping for a car seat, though, with a load leg, check your car's manual for compatibility.
That was Susan Hogan reporting there. As we get ready to head into the summer travel season, ExxonMobil is announcing a major refinery expansion in the U.S., which could have a dramatic impact on the supply of gas and the price you pay at the pump. CNBC senior White House correspondent Kayla Tausche joins us now from a refinery in Beaumont, Texas. Kayla, tell us about this expansion Exxon's doing and how much impact could it have for consumers?
Well, Kate, the facility behind me is already close to producing or refining enough gasoline to increase the nation's fuel supply by about 1.5%. Now, that's not a huge amount in the grand scheme of things. Analysts say it's just about a few pennies per gallon right now, but it could have a big difference if, say, a hurricane disrupts a refinery nearby, or if there's a surge in demand and the economy strengthens. Right now, the price at the pump is down, and the price of oil is down as well, because there's a lot of uncertainty about the economy and whether consumers will want to be spending money to travel in the coming months if they feel confident enough to do that. But when I spoke to Exxon's president, Karen McKee, she says that this facility is going to be producing energy for the long haul.
And 250 kbd doesn't mean a whole lot to most people, but this facility will produce 4 million gallons a day more diesel and jet fuel to get America moving again. We're playing our part towards increasing supply so that there is enough supply to keep prices down in the market.
The new daily output from this expansion is enough to power 60,000 diesel trucks. Kate, that's quite a few Amazon packages that could be delivered.
Yeah, sure sounds like it. So how is the Biden administration responding? There's been so much talk about drilling and about refineries. How are they responding?
Well, the Biden administration has not responded to multiple requests over the course of the last week for comment on this and other expansions. We know that the president has been chiding energy companies for spending money on buybacks and dividends, giving money to shareholders instead of what the White House said is expanding in facilities like this. Well, Exxon and other companies say that they are in fact expanding, and so certainly we would want the administration to respond to that. Last week, the Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm said that they are going to continue to encourage companies to increase production in the coming months, despite what the economy is doing. Kate?
All right, Kayla Tausche, thank you so much down in Texas for us. Up next, why teachers in one of America's largest school districts say that they are about ready to go on strike. They have plans for next week already. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Check us out wherever you stream live. Look at all these places: Peacock, YouTube, Apple TV, your Samsung TV Plus. The news continues right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
That's right. Dramatic aerial footage shows a man being saved from raging waters in Los Angeles Wednesday. It's not clear how the man got stuck in the river in the first place, but the LA Fire Department arrived on the scene and rescued the man who was clinging on to a concrete barrier wall on the side of the river. That is quite the video. The man was then taken to a local hospital and treated for hypothermia.
Deaths of pregnant women dropped in 2022. This is really good news after a dramatic spike during the pandemic. 733 women did die during pregnancy or shortly after pregnancy in 2022, but that is down from 1,200 deaths in 2021. Experts say the number spiked in 2021 due to COVID because, of course, COVID is extremely dangerous in pregnant women.
And an alarming number of swans are dying at a popular lake in North Carolina. Some believe lead poisoning may be causing the deaths. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service says it's not normal to see this many swans dying. A local wildlife refuge is launching an investigation into what happened.
It's disturbing. Workers in America's second largest school district say they're going to go on strike next week. Cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and others in the Los Angeles Unified School District announced a work stoppage for 3 days next week. That could lead to shuttered classrooms for more than 500,000 students. NBC News correspondent Naila Charles joins us now from our Los Angeles bureau. This is a big deal, Naila. Why are so many workers, so many teachers going on strike? What's at issue?
Well, those education workers, Kate, like you mentioned, the low-wage earners within the schools, like the cafeteria workers, the janitors, and school bus drivers, they're saying they need more money. That's really the heart of this conversation. And the teachers union is joining them in solidarity by not going to school when this strike is happening. So they're asking for a 30% salary increase. Right now, they average, according to the union, about $25,000, and most of them are part-time employees, averaging about just 25 hours per week. So that's the problem. They want more support in that way. They also want more workers as well. So that's what they're asking the district for. In the meantime, the district says if the strike does happen, that means school would have to close, because together those unions make about 65,000 workers. Kate?
And what is the city saying about all this? Could there be maybe a last-minute agreement before this is all supposed to start on the 21st next week?
The school district is hoping for an agreement, but right now negotiations are stalled. I did speak to the Los Angeles Unified School District superintendent. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We have a historic offer on the table. That's a 15% increase on compensation, in addition to 10% cash in hand, a dramatic increase in terms of healthcare benefits for part-time workers, and a minimum wage guarantee that exceeds the local minimum wage as well as the state.
We have spoken to the union. The union says the one thing they're not going to budge on is that salary demand that they're asking for. Right now, they say those workers are struggling to make ends meet in Los Angeles. It's one of the most expensive cities to live in. And they say they need money to live here, but also support their families. Many of them have kids that are students within the Los Angeles Unified School District. So what we're told is they have to get second or maybe even third jobs to help support their families. Kate?
Yeah, that's rough. Nayela Charles, thanks for following that.
Well, now let's get to an NBC News investigation this hour, and it's an important one. We're following a long-standing battle in a small town located in an 85-mile strip in Louisiana known as Cancer Alley.
The EPA has said for years that the children who attend a Louisiana school in that area are being exposed to unsafe levels of a likely human carcinogen. 7 years later, the children are still going to school there and still breathing the toxic air. But why? Here to answer that, NBC News senior investigative correspondent Cynthia McFadden looking into all of this for us.
Yeah, Cynthia, tell us about this. What did you learn?
Well, it's great to see you. You know, you wish the answer was simple. It isn't. It's really a story about the front lines of environmental justice delayed. While the current head of the EPA visited the area and says that protecting the people who live there is a priority, locals are understandably frustrated. We met two people in their 80s who are leading the fight to move the 400 or so primarily black kids who attend the elementary school right next to the plant. Emissions of the chemicals are often above the recommended EPA limit. Now get this, even spiking to 8,300 times over what the EPA says is safe levels. Just listen to what community leader Robert Taylor told us.
I don't understand how they would be allowed to sacrifice the lives of us for anybody's profit. We had the highest cancer risk. EPA informed us of that in 2017.
The highest cancer risk in the country?
In the country.
What was your reaction to that?
I was floored.
I do not understand how they can't just move these kids to a different school. I know it's complicated. And I also want to ask about what the response is from the company that manufactures.
So the company says that they are not increasing cancer risk. They say that they have reduced their emissions by 85%. And yet, when we went to the monitoring sites, and it is clear, the environmental scientists who accompanied us said 10, 20, 50 times the recommended level. It's shocking, and it has to come to an end.
Cynthia McFadden, you're going to have all of this tonight, right? A full report on Nightly News. You can catch that on your local NBC station, wherever you watch Nightly News with Lester Holt. Cynthia, thank you so much.
Doing what you do best on this. Thank you so much for bringing a light to this. It's
Love being with you, too.
Well, the AI wars, they are heating up. Google and Microsoft are going head-to-head with their new and improved artificial intelligence tools. But a lot of people are growing concerned about just how smart AI is becoming. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is here to break it down for all of us. Jake Ward, who, by the way, has been way ahead of the curve on this on all of us. He's got a whole book about it. Everybody should go read. And your Instagram reels lately, Jake, are scaring me. So first, just tell us, Microsoft is now out with its new GPT-4 technology. Everybody's heard about this Chat GPT, kids using it to cheat on tests, things like that, cheat on essays. What makes this one different than the last version, and what are you concerned about?
Well, what's so amazing about this new iteration is simply how well it does the job of humans, you guys. I mean, when you look across the benchmarks that OpenAI, now part of Microsoft, has been using to describe the capabilities of its new GPT-4, it is really extraordinary. I mean, if you look at these test results, when it has been given things like the uniform bar exam, the LSAT, and the SAT in the math department there, GPT-4 is in the 90th, 88th, and 89th percentile of human test takers. Its predecessor, GPT 3.5, was down in the 10th, the 40th, the 70th. So we're seeing tremendous increase in capability here. And that is, of course, why Microsoft is banking so much on this, throwing billions of dollars at OpenAI to make it possible. It's also why Google is now shifting gears. It is really extraordinary. In the release documentation around ChatGPT, which came out this week, the company says that it is using it to basically supplement the roles of salespeople, content moderators, and programmers. This thing can pop out software code like nobody's business. I mean, it is really going directly at various human tasks, you guys.
Oh, absolutely. That is one of the big concerns here, taking those jobs away. So, Jake, why is Google moving so quickly to add to its AI to its products like Gmail, Google Docs, having this sort of embedded? I mean, they're using ChatGPT in Snapchat right now. This is definitely growing. Do you get the sense that they're trying to play catch up here, get ahead of the curve, try to beat other companies? What's going on?
Well, what we're really seeing here is an all-out brawl between these two multi-billion-dollar giants, right? I mean, Microsoft is how we got off of, typewriters, and then Google was how we took the new word processing into the cloud. Now both of them are fighting to put that together with AI, which is why you saw yesterday Google announcing all sorts of new autopilot features in its Gmail and presentation software. You basically say, here, reply to this email for me, and it will bang it out for you. Today, Microsoft hosting an event that does exactly the same sort of thing. You describe what you want to see in an email or in a presentation or in an Excel spreadsheet, and it will bang it out for you. We are entering a world, you guys, where, humans are no longer going to have to write these things piecemeal. AI is going to do it for us.
Jake Ward, thank you very much. Scary reporting, but important reporting. And again, go read Jake's book on all this. All right, Amazon is facing a class action lawsuit, and it all has to do with the facial recognition technology that's used in its Amazon Go stores here in New York.
We have one down in the
sure
concourse in the basement of Rockefeller Center. The suit alleges that Amazon failed to comply with a law requiring businesses to let people know when their biometric information, like a fingerprint, is being tracked. Joining us now, NBC News reporter Kevin Collier and NBC legal analyst Danny Savalos.
Yeah, great to see. But first, I'm going to shock you all with something. I don't have an Amazon account.
What?
I know. I've never had one.
Have you never been to the store in the basement?
I've never been because I don't have an account. So I'm so interesting. I know it's very weird. My husband has one, so if I ever am like, I need that tomorrow, can you order it for me?
Do you have a flip phone?
Right. I know, right?
Have you heard of AI?
Kevin, tell us though, for people like me, how do these Amazon stores work? How do you just walk in and walk out with your stuff? And why is this suit being filed now?
Well, in theory, you go in and it's you don't have to check out. You just grab what you want and you go. But in order for them to process your sales, they have to track you. So Amazon is saying they just track your palm print. I actually went down to the store just an hour ago and saw they just put up a little sign. It's a brand new sign. The law has been in effect since the beginning of last year that they're required in New York City.
What does the sign say?
It tracks your palm only, which is interesting because the suit alleges Amazon is tracking more than just your palm, including your gait, facial stuff.
Whoa. Your gait, the way you walk?
The way you walk. It's a way of telling
everything.
Your biometric signature. Yes.
It's how they track you shopping. Since you're not scanning it when there's no cashier, they look at your body. They even track your body type. So, post-COVID, for example, my body type would read a little blousier than pre-COVID. So anyway, the point is they track everything about you, and that's how they know what you've bought. You can walk right out as if you're shoplifting because they've already seen the package you grabbed, your body, your face, everything. They know everything about you, and then they track it to your Amazon. Your Amazon, the rest of our Amazon account. Yeah.
It's funny because I've always wondered how it worked because I've walked in there, I've grabbed something off the shelf, walked out, and just thought somebody must be monitoring what I'm doing.
Don't you all have a problem with that? Well, I don't do it.
Legally speaking, Danny, is the case strong, do you think?
There might be something there. Now, in class action land, what class action lawyers like to do, and I've been involved in a couple of these, is they mostly sit on Google and do research, and they find something like this statute, which provides, for example, for a $500 fine if the store fails to put the sign up. So you aggregate that by the millions of customers, I imagine, that have gone to the Amazon store, and while each individual may not have a hefty claim, All of those aggregated plaintiffs now have a class action, and that is major dollars for the attorneys and fees.
So interesting. Kevin Collier, Danny Savalos, thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
Wow, between that and Jake Ward, that was a fun
this
and
is scary
5 minutes
block.
of TV. Yeah. Still ahead, when police respond to a mental health crisis, how should they handle it? The program in one state that could provide a blueprint. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. In today's mental health check, when someone suffers a mental health crisis, sometimes the police respond if it's especially severe. But one program in Massachusetts may provide a blueprint for how officers should handle the situation, and it's even garnering attention from overseas. Grace Gomez is an anchor for our Telemundo station in Boston. Hi, Grace. So this specific program, it's been in place actually for about 20 years, but we're just hearing about it right now on this show. Tell us about it.
That's right, Savannah. Framingham Police Department is situated about 20 minutes west of Boston. The call response plan has been named the Framingham Program, and over the last few months, they've been collaborating with law enforcement in Ireland. In fact, Framingham police officers traveled to Ireland last year to teach law enforcement there about the program, and in the coming months, Irish police will make its way here to Massachusetts. We actually spoke to both an officer and a clinician, and according to them, it's been crucial to assisting the community they serve.
It's critical. I mean, it's a huge resource that we as officers now have. Sometimes, especially when people are in a mental health crisis, sometimes even just the simple fact that I'm in uniform and she's not can be a big factor.
I think every single day, if I can leave at the end of the day and feel like I supported someone in some way, it's a good day.
And at the end of the day, what she said, that's the goal of this program, support the community and the officers. And they told me at times having someone that isn't in a police attire at those calls has even de-escalated the situation and saved lives.
Grace, has this program impacted the number of arrests ultimately made?
Yes, it has. So the numbers speak volumes. Just at Framingham Police Department, last year, out of the 488 people referred to the co-response program, 94% didn't result in an individual being placed under custody. Furthermore, 121 people avoided hospitalization because the clinician offered alternative support on the scene. The chief says he stands by the Framingham program, which he points out hasn't been easy at times, and it's involved changing the culture of the department, but he believes it could help how policing is done across the country. Back to you.
Absolutely. Very interesting. Great report there, and interesting to hear about this program for sure. Telemundo's Grace Gomez, thank you so much.
I am smart. I am blessed. I can do anything.
Kids can do anything. I love that in today's modern parenting. Okay, maybe you don't know this. I didn't know it, but today is apparently Absolutely Incredible Kids Day. It's a reminder for parents to tell their little ones how they're so incredible and why they matter. Joining us now is parenting journalist and author Donna Tatro. Donna, I'm wondering who made this up? Who decided today was Absolutely Incredible Kids Day, and what's it all about?
So, Kate, Campfire, an organization that helps kids thrive through summer programs and year-round programs, wants to help kids boost their self-esteem. So that's where that came from. This is a really good day for parents to kind of get rid of that worry, get rid of that fear that is embedded in parenting, and just look at these unique, beautiful individuals that we have as our children. Look, we can really practice this by saying thank you to our kids instead of, you got to do this, you've got to do that, you've got to do that. Start with some thank yous, like thanks for being patient with me when I didn't pick you up on time. Be affectionate. Even those prickly teenagers, they want you to be affectionate and spend uninterrupted time together. It's really important. Look, those moments matter. It's important for our kids.
Maybe even write a little note or a letter why you're thankful for your kids. I did a story about something like that recently. And Donna, what are some other ways that you can create really meaningful connections with your kids?
What we have to do is we have to really understand that acceptance is imperative. We know from science that rejection changes the brain, even perceived rejection. So be fully accepting of your child. List those positive attributes that you talked about. Tell your kid what you love about them. And then ask them. Look, as journalists, we know when you ask, you get more answers. So ask your kids what they like about themselves.
And what are some things to keep in mind so it doesn't kind of go to their heads? You know what I mean? We all want to treat our kids special and tell them how special they are, but sometimes everybody gets a trophy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's actually not the right thing, right? But love is a protective factor, so you can never give too much love. Look, you can give your kids compliments, but look at results, not results. Look at the process. Make sure that you're giving kids compliments about their character traits, joyful, thoughtful, all those kinds of things.
Donna Tatro, thank you. You're watching him.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Oh. Welcome back. We are well into March. Now it's time for the madness.
Yes, the 2023 men's basketball March Madness tournament, in case you didn't know what we were talking about, tipped off today. We've already had a major upset, actually. 13 seed Furman, the spoiler alert here, knocked off 4 seed Virginia on a near buzzer beater. Furman had not appeared in the tournament in more than 4 decades. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has everything you need to know to soak up the excitement.
Hey there, if anyone calls out sick in the next couple of days, do not blow their cover. There is so much basketball to watch and not enough screens. If you haven't filled out your NCAA bracket yet, hurry up. The clock is counting down to tip-off, where you can bet there will be plenty of compelling stories and pure madness on college basketball's biggest stage.
The field of 64 teams is now set, after Fairleigh Dickinson and Arizona State became the last 2 teams to officially punch their tickets last night. This morning, the first round of the men's NCAA basketball tournament tips off, with student sections going crazy, fans traveling across the country to support their schools, and players longing for that one shining moment. Now buckle up. This year could be a crazier ride than ever. There are some familiar names in the hunt, including defending champions Kansas, the Jayhawks trying to become the first team since 2007 to win back-to-back titles. But be wary, there are plenty of underdogs on the prowl, hungry to bust your bracket. Like last year, when tiny St. Peter's went on an historic run and became the first 15 seed to go all the way to the Elite 8. So how do you win the office bracket pool? Apparently, it's better to be lucky than good.
Just go with your gut. I watched college basketball all year. I think about it all year. My wife, who barely watches the sport, destroys me in our bracket competition every single year.
The road to the Final Four ends in Houston, where the top-seeded Houston Cougars hope to be the first team to win a title in their hometown since 1972. Other number 1 seeds include Purdue, whose star center, 7'4" Zach Edey, won't need a ladder if the Boilermakers get a chance to cut down the nets. And Alabama, not just a football school anymore, but the Crimson Tide is dealing with serious issues off the court, following a former player's arrest on capital murder charges in January. Star freshman Brandon Miller, who was also at the scene of the crime but has not been accused of any wrongdoing, is expected to play. 5-time national champs, Duke, in unfamiliar territory, their first tournament in more than 4 decades without Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski at the helm. They're just a 5 seed, but fresh off an ACC tournament title, they could be getting hot at the right time. Meanwhile, for some smaller schools, just making it into the field is cause for celebration. Furman is back in the tournament for the first time since 1980. Howard University last qualified in 1992. And Kennesaw State is dancing after a 1-win season just 3 years ago. March Madness, which brings in around $1 billion in revenue, so often decided at the final buzzer.
And today is actually the 5th anniversary of the biggest upset in NCAA tournament history. The University of Maryland, Baltimore County, a 16 seed beating Virginia, a 1 seed. That is the only time it's ever happened. So it's giving teams hope that it could happen again. And as for this year's potential upsets, Oral Roberts, a very experienced team, could be one to watch as a 12 seed.
All right, Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
There we go. Now let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
Kobe Bryant's hands and footprints are now permanently cemented in Hollywood history. The TCL Chinese Theater unveiled an exhibit with his prints yesterday. Bryant joins hundreds of Hollywood stars, obviously, who've been memorialized with hand and footprints on the Hollywood Walk there. When Bryant made the prints in 2011, he was the first athlete to do so.
Okay, I love this next one. The next time American astronauts are on the moon, this is what they'll be wearing.
Seriously?
Cool. On Thursday, NASA unveiled new moonwalking gear for their upcoming Artemis missions. The suits were designed by a Houston-based company called Axiom Space. The first moon landing is scheduled for 2025. and would be the first in over 50 years, and they're gonna look cool doing it.
I feel like I've never, have we ever had black astronaut suits before? Weren't they always white?
As far as I know.
I like it.
Yeah, it's very cool. There you go. Okay. Right here, also in our backyard, a roller skating rink will be returning to New York's Rockefeller Center this spring. This was so fun last year. The rink was installed in the plaza for the first time since 1940 when it came back in 2022. Well, it'll open again this year on April 14th and stay through October.
Did you ever go out there?
I didn't. Did you?
No.
I'm not.
But I would.
Like, all that.
I can roller skate. We'll go together.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds
It's a
great.
date.
You want to hold my hand the whole time?
Sure. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, another rescue of another ailing U.S. bank as Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen tries to reassure anxious investors and lawmakers, testifying that the nation's banking system is sound, as the administration tries to cauterize the contagion fears following two of the biggest bank failures in American history. Plus, the U.S. military releases newly declassified footage of a Russian jet harassing and colliding on purpose with an American drone. Aggressive action that U.S. officials now say was approved by Kremlin leadership. And NBC News has confirmed from a source close to TikTok that the White House is indeed threatening a nationwide ban of the Chinese-owned app unless the company completely severs ties with ByteDance and Beijing. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting in Washington. We begin today with the stability of the American economy and the global banking system as U.S. officials, European governments, and U.S. banking giants flood the market with cash and reassurances. The Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen today testified before Congress for the first time since the failure of two key U.S. banks, which set off a global alarm. She defended the administration's sweeping actions, which included making a decision to rescue all depositors at both failed banks while assuring the public that the U.S. banking system was still secure.
I can reassure the members of the committee that our banking system is sound and that Americans can feel confident that their deposits will be there when they need them. This week's actions demonstrate our resolute commitment to ensure that our financial system remains strong and that depositors' savings remain safe.
U.S. officials bolstered Secretary Yellen's assertion. They told NBC News that they're seeing signs that this past week's actions did help stabilize the banking system. Those signs include stabilization of deposit flows at small and mid-sized banks. Now, Secretary Yellen also acknowledged that further shocks to the banking system were still possible and that regulators were keeping a close eye on the market for additional red flags.
Given the events of the past week, I'd like to understand how Treasury is evaluating the effectiveness of its recent actions.
A more general problem that concerns us is the possibility that if banks are under stress, they might be reluctant to lend where they're worried about shoring up liquidity and capital, and we could see credit become more expensive and less available. That could turn this into a source of significant downside economic risk.
All of this came as the markets rallied a bit after yesterday's losses, fueled by news that just broke minutes ago, just before the markets closed, of another financial rescue plan, as a group of 11 U.S. banks just announced that they're making $30 billion in deposits to help shore up another ailing Silicon Valley area bank. This one is called First Republic Bank. Adding to that rescue plan was news that the Swiss National Bank was giving global banking giant Credit Suisse a massive cash infusion with a loan of up to $54 billion after the bank said it had found material weakness in its financial reporting earlier this week. Overall, those headlines are now a bit hopeful, but given the uncertainty facing banks, Congress, and regulators, don't expect concerns about the overall stability of our banking system and the economy to go away anytime soon. There's one word we didn't mention here that is also sort of hovering over all of this. It's crypto and digital assets, which may be having more of an impact on this than I think we're all fully realizing. Our Capitol Hill reporter Garrett Hake and CNBC's Eamon Javers join me now to break down these developments. Garrett, let me start with you. On Capitol Hill. It is hard to hear, Janet Yellen try to preach calm as she did there, and yet with all this calm, the banking system's fine. It's a little disconcerting that our biggest banks had to suddenly bail out a bank on its own when I thought the federal government had just guaranteed all deposits. So as secure as she just testified that it was, actions within the last hour indicate otherwise.
Well, Chuck, depending on how you want to look at it, it was always the banks who were bailing out other banks here, right? The FDIC, the bailout fund, if you want to call it that, for SVB, was funded by bank fees. I think one way you could look at this, and I'll defer to Eamon as the economic expert here, is the banks getting ahead of being told by the government to rescue a bank or being forced by the government to, increase their fees, fork over money and set aside for this kinds of rescues. And they got in front of it on their own to rescue First Republic, stop the contagion, and not appear once again to have been saved by the federal government. I think what you saw on the Hill today was a lot of frustration by lawmakers that we were once again in this position of banks being labeled a systemic risk to the U.S. economy, to the marketplace, that had to have this kind of extraordinary measures to back them up. But what I didn't hear, Chuck, was anybody with a better plan. And there was a lot of backward-focused attention on inflation from Republicans, on policies that might have led to inflation that increased this problem, and from Democrats at looking back perhaps at the 2018 law to loosen some Dodd-Frank rules that might have led us this way. But there was nobody saying we shouldn't take extraordinary measures to act right now. The options just aren't there otherwise.
All right, stick with me here, Garrett. Let me bring in Eamon here. Explain the First Republic decision, because it does seem like, I think, Garrett, was this a situation where had the big banks not done this, one of them was going to be forced to take it over, and they didn't want to do that?
Well, the question is forced or encouraged,
Yes.
right? So, you know,
compelled, I think is the word that gets used.
Yeah, this $30 billion deal that just happened within the past couple of minutes is exactly what this administration wanted to see, right? A big show of force from big private sector names. This is not taxpayer money, it's big bank money. The administration is going to see this as a big win, and you saw Treasury put out a statement right after that. We're going to learn more about how this came together, maybe in the next couple of minutes. But oftentimes what you see is government brokers these deals, brings the big banks to the table, argues to them, look, we've got a smaller sized bank here that is struggling. We need you to have a capital infusion because if you let this one go, the contagion could hurt the economy, could hurt you. It's in your best interest, and the government will sort of be the broker to make that deal happen and then bill it as a private sector deal because the politics of that are much better than taxpayer bailout.
What can you tell us about First Republic?
Well, you know, a lot of times what happens in a situation like this is it's the next weakest link that everybody searches for.
And
you get
that's
sort
who
of this mindset on Wall Street and among the banking community of like, who's next, right? So First Republic kind of fit that bill in many ways because it's a similar focus, a lot of high net worth clients, a lot of clients that were therefore had deposits that were uninsured over that $250,000 trigger, and maybe had a lot of assets on its books in treasuries that were now subpar, that were now underwater because of the way interest rates have changed over the past year, and may have had some of the same problems as Silicon Valley Bank.
Look, some of this is speculative analysis, but there seems to be at least some connection with some of these mid-sized banks and digital assets.
Yeah.
Are we going to find out that this is more of a problem here?
I think you might feel that this is more of a problem because there's a lot of digital asset investment going on in Silicon Valley. And of course, we saw massive implosions in the digital asset space over the past
Just
year
like
or so.
3 to 6 months ago.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Wouldn't it be not surprising that there's a bit of a lagging indicator because suddenly people are starting to pull assets out
Not surprising.
the second they can?
The indication right now is that this is to do with interest rates rising and banks that were heavily invested in treasuries and took a lot of risk on that bet and failed to adjust fast enough to a rising interest rate environment. Also, you know, magnified by the fact that this is a Silicon Valley bank, and so it's like a very tech bro customer base there. They're all on Slack all the time. They're communicating very quickly. They're all talking to each other. It's a small community, and they all rush for the exits at the same time, very fast.
Well, and that gets to me, Garrett. I'm curious, did you hear anything at that hearing about that issue? I mean, this was a social media fueled bank run, pure and simple. Right, $42 billion in less than 48 hours was taken away from Silicon Valley Bank. The bank run in 2008, sort of I guess the dark ages of the internet economy, was $16 billion over 10 days.
Yeah.
Was there any thoughts about? Is there a pause when you're trying to move more than $250 billion? I mean, is there any sort of regulatory ideas that were proposed at this hearing today on speed issues?
Well, Chuck, the speed was definitely a topic of conversation. Mark Warner brought it up. You know, I think a lot of people's conception of a bank run, if you're not otherwise in the sector, is what you saw on It's a Wonderful Life. Now, imagine if it was somebody on Twitter blasting that message out and not just folks running down the street. And that's exactly what this was. I mean, it was a Twitter-fueled bank run. So I think there is a widespread acknowledgement that that's what happened here. But what there was not was any particular desire to address this from a policy standpoint right away. Again, there's a huge division both between the parties and inside them over what kind of problem this is to solve. Some Democrats want to look at, you know, some of those regulations that were loosened in 2018, stress tests for banks of certain sizes. Some Democrats who voted for those loosenings of those regulations, including Mark Warner, don't want to have that conversation. Republicans, by and large, are pretty happy to sit on their hands here in terms of a legislative fix for this. Their argument here is this was caused, as Eamon alluded to, by rising inflation and, you know, Treasury assets that were sort of marked at a different rate, that all of a sudden these banks got caught holding stuff that wasn't worth what it looked like on paper, and that's a problem that isn't addressed by new legislation. It's addressed by smarter banks and regulators who aren't asleep at the switch.
The European Central Bank raised interest rates today despite all this.
Yeah.
What do you think Jay Powell does?
Oh, boy, that's a tough call for the Fed, right? I mean, if you raise interest rates, you say, we are committed to lowering inflation. We are committed to the plan we had, but you could cause additional breakage inside the financial system. So do they have the guts to continue with their plan, or do they blink and say, you know what, we're going to hold off and see how bad this thing is? If you do that, though, you could signal that maybe you think it's worse than it is.
There is a panic.
And so it's all psychological and confidence.
And I'm just thinking how social media is destroying so many things now, including our financial sector. Anyway, there you go. Garrett Haig, Eamon Chavers. Thank you both for getting us started. I'm joined now by Daniel Tarullo. He served on the Federal Reserve Board amid the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. He's also served as a White House advisor, and he's currently a professor at Harvard Law School. Professor Tarullo, thank you for spending a few minutes with us. Let me just start with this larger question here, which is, could this have been prevented, and if so, how?
Well, I'm sure, Chuck, that it could have been better than it was. I don't have any question about that. And as I've said over the last few days, I think at the very least there was a significant supervisory failure here on the part of the Federal Reserve. When a bank quadruples in size to more than $200 billion in assets in the space of 4 years, that should be a warning signal to supervisors that growth may be going too fast. Risk management systems will not keep up with it. And in this case, Chuck, it was a little unusual because the problem was not on the asset side. The problem was on the liability side of the balance sheet, all those uninsured deposits that you've been talking about.
Yeah.
So I think at the very least, we had a supervisory problem. With respect to the legislation, the issue that you've just been talking about, I don't think that there were direct connections between the legislative changes and Silicon Valley Bank, but that legislation was built on an unwise premise. And that unwise premise was banks of less than $250 billion do not pose systemic problems in the United States. And as we graphically saw this past weekend, that's just not true. Though, as a group, those banks account for about half of the lending in commercial real estate and residential mortgages. And so together, they do need to be regulated, not as tightly as a Citi or a JP Morgan, but they need to be looked at more closely than the legislation suggested.
I mean, it does feel like the message that the federal government has said is that we're no longer are banks too big to fail, they're too medium to fail. I mean, at this point, are we going to have to create a system that insures all deposits at any bank, period?
That is the big question, isn't it? And I was struck by the fact that Representative Waters, the ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, has actually put that on the table. Of course, if you do that, then you have to acknowledge that all of a sudden the FDIC is guaranteeing a lot more. And so it would either have to raise significantly the insurance premium that it charges, or you'd have to have some tighter regulation. But Chuck, I think there's another issue here which has been a little bit underappreciated because everybody is understandably trying to diagnose what went wrong last week. And that is the business model of these mid-sized banks. You know, they're really kind of caught in a squeeze. They don't have the local connections that a community bank has, but they also don't have the economies of scale and the diversification that the biggest banks have. And as you know, when in a digital age, economies of scale become more and more and more important. And so I think what you're seeing is they're turning to uninsured deposits as a source of funding in a period in which they are looking for their own niche. And that, I think, is going to be a challenge going forward. And we're going to have to ask the question, are we going to insure all these deposits? And if so, what does that mean for regulation?
So that actually takes you, it sounds like what you're saying is that these banks, it's not the size, it's the diversification. Because, look, I was reading something today that indicated that some of these mid-sized banks have too many liabilities in the digital asset world, and that this was potentially contagious. And then while the digital asset world isn't big enough to take down the economy, well, it could be big enough to take down some banks.
Yeah, so it's good to step back a second. What were the three characteristics of Silicon Valley that produced a toxic outcome? First, as you and your correspondents have been discussing, they had all those uninsured deposits. 85 to 90% of their deposits were uninsured, meaning that they would run as soon as Twitter told them to. Second were the Treasury, their portfolio of treasuries, which by the Fed's recent regulations, they were not required to mark to market, meaning that there was a lot of unrealized loss there, which became apparent last week. And the third thing is what you just alluded to. It's a bank whose business was highly concentrated in a particular sector of the economy, which right now is not doing so well, which is to say tech. And you could say the same about crypto. This has happened to banks that provide a lot of credit for the energy industry when oil prices are down in the past.
Right.
So when you have that kind of concentration, it does increase the risks. I should say, by the way, that the federal banking regulators have been trying to limit how much exposure and involvement the insured depository institutions have to crypto.
Right.
They've been getting a lot of grief for that,
Yeah.
but I suspect that the last few days is going to vindicate their position.
No, that's for sure. Very quickly, if you were on that board of governors, would you pause interest rate hikes, or would you just keep on keeping on just at a lower rate?
Well, look, I think here's an interesting perspective to add what Eamon said a little bit earlier. Financial conditions are going to tighten. There's going to be less lending. Banks are going to pull back a little bit. And of course, that's exactly what happens when interest rates are increased. So if I were back on the Fed, I would be asking myself, has this crisis, bad as it is, actually done some of our work for us? And does it allow us to pause here and see how much tightening there's been? I wouldn't pause because of fears of the financial system as a whole, but I might for macroeconomic reasons.
You may have. I have a feeling you just foreshadowed the explanation for whatever if nothing does get raised. Daniel Torello, really appreciate you coming on. I learned a lot in our short conversation. I'm sure our viewers did too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, new video and new information on that mid-air clash between a Russian jet and a U.S. drone. Tensions continue to be high between Washington and Moscow. And the war in Ukraine is now looming large over the Republican presidential primary field. Former National Security Advisor and possible 2024 candidate himself, John Bolton, joins me in studio next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. The Pentagon released new video today showing the events that forced the U.S. to down its own drone into the Black Sea, further escalating tensions between Russia and the United States. The declassified video shows 2 Russian jets approaching the drone while dumping jet fuel into the air and onto the drone. According to the Pentagon, a Russian jet then collided with the drone. It's something Russia had denied. As we learn more about this incident, 3 U.S. officials tell NBC News that the approval for this aggressive action came from the highest levels of the Kremlin, though one official said there was no indication that sign-off came from Putin himself. Our Pentagon correspondent, Courtney Kuby, who had that exclusive reporting, joins me next. Courtney, that is a pretty big charge, and it seems to be an odd thing. Like, would the Kremlin order 2 jets to harass an American drone? And if they are, that's a pretty big deal for a really small thing.
It is. So it answers one of the questions that we have. Every time there's any kind of an intercept where there's more of a confrontation than just a normal run-of-the-mill intercept in the skies. And that is, could this possibly be some sort of a rogue military pilot or maybe even a rogue military commander telling these Russian pilots to do something that's slightly more aggressive, whatever that may be? Well, in this case, we now know, according to these U.S. officials, that in fact the highest levels of the Russian civilian leadership, not just military, but civilian leadership, approved this more aggressive action. Now, what the question is, to what end? And that's really more of an assessment here as opposed to some certainty. There could be, among the assessments that we were told, is it's possible that the dumping of the jet fuel was to obscure the camera, maybe to try to throw the drone off course. There are even some who say it's possible that this was just to impose another cost on the U.S. So at a time when members of Congress are increasingly talking about the cost of this war and questioning, you know, the idea of a blank check for Ukraine, well, this is a very real cost that this was imposed on the U.S. in the name of a $30+ million drone that's now sitting at the bottom of the Black Sea. So again, all of that is an assessment, but what these officials told us is they are confident that the highest levels of civilian Russian leadership approved this aggressive action.
And is there any chance we're going to beat the Russians to our own drone, or we really believe there's nothing for them to learn?
It's too late. The Russians have already beaten the U.S. to the. I mean, they're there. We know now, and the Pentagon said that today on camera, on the record. General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, saying that they now believe that the Russians are attempting to gather up some of the debris. He wouldn't say whether they've actually done so or not, but they've been on site there from very soon after the drone went down, not just on the sea with their naval assets, but also in the air, rotary and fixed wing assets. So they've already been there.
Courtney, do you get a sense that they were hoping to inspire a kinetic response from us?
It doesn't seem that way. So, I mean, the aggressive behavior, if it had what it appears to be the intention of driving the drone away, maybe curtailing some of the surveillance assets or surveillance capabilities that it had, the one thing that the U.S. officials tell us is it appears, based off of the video, that this was pilot error, inept piloting, and that was what caused the actual collision here. That does not appear to be intentional. Again, they can't know because they aren't in the minds of these pilots, but that doesn't appear to be intentional. And it does appear now that neither side is talking about any kind of a military escalation. So it seems as if this was not intended to spark a wider conflict.
What I'm trying to figure out here is that a lot of people are probably thinking their own screens are pixelating when they see that. When they see this video from the Pentagon, it actually is the Pentagon's video pixelating there. Anyway, Courtney Kuby on the beat for us there. Courtney, thank you. Joining me now on set here is Ambassador John Bolton. He's, of course, the former National Security Advisor to former President Trump. Ambassador, let me start with you. You have a degree in diplo-speak or intel-speak. So when you hear the phrase highest levels of government on the domestic side, how do you interpret that?
Well, the implication is that it's Putin, right? Or if not, Sergei Shoigu, the defense minister. And it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, as long as we're speculating on what they had in mind here, I think the Russians have had a pretty successful run of intimidating the United States and NATO during the course of this war. And a brushback against our drone might have been one more effort to intimidate. Now, obviously, no sane pilot intentionally collides with another vehicle.
That seems to be incompetence,
but,
right?
But likewise, it's not accidental or a rogue pilot dumping jet fuel on top of that drone. They're lucky they all didn't go up in a big ball of fire. So I think it's credible that it did come from a very high level, and I think it's probably intended to say to the Americans, we're gonna push you back here as we have in other areas.
And our surveillance of the Black Sea is essentially an arm of the Ukrainian military intelligence right now, isn't it?
Well, I hope it is.
Yeah,
it should
I mean, it should be, in theory, right?
But let's be clear. We're entitled to fly in international airspace and do anything we want, as are the Russians. So this was a deliberately provocative act, and I think it's a mistake to give a relaxed response.
Yeah, I was just going to say, what would you be advising? You know, if President Biden asked you, just give me your 2 cents, what would you advise him to do on this one?
I'd throw out 30 or 40 Russian diplomats.
So you would do a response like that, but
yes.
do it here.
Not a military response,
but a diplomatic
I would make
response.
it clear it was unacceptable, and I'd keep the pressure on.
I want to move to why we invited you here, because it seems as if this is something you predicted. It was on this program. You said you thought there was a virus of isolationism running through the Republican Party. What could argue now the 2 leading candidates, the most likely scenario right now, if you believe all the polling, is that you're going to have President Biden facing somebody who doesn't believe we should be in Ukraine.
Yeah.
What does that mean for the Republican Party?
Well, I think it's very inconclusive politically at this point, because I think the early polling isn't necessarily going to tell you the direction things are going to go. I don't, frankly, I was very disappointed in what Ron DeSantis said. Let me just say that right at the beginning. I don't understand the political logic of it before we get to the bad strategy.
Okay.
What kind of voter is going to say, you know, I was going to vote for Donald Trump, but then I heard Ron DeSantis had exactly the same position on Ukraine as Donald Trump, so now I'm going to vote for Ron DeSantis. What is the voter that he's trying to appeal to? I think it's a mistake politically. We'll see. Trump is already beating him like a drum for being a flip-flopper, which is not a good look. So whatever the political strategy was, I think that was wrong. And in terms of geopolitics, I think it was badly wrong.
Well, let's talk about this. He calls it a territorial dispute. So let's go. Let me play this game here. Governor DeSantis calls you up, says, "Hey, look, I'm learning more here. I think this is a territorial dispute." And you would say?
Of course it's not a territorial dispute, but it reflects his antecedent error of saying it was not a vital United States national interest, which it manifestly is. It has been bedrock American policy since 1945 that peace and security on the European continent are important to the United States, important economically, important politically. In the terms of the NATO treaty itself, important civilizationally. So a threat to Ukraine is a threat to peace and security in Europe and to our allies. This is an act of unprovoked aggression. And let's be clear, the Russians don't think this is a territorial dispute. They think it's about recreating the Russian Empire. The Ukrainians don't think it's a territorial dispute. They think it's about their sovereignty and independence. And I think there's a real important analogy here between Ukraine and Taiwan.
Well, it's fun. Let me pause you there, because that's exactly where I was about to go, because I actually want to put up his whole statement, because this is where his statement is actually in conflict, and it's on the issue you're about to bring up. Well, here's what Ron DeSantis, the longer statement he sent to Tucker Carlson. While the U.S. has many vital national interests, securing our borders, addressing the crisis of readiness within our military, achieving energy security and independence, and checking the economic, cultural, and military power of the Chinese Communist Party, becoming further entangled in a territorial dispute between Ukraine and Russia is not one of them. He clearly splits the two, does not see a connection between Ukraine and between the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. It just seemed, it seemed like you can't think of one thing as a global threat and not see it over here. That's where I'm coming down, but what say you?
Well, let me address one other thing. When he says it's not a vital national interest, then he goes on to say, I won't supply F-16s or weaponry that can strike in Russian territory. Well, look, if it's not a vital national interest, we shouldn't supply anything. It's just not worth it at all.
Well, that was the question I was going to have for him. How do you get out?
Well, but let's come back to this one. The issue is whether the question for both Ukraine and Taiwan is, shall they exist as free and independent states or shall they not? If we believe that the deterrence of aggression against countries where America has an interest, and we have a significant interest in Ukraine and a significant interest in Taiwan, if we don't think that deterring against that is worthwhile, then we're prepared to give up both Ukraine and Taiwan. They are conceptually and strategically inseparable, in my view.
I'm going to get back to the politics of this, because one of the things I was telling my staff, I said, you know, whenever there's a conflict, whenever there's a war that breaks out, the easiest political position to take is to be against it, because eventually that'll be the popular position. It's, I mean, if you see it, other than World War II, it does feel like over time that is. It's very possible in 2 years this is a country that doesn't want to do it, and elect somebody that says, hey, no, pull back. How would we pull back? What would that look like, and what do you think the repercussions would be?
Well, it would be surrendering Ukrainian territory to Russia. There's no doubt about it, and hoping the bear would go away. That isn't going to happen. But I think part of our problem here is the ineptness of the Biden administration. What exactly are our goals in Ukraine? If you ask them, when should we negotiate with the Russians, they say, well, that's up to the Ukrainians to decide. So did the President of the United States delegate his commander-in-chief authority to President Zelensky? I understand Ukraine's got goals. What are America's goals? Our official position is we want to see the restoration of full sovereignty and territorial integrity. Those are the goals. Let's reaffirm them, and let's say, what strategy are we going to put together to achieve that and end this argument about one weapon system after another. If Biden doesn't think those are our goals, he needs to say that so we can have a debate.
It does seem as if that if you believe the whole goal is to restore the entire territory, including Crimea, then what should we be doing right now? Giving them a lot more than we are?
Absolutely, and I think this is where the Russians have, with incredible success, deterred the United States. Going back almost to the beginning of the war, when the Poles said, what if we give our MiGs to the Ukrainians?
Which they've now done.
The Secretary of State said yes, and the President said no. Why? Because they're afraid of escalation in a wider war. I'd like to say, afraid of what escalation? The Russians are doing so well in Ukraine. They have a spare army somewhere they're going to use elsewhere against NATO. The threat of nuclear escalation, I think, has been a bluff so far.
In hindsight, all it's done is slow our ability to...
And that's a critical point.
Yeah, hasn't it? They have gotten us to slow roll our support of Ukraine.
Precisely, and that has lengthened the war. It's pushed us into what is effectively now a military stalemate. Let's be clear, Russia's suffering much higher casualties than Ukraine, maybe 2-to-1 ratio, according to the Washington Post. Russia's 3.5 times bigger than Ukraine. Do the math. Who do you think wins a war of attrition?
Look, you have said one of the ways you would end up running for president is if you thought nobody was here to make this argument. Sounds like there's not going to be a lot of people to make your argument. You going to run?
Well, I like the argument that I'm making, and I think it's important to make. I think on foreign policy, people want their leaders to explain what the objectives are and how we're going to get there. Biden has failed to do it. It has opened the door to the isolationists who say we shouldn't be there at all. This is a tragedy in the making.
What's your timeline?
Well, I'm still thinking about it, and it's a complex process. I looked at it in 2016. Yep. I'm not going to do it frivolously, one way or the other.
Fair enough. John Bolton, former National Security Advisor and U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Good to see you.
Glad to be with you.
Up next, TikTok tensions. A major move by the White House reportedly demanding that TikTok's Chinese owners sell their stake in that hugely popular app or face the possibility of a nationwide ban. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. According to a source close to TikTok, the Biden administration is now demanding that TikTok's Chinese owners, ByteDance, sell their stake in the company. If they don't, the White House is threatening a possible ban of the app in the United States. Here's the concern, that the Chinese government could use the app to access American data on all Americans, not just data of a few people, and potentially use the app to spread misinformation in a hurry. A spokesperson for TikTok said in a statement divestment would not solve national security concerns and that the company is already implementing, quote, U.S.-based protection of a U.S. user data. Last week, top intelligence officials testifying before Congress warned that the app could be used as a dangerous tool of the Chinese government.
You've got a data collection issue, which could be used to conduct all kinds of data operations and traditional espionage. It's the algorithm, that, as you rightly pointed out, that enables them to conduct influence operations. And finally, it's the control of the software, which gives them access to millions of devices.
General Nakasone, do you share Director Wray's concerns? Are you willing to answer the question of whether we should ban it?
Certainly, one third of Americans get their news from TikTok every single day. 1/6 of American youth say they're constantly on TikTok. That's a loaded gun, Congressman.
TikTok CEO is set to testify before Congress next week. Joining me now from outside the White House is our own Monica Alba. And Monica, under what authority would the White House be able to ban TikTok, and how does that work technically?
We don't know is the short answer to that, Chuck. The actual enforcement of this potential ban is a big question mark, and that's because the Biden administration, while they've put forth their clear position on this with a big threat, essentially they would need some bipartisan legislation, it seems like, to give them the powers to go after these kinds of tech platforms, and specifically TikTok. So we know that for months they've been having these conversations, knowing some of the national security risks, knowing what privacy and data potential abilities here the Chinese government could have to take. And essentially the White House has said, look, we're going to let this review play out. And nothing really has changed except that TikTok has gotten even more popular. We're talking about 100 million Americans who use this extremely popular app, right? So essentially now the president is saying, I need to take a more aggressive stance because he is being advised by his own experts that this is something that really could be potentially a problem, which Beijing says the U.S. has shown no evidence to this point that this is really a national security concern. But the president has also been criticized a lot by Republicans, mostly saying he hasn't done enough. He hasn't taken a significant enough step. So now that's why you're seeing the administration say this is the hand we can play. But from people I talked to all day today, and what I understand is this could take months, Chuck. There's nothing that's going to happen imminently here. And again, even if this is something where the U.S. decided they could take this additional step and try to do it, there's no real evidence that they can actually enforce it across the entire country. They've been able to do so on government-owned devices, but not beyond that. So that remains the major question.
Is it, though, the big reason why the government is so skeptical of TikTok is fighting this divestment so hard? This is not an unusual thing for countries to have divestments, to have subsidiaries, to have these things happen. And, you know, look, in my conversations with TikTok, it's always been the question they can't answer very well. My goodness, why are you fighting divestment so much?
Yeah, and they've done that constantly, and what they've said is what really needs to be invested into some third-party monitoring and vetting, some of which happens right now, but which could be boosted. So that's another potential off-ramp here. But absolutely, ByteDance has said they have no plans to sell at this point, Chuck.
Yeah, it is an odd decision. They're willing to spend more money to do this convoluted thing than do the cheaper, easier way to do this and divest it. It's fascinating. Monica Alba, outside the White House for us. Monica, thank you. Up next, we got some new developments tied to two separate criminal investigations that could end up leading to indictments of former President Trump before the end of this month. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. March may hold some legal madness for former President Trump. His former lawyer, Michael Cohen, appeared before a Manhattan grand jury this week. The adult film actress Stormy Daniels, whose real name is Stephanie Clifford, also met with prosecutors. Both are related to those hush money payments. During the 2016 presidential campaign, Mr. Trump could soon be facing criminal charges related to that probe. Trump's lawyers have denied he did anything illegal in that one. At the same time, he's also potentially on the verge of facing charges in Atlanta after an initial grand jury reportedly recommended multiple indictments in a case stemming from his pressure to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. Grand jurors told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that they also heard another phone call that featured the former president leaning on a Georgia official to overturn the state's presidential election. All of this on top of the special counsel Jack Smith's wide-ranging probe of the former president's actions tied both to the insurrection and his handling of classified documents. Will any of this impact his presidential campaign? For any other candidate, the answer would be, of course. For former President Trump, get your shrug emoji out, because who the heck knows? Joining me now on set is Tamara Keith, White House correspondent for NPR, Democratic pollster, NBC News political analyst Cornell Belcher, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. Tamara, let me start with you. Is it news to people if Donald Trump is indicted on anything? And I say this, and I'm not trying to be cynical about it, but it's like, what is that oh my God, somebody check your phone, where do you see this? Or is it going to be of course it is?
Well, liberal legal talking heads have been predicting this moment for like 5 or 6 years. But it may actually happen, and I think that it is hard to predict exactly what the impact of that will be. Like, are indicted is different than just like are running for president or are complaining about a witch hunt. It could be different for some voters. Probably not for all voters, because, the search of his Mar-a-Lago property ultimately helped him in the polls, at least for a while, with people who were sort of rallied around him. And you could certainly see there being sort of a Republican loyalty test around who's going to come forward and say, well, this wasn't fair or this was a witch hunt. And I think also it kind of depends on which of these cases ripens and which one would lead to an indictment.
Well, and that's what I want to... Brad, does accumulation matter?
To some extent, because exhaustion is one of President Trump's enemies. Although I will say the higher profile these cases are in the news, the more it helps him. The lower profile they are in the news, the more it hurts him, because it's a smolder that hurts him.
Stormy Daniels probably helps him. The Georgia case, which nobody seems to ever hear about, might hurt him?
Yes.
Is that your mindset?
I think higher profile things will cause Republicans to rally to him. But if it's just a low smolder, it's just more exhaustion. It also matters somewhat about Ron DeSantis, right? When Trump was one of one, when he was the only thing of his kind, a lot of voters felt like they had the choice between him and conventional politicians. If that's not the case, then suddenly you have the luxury of being irritated by a lot of this stuff for Trump voters.
Cornell, I know you don't advise many Republicans, but if you were advising somebody running against Trump, would you advise them to bring it up or just run against something else on him right now?
Well, I'm of two minds here. One is, it's like Macbeth, it's all is foul and all is fair. We're actually on the set having a conversation about whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing for a candidate to be indicted.
Well, did you see the polling that two-thirds of Republicans believe that the Democrats and Washington Republicans were in cahoots to get rid of Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, and by the way, that's his base. But I'm going to go on the record here, Chuck, and I'm going to say that if the president's indicted, if there's a criminal case against the president, it is not a good thing in a general election for president.
I think that's
it's
a fact.
not a good thing in a...
Brad, do you concur with that?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing in a general election with independents.
But first there's a primary.
Now that, all bets are off on that. But if I were... It's not about whether you're a Republican or Democrat. It's just good campaign strategy 101. If, in fact, Ron DeSantis or Ron DeSanctimonious is, in fact, trying to be the alternative to Trump, absolutely, I say as close to Trump as I possibly can, and not let an ounce of daylight between me and Trump on most of the issues.
That does seem to be that. I mean, this Ukraine, to look at his Ukraine position, it does look like he's basically saying, I'm not letting Trump get to the right of me on anything. Yeah. Is that what you're sensing?
I think it is. And I think, most Republican hawks will look at Ron DeSantis' longer record and say, well, he's been a hawk for almost his entire career. And,
do you think they'll don't worry, he's just saying what he has to say?
I also think we shouldn't miss this moment that Joe Biden has made it very hard for Republicans to stay with him in coalition on Ukraine. He's not waged the war in the way Republicans wanted him to. He's always 6 weeks behind or 6 months behind.
Just heard John Bolton complain about this.
And he also talks about the war in different terms. And he sends pension money to Ukraine. He talks a lot more about preserving Ukraine than he does about defeating Russia. Republicans are willing to help any president defeat Russia and deal a blow to Russia. He doesn't say that.
You got to let me in on this, Chuck. I just can't let this
Go ahead, because I've heard this critique. I've heard this critique, and I want to talk.
He has it in a way that Republicans can stand with him. Which Republicans? Because if I listen to the House Republicans, a lot of the House Republicans in their leadership, they're literally saying what Ron DeSantis is saying and arguing that we in fact
a year later.
I don't care that we're in fact spending too much. If I listen to Mitch McConnell, all of a sudden they're not with where Ron DeSantis is, and they're a lot more with where the president is. So this idea that it's a Republican coalition of one mind on this war is just not factual.
No, there's about 40% of Republicans who agree with.
But Tim, I want to actually go.
About 100% want to defeat Russia. They're not convinced Joe Biden's doing this.
I can't tell that in the House.
But there is one thing that I think we all would agree on, is that Joe Biden doesn't sell this war to the American public. When he talks about this war, he goes to Poland. Right? He has not done it here. And of all the critiques I've heard from Republicans that are frustrated about the poll numbers, the hawkish Republicans that sit here and say, and you start to look, over time, you're starting to see more people are getting exhausted from how long this has taken. I know they're of a different, I mean, do they at all acknowledge that maybe they need to have a more robust domestic sales pitch for this war?
I think I've asked about that numerous times in the briefing, and the answer is that they're not worried about
I know they're not.
it.
Yeah.
And they're they do a very good job of projecting confidence. That's the thing that the Biden White House does with regularity.
He cares more about the opinion of Berlin socialites than he does about Republicans in the U.S. House. And it's Republicans in the U.S. House who will have to authorize any more funding for weaponry. Biden, he has to accept that that's the case.
How long did it take you to come up with that metaphor? That was a pretty good one.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
But I go back to, I think the dilemma here, Cornell, is this. You never win a political argument making a domestic case for foreign intervention. So I get that.
No, absolutely not.
But I do think it is fair to say that he hasn't sold this as well domestically.
Well, it's only 24 hours a day. And guess what? If the president was spending 80% of his time talking about the Ukraine, guess what my friend would be attacking him on? He would attack him on, why is he focused on inflation?
Actually,
why isn't he focused on the economy?
As someone said to me, the only thing he's focused on every morning is the war. I mean, this is what is, he knows this is the defining issue.
Because that's a big thing.
Right. He knows it's the defining issue of this presidency right now.
But he's not going to win or lose, but he's not going to win the presidency.
I understand that as a political argument.
He shouldn't have to wait on the Germans to authorize Leopard tanks before he authorizes Abrams. If he wants to win the war, he needs to go and authorize weaponry to win the war.
Well, I get both sides of that from the Republicans in the House, because some of them say we're doing too much, some of them say we're not saying we're doing enough. So it's a flip-flop. Get Republicans in the House straight on what, in fact, we should be doing.
I guess, let me ask the question this way, Tamara. Given where DeSantis is now suddenly on the war, do they not see an opportunity here to drive a wedge in the other party?
There is a wedge there to be driven.
Correct. Like if they would go in there, they just have to look. They need a tack hammer. They don't even need a sledgehammer on this one.
Because there is a very real debate within the Republican Party, and I think Ron DeSantis is a perfect example of this. Are they the pro-business party, pro-defense party that they used to be, or are they the party that thinks that defense should be on the table for cuts, and that Mickey Mouse is a threat? And that is like a real tension within the party. The White House does not seem that excited about drawing that out at this moment.
Right.
They seem more interested in, focusing on what Mitch McConnell is saying.
Brad, are you concerned about a wedge? I mean, forget what you think of the Biden White House right now. Do you think your party's vulnerable to have a wedge driven into it on this issue?
I would say that foreign policy, the modern Republican Party has always had an isolationist corner to it. It always looks bigger when the United States is not directly threatened. As soon as the United States is directly threatened, You see how
That stuff
tiny,
melts away.
it is. And I think the same thing will happen here. You know, if instead of a drone that had been knocked down by a Russian plane yesterday, that was an American plane, you'd see every single elected Republican being all for going after the Russians. And so some of this is just a waxing and waning with the directness of the threat that Russia is engaging in on the ground right now.
Do you think there's some of this, though, that is, you know, it's funny, J.D. Vance accused Democrats of being hawkish on Russia only over the 2016 election, which, of course, then I wanted to say, well, is your dovishness on Russia only because of the 20? I mean, I can't help but see, you can't help but wonder how much of the politics of Russia from 2016 actually has some impact on some of these passive Republicans.
But I think it goes even further than that. Look, I would hope that you're right. Once upon a time in this country, I think that you're right. But if I look at what is the Republican National Committee's #1 sort of branding, and that's Fox News, every night they are Putin sympathizers on Fox News.
Well, and we have seen a little bit of that show up in polling every now and then. Tamara, Cornell, and Brad, thank you. Hope your brackets are still intact. All of you had Furman, I'm sure. Up next, political protests across the globe, across different countries with different issues, but one similar theme. People don't like their government. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There were large anti-government protests today in two of the world's leading democracies. First to Israel. Demonstrators took to the streets yet again for what they're calling a day of disruption. Mass protests against the government's controversial plan to overhaul Israel's judicial system. All of this comes as the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, rejected a compromise proposal that was put forth by Israel's president. Netanyahu said yesterday that the proposal wouldn't create balance between the branches of government. Netanyahu's government says the change in the judicial system is necessary because Israeli courts and non-elected judges have too much sway over how the country is governed. Of course, critics say that Netanyahu's plan would simply weaken the Supreme Court, upending the checks and balances between branches and giving the government and prime minister too much power. And remember, all of this push by the Israeli government has to do with Netanyahu's own legal problems there. Meanwhile, to the frustration in France, where President Emmanuel Macron went around Parliament to push a highly unpopular bill through the National Assembly without a vote. The bill would raise France's retirement age from 62 to 64. The proposed changes have prompted major strikes and protests across the country since January. And today's move further enraged not only those protesters outside on the street, but also lawmakers inside Parliament who were surprised by Macron's decision to invoke that lone special constitutional power that he has minutes before that scheduled vote. Our own Molly Hunter has more from Paris.
Yeah, and the reaction was absolutely immediate, both politically and out here on the street. So you heard from the opposition, you heard boos. It was raucous. People banged on tables instantly when it was announced earlier this afternoon, and people took to the streets. So we are just on the Champs-Élysées, just up from La Place de la Concorde. Hundreds and hundreds of people have gathered there. They're burning tires, they're waving flags. But just to be clear, this is not a new agenda item on President Emmanuel Macron's agenda. It's certainly surprising the way it actually went through, but basically he's been saying since his first term he's a finance guy and he's crunched the numbers and that mathematically France could not support future generations. So the thrust of this bill, the main sticking point, is that it raises the retirement age from 62 to 64. But in his second term, and he waited through his first term, he now has two problems. The first is he doesn't have the political majority. He does not have the majority to get bills passed. And the second is that popularly and publicly, it's incredibly deeply unpopular. According to the most recent polls, 70% of people across the country not only opposed the bill, but also supported strikes. So that's what we've been seeing in the last couple of weeks. Unions have been striking. The police, schools, public transportation, the metro was not working this afternoon. Walking around Paris, I've been here just about 24 hours. There are piles of garbage all over the city. 9,000 tons of garbage are currently on the streets. So what happens now, and we saw the reaction almost immediately with these strikes, and the unions have just announced they will continue to strike, so we will continue to see the protests. Of course, when people are striking, they do not get paid, so that's certainly pressure. And the second thing is politically, is the opposition now has 24 hours to come up with a vote of no confidence. That's incredibly rare in France. If it gets through, though, that could oust both his Prime Minister, Elizabeth Borne, and bring down the government. I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter with a wild day in Paris. Thank you for that reporting. And thank you all for being with us this hour. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air tonight with the U.S. saying Russia was flat out lying, and they've got the receipts to prove it. The Pentagon says it doesn't want an apology from the Kremlin. We'll get into what they do want and what it means for tensions with Russia tonight. Plus, we're hearing for the first time from the family of a black man who died in state custody. 10 arrests in all. We're just learning, now made in his murder. New details the family describes as shocking coming up. Then a new bill in Florida could ban fifth-grade girls from talking about their periods. It's the newest push to build on the state's controversial Don't Say Gay law, as critics call it. And as you can imagine, it has everybody talking. We're going to have more on that coming up in the show, including with our newsmaker tonight, a member of the president's cabinet, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona. Plus, how all those mental health buzzwords you hear online might be being misused, creating more problems than they're meant to solve. We've got that in tonight's original later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we're hearing from the Pentagon not long ago saying they do not want Russia to say sorry after its plane intercepted a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. Instead, they just want to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia, saying the Americans are committed to keeping U.S. planes in international airspace. They're not going to back down on that front. The Pentagon officials say the newly declassified video you're looking at proves that Russia is wrong when it denies having anything to do with the collision between one of its planes and a U.S. drone. So look at that, right? The Pentagon says, framing this as kind of the receipts, this is a Russian jet coming in. Look at that stuff coming out the bottom. That's the fuel that the Pentagon says the plane is dumping before clipping the drone's propeller, they say. They say this footage was edited for length before they released it. Listen.
Our words and our actions speak for themselves, and similarly, Russia's inaccurate information, false information, obfuscation, grasping at straws, changing narratives also speaks for itself. So we're going to stay focused on the facts, and we're going to stay focused on our mission.
Keep in mind, the Kremlin officials denied that its planes came into contact with the drone and said the U.S. was to blame here. Since this video came out, no update from them. But the U.S. Air Force in Europe is releasing this map today, showing the rough locations, approximately, of where this whole thing went down right in the Black Sea. The concern now, of course, is what this all means moving forward for tensions between the U.S. and Russia as Russia keeps up its invasion of Ukraine. We know that Washington has called this move dangerous and reckless. I want to bring in Courtney Kuby, who is the tip of the spear for us on all the reporting on this front, joining us now live from the Pentagon. So, Court, we had talked about 24 hours ago about the possibility that maybe this video would come out. Now it is out. People have seen it. We've heard from the Pentagon late this afternoon. Where does this go next, based on the sources you're talking to?
So, I mean, we're waiting to see if there is any response from the Russian government about this now that the video shows what supports at least some of the U.S. side of this narrative, right? So first off, the U.S. saying that the Russian pilots were flying in a very erratic and reckless and unprofessional manner, dumping the fuel, as you can see in the video there, that it looks like a vapor or a cloud sort of because of the altitude, clearly shown in those videos. We don't see the actual collision. In fact, you see the propeller intact, then the video pixelates and it comes back on and you see a busted up propeller. So it seems that that is the collision point. But no matter what, the video, for the most part, really supports the U.S. narrative. Now, we'll see if the Russians come back and say and say that they have some evidence that, in fact, their side of the story is true. But so far, we have not heard that, Hallie.
We also know that 3 defense officials and a member of the Biden administration say that Russia has already gotten to the area where the drone crashed, where the Air Force crash landed it into the Black Sea. This is interesting because presumably, Court, if it did drop down and smash into like a billion pieces, what really is there for Russia to recover, especially if it's all 5,000 feet under the surface of the ocean here? Question is, though, what could the Russians get? How worried is the U.S. about that?
So it seems to me that it's less about being able to exploit any of the material they're able to get and bring up from the bottom of the Black Sea and maybe put back together, whatever that would look like, and more about the potential for propaganda here, right? So let's say they are able to recover some large pieces of it and then take photos of it and show that they have this American surveillance asset and whatever kind of claims they want to make about it. That's the most potentially damaging piece of this. According to the officials we're speaking with, not only do they black out the software, but they claim that the hardware itself doesn't present any kind of a real security risk if the Russians or any kind of enemy or adversary were to get their hands on it. So it seems like it's really the propaganda piece here that they're most concerned about, if the Russians are able to get it at all.
So real quick, Court, bottom line, video's out. The U.S. says it shows what it shows. Russia, we haven't heard from. Is this where this ends, or does it depend on how the Russians react to the video being released?
There doesn't seem to be any military escalation going, so unless this moves forward in some other diplomatic way or we see really high-level discussions between the White House and the Kremlin, I don't know where else it can really go from here, Hallie.
Courtney Kube, live for us at the Pentagon, leading us off tonight. Court, thank you very much. Let's take a look over on Wall Street with the markets a little bit more optimistic tonight after a big push, a kind of Wall Street rescue for a regional bank, First Republic. You see the Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ all in the green after a rough couple of days in the middle of this, what some are calling a global banking crisis that's happening. Here's the deal. Just within the last little bit, we saw 11 banks, these banks you see on screen, say they're going to put $30 billion into First Republic, after the First Republic stock has been on a roller coaster ride the past couple days. This is like these banks kind of riding to the rescue in many ways. While that's all going down now, we're also finding out that the top execs at First Republic apparently sold millions of dollars of company stock months ago because of all this panic, according to some exclusive reporting from the Wall Street Journal. So what is First Republic saying about all of these new developments? We don't really know. We haven't heard anything really public from them since Monday, when the bank's CEO said it wasn't seeing people trying to pull out money because they're worried. Since then, no update. All of it, of course, adds to the uncertainty around potentials for banks collapsing, a so-called contagion spreading. You've got Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, a couple of blocks from where I'm sitting on the Capitol today, telling lawmakers and telling the country now is not the time to have a panic attack. Brian Chung is joining us now. So, Brian, good to see the markets in green, at least from a, freak out perspective, right? Now you have First Republic getting this lifeline from these other banks, right? Not from the government, but from other banks who are sort of pumping money into it to bolster it. Good news tonight? Is that where we are at, 5:06 Eastern?
Yeah, well, I mean, at least the stock market seems to like it. But look, we need to recap exactly what's happening here because it's pretty remarkable. So as you mentioned, 11 banks came around the table essentially today and joined hands and said, we're going to try to stop the deposits bleeding at First Republic, which, by the way, is a fellow top 15 large bank in this country, by putting in deposits into the bank, right? If you have deposits that are flowing out, we can stop this by putting a lot more money back in. That's what happened when they agreed to add $30 billion in funds to the bank. Now, all of this comes after the government already made a pretty extraordinary move over the weekend following the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and also Signature Bank to try to backstop the banking industry by offering liquidity through the Federal Reserve and also guaranteeing all the deposits of the two banks that failed. So what's happening here is a private sector effort, although there's been reporting that maybe the U.S. Treasury and the government was sort of coalescing around the banks to do this. that they continued to needed this type of liquidity to stop the bleeding here. We'll have to see if that stops any other concerns at other banks, Hallie.
What about the reaction from lawmakers, right? The Treasury Secretary was there, but you are seeing some reaction. Some I've seen just in the last couple of minutes here that are like, hey, it's good that it was big banks stepping in to try to help First Republic and not the government. At the same time, there is sort of a broader concern here about how sustainable something like this is.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when we talk about what's happening here, there's this interesting line here where the FDIC insured all the deposits at the two banks that failed. But Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen clarified to lawmakers today that every other bank that wasn't part of those failures over the weekend still is adherent to that $250,000 limit on deposits. So does that create an unequal level playing field? Either way, the Treasury is very concerned about the spillover effects of what's happening in the banking industry. Take a listen to what she said with regards to how all of this affects the economy.
We felt that there was a serious risk of contagion that could have brought down and triggered runs on many banks. Depositors should have confidence in the system, and we took these actions.
And that was the takeaway message. Depositors should feel confident about what's happening in the system, something that I'm sure they'll continue to watch, especially after that private sector $30 billion infusion to First Republic today, Hallie.
For sure. Big news. Brian Chung, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We are just hearing from the White House today as we find out they've basically given the Chinese owners of TikTok an ultimatum. Sell your stake or your app's going to get banned in the United States. The point, they say, is privacy. Listen.
Bottom line is that when it comes to potential threats to our national security, when it comes to the safety of Americans, when it comes to their privacy, we're going to speak out.
So pull back and think about the bigger picture here. TikTok is owned by a Chinese company called ByteDance. The Chinese government owns a stake in ByteDance. So the concern is really about how much access the Chinese government has to the data of people who use TikTok. And a lot of people use TikTok, 100 million of us in this country. That is why the government is worried, with one top intelligence official going so far as to call this app, to call TikTok a loaded gun. You can bet the head of TikTok is going to have to answer to that next week when he headlines a super high-profile hearing in front of Congress. Monica Alba is following for us all of every development on this front, live for us just outside the White House. Mon, it is an interesting and notable shift in the way that the Biden administration is messaging about TikTok. They've been under some pressure from lawmakers on Capitol Hill to do something like this, get a little more muscular on TikTok. Talk us through the implications.
Yeah, it's definitely a more aggressive stance than we've seen before here, Hallie. And that is because, according to the Biden administration, this is really a situation where there are national security concerns. Now, there was already an ongoing review by the government about how some of this data could be used by the Chinese government potentially. That remains and is ongoing. So what's new today is this sort of threat that is being put forward, though we understand nothing is final here. This isn't decided. And again, this is something that the U.S. is telling this Chinese-owned company, sell, or maybe you'll be banned in the U.S. But the question is, how would that even be enforced? How would that work? We know that we've seen TikTok banned from some government-owned devices, but how would it really work for, like you said, the millions of people who use this every day? As even a news source, a third of people in that threats hearing that you were talking about just recently, that was one of the main points. A third of people who are on TikTok get their news from there. A ton of young people use it. So there are major implications about how this all would really work. But the reason that the White House says they're watching it so closely is because potentially some of this data, your phone could be hacked. And also it's a way that the White House says that China could spread and continue to spread some propaganda. So the fact is, it's personal data, it's millions of people, but I'm told nothing is going to be decided in the coming weeks or even months. This is going to take a long time to really figure out, Hallie.
You've got the UK announcing today that it's going to ban TikTok on government devices. That's already happening here in the U.S. When I've reported on TikTok, what you hear from the company is this idea that, like, these steps are not going to solve any concern, right? That they want to negotiate and work with officials in these countries, specifically the U.S., to try to get to some sort of agreement on this.
Yeah, and another possible avenue, the company said in a statement, is this idea of more third-party monitoring and vetting that could help shore up some of the privacy concerns. So that's one thing. But the TikTok company and spokesperson said today, essentially, they don't even think this idea of potentially divesting would actually change the restriction of how information flows. And that doesn't get to some of these national security concerns. So they feel like this potential threat, even if they did it, wouldn't get to the heart of what some people are worried about here. And we should point out on both sides of the aisle, right, Hallie, there's bipartisan legislation that could address this.
Monica Alba live for us there in Washington. Mon, thanks. We're getting a new look today at what went down in that Georgia investigation of former President Trump's push to overturn the 2020 election results, and a new signal that Donald Trump, now a presidential candidate again, could be facing some real legal heat. You've got the Georgia grand jury's foreperson. Remember her? We interviewed her back in February. She's now telling NBC News about another call that apparently prosecutors felt these grand jurors needed to hear. It happened in December 2020, so think about that, like a month after Election Day, as Mr. Trump and his campaign were pushing hard to try to tank the legitimate results of the election. Remember, he had rather infamously called up the Secretary of State to tell him to find the votes. But there was another call, too, with somebody else on the other end of the line. That's what we're finding out about now. The Republican Speaker of the House. Mr. Trump apparently pressured the Speaker, David Ralston, to call a special legislative session meant to somehow overturn Georgia's vote in favor of Joe Biden. In this 10-minute conversation with Mr. Trump, Ralston was apparently not at all into this. After the president asked who could possibly stop him from doing this, Ralston responded, quote, "A federal judge, that's who." So what now? Now it is up to the Fulton County District Attorney to pursue or not pursue an indictment. NBC's Blaine Alexander joins us now. It is an interesting piece to a bigger puzzle, and the reason why it feels significant now, Blaine, is because we are in this waiting period. Is the Fulton County DA going to bring charges, try to indict Mr. Trump? Will she not try to do that? I mean, that's the bigger picture here.
Absolutely. And all we can do really while we are in this waiting period, Hallie, is kind of look at little bits of evidence and what we do know about this investigation. So that's why this is so interesting, because remember, before yesterday, we didn't know that there was any such a phone call that had been recorded. We didn't know, certainly, that the body that was investigating the former president and his actions in 2020 around Georgia we didn't know that this was something that they were considering. So now we know that this is something that was brought before them as evidence. We know that it's something that likely factored into the report, the final report that they presented to the DA, and we can assume that it's certainly something that the DA herself is considering as she weighs whether or not to bring any sort of charges. So, you know, it really is interesting because it's the same, it runs parallel at least to that other phone call that we know. We now know that there were 2 phone calls that the former president made to Georgia officials asking them to take some sort of action to overturn Joe Biden's victory here in the state. Now, for the former president's part, he's pushing back on this through a spokesperson, putting out a pretty strong statement today, essentially saying that Democrats, calling them woke radical DAs in New York and Atlanta, are allowing crime to run rampant in their cities. While they choose to be obsessed with persecuting President Trump, Democrats continue to weaponize the justice system against President Trump, who has done absolutely nothing wrong. Now, of course, this echoes many of the statements that the former president and his team have put out about this investigation here in Fulton County, but certainly the knowledge of this phone call and that it's something that's being considered is certainly interesting in all of this, Hallie.
For sure. No word on timeline yet, right, on how long this sort of waiting period is going to go, Blaine?
Absolutely not. It's something that we're all waiting for.
That's
and,
right.
you know, the DA has said that decisions are imminent. She says she's getting close to, you know, certainly looking into this. But she has made the point that just because the special grand jury's investigation is over doesn't mean that her own investigation's over. She's got all the pieces before her. We just don't know when she'll make a decision on this, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander, thank you very much. Good to see you. Today, we are hearing for the first time from the family of a Virginia man since his death in police custody, as 3 more people are being charged in his murder. 28-year-old Ivo Otieno died on March 6th after being arrested and physically restrained while being admitted to a hospital. His family says he has a history of mental illness. An attorney for the family says video of the death shows him being treated in what the lawyer calls a subhuman manner. The lawyers and a county prosecutor say he was smothered by police officer as he was on the ground in handcuffs and leg shackles. He died from asphyxiation, they say. His mother and brother saw a video of the incident today. Here's what they said.
My son was treated like a dog, worse than a dog. I saw it with my own eyes on the video.
Horrible, horrible.
He was treated inhumanely, and it was traumatic, and it was systematic. He was murdered. They smothered the breath out of my baby.
The 3 hospital workers charged today are in addition to 7 sheriff's deputies who have already been charged with second-degree murder. They will appear in court Tuesday. All of them have been put on administrative leave. Marissa Parra is following the story. She is joining us now. Tell us more about this news conference. You can hear, I think, obviously the pain in his mother's voice as she's talking about what she had to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine that was right after her family had seen that video for the very first time. We're talking about the final moments of her son that she had to watch right before standing in front of everyone and describing what she saw. So the timeline here is important. We've obviously heard from police and authorities on what their account is on what happened. So we had heard already that on March 3rd, there was a call about a possible burglary. And so the family attorneys here were saying today, for the very first time, we were hearing their side, which is that a neighbor had called the police because there was, I guess he was gathering solar lights on neighbor's property. Okay. But again, I think the overarching theme that they're trying to stress today is that this was a mental health crisis disastrously handled. So they apparently had placed him under an emergency custody order and then allegedly had assaulted Henrico police officers at a different hospital. And this was what comes next is a big point of contention that family attorneys were talking about today. They said they didn't understand why what came next happened, which was that he was transferred from that original hospital to the local jail. And it was then, after he was transferred from the local jail to a different hospital, that is what he did not survive after he got into a scuffle. You talked about it yourself just now. Right. There's video. There's not just neighbor video that they talked about taken on a cell phone on March 3rd, but on March 6th, there's surveillance video from both the jail and the hospital. And it's from the Commonwealth's attorney that we heard her account of what the video shows and the family attorney's account of what the video shows. And they allege that you see those 7 deputies restraining him. He's face down for 12 minutes, putting their knee on top of him, at least at one point. And so their questions today was, why was a knee used on someone who was having a mental health crisis?
We were showing some of the pictures of the deputies who've been charged. We learned today 3 more people have been charged now. Again, deputies charged with second-degree murder here. Talk to us about that piece of it.
Yeah, so that came down today. The 3 additional folks who were charged, we understand, at least at the time of his death, they were working at the hospital. And so we asked about that. NBC crews asked what their involvement was. And according to family attorneys, they also got involved physically later on. They said the video shows this. Now, important to keep in mind, we have not seen that video. No one outside of the family, the Commonwealth's attorney, has seen that video, at least not publicly, not the media. But again, all of this coming from representation and the Commonwealth's attorney in terms of what it shows.
Marissa Parra, thank you so much for reporting on that for us tonight. Appreciate it. We all remember those really high gas prices last year, right? While the oil companies were making some real profits, well, a new move announced by ExxonMobil today should help pump more gas, more oil into the market. Their refinery in Texas is expanding, meaning it's going to add 250,000 barrels of oil per day, making it one of the biggest refineries in the country. It comes as we're getting some mixed messaging from President Biden and his administration, accusing the industry of purposely underproducing, right? And purposely not making enough in order to spike gas prices, but also the emphasis on the need for clean energy and the effect that these refineries have on the environment. I want to bring in Kayla Tausche, who's in Beaumont, Texas tonight at that plant. Here's the bottom line, Kayla, and here's what people care about, I think, when they look at oil or whatever. What does it mean when I go to the gas station? Like, what does it mean for me as I'm thinking about my Memorial Day, start of summer road trip here?
Well, it might not mean that much right now here on March 16th, 2023, Hallie, but let's talk a little bit about how this works and why it could have an impact. So at this facility behind me, they have pipelines that are shipping in crude oil, which looks like this when it goes in, and then it goes into these massive cauldrons behind me. It gets boiled down, and it comes out looking like this. This is diesel fuel that powers a whole host of things that you know and love. So it goes into these cauldrons, it gets boiled, it gets separated out into different types of energy that produce different products for cars, trucks, planes, even feedstock for animals. Now, this expanded facility can produce enough diesel to power 60,000 long-haul trucks a day, but that's when the facility is at its peak. Right now, this place, just like many other companies, are operating just below that because consumers are a little jittery. They don't know where the economy is going, and they don't know if they're confident enough to start spending on all of that travel. Here's what Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan told me today.
I think there's a lot of open-ended questions about the economy. Obviously, the current banking situation or crisis is one that could be worrisome and could slow down the overall growth in the economy. So whether or not we really need this capacity, whether it's as critical as it would have been last year, it really remains to be seen.
So for that reason, the EIA expects at this exact moment, this expansion would shave just pennies off the per gallon price at the pump. But if, say, there's a hurricane or the economy gets a lot stronger in the summer, that impact could be a lot bigger, Hallie.
That is for sure. Kayla Tausche live for us there on the road in Beaumont, Texas. Kayla, safe travels back home. Appreciate it. Coming up, it is obviously day one of March Madness, and you've got top seed Alabama playing now under a cloud of controversy. Under a shadow, frankly. We'll talk about what's going on with one of its star players and the way things are looking a little bit different right now. Plus, a little bit of good news for all the Swifties watching, what Taylor Swift has planned for tonight in our 5 things.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Say goodbye to what may be your favorite Dunkin' drink. We'll tell you what it's discontinuing in just a sec in the 5 things. But first, it is, I don't have to tell you, the first day of March Madness. Spoiler if you don't want to know. Also, who doesn't want to know about these #1 seeded University of Alabama? Yes, they are on track to get their first win of the tournament over Texas A&M Corpus Christi. But here's the thing. There's been a shadow hanging over what should be a good vibes only potential championship run for the team. Take a look. This is an armed security guard assigned to protect the star player for the Crimson Tide, Brandon Miller, in Birmingham. Why? Because Miller's coach says Miller's been getting threats after court testimony said he transported a gun belonging to then teammate Darius Miles back in January, who was then involved hours later in the murder of a woman in Tuscaloosa. Miles was cut from the team and is currently facing murder charges. Brandon Miller's attorney says his client never touched the gun and never knew that anything illegal would take place. Miller has not been charged with any crime. The University of Alabama says he's cooperating as a witness. And this is a big deal for Miller because he's not just the star of his team, right? Top seed in the bracket this season. He's also expected to be one of the top picks in the NBA draft. Sam Brock joins us now with the latest. And I listen, the coach of Alabama here, Nate Oates, has been pretty protective of his players, but this is a moment where we said it. There is a shadow hanging over this team.
This tournament this year, Hallie, is unlike any NCAA tournament we have ever seen before. And obviously, there's always excitement and buzz and last-second shots, but you really can't think of an analogous situation to this one. And that pressure obviously is having an effect because today, Alabama did run away in their first-round matchup. Brandon Miller, Hallie, who averages 20 points a game, was 0 of 5, 0 of 3 from downtown, 0 points. The best player in the tournament did not score in this opening game. Now, the coach, you mentioned Nate Oates a second ago initially, he didn't even acknowledge Miller's involvement in what happened until it came out in court.
Right.
But a police officer testified that Miller was texted to bring the weapon, and that's when the coach started addressing this for the first time anyway, and then said he was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, had to roll that back and apologize, and ultimately has placed the focus on the family that was affected by this brutal violence. Now, as far as what Oates said about the security guard that you just mentioned, take a listen.
If you guys saw some of what I've seen sent his way, I think you'd understand some of the messages from people that can sit behind fake email addresses, but who knows whether they're real or not.
Hallie, I spoke with someone who covers college basketball for USA Today, Dan Woken, and I asked him, have you ever seen a situation like this where an armed security guard was inside of an arena during the NCAA tournament? Never in his career for decades has he seen that until now.
You know, and this is not, I mean, listen, Alabama, as we said, and if people are watching us now, presumably they're watching us on a split screen with the tournament, right? If they're into NCAA basketball, because it's happening as we speak. Alabama's going to win, almost certainly going to win more games, right? Like, they're a very good team. They're a #1 seed in this tournament. And you have Brandon Miller, who's got a lot on the line, obviously, including the fact that he is projected to be picked pretty high in the NBA draft here. Talk through some of that, like the way that there are implications beyond just this tournament.
Yeah, it's a great point. And this is not just a guy. This is the best player in college basketball, as you talk to those who really follow the sport and followed Alabama throughout there. He was the SEC Player of the Year, the Freshman of the Year, and the MVP of the SEC tournament. That had never been done in the history of NCAA basketball until Brandon Miller. So this is a high-level prospect, top 5, top 3 pick level prospect. And the question becomes, is this going to impact his draft stock? I come back to the fact, Hallie, that there have been no charges so far against Brandon Miller, and the school has not taken any punitive action either. And when I asked what the feeling is like around college basketball from Dan Woken at USA Today, he said there is dismay in the sports world that Alabama has not done more. We are going to cover that on NBC Nightly News this evening.
We'll look for that. We'll look to see what happens at any post-game press conference. You'll be all over it here on NBC News, on NBC News Now. Sam Brock, it is good to see you, as always. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Poland says it's going to send about 4 fighter jets to Ukraine in the next few days. It's a pretty big deal. They're the first NATO member to respond to Ukraine's request for these warplanes. Poland's president says a few more will ultimately be handed over, but they've got to be fixed up first. Number 2, the U.S. military is looking into the death of a female soldier at Fort Hood. Officials have not released any details about who she is or the circumstances around her death, but said in a statement that her family would be given support and what they're calling all releasable information. This is the same base, remember, where another female soldier, Vanessa Guillen, was killed in 2020 after being sexually harassed. Number 3, Pfizer says it's working on some new packaging for its migraine drug after a recall from the CPSC because of safety concerns. Apparently, the packaging that came in initially is just too easy for little kids to open. The agency says you don't have to actually throw away the tablets if you have them, but that anybody with little kids should contact the company to get a child-resistant pouch. Number 4, Dunkin' Donuts is saying goodbye to the beloved Dunkachino. Sad news tonight. This chocolate coffee drink that so many love around the country. It's been on the menu for 23 years. Duncan says it's looking for new ways to innovate. They hinted the drink could make a return someday. Maybe it becomes like the fish fillet of drinks. Who knows? Number 5, big news for Swifties. At midnight tonight, Taylor Swift will release 4 songs ahead of the kickoff for her Eras Tour tomorrow. She'll drop 2 brand new songs and then 2 Taylor's versions of songs that have been out before, Eyes Open and If This Was a Movie. She is trying to build some momentum ahead of that Eras Tour that kicks off in Glendale, a.k.a. Swift City. Very, very short 24 hours from now. When we come back, there's a lot going on when it comes to education in America. And I bet you got questions about teacher strikes, student loans, and what can and cannot be said in some classrooms. We're talking about all of it in our new Newsmaker segment tonight with Education Secretary Miguel Cardona. He's with us in just a minute.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To a bill being floated in Florida now that would ban girls in elementary school from talking about their periods. Listen.
Little girls experience their menstrual cycle in 5th grade or 4th grade. Will that prohibit conversations from them since they are in a grade lower than 6th grade?
It would.
So that's an acknowledgement that this bill, as written currently, would prevent elementary school girls, 4th, 5th grade, from talking about that kind of thing. It's because the bill only allows any discussion on, you see it here, anything related to human sexuality, et cetera, to start in middle school, in 6th grade. It is the latest push in Florida to build on that very controversial law that critics call the Don't Say Gay law, and works to restrict discussion of sexual orientation and gender identities in some grades in the state's schools. I want to bring in Rahema Ellis, who's reporting on this for us. You know, Rahema, I got my period in 7th grade. Some girls get their period earlier than that. Some girls get their period later than that. Point being, it's different for everybody. And so this bill would, as written, prohibit girls that age, right, younger than 6th grade, from talking to, let's say, teachers about it, learning about it. There is maybe an amendment that would take that away, but talk to us more broadly about this push and what it means.
Well, you're right. There's a potential that this amendment would take away some of the restrictions on teachers from discussing something that's very important that does happen to children in elementary school and before they get to middle school. And it seemed as though some are saying that the legislator, the male Republican legislator who proposed this, wasn't thinking about any of those things. It hadn't occurred to him and maybe had not had a conversation with some women who might have clarified that for him. And so the clarification came after this question from the Democrat female legislator who asked a question about how far this would go. Take a listen.
Will teachers be penalized if, for instance, their students get their menstrual cycle in school, and they don't know what to do.
We haven't contemplated that, but that would not be the intent of the bill.
Yeah, so that wouldn't be the intention, and so he's saying that he would be open to an amendment to the bill that would clarify teachers would not find themselves penalized or reprimanded if they had that sort of discussion and helped little girls out if they needed such help in elementary school. Hallie?
When you step back, Rahima, this is a state that we've talked about a lot, right? I mean, it's been in the news a lot for its policies, its laws, the proposed bills as it relates to education and what people can and cannot talk about in the classroom. This feels of a piece of some of that.
Oh, it certainly is. It's an extension of that, you know, including the fact that this particular bill would go on and it proposes that Florida would also, schools, they would be required to teach, here's what they can teach, that sex is determined at birth and that it's binary, and that is unchangeable. This is something that goes along with the questions about, in Florida, there is the Don't Say Gay bill, and what you can teach and what you can't teach, particularly in the elementary school levels, and even the whole question about teaching the issue of when a child gets their period is something that typically is not taught in elementary school. We were doing some research trying to find out whether or not there was any protest around this. And any parents said, you've been teaching this to my child, you can't do this. We haven't found that to be the case. It might be the case, but we haven't seen any reporting that there was an outcry that this kind of thing was being taught. So not quite sure where it's coming from, but it seems to be a line of thinking that's going on down in Florida right now, Hallie.
Rahima Ellis, thank you very much. That brings us to tonight's Newsmaker segment, where we go one-on-one with the people making headlines on the issues we're all talking about. And tonight, yes, it is education, because schools are dealing with a lot right now. Bills, like the one we just talked about, other bills that ban what you can say in school, what books kids can read, the potential for big teacher strikes. Lots of former students wondering, am I going to have to pay back my student loans? What's up with that? Let's bring in somebody who knows a lot about all of this, and that is Education Secretary Miguel Cardona. Secretary Cardona, thank you for being on the show.
Glad to be with you.
I think your first time on this particular show.
Yes,
it's nice
it
to
is,
have
yeah.
you. Let me start with where my colleague Rahima Ellis left off there. We don't have to talk about this specific bill on period discussions in schools, but more broadly, these kinds of bills that we're seeing in many places in the country that limit what students and teachers can and cannot talk about in schools. Broadly, how do you keep teachers working in schools when there's these kinds of restrictions being placed on them? And do you see some of the parents' perspective on why they would want these bills to move forward?
Look, you know, it's ironic that it's coming from places that preach small government, yet there's government overreach here and censorship. It's concerning. It's very concerning. I think, you know, we have to make sure our parents' voices are being heard here. I've spoken to educators in my visits across the country, and they're concerned. They're scared. They're limited in what they can do. But I think it's a symptom of the lack of respect that our educators in our schools have from some politicians who are trying to make partisan politics part of their education agenda.
You are looking to make that political point, I think, today, because you have a new op-ed out in the Tampa Bay Times. Tampa Bay, of course, in the state of Florida, let's note, where you say, and I'm quoting here, they want to ban kids from learning the truth when it doesn't align with their political agenda. I have to think that by they, you mean people like Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who, as you well know, is tiptoeing towards this 2024 run. You've criticized him before. He may very well be the person who is running against President Biden, the guy who appointed you to this position.
Not only in Florida, in states across the country, we have an attack on public schools. In my opinion, it's intended to disrupt public schools so that the private voucher option sounds better. We have to understand our public schools are under attack. The profession is under attack. However, we have a plan for that. We have a plan to raise the bar. We're focusing on making sure our students have the mental health supports that they need. We're talking about career pathways in our high schools that connect our students to the two-year schools and the tsunami of jobs that are coming. We have a positive agenda. Look at the budget. You know, we're not going to let that distract us from what we're focusing on. Right now, we're focusing on what students and families tell us they need. They need opportunities for their kids, and that's what we're focusing on.
In some instances, though, Democrats have misread in some ways what parents are looking for from school districts. I think of what happened just across the river from where we're sitting here in Virginia that got Glenn Youngkin to the governorship instead of Terry McAuliffe. Do you think that Democrats have in some ways course-corrected enough that that may not be an issue come 24?
You know, from day one, we've been focused on listening to parent voices voices, and not in some shiny package that doesn't really have substance. We've listened to over 9,000 parents. We've strengthened, through the American Rescue Plan, parent engagement processes throughout the country to give parents authentic voice and make sure that they're the leading partner for our schools. So we don't buy into that narrative. We know parents are the first and most influential teachers, and we've been partnering with parents and encouraging states to reimagine how they engage families. Parents need to have a voice, especially having seen what happened with the pandemic and how they impacted the students.
So you're bringing me to my next question on what we covered 24 hours ago here on this show, which was this big rally out in LA ahead of what we now know will be a teachers' strike there, unless there can be some kind of an agreement in the next couple of weeks here. The superintendent says all the schools are going to close if this strike actually does happen.
Yeah.
What is your message to parents who are looking at the learning loss from the pandemic that is real and serious? 420,000 students in the country's second biggest district who are going, man, my kid's going to be out of school, you know, again. Setting aside however you feel about the strike and the issues there, it's the kids and their learning loss, I think, that some parents are worried about.
Sure. So look, we've been in contact with both sides, and we're hopeful that there's going to be a resolution before Tuesday. Okay. We know when students are not in school, when educators are not in school, students suffer. So we're hopeful that there's a resolution. We recognize the impact of not being in school. So I'm hopeful that there's going to be a resolution before Tuesday. At the end of the day, the students are the ones hurting the most.
What is it going to look like, that resolution?
Whatever it is, our students are in the classrooms and our educators are in the classroom. That's what the goal is.
Will the teachers end up having more money as they've asked for?
Well, I don't want to speak to the different sides. I know we're in contact. But I think both parties know our students need more now, not less.
Let me ask you about something that is of interest to, I think, a lot of people who watch this show and who are sort of generally tuning into what's going on as it relates to education on the national level, and that is, what's up with my student loans?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge question for people.
Question of the day.
Well, the president himself says he's not super confident that the Supreme Court is going to find in favor of the administration and give the green light to this plan. So what's your answer to that if it doesn't come through, to the 26 million people who are waiting for some kind of a relief?
26, there's 43 million people that could benefit from this. And we know these are people that are trying to get back on their feet after the pandemic. Just like we did targeted debt relief for businesses, we feel confident that not only we have the authority, but it's needed. And when I talk to folks, they tell me they need this help.
But that's not what the Supreme Court's decided on.
Well, right. So we're confident in our case moving forward, but I want to point you to the work that we've done outside of this, too. We've provided over $55 billion in debt relief. We've helped over 2 million Americans. We're fixing the public service loan forgiveness program. You know, we walked into a very broken system, and we're trying to make college more affordable, more accessible. I'm proud of the work that we're doing there. I'm confident in our case, although I recognize, you know, the president mentioned that he doesn't have the most confidence. Right. Look, we put the best case forward, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop fighting for everyday Americans. This is targeted. 90% of the dollars are going to people making less than $75,000 a year.
But it sounds like you're splitting from the president on this. Sounds like you're more confident that he is that this is going to go your way.
I'm confident we put the best case forward and that we're never going to stop fighting for regular Americans who are trying to get to school and make ends meet at home.
I'm being told I'm out of time, but I have to ask you about my favorite topic.
Yes.
That I'm so interested. The U.S. News and World Report rankings.
Yes.
More and more colleges are dropping on it.
Yeah.
Dropping out of it. They don't want to do it. The ranking system. Do you think that's good? How big of a deal?
I favor inclusivity and social mobility. Show me how you can do that for your community. That's how you should be ranked highly.
So you like that these colleges are getting out of that game?
Look, we should be valuing universities based on how they're helping economic mobility, how they're being inclusive, not exclusive.
Secretary Cardona, thank you for being on the show, our newsmaker tonight. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, some big protests in France over how old you should be when you get to retire. We're going to show you exactly what's going down in Paris coming up. Plus, another train derailment, this time in Arizona. What's all that sticky stuff? Ugh, we'll tell you about it in a second. Take a look at some of these rather dramatic scenes in France right now where people are in the streets. They are upset over the French leader's push to raise the retirement age up 2 years. It is a big fight on the streets and in Parliament, with the potential for the Prime Minister and the cabinet to get thrown out after this moment. Look at this. The left-leaning members of the French version of the House of Representatives trying to drown out the Prime Minister to stop her from pushing this retirement plan change forward. Listen. They were singing the anthem so loud that nobody could speak. The scene we just showed you got Mr. Macron, Emmanuel Macron and his government worried they would never get a vote in, let alone get a vote passed. So he used a special constitutional power to just do it anyway and bypass the assembly. That has enraged hundreds of thousands of people out demonstrating. You're looking at more of those protests from tonight. And the country's garbage workers, they're going on strike over this, leading to all this garbage along those usually, lovely-looking Parisian streets. NBC's Molly Hunter is in Paris, where this is all going down.
Yeah, Hallie, and you have just laid out the very dramatic, surprising last few hours in this country. But to be very clear, it's not surprising that French President Emmanuel Macron had wanted to get this done. This is something he's been talking about since his first term. Remember, he's a finance guy. He is a technocrat. He crunched the numbers, and he has basically said that mathematically, France could not support future generations without moving the retirement age from 62 to 64. The problem for Macron in his second term is that he didn't have the political support. He also didn't have the public's support. So according to recent polls, Hallie, and this number is huge, 70% of people across the country not only opposed this bill, but also supported national strikes. This country has had 8 consecutive national strikes, and we are now seeing protests and strikes. Hallie, you can actually hear right now the protests at La Place de la Concorde. Thousands of people are protesting tonight, and in cities across the country, every major city tonight, there are protests, there are strikes. Public transportation is shut down. The police are striking. At gas stations, there are long lines. There's a low supply of gasoline. Schools are striking. Trains across the country will start to be canceled more frequently. We will see interruptions in flights. But I will bring you back a little bit technically as far as what exactly happened today when when Prime Minister Elizabeth Borne triggered this constitutional tool. It's called Article 49.3. And basically, the government set it in motion this afternoon after French President Emmanuel Macron decided, and once his party knew that he did not have the support, now what happens is that opposition lawmakers have 24 hours to file a no-confidence motion. Hallie, this is an incredibly rare vote in France. It's unlikely to pass, but 1/10 of lawmakers must voice support to force a floor vote. Then there will be a floor vote on this no-confidence motion if it gets that support. And if the motion passes by absolute majority, the Prime Minister, the cabinet are removed, the retirement bill is struck down. Basically, you will see the fall of Emmanuel Macron's government. Or if the no confidence motion fails, the bill then stands. What happens then, though, is that protests will continue. Hallie, we just heard from the unions tonight, and they plan to keep striking tomorrow. And that means, of course, thousands and thousands of people will be striking without pay. But what happens, of course, for the average French person, whether they are protesting or striking, Hallie, is that it really brings this country to a grinding halt. Hallie?
No kidding. Molly Hunter, our thanks to her for that report from Paris. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southwest Bureau, a train carrying corn syrup derailed in Arizona. That's what all that sticky stuff is. At first, officials thought maybe it was some sort of hazardous material. Luckily, turns out that was not the case. Nobody's been hurt. The cause of the crash is under investigation. From our Western Bureau, check out the drone footage from Orange County, California. Looks like half of a deck fallen off a cliff. We've been talking about those really bad storms and all that rain creating landslides. You've seen dozens of apartment buildings and homes evacuated. So far, luckily, no reports of any injuries. From our Northeast Bureau, a seal found in a snowstorm in Maine earlier this year is back in the ocean today, returned today with a buddy. The Marine Mammals of Maine group says that these 2 seals bonded in rehab, were trained for life in the wild, and then released together. I smell a future Disney movie coming to a theater near you pretty soon. That's very cool. Still to come. Words like gaslighting or narcissism or depression. You've probably used these words before or seen them used, but are they being used correctly? Well, people often get wrong about some mental health and psychology terms. Coming up next in The Original, and more on why it matters.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
To tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And depending on how online you are, you've probably seen posts using words in the mental health community, words like gaslighting or trauma. But one recent study looked at about 500 TikTok videos and found that the vast majority of them, 84%, that gave mental health advice was misleading. Experts say using some of these words incorrectly can lead to some problems, even if that is not the intention. Here's NBC's Savannah Sellers.
They're words you've probably heard in posts on your social media feeds. Powerful words some call therapy language, like narcissism or depression, sparking conversations. But experts are concerned some of these posts aren't using these terms correctly.
What are some of the top words you see people using incorrectly when it comes to mental health and psychology?
The top words I would probably say are, of course, gaslighting, but narcissist.
Henry Tournier, a licensed professional counselor, a.k.a. Henry, the Black therapist on TikTok, joined the platform to help set the record straight, explaining the precise definition of these misused terms.
I hope this clarifies a little bit about narcissism, and hopefully we stop misusing that word, because as we use it incorrectly over and over, it starts to lose its meaning.
Take gaslighting. It's defined by the American Psychological Association as, in part, to manipulate another person into doubting his or her perceptions. Or narcissism, excessive self-love or egocentrism. Or depression, extreme sadness or despair that lasts more than days, interfering with daily life. Child and family psychologist Jen Hartstein says misusing these words can create bigger problems.
So we're perpetuating a lot of mental health stigma, which might prevent people from getting help when they really need it.
She's seeing the effects of these, at times, misguided conversations in her patients.
Getting a lot of self-diagnosing of, oh, I listened to this person and they said these symptoms and therefore I have this disorder, which is often incorrect because they're not licensed clinicians.
Researchers say knowing how to express feelings more accurately, especially at a young age, can boost emotional intelligence and help avoid this problem. The Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence developed a program for schools to help both students and adults better understand feelings.
So what's the difference between anxiety and stress and pressure and fear and overwhelm? And what we find is that people just don't know the differences. And so what that means is that we are using words to describe our experiences that might not accurately describe our experiences.
Their program, called Ruler, teaches 5 skills for improving emotional intelligence: recognizing, understanding, labeling, expressing, and regulating emotions.
What we argue is that emotional intelligence, in collaboration with general cognitive ability, produces the best outcomes.
And he says using language accurately is a key tool to achieving that better outcome.
When you have language to describe your inner experiences, right, you can communicate better, you can get your needs met, and importantly, you can develop the strategies that work best to help you deal with your feelings.
And whether it's in school or on social media, having access to the right resources is critical. Henry's hoping to do his part.
My mission is to just spread awareness and correct information, and to just encourage people to really look at mental health as not just this trend or this gimmick, but as something that is really impactful and is a true science in the world.
Savannah Sellers is joining us now. Savannah, I'm so glad you're with us, especially today, which we'll talk about in a second. What should people do, though, on the story that you just reported out about words like these? Because a lot of people use them, right, and use them with sort of the best of intentions. But as you point out, that has sometimes some consequences.
Absolutely. So there's a couple things going on here. The first is really, I mean, investigate yourself, and also if you're talking about someone else, what's actually happening in the relationship there or with yourself. Because, look, you shouldn't just be throwing these out there unless, you know, you mean it, or maybe you think there's something deeper going on. And that's an important note for parents, too. If you're hearing this from your children, if you're seeing it online, kind of asking them and legitimizing the conversation around mental health, not just saying that can't be what's going on or that's not right, but really trying to investigate deeper what's going on. And then, of course, this conversation can't be had without pointing out the fact that there is a rise in mental health challenges going on with young people. So take people seriously when they are saying things like this. Just make sure you're getting the help from the right places and not, you know, just using TikTok or online as your only resource for mental health information.
Savannah Sellers, thank you so much. The reason why we are so glad to talk with Savannah today is because of what's happening tonight right